Hello everyone. Today we're diving into part 2. But first, let's quickly recap what happened in the previous episode. A high school senior named Siayu stumbled upon a divine selection system during his awakening ceremony, kickstarting his journey of defying odds and achieving legendary status. Siayu, once an ordinary student, displayed extraordinary courage and wisdom at crucial moments, transforming from a regular student into a hidden class necromancer. During the awakening ceremony on the sports field of Lingnan No. 1 High School, Siayu shocked everyone. Not only did he successfully awaken as a hidden class berserker, but with the help of the divine selection system, he also acquired a main god-level pet and powerful skills. This marked the beginning of his rise to power. Every choice he made amplified his strength, and every battle he fought elevated his reputation. As Siayu grew, he not only stood out in his school but also became a formidable necromancer in a world where games blended with reality. His power attracted the attention of major factions, all eager to recruit him. However, Siayu chose to walk alone, aiming to become the strongest necromancer. In numerous battles, Siayu proved his might, shining brightly in challenge spaces, defeating one powerful boss after another, and earning rich rewards. His name became legendary, and his strength instilled fear in all his opponents. Each of his battles was a visual spectacle, and each victory showcased his growing power. However, Siayu's journey was not without obstacles. He faced various challenges and crises, including conflicts with fifth-tier guilds and confrontations with mythic-level powerhouses. But he never backed down, always responding to challenges with even greater strength. Siayu's path to greatness was filled with passion and excitement. Every choice he made kept everyone on the edge of their seats, and every battle he fought made hearts race. At the pivotal moment of the college entrance exam, Siayu once again demonstrated his exceptional abilities. He not only handled the exam challenges with ease, but also achieved perfect scores in all 3 subjects, becoming the national top scorer and making history. That's the recap of part 1. I hope you enjoyed it. Your likes and comments are my biggest motivation. If you're interested in this story and it's your first time here, you can check out the comments section or the playlist to start from part 1. Now, let's dive into part 2. The next morning, Qingmo's secretary handed a staff to Siayu. Siayu took the staff, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. This wasn't an ordinary weapon. It was part of the legendary mythical set the demigod's crystal skull. The staff emitted a faint glow, and its attributes were astonishing. A 40-point intelligence boost, a 17010-point strength increase, and a 2-level enhancement to all skills. Even more impressive were its 2-piece set attributes. Upon activating the demigod's domain, allies received a 20 boost to all attributes, while enemies suffered a 10 reduction in skill suppression. Siayu looked at the staff in disbelief, his heartbeat quickening. Such a mythical set was extremely rare worldwide, and its 2-piece set attributes could significantly elevate the user's power. Qingmo's secretary briefly explained, although it's a set, we currently only have this piece. The principal asked me to tell you that if you want to find the other pieces, you can go to the legendary challenge spaces, Battle of Demigods Memories. With that, the secretary took his leave. Siayu silently noted this information, determined to collect the entire set. For the next few days, he wandered around the school. Due to the need to suppress his level for the upcoming freshman competition, and the lack of suitable legendary monster nests for leveling up, coupled with being targeted by the Monster Protection Organization, Siayu decided to stay on campus. One day, while strolling through the campus, he overheard students talking. Go check it out. The exchange student from America is challenging Wu Xiang, who's ranked 8th on the Jiaolong list. Another freshman challenging the Jiaolong list? Are this year's freshmen all this strong? Stop talking and go watch Wu Xiang beat that foreigner. The students rushed towards the challenge arena, and Siayu, curious, followed them to the scene. On the challenge platform, a giant nearly 3 meters tall was facing Wu Xiang. The giant was clad in Western-style heavy armor and wielded a fearsome 2-handed warhammer. Just standing there, he exuded an overwhelming sense of power. The system displayed. Marcus, level 40 hero warrior, 724000724000. Wu Xiang, level 40 hero magic swordsman, 7990007999000. Although Wu Xiang's attributes were higher, Siayu keenly sensed that Marcus's aura was even more formidable. This made it hard for him to predict the outcome. The surrounding students were buzzing with opinions. Some thought Wu Xiang would win because he was a magic swordsman with versatile skills. Others were uneasy about the American exchange student, feeling he might be hiding his true strength. At that moment, a pale-skinned man in a corner of the platform caught Siayu's attention. The man smiled and said to Marcus, "Marcus, you better not lose, or the gods will be displeased." Siayu then noticed that there were 4 exchange students in total, each exuding a strange and powerful aura. The pale man suddenly turned to look at Siayu, flashed a creepy smile, and nodded at him. Siayu frowned slightly but nodded back politely. The battle began. Wu Xiang struck first. his sword igniting with flames as he unleashed the Flame Annihilation Slash. The enormous fiery sword energy slashed towards Marcus with blinding speed. With a thunderous explosion, flames shot skyward, and the deafening blast forced the onlookers to cover their ears. However, when the smoke cleared, everyone was stunned. Marcus stood almost unscathed, his armor slightly charred. He laughed maniacally. Impressive power, but it can't break through my god's protection. In the ensuing fight, Wu Xiang was completely outmatched. His magical attacks couldn't penetrate Marcus's defense, while his own magical defenses were useless against Marcus's relentless assault. Eventually, Wu Xiang was sent flying by a heavy hammer strike, his life points dropping to 0. The system announcement echoed. Challenge over. Marcus wins. Marcus rises to 8th on the Jiaolong list. Wu Xiang drops to 9th. The crowd erupted in disbelief, staring at the powerful American exchange student. Xia Yu's expression grew serious. He realized that the arrival of these exchange students might bring an unprecedented storm to the school. Too weak, too weak. Marcus stood in the ring, his expression arrogant as he scanned the crowd of students below. His gaze was filled with disdain, and a contemptuous smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Is this the 8th place on the Jiaolong ranking of Longgua's second highest school, Qianlong Academy? Awakened a year earlier than me. Yet this is all you've got. His words were like a heavy hammer striking the heart of every student from Longhua. The faces of the students below turned grim, and their fists clenched involuntarily. Who could tolerate a foreigner standing on their home turf, so brazenly declaring victory? Call your number one. Marcus suddenly raised his voice. Today, I challenge your top-ranked Jiaolong. At that moment, a mysterious voice echoed in Xia Yu's mind. Please choose. 1. Accept Marcus's challenge and defeat him. Reward, 500 intelligence. 2. Endure Marcus's insult. Reward, 500 agility. 3. Accept Marcus's challenge and lose. Reward, 500 strength. Xia Yu sighed inwardly. This system really knows how to play. He looked around at his classmates' angry yet helpless faces and finally made up his mind. Though I'm not number 1, I am the 7th. Xia Yu's voice was calm but firm. I want to fight you. With that, he stepped out of the crowd and steadily ascended to the ring. Marcus glanced at Xia Yu dismissively. 7th? Fine. I'll just beat you one by one. The students below started whispering amongst themselves. That's the national champion who previously crushed Wu Xiang. If it's him, he might just beat this bearded guy. Go for it, Necromancer. The battle was about to begin. The system displayed. Siayu, level 40 hero Necromancer, 649970649970. With the bonuses from the Divine Staff and Mythical Staff, Xiayu's power had increased dramatically. Wow! A Necromancer with 65,000 strength, someone exclaimed. What kind of gear is he wearing? Is he using strength gear instead of intelligence gear? Could be, another person analyzed. That would lower his corpse explosion damage, but it wouldn't affect his summoning. Some necromancers prefer strength gear. At the side, a fair-faced girl said anxiously, Yin Yin. How can this necromancer dare to go up? If he loses, Longhua will be humiliated. The calm Kong Yin beside her replied, doesn't matter. I'll step in if needed. Some students recognized them. It's Kong Yin, the top of the Jiaolong ranking. She's back. Cheers erupted. Finally, we can put these exchange students in their place. The battle officially began. Given the class differences, the Necromancer had a 10-second window to use summoning skills. 9, 8. The countdown began. Siayu simply raised his hand. Summon, Undead Soldier. An undead soldier with 80,000 strength and agility appeared, and with the Holy Ghost's bonus, its attributes soared to 120,000, far surpassing a level 40 hero's stats. Just one undead soldier? Is he looking down on me? Marcus's eyes flashed with anger. 10 seconds passed. Watch me crush you. Marcus roared as he charged at Siayu with incredible speed. Bang! The undead soldier, like an iron tower, blocked Marcus's charge, standing firm in front of Siayu. Die! Marcus swung his warhammer with a whooshing sound, aiming at the undead soldier. However, to everyone's shock, the undead soldier withstood the blow. How is this possible? Marcus's eyes widened in disbelief. The next second, the undead soldier raised its shield and struck Marcus with a heavy blow. The speed was so fast that Marcus couldn't react in time. Thud. Marcus was sent flying and crashed to the ground, dazed and disoriented. How? How is this real? Marcus lay on the ground, his eyes vacant. He started to speculate in his mind. A mythical level summoning skill? Could it be a divine level summoning skill? Impossible. There's no divine level summoning skill in the world today. It must be a mythical level skill combined with numerous undead boosting gear. This Xia Yu must be someone Qianlong Academy groomed specifically to counter us, with the support of the entire nation. Thinking this, Marcus consoled himself. He didn't lose to this necromancer, but to the nation behind him. The students below were buzzing with conversation. Has our national champion gotten even stronger? One undead soldier defeated this exchange student. Is this the true strength of a necromancer? It's ridiculous. This is one lucky necromancer. Not every necromancer has a mythical level summon. Kong Yin watched the battle on stage with a serious expression. Yin, this necromancer, she murmured. I can handle one undead soldier, but as everyone knows, necromancers can summon hundreds, even thousands of these undead soldiers, along with undead archers, undead knights, and other units. Once combined, he alone becomes an immensely powerful undead army, fearless of death and fatigue. At that moment, an arrow pierced Marcus, ending the challenge. Challenge over. Siayu wins. Xiaolong ranking remains unchanged. The system prompted. Choice completed. Reward granted. Reward. 500 intelligence. Siayu looked down at the fallen Marcus, his tone tinged with disappointment. You Americans are really weak. You can't even handle 2 of my undead. These words humiliated Marcus, making his face flush red. He roared, I didn't lose to you. I lost to the people behind you. The crowd below burst into laughter. Oh, look at him making excuses. Can't accept defeat. Huh? Why don't you fight our national champion again? Just then, a cold voice rang out. Marcus, step down. Siayu looked in the direction of the voice and saw the pale-skinned young man who had locked eyes with him earlier. Their gazes met in the air. My name is Harry Wells Evans, the young man said. Call me Harry. This year's Longwa national champion, top scorer in history. Your performance is indeed extraordinary. Harry then turned to Siayu, a smile on his face but a challenging tone in his voice. As much as I'd love to compete with you right now, our real enemies are the monsters. How about we settle this at the freshman tournament and see who takes first place? If you lose, I want you to apologize to Marcus and us on behalf of Longwa, because you insulted us just now. His words immediately sparked a strong reaction among the students present. Someone angrily shouted, What? That bearded Marcus insulted us and even our entire country, Longwa. What if he loses? Doesn't he face any consequences? These Americans are disgusting, always pointing out others' faults but never mentioning their own. Another student said indignantly. Qimeng looked disgusted and spat on the ground. Pa, these Americans are like dogs that can't stop eating shit. The world is already like this, and they're still so hypocritical. Kong Yan's eyes turned cold, and she was about to step forward when Siayu spoke first. He smiled, but his eyes were equally cold. I accept, but if you lose, I want all of you to apologize to the entire student body of Qinlong Academy in the square. A system notification sounded in Siayu's mind. Please make a choice. 1. Accept the challenge and defeat Harry. Rewards. 100 to all attributes, 300 to all attributes for the Holy Maiden Ghost, 100 to all attributes for Deathwing. 2. Refuse the challenge. Rewards, none. 3. Accept the challenge but fail. Rewards, 300 agility potential. Siayu quickly weighed his options. The rewards this time were extremely generous, and for the first time, there was a norward option. But the reward for defeating Harry was substantial. Currently, Siayu's strength and agility potential were just over 300, and this would increase them by a third, with wisdom also getting a boost of 1/6. Not to mention, the Holy Maiden Ghost and Deathwing would gain significant attribute increases. Even without the rewards, Siayu would not refuse this challenge. It was a matter of personal and national honor. Besides, at the hero level, Siayu didn't believe anyone could be his match. He had already defeated 2 mythical powerhouses, even if luck played a part. If this got out, it would shock the world. That's why Qingamo, although aware, chose to keep it a secret. Otherwise, not only would the Monster Protection Organization target Siayu, but other surviving nations wouldn't want to see another demigod emerge from Longwa. Fine. A strange glint flashed in Harry's eyes, and he nodded in agreement. He then hurriedly left with the other 3 exchange students, clearly realizing they'd stirred up too much anger to stay. Siayu slowly walked off the stage, but his classmates couldn't hold back any longer. Siayu, are you confident? You don't have to agree to his unreasonable demands. Yeah, they were the ones being unreasonable first. Why should you apologize to them? You can win, right? These exchange students are so shameless, thinking their so-called high standards allow them to belittle others. Pa. Facing his classmates' expectant gazes, Siayu confidently said, Don't worry, I won't lose. At that moment, a clear, melodious voice like a nightingale's rang out. If you need any help, just let me know. I can offer you some necromancer equipment. Siayu turned to see a woman dressed in traditional Hanfu with a sword at her waist. She had an ethereal aura and a graceful beauty. Siayu had noticed this distinctive woman from the stage and knew she was Kong Yin, the top of the Jiaolong list. Qimeng chimed in with a smile. Hey, If you need any equipment, just say so. Anything from Kong Yan's collection is definitely top-notch, at least hero level. Xiayu shook his head. No need, but I hope you'll accept my challenge afterward. I also want the top spot on the Jiaolong list. Kong Yan was visibly surprised but then smiled. Looks like you don't plan on resting, one battle after another. Of course, I'd be more than happy to fight you. All right. Xiayu nodded and left the challenge platform. Meanwhile, on a beach in Longhua, Qing Imo stood there, reading a message from his secretary. Siayu is facing off against those exchange students? Qing Mo's lips curved into a slight smile. This Siayu really can't stay idle, but that suits me just fine. But to think Wu Xiang lost so badly, it seems what America discovered will affect the balance moving forward. We need to speed up uncovering what they're hiding. In the shadows, a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes spoke in a low voice. I didn't expect Marcus, blessed by a god, to be so thoroughly defeated by this Longhua national champion. Could Longhua have discovered the secret of the gods? Impossible. Our god has confirmed that only he and the evil god of the Monster Protection Organization possess divine power in this world. There can't be a third. Is that so? Then it means this Longhua champion defeated Marcus on his own. It looks like another demigod seed has emerged in Longhua. Send agents to see if there's an opportunity. Yes, General. Siayu sneered as he gazed at the peculiar creature that had just hatched before him. This puppy, not only sporting dragon wings but also equipped with 6 forelimbs, was reminiscent of the legendary demon dragon. You finally hatched? Huh? Xiaye's tone carried a hint of impatience. This guy has kept me waiting for days. The puppy, or rather, Deathwing, immediately adopted a fawning posture, explaining to Siayu, Master, it's not my fault. The incubation process required periodic energy infusions, which prolonged my slumber. But my strength has increased significantly, and I can now assist you. Despite feeling that its power had surpassed its master's, Deathwing knew the source of this strength. The continuous influx of energy during its extended sleep was a gift from Siayu. Its power had skyrocketed, almost akin to an ascension. At this moment, detailed information about Deathwing surfaced in Xiaye's mind. Deathwing. Level. Quasi-demigod. Race. Mutated species. 6-armed demon dragon. Mutation level. 45. Strength. 241,200. Potential. 4,865. Agility. 241,200. Potential. 4,865. Wisdom. 218,700. Potential. 4860. Talents. Mutated demon dragon. Corrupted by the abyss but retains sanity, allowing its body to absorb the abyss power. Gains 500 strength and 500 agility per level. Demon dragon scales. Emits an eerie aura from its scales, granting 70 magic resistance and 90 physical resistance. When attacked, the scales reflect a magical aura at the enemy, dealing 300 of all attributes and damage and reducing the enemy's physical and magical resistance by 50. Devour. Consuming corpses quickly restores stamina, with a 10 chance to gain attribute potential based on the corpse's attributes and a 5 chance to acquire the corpse's skills. Skills. 1. Demon Dragon Breath. Unleashes a mixture of internal energy and demonic aura, dealing 900 of strength and energy damage to enemies and continuously draining their lifespan. 2. Abyssal World-Ending Black Flame Bomb. Fires a massive flame bomb infused with abyssal demonic aura, dealing 1000 of wisdom and flame damage. Units infected by the black flame suffer 100 flame damage per second. Duration. Infinite. 3. Demon Dragon Domain. Envelopes the world in the power of the demon dragon. Within this domain, enemies take damage equal to 100 of their highest attribute each time they use a skill. Energy shields of enemies erode constantly, reducing defense strength by 10 per second. After awakening, Deathwing successfully became a legendary boss, with its attributes and skills significantly enhanced. Excitedly, it reported to Siayu, Master, I followed your instructions and fused my skills. My abilities have indeed increased substantially. Siayu nodded in satisfaction and carefully examined Deathwing's attribute panel. Although its level wouldn't rise along with his own, at least it now surpassed his. He was about to send Deathwing back to the pet space when it urgently interrupted. Master, please don't send me back. Deathwing pleaded, pointing to its now puppy-sized form. Look, I'm so small now, I won't be a bother. I promise to behave and not cause you any trouble. Siayu raised an eyebrow and asked, Do you dislike being in the pet space? Deathwing nodded repeatedly and cautiously explained, It's too dark in there. Once I go in, all I can do is sleep. It hesitated for a moment, not mentioning the terrifying glowing presence within. After pondering for a moment, Siayu agreed. All right, you can stay outside. But be careful not to harm any humans. He knew many pets disliked staying in the space, and many students at school also let their pets out. As long as it didn't affect others, it wasn't a big issue. Thank you, Master. Deathwing exclaimed joyfully. Siayu, deep in thought, decided to head out to the World Consortium to buy new equipment. Just as he was about to leave, the doorbell rang. Who could it be? Yang Qianqian? Or the Qingye sisters? Siayu opened the video communication, only to see a voluptuous, scantily clad woman standing outside. Hello, Siayu, the woman said seductively, deliberately pushing her chest forward, making her ample bosom sway in the frame. Siayu frowned and promptly declined. Sorry, I'm not interested. He then hung up the call. Fame really does attract women. Siayu shook his head, but I can't mess around. The woman outside was stunned, not expecting the young and spirited Siayu to reject her so directly. Unwilling to give up, she pressed the doorbell again, pulling her neckline even lower. This time, he won't be able to resist. As long as I get in, I've won. However, there was no response from inside. Siayu had already sneaked out the back door. People who throw themselves at you won't give up easily. If I go out the front door, I'll definitely get entangled. So, I'll slip out the back. Siayu thought to himself, pleased with his cleverness and grateful for reading all those high society news articles. Along the way, many people greeted Siayu, expressing their hopes that he would win the upcoming competition. When he arrived at the World Consortium, he was about to enter when he saw a familiar figure coming out. Hey there, handsome. Finally remembered me, huh? Qing Yueshue teased with a smile. Siayu shook his head and explained, no, I'm just here to buy some equipment. Qing Yueshue laughed and invited Siayu into a private room. Although they were alone in the room, she quickly called in several appraisers via intercom. I'm well prepared this time, Qing Yueshue said proudly. Siayu admitted he didn't bring much equipment this time, only handing over the ashwalker he had just replaced. I'm mainly here to buy things, he explained, as most of his other equipment had been given to Bai Xiao, leaving him with the 1.2 billion she had given him for new gear. Qing Yueshue waved the appraisers away, a bit disappointed, and then gossiped. There's been talk that your little sweetheart sold a lot of high-end gear at the Lingnan City World Consortium. All yours. Siayu nodded in confirmation. Qing Yueshue feigned a pout. Why didn't you sell to me? Didn't I take good care of you? Siayu quickly explained that he just hadn't thought about it. Qing Yueshue swiftly changed the topic, starting to appraise the Ashwalker. Level 30 legendary, high attribute bonuses, and 1 to undead skills. The skill deals continuous fire damage. Even though there aren't many undead mages in the world, I'll give you 150 million. Deal? Siayu was satisfied with the price. Combined with his current funds, he now had 1.7 billion in cash, a considerable sum even among legendary professionals. Next, Siayu began searching for equipment upgrades. Do you have any clothes with similar attributes to what I'm wearing but at a higher level? He asked. Qing Yueshue quickly found a similar piece, the black jade robe, legendary level 40, with 9,072 wisdom and 4,501 strength. Its special effect, Earth's protection, grants an additional 100 strength and wisdom shield, automatically regenerating if not attacked for 30 minutes, with a 24-hour cooldown if broken. The price was 500 million. 500 million, that's pricey, Siayu remarked. You just bought my staff for 150 million. Qing Yueshue rolled her eyes. Your staff is a level 30 legendary. This is a level 40 legendary robe. They aren't the same. Siayu reluctantly agreed, selling his ice crystal robe for 200 million. With the 10 discount from his purple dragon card, he managed to get the 500 million black jade robe for just 250 million. Then, he spent another 400 million on a level 40 legendary glove, the Deep Sea Claw, with 8912 wisdom and 5001 strength. Its special effect, Crab King's Claw, can summon the giant claw of the Deep Sea Crab King to attack enemies, dealing 350 wisdom as physical damage and controlling the target. Time flew by, and the day for the new students to officially start school had finally arrived. The teleportation array at Qianlong School kept flashing, and one by one, the new students with various expressions arrived. On campus, the senior students, who had been eagerly anticipating this day, formed long lines, eagerly eyeing each new face. Wow, the new girls this year are stunning. One senior whispered excitedly. Look over there. Those long legs are just amazing. Another senior chimed in. And that petite and cute one. I just want to hold her in my arms. A third senior couldn't help but sigh. With a flash of bright teleportation light, Bai Xiao opened her eyes and found herself standing in a wide corridor. On either side stood senior students, their eager gazes making her feel a bit uncomfortable. Hua Xiaoyu, full of excitement, said, We really became students of Qianlong School. She recalled the thrilling experience of fighting monsters to protect the city, never expecting that their performance would earn them a special admission from the principal. Ling Yan's eyes sparkled as she looked around at the bustling crowd of students, thinking to herself, everyone here could be the future backbone of Longhua. Looks like I'll have plenty of strong opponents to challenge in the future. Hu Weiyang felt his muscles burning with excitement, his enthusiasm evident. Just then, A handsome young man walked up to Bai Xiao and asked politely, "Have you finished registering? Do you need me to show you to your dorm?" Bai Xiao glanced at him briefly before looking away, seemingly searching for someone. "No need, someone is coming to pick me up," she replied curtly. Unwilling to give up, the young man continued, "Do you have a relative at Qianlong School? What's their name? Maybe we're friends." He was deeply attracted by Bai Xiao's petite and adorable appearance, and even more so by the faint aura of holiness she exuded. Just then, a cool voice sounded from behind him. "Do I know you?" The young man's expression changed, but he quickly regained his smile as he turned around. "Hello, I'm Su Shi, ranked 97th on the Jiaolong list. And you are?" "Siayu," Su Shi exclaimed. The handsome face before him was known to everyone at Qianlong School. Siayu, who had enrolled early and directly defeated Wu Xiang, ranked 7th on the Jiaolong list, and repelled powerful warriors from Liguo, was about to compete in the freshman tournament to defend the honor of Longhua and Qianlong School. "Sorry to bother you." Su Shi quickly turned and left. Siayu smiled and greeted Bai Xiao. "Hey." Without a word, Bai Xiao tossed her suitcase to Siayu. "Where's your dorm?" "This way, Miss Bai," Siayu said with a smile, leading the way. Bai Xiao waved her small hand. "Let's go, everyone." Hua Xiaoyu and the others followed with smiles. As they walked, they drew the attention of many, with whispers following them. "Wow, is that girl in the front of freshmen? She's definitely a contender for the school beauty list. I think she could make the top 3. She's like an angel descended from heaven. Wait, isn't that Siayu? And he's carrying a suitcase. Oh my god, he's got his eyes on our angel." Noticing the reactions around her, Bai Xiao asked curiously, "Why are you so famous at Qianlong School? It seems like everyone knows you." Siayu smiled calmly. "Is that so? Maybe it's because I got into a few fights." Hua Xiaoyu quickly checked her phone and exclaimed, "Wow, Siayu, you're now ranked 7th on the Jiaolong list, and you defeated Wu Xiang, who had a full set of divine gear. Plus, you're going to bet with exchange students in the freshman tournament, and the loser has to apologize." "Just some minor things," Siayu shrugged. Hua Xiaoyu and the others looked at Siayu speechlessly, thinking he could be quite pretentious sometimes. But they had to admit, Siayu indeed had the strength to back it up. Bai Xiao glanced at her phone and said angrily, "You have to win. Don't let those people from Liguo act so arrogantly in our country." Siayu gave her a thumbs up. "Not only will I win, but I'll win beautifully." Bai Xiao nodded, feeling a bit more at ease. Soon, they arrived at Siayu's villa. Looking at the 2-story building, Hua Xiaoyu sighed. "Having Qianlong points is great. You get to live in such a nice villa as soon as you enroll." Bai Xiao suggested, "Why don't you guys move in too? He can find somewhere else to sleep." Hua Xiaoyu quickly shook her head. No, that would be too inconsiderate. The 3 of us need to report to our dorms first." "All right then, see you later." Bai Xiao waved goodbye to Hua Xiaoyu and the others. After seeing them off, Siayu led Bai Xiao into his dorm. "Welcome back, master." A creature the size of a small dog rushed out. It was Deathwing. Bai Xiao looked at the strange creature with 6 arms, and, though it was odd, she was used to seeing strange things in this world. "You have a pet dog? And it talks." "I'm not a dog. I'm a dragon. The great 6-armed demon dragon." Deathwing protested, flapping its tiny wings in displeasure. Siayu kicked Deathwing aside and explained, "It's my magic pet, a true god-level dragon." "A real dragon? Huh?" Bai Xiao examined Deathwing closely. "A true god-level dragon. How did you get it?" "Just lucky," Siayu replied casually. Siayu told Deathwing, "From now on, you not only listen to me but also to her, got it?" "Is she the mistress?" Deathwing asked in confusion. "Yeah, you could say that." Deathwing blinked its eyes and asked innocently, "Then who is that woman who often comes knocking with 2 big balloons?" Instantly, Siayu felt a murderous aura behind him. "I think you should hear me out," Siayu said seriously. Since that day, the woman with the 2 big balloons had often tried to come in, but Siayu had always restrained himself and never let her in. Bai Xiao narrowed her eyes, her tone dangerous. "All right, I'd love to hear your explanation." "Shameless woman." Bai Xiao's anger erupted as soon as she heard those words. She sternly told Siayu, "You must have nothing to do with a woman like that." Siayu nodded repeatedly, his expression serious. "Don't worry, I have no interest in a woman like her." Seeing that it was getting late, Siayu suggested, "All right, let's get some rest. Tomorrow is the opening ceremony." "Fine," Bai Xiao agreed. They each returned to their rooms and had a good night's sleep. The next morning, the auditorium at Qianlong School was packed. All the new students were seated according to their assigned classes, the air filled with a mix of tension and anticipation. Principal Qingma stood on the stage, explaining the school's rules in detail and extending his heartfelt wishes to the new students. Next was the speech by the representative of the new students. Siayu, dressed in a traditional martial art style school uniform, stood tall and handsome. eliciting gasps of admiration from the girls in the audience. Bai Xiao, sitting in her seat, gritted her teeth and muttered, "Humph, shallow." Siayu walked up to the podium, cleared his throat, and began his speech. "Hello everyone. Congratulations on joining the Qianlong School family." He read the script given by Principal Qingma word for word and then added, "We will face stronger enemies and harsher environments ahead. Let's strive together, surpass ourselves, and even surpass our predecessors, bringing new peace to humanity and our nation." Just as Siayu was about to step down, a voice from the audience called out, "I want to ask, do you have confidence for the freshman competition in a month?" This was a question on many students' minds. Facing the audience, Xia Yu's lips curled into a confident smile. "For the freshman competition in a month, you all should aim for second place." His arrogant words caused a stir in the crowd. No one expected Xia Yu to say something so bold in such a formal setting. As Xia Yu stepped off the stage, Principal Qingma said helplessly, "This is a formal occasion. You shouldn't speak like that." Xia Yu looked puzzled. "But I was just stating the truth." Qingma sighed, rubbing his forehead. "Even if it's true, we should be more humble." "All right, I'll keep that in mind for next time." Siayu nodded thoughtfully. Watching Siayu leave, Qingma shook his head and muttered, "I wonder if he'll remember that next time." A white-haired teacher beside him chuckled. "I think it's good for young people to have some spirit." Qingma sighed again. "Sometimes I worry they might become too arrogant." After the opening ceremony, students settled into their regular classes. The curriculum included various professional knowledge, skill training, and monster weakness studies. Teachers often led students to level 20 monster nests for practical training. However, for someone as powerful as Siayu, these exercises posed no challenge, so he didn't participate. Time flew by, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. One day, a young female teacher with black stockings came to the classroom and said to Siayu, "Siayu, the principal wants to see you in his office." Though puzzled, Siayu bid farewell to Bai Xiao and headed to the principal's office. As he reached the office door, he heard Qingma's voice from inside. "Come in." Siayu entered to find not only Qingma and his secretary, but also 3 strangers, a man and 2 women. The man was burly and robust, with thick eyebrows and large eyes, exuding an honest demeanor. One woman, agile and carrying a longbow, wore light armor, clearly a sharpshooter. The other woman, gentle and dressed in a white robe, radiated a holy aura, indicating she was a priestess. Despite their young appearances, their powerful auras showcased their legendary status. "Principal, what did you need me for?" Siayu asked Qingma. Qingma pointed to the 3 and introduced them. "This is Niugangi, the sharpshooter is Wen Siming, and the priestess is Mochi. They are your senior classmates and graduates of Qianlong Academy." Siayu politely greeted them. "Hello, seniors." Wen Siming, in a cold tone, said, "Junior, we've heard of your reputation since we returned to school. Make sure to teach those Americans a lesson. Don't let them off easy." Her eyes flashed with hatred at the mention of Americans. Niugangi quickly smoothed things over. "Third sister, don't put pressure on the junior." He turned to Siayu with a friendly smile. "But I agree with her. Those Americans are too arrogant in our country and need to be put in their place." Despite her holy priestess appearance, Emochi said the harshest words. "It's a pity the freshman competition isn't a real battle. Otherwise, we could have wiped them out." Qingma coughed lightly to remind her. "Emochi, these foreigners are exchange students. Wiping them out would cause problems." Emochi laughed and replied, Yes, principal, I understand." Still puzzled, Siayu asked directly, "So why did you call me here?" Emochi glanced at her 2 teammates and then at Qingma before addressing Siayu. "You have the crystal skull of a Quasigot, right?" Siayu nodded. Emochi continued, "Would you like to complete the Quasigot set?" Siayu's brows furrowed slightly as he seemed to guess their intention. "Are you inviting me to join your team to clear the Quasigot's memory battlefield, or something?" The others nodded. Emochi elaborated, "Yes, but we have a condition. You know the Quasigod's memory battlefield is a legendary challenge space that opens every 3 years. If we miss this year, we'll have to wait another 3 years. So we want teammates we can fully trust. Although you come highly recommended by the principal, we want you to win the freshman competition and advance to a legendary necromancer. If you do that, we'll give you one of our spots." The Quasigod's memory battlefield only allowed 4 teams to enter each time, making each spot incredibly valuable. Siayu found their condition reasonable. After all, it wasn't fair for 3 legendary players to carry a hero-level teammate. "That's fine," Siayu agreed. "But the freshman competition is still half a month away." Emochi smiled. "No problem. The Quasigod's memory battlefield opens in 2 months. We can wait half a month." Siayu turned to Qingma for his opinion. "What do you think, principal?" Qingma nodded. "I think you should seize this opportunity to advance to legendary and enter the Quasigod's memory battlefield. It holds key insights for advancing to mythical status. Advancing to mythical isn't just about reaching the required level and using a mythical ascension gem. You need to comprehend your own domain. That's why mythical beings are much rarer than legendary ones. Siayu nodded in agreement. All right, I'll join you. When Simming, excited, said, we'll wait at the school for the next half-month. I hope to see you crush that arrogant guy. Siayu confidently replied, I don't think he'll be a match for me. Time flew by, and the day of the freshman competition arrived. It has been a month since the new students started at Qianlong School. The school's militarized and practical education has quickly honed the students, almost erasing their initial naivety. At this moment, the school is hosting the freshman tournament. Principal Qing Yimo stood on the high platform, his sharp gaze sweeping over the new students below. His booming voice echoed across the field. This freshman tournament is not only a test of your progress over the past month, but also a chance to showcase yourselves to your peers and teachers. Give it your all and show your strength. The stands were packed with older students. Unlike previous years, this freshman tournament attracted almost every student and teacher in the school. The reason was simple. They were all here for a new student named Siayu. The older students were buzzing with excitement and nerves. It's finally starting. I hope Siayu wins. Otherwise, our Qianlong school will lose face. I'm so nervous. I wish I could fight in Siayu's place. Trust in Siayu. I believe he will succeed. Principal Qing Yimo continued to announce the rules and rewards of the tournament. As rewards for the freshman tournament, the school has prepared generous prizes. The first place will receive a legendary Ascension Orb. The second place can choose a piece of mythical level equipment of level 40, and the third place, well, anyone who makes it into the top 10 will receive substantial rewards. I hope you all will show courage and aim for the best results. He then detailed the competition rules. As usual, we will use a points system. The more points you earn in the challenge space, the better the rewards. The monsters in the challenge space will be 2 levels higher than yours, and there are 4 difficulty levels: normal, hard, hell, and abyss. The attributes of the monsters and the points multiplier vary with the difficulty. Qing Yimo coughed lightly and his tone became even more serious. The theme of this freshman tournament is Survive the Abyss. At these words, even the older students couldn't help but gasp. What? Survive the Abyss? Isn't that the hardest challenge for the freshman tournament? I can't believe they're bringing it out again. I suspect it's specially arranged for Siayu and the exchange students. This theme has only been used once since it was created, and only a few managed to pass. This is going to be interesting. Siayu, however, was unfazed. He thought to himself that as long as no mythical level experts appeared, he had nothing to fear. Even if one did show up, with the help of Deathwing, Forbidden Spellcaster, and the Holy Maiden Ghost, he wouldn't be completely powerless. His classmates, on the other hand, were visibly worried, whispering among themselves, looks like we'll have to choose the normal difficulty. Otherwise, we might not even make it through. Suddenly, Siayu felt a cold gaze fall upon him. Following the feeling, he saw Harry looking at him provocatively, saying something under his breath. Siayu thought, is he challenging me to choose a higher difficulty? Does he really think I'd go for normal or hard? He gave Harry a calm glance before turning back to listen to Principal Qing Yimo. Soon, Qing Yimo finished his speech. He took out a scroll and threw it, creating a huge portal of light in front of the new students. All right, I've said everything. Except for support roles, everyone else can enter the portal and choose your difficulty. Qing Yimo signaled the homeroom teachers to lead their students through the portal. The portal was large enough to accommodate several classes at once. Soon, it was Siayu's turn. As he stepped through the portal, he suddenly felt a wave of heat. Opening his eyes, he found himself in a pitch-black wasteland surrounded by scorching volcanoes. Looking up, he saw a black sun hanging in the sky. So this is the abyss? Siayu surveyed his surroundings. This scenario was created based on the descriptions of those who have ventured into the abyss. So this is what it really looks like. It's not as terrifying as I imagined. At that moment, a voice rang out. Please choose your difficulty. Normal, hard, hell, abyss, hell. Harry chose the hell difficulty without hesitation, his eyes gleaming with confidence. This choice immediately drew everyone's attention. The abyss difficulty was unique to the abyss theme, with a 1.5x attribute boost that could crush same-level players, so no one dared to choose it. Even the hell difficulty was already extremely challenging. Harry actually chose hell difficulty, and he looks confident. The hell difficulty of the abyss theme has never been conquered by any freshman. Could Harry be the one to break the record? No way. I don't believe these exchange students can pull it off. On the high platform, 2 blonde, blue-eyed men sat next to Qing Yimo, one of whom was Wesley, a mythical level expert from America. Wesley smiled and asked, Principal Qing, do you think your student Siayu will dare to choose hell difficulty? Qing Yimo gave a mysterious smile. What difficulty Siayu will choose? You'll find out soon enough. He thought to himself, hell difficulty? Siayu will definitely choose abyss difficulty. With his strength, even abyss difficulty poses no threat. Knowing Siayu's capabilities, Qing Yimo had allowed him to represent Qianlong School. If Siayu lost, the school would be humiliated. Without Mo's permission, how could there be such a grand spectacle? Wesley continued. It seems you have a lot of confidence in your national champion, Siayu. Although he defeated Marcus, Harry's strength is several times greater than Marcus's. His faith in the divine makes him the strongest among them. Mo suddenly asked, Wesley, a year ago you weren't this mystical. What exactly did you uncover? Wesley smiled slightly. You'll find out soon enough. It's a supreme existence. Now, let's see what difficulty your student will choose. Xia Yu's figure dominated the screen, capturing nearly everyone's attention. The audience buzzed with speculation about which difficulty level he would choose. Some thought the hell difficulty was challenging enough. After all, even on hard difficulty, surpassing the exchange student's score by defeating more monsters would suffice. However, to everyone's surprise, Xia Yu unhesitatingly chose Abyss difficulty. The screen immediately displayed his basic information. Xia Yu, level 40 hero necromancer, Abyss difficulty. This choice elicited a gasp from the crowd. Whoa, he actually chose Abyss difficulty. Isn't he afraid he won't be able to defeat the final boss? Xia Yu must have a plan. He's no fool. If he loses, we'll all be embarrassed along with him. On stage, Wesley was initially shocked by Xia Yu's choice, but quickly regained his composure. He thought to himself, according to our investigation, Xia Yu has always challenged the highest difficulty. He probably has no idea how terrifying the Abyss theme's Abyss difficulty is. We're bound to win. Wesley turned to look at Mo, only to see him wearing a calm smile. Principal Ching, do you think your student can handle Abyss difficulty? Wesley asked. Well, who knows? We'll just have to watch and see. Mo replied nonchalantly, unsettling Wesley even more. Could it be that they really have the confidence to clear Abyss difficulty? Wesley's eyes narrowed, but he quickly shook his head. Impossible. Even a team of heroes would struggle with that difficulty. All right, let's watch and see. Mo pointed to the screen. Both of them are starting now. The scene switched to Harry's perspective. Roars echoed in his ears as 10 massive abyssal direwolves charged at him. Each wolf stood 2 meters tall at the shoulder, measuring 4 to 5 meters in length, with sharp fangs and blood-red eyes. The system immediately provided detailed information about the abyssal direwolves. Abyssal direwolf common species. Level, 42. Strength, 21262 agility, 22219 intelligence, 19147. Trait. Wolf pack as the lowest tier creatures in the abyss. Abyssal direwolves have a pack mentality. For each nearby abyssal direwolf, all attributes 1, up to a maximum of 20. Skills. Bloodthirsty Rend, Abyssal Howl. The audience gasped at the sight. Oh my god, the first wave is 10 abyssal direwolves. Truly worthy of the Abyss theme. This difficulty is insane. How can one professional handle 10 monsters of the same level at once? And with the Hell difficulty bonus, the abyssal direwolf stats are over 20,000. Despite the ferocious onslaught, Harry remained composed. He quickly raised his staff and shouted, Earthquake! Boom, boom. The ground shook violently, causing the 10 abyssal direwolves to lose their footing, unable to continue their charge. Seizing the opportunity, Harry waved his staff again. Explosive fireball. A head-sized fireball shot from the tip of his staff, landing precisely among the clustered direwolves. Bang! As the fireball exploded, 3 abyssal direwolves were caught in the blast. When the smoke cleared, their broken bodies lay on the ground. What terrifying power and precise aim. Killing 3 abyssal direwolves with 1 skill. Using Earthquake for control and Explosive Fireball for the kill, simple but effective. The battle wasn't over yet. 2 direwolves took advantage of the lessening tremors and lunged at Harry, their jaws wide open. Harry swiftly sidestepped the first wolf's bite and then executed a backward jump to dodge the second. Die, Fireball, Harry muttered. As a hero-level mage, Fireball was an instant cast spell for him. 2 explosions rang out, and the 2 abyssal direwolves fell to the ground, their abdomens torn open and bleeding profusely. Mo watched Harry's agile movements and couldn't help but remark, such nimble moves, a pity he's a mage. Wesley grinned. That's just one of Harry's many talents. The remaining direwolves were also easily dispatched by Harry, showcasing his agility and strength as a mage. The system displayed, Harry Wells Evan, level 40 hero mage, score, 15. The audience was stunned. Unbelievable. He killed 10 suddenly attacking level 42 abyssal direwolves without a scratch. Perfect score. No wonder he's so confident in challenging Xia Yu. Is this the new generation of American professionals? They're incredibly strong. Wesley beamed with pride. Looks like I've won this time. Harry is in excellent form. There's no way they can lose this bet. Mo remained unperturbed, smiling. Don't be so sure. It's Xia Yu's turn now. The scene switched to Xia Yu's perspective. Similarly, 10 abyssal direwolves appeared in the distance and charged at him. However, Siayu didn't even summon any undead. The system displayed the attributes of these abyssal direwolves. Abyssal direwolf common species. Level 42. Strength 25515 agility, 24219 intelligence, 22147. Due to the abyss difficulty, the monsters Siayu faced were even stronger than those Harry encountered. No wonder it's called abyss difficulty. Even the abyssal direwolf's attributes have significantly increased. The exchange student just scored 10 points for kills and 5 points for no injury. If Siayu gets hurt, his score will be lower than the exchange students. The students watched anxiously as Siayu faced attacks from 10 abyssal direwolves simultaneously, silently praying he wouldn't get injured. At this critical moment, a silver light flashed, and a majestic undead knight appeared in front of Siayu. This was the first time Siayu summoned an undead knight, as previous battle environments were unsuitable for this unit. The undead knight's attributes were astounding. Divine race, undead level, 40 strength with a potential of 81,000, 2025 agility with a potential of 81,000, 2025 intelligence with a potential of 79,920, and 1998 talent. It also possessed the elite knight talent, which made it even stronger while mounted. Defense, speed, and damage all increased by 20. More impressively, when the number of surrounding undead knights reached a certain level, additional attribute bonuses were granted. The undead knight mastered two powerful skills, sweep and charge. Sweep allowed it to use its lance to strike enemies in front, dealing 120 of its strength as physical damage. Charge significantly increased its speed, causing massive damage to its target. However, the students were puzzled to see only one undead knight appear. Someone whispered, "Doesn't Siayu have the undead space talent? Why did he only summon one undead knight? Did he not store any undead? That's a huge mistake." Despite their doubts, no one questioned Siayu's ability to defeat the 10 abyssal direwolves, though they worried he might get injured and lose the no-injury points. As everyone held their breath, Siayu decisively ordered, "Charge." The undead knight moved instantly, like a white lightning bolt toward the wolf pack. Its speed was astonishing, reaching the front line of the abyssal direwolves in the blink of an eye. With a sweep of its lance, blood splattered, and 2 abyssal direwolves fell. The once pale bones were now stained with red, exuding a chilling aura. Everyone gasped. The strength of this undead knight far exceeded expectations, appearing capable of taking on the entire wolf pack alone. But the most shocking part was yet to come. Corpse explosion. Xiaya's voice rang out again. Boom, boom, boom. The undead knight, now amidst the wolf pack, suddenly turned into a massive fireball, engulfing all the abyssal direwolves. They only heard a brief howl before the fireball vanished, taking both the abyssal direwolves and the undead knight with it. The scene left everyone stunned. Someone questioned, why did he use corpse explosion? The undead knight alone could have solved the problem. Isn't that a waste of mental energy? Another person countered. Didn't you hear the consecutive explosions? This corpse explosion is clearly an upgraded chain explosion. Such a skill is unbeatable against groups of monsters. The battle ended, and the screen displayed Siayu's final score. Siayu, level 40 hero necromancer, 15 points. Yu smirked triumphantly, giving Wesley a challenging look. Since Siayu earned those 15 points under abyss difficulty, his final score would undoubtedly be higher than Harry's in hell difficulty. This round clearly belonged to Siayu. However, Wesley was not ready to concede. Frowning as he said, "The real show is yet to come." As a necromancer who thrives against weaker foes but struggles against stronger ones, his advantage over small monsters means a significant disadvantage against bosses. Yu remained confident, responding, "Let's keep watching then." Meanwhile, Harry was advancing, guided by a mysterious sense. All the new students could sense the final boss's location upon entering the abyss. Defeating the boss would conclude the competition and grant the final score. Failure to defeat the boss meant 0 points. Harry thought confidently, "I wonder if that necromancer managed to stay unscathed. He better have, or he's not worthy of being my opponent." As he moved forward, wild-looking structures came into view. Yu and Wesley both frowned. This was an abyss tribe. Such a thing appearing in the new student competition was unexpected. Harry immediately crouched, concealing his presence, and climbed a small hill to overlook the area. He saw a massive iron cage in the center of the abyss tribe, holding over 100 humans. Beside the cage was a small pile of human bones and a boiling pot with human bodies visible within. The sight made everyone sick. Even though they were all professionals who had killed monsters and sometimes humans, seeing their kind treated like livestock was horrifying. Yu stood up and solemnly addressed everyone. "What you see is just the tip of the iceberg. The true abyss world is even more brutal. They've long since domesticated humans as livestock, trading them freely. In their world, humans are even considered luxuries. Abyss demons don't kill us outright. They first torture us, accumulating great fear before killing, believing it makes us taste better. Never let an abyss demon capture you. The students were enraged upon hearing this. Someone shouted, "Damn it. One day you'll wipe out the entire abyss world. Count me in. Humans will never be slaves." Others echoed, imagining their descendants being pinned up like pigs. Even the young students were furious. Wesley said to Ching-Mo as he returned, "Well done." Ching-Mo responded calmly, "It's the truth, isn't it? Though it's true, it's still too early for them." "They're just rookies," Wesley commented. "They're not too early. They're already adults." Ching-Mo retorted. At this moment, Harry's eyes flickered with uncertainty as he looked at the caged humans. The existence of the Abyss tribe stood as an insurmountable barrier before Harry. Even in this virtual abyss, the tribe chieftain remained a formidable hero-level boss, potentially reaching legendary status. The dozens to hundreds of various abyssal creatures made it nearly impossible for a single person to annihilate the entire tribe. Harry quickly calculated in his mind. This was just a bonus objective. The Necromancer would never risk attacking the Abyss tribe. If he dared to try, he would either be eliminated or severely injured, possibly even killed. As for himself, taking a detour was the wise choice. With this thought, Harry hesitated no longer. He cautiously concealed himself and slowly moved to the side, directly bypassing the Abyss tribe. The audience erupted in discussion. This exchange student is such a coward, not rescuing anyone. He talked big before the match, but now won't save lives. But maybe ignoring it is the rational choice. Trying to save people alone could get him killed. Perhaps the examiners placed the Abyss tribe here to teach that preserving one's strength is the priority when resources are limited. The crowd fell silent, realizing the truth in these words. Pointless sacrifices only add more corpses. What good is that? In such situations, protecting oneself might indeed be the most important thing. Wesley nodded approvingly, acknowledging Harry's rational decision. He turned to Ching-Mo, smiling. "I wonder if your student would make the same choice as Harry, though I suspect he would." Ching-Mo hesitated, recalling how Siayu had spread numerous undead throughout Lingnan City to kill monsters and protect the people, even when facing mythical creatures. She firmly replied, "I believe he would crush the Abyss tribe." "Are you serious?" Wesley looked at Ching-Mo in disbelief. "If he did that, he would likely get eliminated. I don't believe he would dare challenge the Abyss tribe." Even Wesley himself wouldn't dare challenge an abyssal tribe of the same level alone. How could a young student take on a tribe 2 levels higher, with attributes 1.5 times greater? Even a necromancer with strong group battle capabilities would find it impossible. "Just watch," Ching-Mo responded confidently. On the screen, Siayu, to be cautious, refrained from summoning Su Fei to travel by air. Flying could cause him to miss many points, and compared to directly killing the boss, he wasn't in a hurry to do so. He summoned the Golden Earth Dragon King and rode it forward steadily. The appearance of the Golden Earth Dragon King immediately drew gasps from the students. "What a domineering dragon! Are you blind? Look at those 2 dragon horns. It's a Dragon King, and a golden one at that. Its attributes must be exceptionally strong. Do you think the gold is real?" "It is, but gold isn't worth much now. What a pity." As they advanced, Siayu began to see wild and bizarre buildings. Recognizing this as the Abyss tribe, he patted the Dragon King's skull, signaling it to stop, while quickly reviewing information about the tribe in his mind. Seeing this, Wesley laughed. "Look, he's stopped, contemplating whether to attack the Abyss tribe. I bet he'll turn around and leave." Ching-Mo frowned slightly, realizing that from this angle, Siayu hadn't seen the human slaves in the tribe, making it possible he might indeed turn away. The audience buzzed with speculation again. Is Siayu going to give up too? Giving up is best. Facing hundreds of abyssal creatures and several elites, possibly even a legendary boss chieftain. What if he gets eliminated? Better to move on to the next challenge. Although I know the people inside are fake, seeing the scene still makes me hope Siayu will save them. Me too. At that moment, Siayu's voice rang out. "Come forth, undead knights." In an instant, 1,000 undead knights, archers, and soldiers appeared out of thin air, forming an army of 3,000 undead. Their powerful aura immediately alerted the chieftain resting in the tribe. Roar. With a roar, hundreds of various monsters gathered. These were all level 42 powerful beings, some even more ferocious than the previous abyss wolves. The evil aura emanating from the abyssal creatures was so intense that even through the screen, the audience felt a chill, and some with weaker resolve turned pale. A 10-meter tall, obese monster with 2 sharp tusks and a ferocious expression emerged, wielding a giant club. Abyss Chieftain Legendary Boss. Race, Demon. Level, 42. Strength, 55,331. Agility, 51,546. Intelligence, 59,535. Talent, Magic Prodigy 30 chance to cast an additional spell, 10 chance to cast 2 additional spells. Magic Skill Damage 20. Skills, Rain of Fire, Explosive Ray, Fire Resistance Ring. The Abyss Chieftain roared at Siayu in human language, "Foolish human, challenging my authority again. This time, I'll use your head as a chamber pot. Minions, kill." With the chieftain's command, hundreds of abyssal creatures charged at Siayu like a tidal wave. At the same time, Siayu sensed fire elements rapidly gathering above him, and the sky turned crimson as countless fireballs rained down. Double casting? Siayu muttered with a wry smile, surprised that the 10 chance had triggered. Was it his bad luck, or the chieftain's good fortune? Spatial blink. Siayu instantly appeared 200 meters away, dodging the fire rain which fell on the Golden Earth Dragon King and surrounding undead archers. The Dragon King roared in pain, and some unlucky archers perished immediately. Fortunately, Siayu was unscathed, narrowly avoiding a disaster. All undead, attack freely. At Siayu's command, the undead knights reacted swiftly, charging at the abyssal creatures with frenzied weapon swings. Each attack pierced through the monsters' bodies, with some knights' lances carrying multiple abyssal corpses. Meanwhile, over 1,000 undead archers, knowing they couldn't compete for the ordinary abyssal creatures, collectively aimed at the Abyss Chieftain. The shadow of death instantly enveloped the monster chieftain. Thousands of undead archers simultaneously took aim at it, each one more powerful than the chieftain. The air was thick with a suffocating killing intent, freezing the monster chieftain in place. Shoot! With that command, arrows flew like meteors piercing through the air. The whistling sound of the arrows was followed by countless projectiles embedding themselves precisely into the monster chieftain's body. In the blink of an eye, this formidable boss was reduced to a bloody, mangled heap. With just one round of attacks, the undead legion completely obliterated the abyssal tribe. This astonishing scene left the spectators outside the arena dumbfounded. They stared at the screen in disbelief, their minds filled with questions. Could a level 40 hero necromancer really achieve this? Why summon so many undead and end the battle without even lifting a finger? Siayu, a level 40 hero necromancer with a score of 365, had won just like that? One round of attacks to wipe out hundreds of abyssal monsters and a legendary boss? What level had his undead summoning reached? Was his mastery in necromancy also of the highest grade? Even Qingyamo, who knew Siayu's formidable strength, was momentarily stunned by the exaggerated scene. He thought to himself, perhaps this kid is even stronger than I imagined. Wesley suddenly stood up, losing his composure as he shouted at Qingyamo. What's going on, Qingyamo? Are you sure he's a hero level and not a legendary necromancer? It's impossible. A hero level necromancer couldn't possibly achieve this. Qingyamo calmly replied, you know as well as I do that while we can create fake challenge spaces, there are some rules we must follow. All information is real. This is one of the unchangeable laws. Wesley nodded reluctantly, his gaze heavy as he stared at the necromancer on the screen. By now, Siayu had already entered the abyssal tribe. This kid has the potential of a demigod, Wesley had to admit. Siayu looked around, seeing the horrifying scene and the humans wailing in the iron cages. He ordered the undead soldiers to open the cages, only to find the people inside huddled in the corners, refusing to come out. You're safe now, you can come out, Siayu said with a frown. However, the people inside the cages looked at him with terrified eyes, complaining all at once, get lost. You killed the chieftain. What are we supposed to do now? The other monsters in the abyss will eat us alive. Exactly, we were safe before, and now you're going to protect us? You're the one who doomed us. Their voices gradually faded, but their ingratitude infuriated the students outside. They all complained about these ungrateful people, hoping Siayu wouldn't be affected. Siayu looked at the disappearing crowd, expressionless as he uttered one word, cattle. He then turned and left the abyssal tribe, continuing towards the next boss. Meanwhile, Harry was also approaching the boss location. Realizing he couldn't directly challenge the boss, worried that Siayu might be racking up points through side quests, he changed direction and headed towards a plain. On the plain, 20 knights riding black flame steeds, clad in pitch-black armor, were patrolling. Harry lay low on a nearby hill, carefully observing the group of black knights. He analyzed, although the black knights are individually strong, there is no boss among them. If I get the chance, I can wipe out this group of black knights. Harry meticulously recorded the attributes and skills of the black knights, thinking that this group was at least 10 times more dangerous than the abyssal wolves. He had to be cautious. The spectators buzzed with discussion, worried about whether Harry would challenge the black knights. Some were concerned that a mage might struggle against the knights' charges, which could be fatal if they got too close. Others pointed out that if Harry didn't challenge the black knights, his score might fall far behind Siayu's. Qingyamo smiled and said to Wesley, it looks like your student is going to take a risk. Though Wesley's face was grim because of the score gap, he still confidently replied, a group of black knights? As long as he's careful, Harry can deal with them without taking unnecessary risks. Imo countered, but can Harry handle them as effortlessly as Siayu handled an entire abyssal tribe? This remark darkened Wesley's expression further. He had to acknowledge the necromancer's power, but still insisted that Harry had a chance to catch up. Let's wait and see, Imo said with a smile. Harry stealthily lay in wait ahead of the Dark Knights, holding his breath and focusing intently. He knew that to defeat this elite squad with minimal or no injuries, he had to strike first. The rhythmic sound of hooves approached, prompting Harry to look up. 20 Dark Knights were now within striking distance. Without hesitation, he raised his wand and muttered, "Earthquake!" Instantly, the ground trembled violently, fissures spreading like a spider web. 2 knights, unable to react in time, plunged into the chasm with their horses, swallowed by the earth in moments. The remaining knights staggered, with several falling from their mounts. Humans, attack! A furious shout rang out as the surviving knights launched a charge. Harry's eyes narrowed. He waved his wand again. Fissure, a massive rift, several meters wide, opened beneath the knights, swallowing most of them. However, 3 knights broke through the chaos, their lances aimed like venomous snakes at Harry's vital points. In the nick of time, Harry's eyes gleamed with a golden light. He dodged 2 thrusts with a quick sidestep, but the third lance was already at his chest. Magic shield. A purple, semi-transparent barrier appeared just in time to block the lethal strike. Before the knights could react, Harry cast another spell, Ring of Fire. A wave of searing flames knocked the knights to the ground, followed by a barrage of fireballs that ended their lives. The students of Qianlong Academy, watching in awe, erupted in exclamations. Whoa, that was intense. How did this exchange student pull that off? A dancer on the edge of a blade, and he's a mage? Harry, Principal Qingma, with a grave expression, turned to Wesley beside him. Is this what you discovered? He keenly sensed an eerie dissonance in Harry's movements, as if he were being controlled by some unseen force. Wesley smiled calmly. Yes, it's quite terrifying, isn't it? This thing only limits the potential of professionals. Even if one reaches legendary or mythic levels, they can't match a truly developed professional. Qingma replied angrily, as an educator, I can't condone sacrificing students' innate talents for power. He saw that this ability was most effective on lower-level professionals, but nearly useless, even harmful, to mythic-level ones. Wesley took a deep breath. The time hasn't come yet. Give the world some time, and this power will grow stronger, potentially affecting even our level. Qingma was shocked. Able to reach mythic levels? What on earth is this? Take a guess. Wesley's mysterious smile only served to irritate Qingma further. At that moment, someone shouted, Look at Siayu's side. Everyone remembered there was another contestant. On the scoreboard, Siayu's points had soared to 1210, while Harry had only 165. It turned out that Siayu hadn't recalled his undead army, but had led them in a sweeping advance. Every abyssal creature they encountered was annihilated, even passing abyssal flies. He sat atop a massive frost drake, leisurely petting a 6-legged lizard at his feet, as if on a spring outing. In contrast, Harry, despite defeating the Dark Knights, was covered in blood and looked quite battered. The comparison was stark. Wesley was secretly astonished. This necromancer is terrifying. Harry has no chance. Yet Harry, unaware, was smug, believing his points would surely surpass Siayu's methodical boss killing. The students of Qianlong Academy sighed. This is like the god of the undead on a stroll. Harry stands no chance. This is blatant bullying. Poor Harry is being played with. If Harry can finish the boss, it counts as a win. By now, many freshmen had been eliminated, looking at their 0 points in frustration. Seeing Harry's score had already surprised them, but Siayu's score left them utterly dumbfounded, with only one thought in mind: impossible. Both contestants were now heading toward a great mountain, sensing the final boss hidden within. Defeating it would end the competition and determine the final scores. Qingma smiled. It looks like Siayu is about to break the record, becoming the first freshman to clear the abyss-level abyss-themed challenge. Beside him, Wesley's face darkened, having abandoned any hope of victory. Even if Harry could perfectly defeat the boss, the difference in difficulty and points between them was insurmountable. On the screen, the audience held their breath as they watched the 2 contestants almost simultaneously arrive at the entrance of a massive cave. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from the pitch-black depths, as if some colossal entity was approaching. Each step it took caused the ground to tremble, like a mini-earthquake. Harry's eyes grew serious. A boss capable of causing such tremors with just its footsteps was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. He quickly set up several magical traps at the cave entrance. Fire traps. Ice traps. This move surprised many in the audience, as magical traps are usually of limited use to a mage. However, against a boss with a fixed route, these traps could become deadly ambushes. An urgent series of footsteps echoed from within the cave. The monster boss seemed to sense Harry's magical presence and switched from a slow pace to a sprint, charging out of the cave. Feeling the mounting pressure, Harry didn't dare to set up any more traps. Instantly, a pair of azure wings unfurled behind him, wind wings. With a swift motion, he flew into the air, starting to gather his magical energy. At that moment, a gigantic shadow burst out of the cave, triggering the traps Harry had set. With a thunderous explosion, flames and frost erupted, intertwining. The shadow let out a series of agonized howls, and Harry, seeing this, felt quite satisfied. He waved his staff and cast a mythic-level fire spell, Doomsday Meteor. A massive meteor, over 10 meters in diameter and engulfed in blazing flames, descended from the sky, heading straight for the still unrevealed boss. However, after a furious roar, a dark purple lightning bolt shot out from the explosion's center, colliding head-on with the meteor. With a loud bang, both the lightning and the meteor exploded, scattering smoke and dust everywhere. As the smoke cleared, the true form of the boss was finally revealed. A giant over 20 meters tall, with the physique of an extremely muscular adult male, covered in dark purple lightning patterns. Upon closer inspection, one could see electrical currents flowing through the tattoos. The system immediately provided detailed information about the boss. Fallen Titan Mythic Boss. Race, Fallen Titan. Level, 42. Strength, 71,640. Agility, 70,830. Wisdom, 56,200. Talent, Titan's Bloodline, Blood of the Ancient Earth God. Attribute bonus per level, 200 Strength, 200 Agility, 200 Wisdom. Resistance, Magic Resistance 50, Physical Resistance 50. Special Attack, adds 50 of Wisdom as lightning damage. Skills, Thunder Spear, Earthquake Strike, Storm Shield, Call Lightning. A mythic boss? At that moment, the entire audience was stunned. The final boss of the Abyss theme turned out to be mythic level, far surpassing the legendary bosses of the past. Even more worrying was that it was a humanoid boss with high damage reduction from its divine bloodline. Even a level 40 hero team might face total annihilation. After assessing the Fallen Titan's attributes with his eye of insight, Harry couldn't help but gasp. He thought to himself, no wonder this has been known as the most challenging space in the new generation tournament for years. It even has bosses of this caliber. But he quickly steeled himself. I will not lose. Meanwhile, Siayu, watching the Fallen Titan emerge, seemed unfazed. He thought, although this Titan can hold its own against my undead soldiers due to its resistances, that's only against a few of them. If the Holy Ghost appears to bless them, a single undead soldier could crush this Fallen Titan. Too weak, let's finish it, Siayu commanded, riding his frostbone dragon and nimbly dodging the descending lightning bolts to maintain his no-damage record. He decisively ordered, undead archers, undead mages, fire at will. Instantly, countless corrosive balls flew towards the Fallen Titan from all directions, and the sky was covered with a barrage of arrows. All the attacks landed simultaneously on the towering Fallen Titan, with arrows almost covering its entire body, and the corrosive balls creating bloody holes that gushed with blood. With a loud crash, the Fallen Titan collapsed to the ground. The system notifications followed immediately. Successfully killed Fallen Titan, 500 points. No damage kill of Fallen Titan, 200 points. Task completed. Exiting challenge space. Calculating points. Your final score is 4,260. Siayu, level 40 hero necromancer, score 4260. As Siayu was teleported out of the challenge space, he found the surroundings eerily silent, with everyone's eyes fixed on him. He frowned and thought, what's going on? Could that guy's score be higher than mine? Looking up at the screen, Siayu saw Harry, covered in wounds, still fiercely battling the equally battered Fallen Titan. Harry's score left him puzzled. Harry Wells Evan, level 40 hero mage, score 165. How can it be so low? Siayu was baffled. Is he all talk and no action? Or am I just too strong? As Siayu pondered, Harry seized a flaw in the Fallen Titan's defense and slashed the giant's head off with a sharp wind blade. Moments later, Harry was also teleported out. Despite being covered in wounds, Harry grinned at Siayu as he emerged. You didn't beat that Fallen Titan, did you? Well, it's understandable. I barely managed to defeat it with all my might. Ignoring Harry's taunt, Siayu silently pointed to the screen above. Harry Wells Evan, level 40 hero mage, score 998. Awesome. 998 points. That's higher than last year's Abyss theme champion. Harry shouted excitedly upon seeing his score. This scene left everyone present, including Harry's mentor Wesley, feeling extremely awkward. Wesley quickly interjected, Harry, come back. Wait, teacher. Harry pointed at Siayu, saying, this guy needs to apologize to all of us. Siayu, exasperated, suggested, Maybe you should check my score first? What's your score got to do with? Harry's words were cut short as he was stunned into silence by the number on the screen. No way. This can't be possible. 4,260 points. How is that even possible? Teacher, they must have cheated at Shinlong Academy, right? There's no way a human could achieve that score. Harry, get over here. Wesley's angry shout echoed through the air, hitting Harry like a lightning bolt. He froze, his mind racing. The teacher couldn't be helping the Longwa student, so there was only one explanation: this score was real. Over 4,000 points? Harry thought in disbelief. He didn't even have 1,000. And more baffling, the Longwa student seemed completely unharmed. This realization hit Harry like a punch in the gut. Despite the turmoil inside him, Harry mechanically lifted his foot and started walking toward Wesley. Just then, Siayu's voice rang out. Wait, Harry, did you forget something? The words made Harry stop in his tracks again. Siayu approached him, a victorious smile on his face. You still need to apologize to all the students. Don't tell me you forgot our bet. Chingimo, tell your student to move aside, Wesley said with a frown. Chingimo remained calm. This is a bet between students. A loser must accept the terms. It's not like his life is at stake. An apology won't kill him. He couldn't help but smile a little. Siayu's move had not only restored the school's honor, but also humiliated these so-called exchange students. Wesley's eyes narrowed, realizing the situation was dire. Harry, apologize. But sir, Harry tried to resist. Apologize. Wesley barked again, knowing that the longer this dragged on, the more humiliating it would be. Grinding his teeth, Harry muttered, I'm sorry, barely audible. Hold on. Siayu's face darkened. What kind of apology is that? No one can hear you. Stand in the middle and say it so everyone can hear. Harry's eyes reddened, and he gritted his teeth. Don't push it. Siayu ignored him and smiled. Of course, you can just leave now. After all, you lost. Go, apologize. Wesley roared again, feeling the scornful and disdainful gazes from those around him. Trembling, Harry stumbled to the center. He looked around, seeing mocking eyes everywhere, and felt as if a heavy stone was crushing his chest, making it hard to breathe. Inside, he was screaming Siayu's name, wishing he could tear him to pieces. I apologize for what I did. I'm sorry. A loud voice suddenly echoed, leaving Harry stunned. He hadn't spoken that loudly. It was Chingimo who had amplified Harry's voice with a spell. Wesley gritted his teeth and thanked Chingimo for his kindness. Since you're so sincere, I personally accept your apology. Siayu's voice came from behind. Harry was about to retort when he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. In a great mood, Siayu shook his head and smiled. Ah, mages are so fragile. At the same time, he received a notification for a system reward. Wesley quickly carried Harry away. As the foreigners left, the crowd erupted into deafening cheers and laughter. Chingamo landed beside Siayu and whispered, Well done. Is there any extra reward for that? Siayu asked. Chingamo laughed and shook his head. No. Ugh. Siayu pouted. With the freshman competition over, Siayu unsurprisingly took first place in the combat class, while Harry came in second, and a Longwood Dragon Knight took third. In the support class, Bai Xiao, due to her lower level, lost to another holy priest and came in second. Siayu also received a second legendary ascension orb from Chingamo. After the crowd dispersed, Bai Xiao approached Siayu. Nice job. Of course, Siayu replied, noticing a white-haired girl beside Bai Xiao who had a similar aura. A new friend? The white-haired girl's eyes lit up when she saw Siayu. She quickly stepped past Bai Xiao, grabbed Siayu's hand, and said excitedly, Brother Siayu, I'm your fan. Huh. Siayu and Bai Xiao were both taken aback. Can I add you as a friend? The white-haired girl asked, blinking adorably. Siayu hesitated for a moment but then nodded, considering she was Bai Xiao's friend and his fan. Bai Xiao watched, her eyes wide, hoping Siayu would notice her displeasure. Ding dong, the notification sound for adding a friend chimed. Yay, I have Brother Siayu as a friend now. The white-haired girl jumped up and down in excitement. Siayu felt a bit awkward. Her behavior seemed a bit immature for her age. How about we celebrate at Siayu's villa? After all, we have 2 first-place winners and 1 second place. Hua Xiaoyu suggested. Everyone agreed, and Siayu was happy to leave the somewhat awkward scene. Back in the dormitory, Siayu used the Qianlong ordering system to get a variety of delicious dishes. Everyone gathered around the table, eating and chatting. Siayu's eyes fell on the white-haired girl, and he asked curiously, What's your name? I don't think I know it yet. The white-haired girl blinked and replied sweetly, Bei Lu. You can call me Lulu, Siayu Gij. Bai Xiao, sitting nearby, frowned and glared at Siayu, clearly questioning how he knew Bei Lu. Siayu quickly shook his head, indicating that he had just met the girl today. Bei Lu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Actually, I think the undead are really cool, and Siayu Gij, you're really handsome too. Siayu sighed and said self-deprecatingly, well, I guess it's just my face. It's not my fault for being handsome. Bai Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow and asked, who do you think is more handsome, him or the undead? Undead. Bei Lu answered without hesitation. Siayu looked at Bei Lu in disbelief, thinking, how can the undead compare to me? But then he wondered why he was even comparing himself to the undead. Everyone burst into laughter. The next morning, the doorbell woke Siayu from his sleep. Through the entry screen, he saw Principal Chima and 3 legendary-level warriors at the door. Siayu opened the door and greeted them politely. Good morning, Principal Seniors. Emochi waved and smiled. Good morning, Junior. Siayu invited the 4 inside and directly asked, is this about heading to the quasi-god's memory battlefield? Emochi nodded and explained that the freshman competition had ended, and Siayu now had a legendary ascension orb. As soon as he ascended to legendary status, they could set off. Nyogangi added, it's better to head out early. The memory battlefield isn't within Longwa's borders, but in a small, now extinct country. The environment there is chaotic, and there's a free city where professionals from all over the world trade items. Siayu's eyes narrowed. Although national borders had become blurred due to monster invasions, many small countries had fallen, yet Longwa's borders remained relatively stable. No problem. I'll ascend a legendary today, and then we can leave, Siayu agreed, thinking it would be a good opportunity to make up for the levels he had missed. At this moment, Bai Xiaoxiao came downstairs. Hearing that Siayu was leaving, she said softly, are you going out again? Seeing Siayu nod, she sighed, be careful. Ascending in school wasn't something that could be done just anywhere. There were designated enclosed areas to avoid disturbing the regular staff. Chima led Siayu to a place resembling an indoor plaza. It had no vegetation, the ground was uneven, and the walls were covered with defensive magic array patterns. You can ascend in here, Chima said as the iron door slowly closed. Siayu took out the legendary ascension orb. This was one he had acquired himself, as the one from the freshman competition had been given to Bai Xiaoxiao. Although Bei Lu wanted to give hers to Bai Xiaoxiao, saying she didn't need it, Bai Xiaoxiao didn't accept it. Siayu sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the power of the orb. In an instant, a grayish deathly aura enveloped the entire plaza. Most legendary professionals would struggle to navigate within it, and would gradually have their power limits reduced. However, this terrifying force was slowly absorbed by Siayu. The system notified him that the ascension was complete, and his attribute potential had increased. His pet, the Holy Ghost, ascended to legendary status. The Thunder Halo evolved into the Judgment Halo. He learned a new skill called Angel Legion, and gained a new talent called Victory Rule. Checking his attributes, Siayu found that he was exceptionally powerful, even among top-tier legendary professionals. However, when he saw the Holy Ghost's attributes, he sighed. This was the terror of having a main god-level attribute growth from level 1. Even a level 50 mythical professional with decent equipment would only have around 600,000 to 700,000 attributes. Yet, if the Holy Ghost stacked her talent bonuses, along with her numerous powerful halos and the invincible skill Twin Angels, combined with Xia Yu's soul burn talent, it was truly terrifying. With the Holy Ghost, I'm no longer afraid of mythicals. Time to level up. Siayu stepped out of the enclosed area, and Chima along with the 3 legendary professionals could all sense his transformation. Chima pondered silently. Siayu already had experience fighting mythical-level opponents. While luck played a part, he had managed to kill a mythical. Now that he's a legendary, could it be that no one can match him anymore? In the principal's office, Principal Chingimo was sternly observing Emochi, Wen Siming, and Nyogangi. His gaze finally settled on Siayu, with a hint of concern in his voice. This is Siayu's first time going to a place like Liberty City. You all need to take good care of him, understood? Nyogangi immediately straightened up, pounding his solid chest confidently. No problem, Principal. We'll definitely take care of Siayu. Emochi smiled and added, we'll make sure he's well looked after. Satisfied with their assurances, Principal Chingimo turned his gaze back to Siayu, his tone growing more serious. Liberty City is a chaotic place. Stay vigilant at all times, and don't let anyone take advantage of you. They might not just rob you, they could take your head. Siayu nodded earnestly. Don't worry, Principal. I'll prioritize my safety. He thought to himself, if things get too dangerous, he could always teleport away. Chingimo nodded heavily and continued. Siayu, being a necromancer is a good profession, but with your talent and abilities, I believe you can aim for a higher career evolution. I don't have a specific goal for you, but I hope you look out for opportunities in this area. Career evolution? Siayu and the others widened their eyes in surprise. They knew the significance of this concept. Typically, a profession is fixed for life after the awakening ceremony at 18. However, career evolution is the only exception, with only a few recorded cases worldwide, all involving hidden professions. One such case was a necromancer evolving into a necromancer lord, significantly boosting their power. At that moment, a system prompt sounded in Siayu's mind. Please make a choice. 1. Search for the Ancient Emperor's tomb in the Dragon Kingdom and kill the Ancient Emperor. Reward: career evolution to Corpse Controller, expert in corpse manipulation. 2. Go to the Plague Capital in the United States to find a fragment of the Death Godhead. Reward: career evolution to Death Dominator, expert in necromancy. 3. Go to the Darklands and kill the mythical boss, the Hydra. Reward: career evolution to Plague Spreader, expert in poison. Siayu's pupils contracted sharply, thrilled by the system's considerate options. After weighing the 3 choices, he decided on the Death Dominator. Not only was the career evolution appealing, but the lure of the Death Godhead fragment was irresistible. A demigod in the Dragon Kingdom was known to possess a Guardian Godhead fragment, and the Plague Capital in the United States had a Death Godhead fragment. This was an opportunity not to be missed. Having made his choice, Siayu asked, "Principal, do you know about the Plague Capital in the United States?" A look of surprise flashed in Qing Mo's eyes before he slowly explained. The Plague Capital used to be the bustling city of New York. After the monster invasion, a massive nest of plague rats emerged there, spreading like a black plague throughout the city. Almost no one escaped, but the rats didn't leave New York either. According to our classification, the Plague Capital is a mythical level monster nest, housing 1 or more catastrophe apostles, which are level 55 mythical bosses. Combined with countless plague rats, even a demigod from our country would find it hard to gain any advantage there. Hence, the entire world avoids the Plague Capital. Qing Mo looked sternly at Siayu. "You're not thinking of going there, are you?" Siayu nodded candidly, shocking everyone present. Qing Mo, more serious than ever, advised, "I recommend you reach at least mythical level before attempting the Plague Capital. For now, you should focus on the demigod's memory battlefield to enhance your level and strength." Siayu nodded in agreement. "Yes, I will start with the demigod's memory battlefield." He had already planned. First, he would push his strength to the legendary limit, then tackle the Plague Capital, ideally obtaining a demigod set and even upgrading to level 50 to equip mythical gear. Seeing the determination in Xia Yu's eyes, Qing Mo sighed, realizing further persuasion was futile. He instructed, "You should head to our country's border, then proceed on foot to Liberty City. Rest there for a few days. The memory battlefield will soon open. Liberty City doesn't have a direct teleportation array, so you'll need to go to a border city first, then walk there." "Understood," the 4 responded in unison. After leaving the principal's office, the group headed straight to the teleportation array. Using the special privileges granted by the principal, they urgently teleported to Nanjiang City. Although it was just a small border town, as soon as they stepped out of the teleportation array, Siayu felt its distinctiveness. The professionals around were wilder and more hurried than those in other places. However, the appearance of Siayu and his team left all the professionals present stunned. Their auras were significantly stronger than those around them, and they were much younger. "A team of legendary professionals," someone exclaimed. "Another team of legendary professionals, probably heading to Liberty City. There's no monster nest here capable of helping them level up." Everyone quickly caught on. It wasn't unusual for legendary professional teams from the Dragon Kingdom to teleport here before heading to Liberty City. Emochi smiled and asked Siayu, "How do you feel about long-distance teleportation?" Siayu shook his head. "I'm not bothered by teleportation." Beside him, Nyogangi was leaning against a wall, vomiting profusely. Emochi shrugged and cast a clear mind spell on him, helping him recover. Nyogangi grimaced. "I really hate using the teleportation array. When simming, usually quiet, spoke calmly. Let's go. We don't want to be a spectacle here." "All right, to Liberty City," Siayu commanded, and the 4 of them set off from the teleportation array, embarking on their journey to Liberty City. A few of them used the teleportation array of Nanjiang City and instantly appeared at an outpost within a level 24 monster nest. Although this was the closest teleportation point to Liberty City, it was still over 1,000 kilometers away and required traversing an unknown area. While the Dragon Kingdom officially classified this area as unknown, seasoned professionals who frequently traveled to Liberty City had already established several relatively safe routes. Nevertheless, they had to proceed on foot, avoiding flight to prevent becoming conspicuous targets. This suited Siayu perfectly. He secretly planned to hunt monsters along the way to unlock the Soul Devour skill of his Death Requiem. If they encountered level 40 monsters, he could even level up. Since he was out in the field, Siayu wouldn't miss any opportunity to level up. As soon as the 4 of them stepped out of the outpost, Emochi and the others summoned their respective magical pets: a fierce tiger, a robust bear, and a gigantic rabbit. Emochi proudly patted her frenzied tooth Rabbit King and boasted, "This is a legendary pet. Isn't it impressive?" The frenzied tooth Rabbit King gave Siayu a smug look, grinding its sharp teeth. Clearly, as a legendary pet, its intelligence was on par with humans. Siayu chuckled and casually summoned his Death's Wing, which had been forgotten in the pet space. The others looked at the strange creature, their faces full of confusion. "What a weird 8-legged lizard." Nyogangi scratched his head. But it has dragon horns? Death's Wing, hearing this, was instantly enraged. You're the lizard. I am Death's Wing, a magic dragon. It spat a small jet of dark fire at Nyogangi, making him jump. However, Death's Wing quickly realized that these people were its master's teammates and restrained its fire, only giving a minor reprimand. Nyogangi wasn't actually hurt and didn't even defend himself, clearly not feeling threatened. It can talk? Is this a mythical pet? Emochi looked at Siayu in surprise. A magic dragon. That's indeed mythical grade. She thought to herself, this junior, who had just become a legendary necromancer, actually owned a mythical grade legendary pet. It seemed he had hidden his strength during the freshman competition. When Simming, being a keen archer, immediately saw the extraordinary nature of Death's Wing. This isn't an ordinary magic dragon, it's a mutated one. It must be even stronger than a regular magic dragon. Death's Wing was about to speak again, but Siayu stopped it in time. Alright, grow bigger. We're heading out. Yes, master. Death's Wing began to grow. Its terrifying dragon head, 6 powerful and sharp claws, pitch-black scales exuding dark energy, and the menacing dragon aura made the other pets tremble and cower. Seeing this, Siayu kicked Death's Wing's hind leg. Retract your aura, or we'll all ride you. Reluctantly, Death's Wing withdrew its aura, allowing the other pets to slowly stand up. So awesome. Nyogangi looked at the three-turtle Death's Wing with shining eyes. Alright, let's not waste time. Let's move out. Siayu mounted Death's Wing. The others also got on their pets and headed towards Liberty City. After they left, a group of master professionals at the outpost finally came to their senses and started discussing. Someone recognized Siayu as this year's national champion, having scored full marks in all subjects and currently holding the top spot in the professional entrance exam. They marveled at how he had become a legendary professional in just a few months and managed to tame a mutated magic dragon, an extraordinary feat. Along the way, Siayu continually summoned undead archers to kill low-level monsters. Although Emochi and the others were puzzled, Siayu explained that it was to accumulate souls for the Necromancer's skill gate of size. In reality, Siayu was preparing to unseal the Death Requiem. After continuously killing low-level monsters, the first layer of the Death Requiem seal was nearing completion. Finally, after slaying nearly 1,000 low-level monsters, Siayu felt the Death Requiem in his hand tremble violently, and a surge of power flowed into his body. The first layer of the main artifact Death Requiem seal is unsealed. Siayu gazed intently at the Death Anthem staff, marveling at its powerful attributes and skill effects. The staff not only significantly boosted intelligence, agility, and strength, but also enhanced all skill levels. The most striking feature was this Soul Devour skill, which summoned a fallen soul to deal 3,000 intelligence-based soul damage to a target, absorbing the damage to restore health and mental energy, and even gaining the target's intelligence potential upon killing them. The only drawback was the 24-hour cooldown period. The staff also had 3 locked abilities: Death Anthem, Prison of the Dead, and Lord of Death. Unlocking Death Anthem required killing a demigod, which made Siayu raise an eyebrow. He pondered whether the staff was hinting at his impending journey to the demigod battlefield. Although demigods were powerful and capable of igniting divine fire, the opportunity seemed to have come at the perfect time. While Siayu was lost in thought, Emochi noticed the change in his expression and asked with concern. Siayu shook his head, saying he was just thinking about something, and suggested they quicken their pace. The 4 legendary adventurers soon emerged from the eerie green forest to face a range of towering stone mountains, many of which were surrounded by circling monsters. Emochi signaled everyone to stop and brief Siayu on the important aspects of the Stone Mountain range. The key rule was not to harm the rock giants, as they were backed by a gentle-natured mythic boss, the Mountain Titan. As long as they didn't provoke him, the Mountain Titan wouldn't harm them. Siayu was puzzled by this and asked why no mythic beings had come to hunt the Mountain Titan. Emochi didn't know the exact reason, only that mythic beings around the world seemed to have an unspoken agreement not to provoke him. At that moment, a system prompt appeared. Would you like to enter the Stone Mountain range and kill the Mountain Titan? The reward was unlocking Death Anthem. The other option was to safely pass through the range, with the reward being an upgrade of the Lord's Ring to a level 40 mythic ring. After weighing the pros and cons, Siayu chose the latter, deciding that it wasn't worth the risk and that a level 40 mythic ring was highly valuable. They continued their journey and soon heard heavy footsteps. Emochi explained that it was the rock giants and emphasized again not to harm them. Sure enough, a giant made of rock, standing several meters tall, came into view. Siayu noted that it was a hero-level boss. The rock giant curiously examined Siayu's 6-armed demon dragon Deathwing, even reaching out to touch it. Just as the tension peaked, a deep, steady voice echoed through the mountains, commanding the rock giant named Xia Yu to step back. The voice then praised Siayu's dragon and invited him to seek him out upon reaching mythic level, promising only benefits and no harm. Siayu was puzzled by this, but made a mental note of the invitation. At the mountain's peak, a figure watched Xia Yu and his group leave, murmuring, soon, soon. Let's see if humanity in this realm can survive. After safely passing through the Stone Mountain Range, Nyogangi and Imochi were both astonished and confused by the recent events. Siayu suggested they ask the headmaster about the mountain titan upon their return. As they neared Liberty City, the group quickened their pace. Is this the city of freedom? Siayu gazed up at the towering city walls, his eyes lingering on the mysterious glowing magical runes. Compared to the cities of Dragon Country, the fortifications here seemed even more impregnable and imposing. Imochi noticed Siayu's amazement and chuckled. Surprised? These ancient-style walls might not do much against truly powerful monsters, but they do give people a sense of protection. She continued, powerful monsters can fly with ease, and such basic magical formations can't withstand strong attacks. That's why Dragon Country doesn't invest much in city walls. Besides, Dragon Country has specially designed city magic arrays that are far more advanced than these. Still, it's not bad. Let's go in, Nyogangi said curtly. The four of them approached the city gate, where two squads of fully armed professional soldiers stood on guard. One soldier stopped them and said in a businesslike tone, 10,000 universal coins per group. Currently, only the currencies of Dragon Country and Ameri Country were considered universal. Without hesitation, Imochi took out a wad of cash from her spatial ring and handed it to the soldier. The soldier accepted the money and immediately cleared the way. As they passed through the gate, a bustling street unfolded before Siayu's eyes. The air was filled with the cries of vendors. Level 25 Master Strength Sword with skills, only 1.5 million. Level 28 Archer Seeking Team for Skinning Forest. Looking for hero-level professionals to farm hero-level Ascension Orbs. Split the orbs evenly. Siayu was astonished to find that everyone here seemed to be at least a level 20 Master Professional, and he even saw quite a few hero-level professionals. Such a scene was unimaginable in Lingnan City. However, he didn't spot any legendary professionals, suggesting that they were still extremely rare. Suddenly, a burly, drunken Westerner staggered up to Imochi, his eyes leering at her curvaceous figure. He slurred, "Hey, pretty lady, want to grab a drink?" Before he could finish, Nyogangi's large hand clamped down on the drunkard's head. Lifting him up to eye level, Nyogangi coldly said, "How about you have a drink with me?" The strength of a legendary professional surged forth, causing blood to ooze from the drunkard's facial features and his bones to crack. However, Nyogangi had no intention of killing him on the spot. He merely left the man half dead and tossed him aside, barking, "Scram!" Though the drunkard was a hero-level professional, the brutal handling sobered him up. Realizing that the other party could easily kill him with one hand, he understood that he was dealing with a legendary professional. He scrambled away, grateful to be alive. Siayu asked worriedly, "Is that okay?" Nyogangi smiled and explained, "No problem. Here, showing weakness will only get you bullied. But if you do end up killing someone, you just need to pay 1 million in blood money, make sure not to harm any innocents and compensate for any damage." Siayu was puzzled. Oh, who ensures that the 1 million in blood money is collected? What if the killer just runs off? Nyogangi, understanding Siayu's confusion, patiently explained, "The soldiers handle that. If they can't, Freedom City has legendary squads, and even the City Lord and Vice City Lord are mythical professionals. No one would risk provoking Freedom City over a mere 1 million. After this explanation, Siayu finally understood. Freedom City truly lived up to its name. Even killing someone in broad daylight only required paying 1 million and compensating for damages. When Simming coldly remarked, "All right, generally speaking, Freedom City is quite safe for us. As for legendary professionals and graduates of Qianlong Academy, as long as they didn't do anything too outrageous, even the 2 mythical city lords wouldn't bother them." Imochi suggested, "All right, let's find a place to rest. The battlefield of the quasi-god's memory opens in 8 days, so let's take it easy until then." With that, she led the way into the city. Soon, they arrived at a luxurious inn. Imochi approached the front desk and said, "Please prepare 4 heavenly rooms for us." The innkeeper, a tall, curvaceous woman with short hair, clearly recognized Imochi and her companions. She greeted them with a smile, back in Freedom City again, bringing along a handsome young man this time. She winked at Siayu. "Need any special services, young man?" Imochi, exasperated, replied, "Senior, this is our junior, Siayu. He just awakened, so stop teasing him." "Just awakened?" The innkeeper immediately caught on. "You must be aiming for the memory battlefield, right? Your team needs a legendary professional, and he just awakened and reached legendary? Wait, Siayu, isn't he this year's national top scorer? And you brought him to this chaotic place? The principal must be quite daring." Siayu politely greeted, "Hello, senior." The innkeeper, stunned for a moment, introduced herself, "I'm Chun Yun, your senior. If you ever come to Freedom City, feel free to stay at my inn. I'll give you a 50% discount." "Thank you, senior." Siayu nodded. Although he wasn't sure if he would return to Freedom City, he appreciated the kind gesture. Spring Cloud led the four of them into the room, closing the door with a grave expression. She turned to face the team, her smile vanishing instantly, replaced by a look of worry. You might be in danger this time, Spring Cloud said in a low voice. Emochi frowned and asked, what's going on? Spring Cloud took a deep breath and slowly revealed the truth. The Blood Soul Guild has stolen the other tickets to the memory battlefield and declared that only their guild can enter this time. The Blood Soul Guild? When Simming exclaimed, her usually composed demeanor shattered. Siayu, seeing the tension on his teammates' faces, curiously asked, Blood Soul Guild? What is that? Spring Cloud turned to Siayu and patiently explained. Since it's your first time in Liberty City, it's understandable that you don't know. The Blood Soul Guild is also a guild, but they're notorious for their misdeeds. They've made a name for themselves outside Liberty City, thanks to their leader's legendary team that isn't afraid of mythical powerhouses. She continued, the Deputy City Lord of Liberty City once tried to eliminate the Blood Soul Guild's leader but failed and even suffered losses. After that, the Blood Soul Guild didn't dare cause trouble within the city, and the mythical powerhouses of Liberty City stopped hunting them. This brought the guild great notoriety, and most legendary teams wouldn't dare provoke them. Spring Cloud concluded, in other words, if they say no one else can enter the quasi-mythical memory battlefield, others really won't dare to go in. And, except for the tickets we have, all the other tickets are in their hands. Xia Yu's eyes narrowed, realizing the gravity of the situation. The Blood Soul Guild wasn't just monopolizing the battlefield. They had also included them in their plans. What do we do? Are we supposed to give up? Nyogangi asked, his face grim. When Simming gritted her teeth, we worked so hard to get these tickets. I can't accept this. Emochi was about to speak when a sharp voice from downstairs, sounding like a castrated duck, interrupted, Yunya Squad, hand over your tickets. The Blood Soul Guild is offering $1 million for them. It's the Blood Soul Society. The crowd's eyes widened, and the air grew tense. Nyogangi's face turned pale, his voice trembling. What do we do? We've just arrived in Liberty City, and the Blood Soul Society has already targeted us. He clenched his fists, knuckles whitening. Emochi furrowed her brows and said seriously, should we give them the tickets? She glanced around at her companions, seeking approval. No. Siayu's voice was calm and resolute. I need to enter the battlefield of memories this time. I'll handle the Blood Soul Society. Chunyun looked at Siayu in surprise, concern evident in her eyes. Junior, the Blood Soul Society is ruthless. Maybe we should give up this time? Siayu's lips curled into a confident smile. Don't worry, they won't be a match for me. He briefly explained that he had already taken down a mythical tier opponent when he was at the hero level and had now advanced to legendary. Although he might not be able to defeat the strongest mythical beings, he could definitely escape. As for the legendary squad, Siayu sneered internally, thousands of undead soldiers were enough to handle them, not to mention his trump card, the Saintess Ghost. Let's go. Follow me downstairs. Siayu led the way to the stairs. The others exchanged glances. Chunyun gave a wry smile. Is this junior really that confident? Emochi and the others recalled Siayu's astonishing performance during the freshman competition and the achievements the principal had mentioned. They nodded, deciding to trust him. In the first floor lobby, a short, sleazy man was looking around, muttering about the beauty of the female store manager. Seeing Siayu come down, he immediately barked. Have you seen 2 men and 2 women go upstairs? Siayu responded calmly. Weren't you looking for us? How come you don't recognize us? Zhong Tsuinxiong's heart skipped a beat. Then he sneered, oh, so you're here to hand over the tickets? Of course not. Siayu descended slowly, his tone icy. I'm here to tell you to get lost. Zhong Tsuinxiong laughed mockingly. Looks like we have a clueless dragon countryman here. Let me teach you a lesson for your next life. Before he finished speaking, Zhong Tsuinxiong vanished. He was a hidden profession ninja from Sakura country, skilled in assassination. A silver flash passed through Siayu's body, but Zhong Tsuinxiong frowned. There was no physical sensation. In the next moment, a plain long sword pierced his heart. To ensure the legendary ninja was thoroughly dead, an undead soldier delivered an upward slash, slicing Zhong Tsuinxiong from chest to head in half. Siayu coldly remarked, is that it? Looks like I'm the one teaching you the rules of Liberty City. Remember them in your next life. He kicked the corpse down the stairs. Downstairs, a dozen Blood Soul Society members trembled at the sight of their leader's body. They couldn't understand how Zhong Tsuinxiong, who had seemingly cut the young man in half, ended up being killed instead. A man who resembled Zhong Tsuinxiong pointed at Siayu and shouted angrily, You dare kill Uncle Zhong Siyuan? Aren't you afraid of our Blood Soul Society's revenge? Siayu chuckled. He attacked first. Should I have just stood there and let you kill me? His tone turned icy. None of you are leaving here today. The Blood Soul Society members' hearts sank, and they turned to flee. However, They were met with the cold blades of undead soldiers. These professionals, mostly at the master level and some at the hero level, were instantly cut into pieces. Chun Yun came down the stairs, gasping at the sight of the carnage. You finished them off already? That was less than a minute. What else? Siayu smiled. Could you contact the city guards for me? I'll pay the killing fine. Oh, by the way, senior, if you have any losses, let me know and I'll cover them too. Chun Yun sighed deeply. Senior doesn't have any losses. I'm just worried you've provoked the Blood Soul Society. Don't worry. If they dare to come again, I'll just pay a bit more for the killing fine. Siayu reassured her, then asked with concern, but senior, will they come after you? Chun Yun waved it off. Relax, this has nothing to do with me. I'm with the Free Commerce Guild here in the city, just doing business. I'm not involved in anything outside. Siayu felt much relieved at her words. Chun Yun suddenly winked and teased, Junior, are you worried about me? How about coming to my room tonight to comfort me? Soon, a few city guards from Liberty City arrived at the inn. Leading them was a middle-aged man in standard armor. He looked at the scattered corpses around, his brow furrowing deeply. The scene was gruesome, with hardly a complete body in sight. The captain's gaze fell on the body of Zong Tsuenxiongda. He squatted down, turned the body over, and his face changed dramatically when he saw the face split in two. Zong Tsuenxiongda, the legendary ninja of the Blood Soul Society. Chun Yun stepped forward to greet the captain. It was clear they knew each other. Lowering his voice, the captain asked, Captain, how much? 10 million for the kill, Chun Yun replied. The captain sighed. Shopkeeper Chun, was that person a friend of yours? Chun Yun nodded. My junior from Qinlong School. Qinlong School. The captain's frown deepened. Both the Blood Soul Society and Qinlong School are not to be trifled with. Even though Qinlong School is just a school, its graduates have established numerous guilds in Liberty City, and even the Blood Soul Society avoids provoking them. He continued, you know what kind of people are here. You shouldn't let them mess with those lunatics. Chun Yun scoffed. It was my junior who provoked them, not me. Do you think the Blood Soul Society dares to implicate my entire family? The captain collected the money and, as he was about to leave, reminded, recently, the first, second, and third squads of the Blood Soul Society have been stationed at the entrance of the battlefield of Quasi-God's memories. It seems they don't want anyone to go in. Tell your juniors to give up. Chun Yun turned to Siayu, half-jokingly saying, Junior, 10 million, pay up with your flesh. Meanwhile, elsewhere, 3 members of the Blood Soul Society were discussing the matter. Zong Tsuenxiongda, that idiot, got killed, said a pale-skinned man in a black robe, his tone low and grim. The woman in black stockings next to him coldly asked, who did it? Those 2 idiots from Liberty City again? No, it was a new member of the Yunya squad, this year's top scorer in Dragon Nation, Siayu. The pale-skinned man's voice carried a hint of surprise. Shock flashed in the woman's eyes. A newly awakened professional? Regardless, we can't let him go. Otherwise, we won't be able to survive in Liberty City. The pale-skinned man said viciously, tomorrow, I'll lead a team to wipe out the Yunya squad and hang their heads on the city walls. The muscular man who had been silent opened his eyes, which were like amethyst, and said slowly, let them come. Third brother, you will ambush outside the battlefield of Quasi-God's memories. Second brother and I will go inside to clear the battlefield. This time, I must break through to the mythic level. The woman wanted to say something, but under the muscular man's gaze, she could only say, yes, big brother. Back at the inn, Siayu collected all the equipment from the Blood Soul Society members, roughly estimating its worth at billions. Although the 10 million earlier made him wince, the equipment more than made up for the loss, putting him in a good mood. Seeing Siayu so calm and even having the mood to collect equipment, Chun Yun couldn't help but feel speechless. She advised Siayu to stay. If you go elsewhere now, no one will take you in. Don't worry, I won't be in any trouble. Despite this, Siayu stayed alert all night, wary of potential danger. But the Blood Soul Society did not show up. The next morning, when Siayu went downstairs, he encountered a fair-faced female receptionist. She seemed aware of Siayu's situation, her face slightly pale. Good morning, Mr. Xia. Would you like breakfast? The buffet is on the 6th floor. Thank you, Siayu replied, turning to take the elevator to the 6th floor. The receptionist watched Siayu's back inside. Such a handsome man, but unfortunately, he's messed with the Blood Soul Society. If only I could have something happen with him, then he dies. After breakfast, Siayu decided to check out the trading market. He sent a message to his teammates, telling them not to worry, and then headed out. The receptionist watched him leave and sighed again. He's still brave enough to go out. Following the navigation, Siayu soon arrived at a bustling open-air market. Seeing many professionals setting up stalls like street vendors, Siayu couldn't help but marvel at how professionals in this city had become like ordinary people. Entering the trading market required a 10,000 entry fee. Siayu paid, still feeling uneasy about the city's constant demands for money. Most of the equipment in the market was of no use to Siayu, mostly master level or even ordinary, with hero level equipment being extremely rare. As Siayu approached a stall run by a muscular man, the man spoke in a deep voice. Top scorer of Dragon Nation, I have some information about the Blood Soul Society. Want to talk? Siayu's eyes narrowed as he looked, somewhat surprised, at the man before him. The man, though built like an ox, had delicate features and was watching Siayu with a faint smile, which made Siayu feel wary. Who are you? Siayu asked cautiously, wondering how this person knew about his connection with the Blood Soul Society. The man chuckled lightly, his tone relaxed. No need to be so on guard. The clash between your Yun Cliff squad and the Blood Soul Society yesterday has already spread throughout Free City. Someone actually dared to kill a Blood Soul Society legend. That's big news around here. Siayu frowned, still on alert. So, do you want to know something about the Blood Soul Society? Information? What kind of information? Siayu pressed on. And why should I believe the information you give me is real? A flash of hatred crossed the man's eyes, but his voice remained calm. First, I don't want money. Secondly, I don't need you to believe me. I just want to cause some trouble for those bastards in the Blood Soul Society. These words made Siayu even more puzzled. He wondered if this man had a grudge against the Blood Soul Society. Considering their behavior yesterday, it wasn't surprising that someone in Free City might hold a grudge against them. Without waiting for Siayu to ask more, the man continued, the reason the Blood Soul Society wants to monopolize this Divine Remembrance battlefield is because they've received news that there will be significant changes this time. The danger level has increased, but so have the rewards. It might even allow their leader to break through to the Mythic level. They don't want anyone interfering. With that, the man packed up his stall and left. Siayu watched the man leave, his mind racing. The information was substantial, but he didn't fully trust it. He decided to keep it in mind, though, as it couldn't hurt to be cautious. Over the next few days, Siayu continued to gather information in the market but found nothing useful. He did, however, hear many rumors about himself and the Yun Cliff squad. Some merchants even refused to do business with him out of fear of the Blood Soul Society. This made Siayu realize just how influential the Blood Soul Society was in Free City. Most people thought they wouldn't last long and would soon be dead at the hands of the Blood Soul Society. Back at the inn, Imochi and the others were having lunch. They greeted Siayu as he returned. You're back? Everything okay? Imochi asked with concern. Siayu rolled his eyes. If something had happened, would I have made it back? Nyogongi chuckled awkwardly. True. Imochi's expression turned serious. By the way, the Divine Remembrance battlefield opens in a few days. Let's stay put and rest. The Blood Soul Society is in the shadows while we're in the light. Running around recklessly could get us ambushed. Everyone nodded in agreement. In the following days, they acted cautiously. Siayu continued to secretly gather information about the Blood Soul Society, intending to eliminate them before entering the Divine Remembrance battlefield. However, no one in Free City knew their hideout, so his investigation hit a dead end. Time flew by, and soon it was the day the Divine Remembrance battlefield would open. At 3 a.m., the sky was still dark. The cold didn't bother the four legendary professionals. Imochi, looking grave, said, Time to go. We will definitely be targeted by the Blood Soul Society, so stay alert. Siayu, we're counting on you this time. She had confirmed that this newly legendary junior was undoubtedly the strongest among them. Killing a legendary ninja in under a minute was something the three of them together couldn't achieve. Siayu nodded confidently. No problem. He felt assured that as long as no mythics appeared, no legend could match him at full strength. Even if mythics did show up, he was confident he could take down one or two. Against a well-coordinated mythic squad, he could still escape. Move out, Imochi commanded. They were supposed to use Free City's teleportation array to get near the Divine Remembrance battlefield, but they knew it would be surrounded by Blood Soul Society members. Using the array would only give the enemy an advantage, so they decided to ride their magical pets. Summoning their mounts, they swiftly headed toward the Divine Remembrance battlefield. The cold wind howled, and the cries of monsters echoed around them. Soon, they entered a dark forest. Imochi whispered, We're close to the Divine Remembrance battlefield. It's already open, and we only have half an hour to get in. So let's hurry. Siayu decisively said, Let's speed up. I'll lead the way. He patted his mount, Deathwing. Deathwing, go. Yes, master. Deathwing roared, its dark red eyes gleaming as it surged ahead, crushing any obstacles in its path. Soon, the ruins of an ancient city loomed before them. The collapsed city walls and shattered houses made it seem as if an unimaginable force had obliterated a corner of the city. In the center of the ruins, a gaping pit several kilometers wide swallowed the buildings that once stood there, leaving behind a haunting void. This ruinous city, abruptly appearing in the forest, still hinted at its former grandeur despite its current desolation. Imochi surveyed the surroundings and slowly explained the origin of the ruins. This is the battlefield of the quasi-goddess Nyali's memories. The once thriving city of Ale was reduced to rubble by the onslaught of the fallen, and Nyali herself perished in that fierce battle. Her unyielding will has transformed this place into a cyclical challenge space. She turned to the group and added, unlike regular instances, this one allows us to choose a faction. We should side with the fallen. It will be much easier that way. Everyone nodded in agreement. Choosing the defending side was tantamount to courting death, given that even a quasi-goddess had fallen to the fallen army. Only the most foolhardy challengers would choose to join Nyali in her demise. However, just as they approached the ruined city, hundreds of people surged from all directions, surrounding them. A pale-skinned man with a sinister expression stepped forward and sneered, "I didn't think you'd actually dare to come." Before he finished speaking, the Deathwing unleashed its terrifying devouring dragon breath. A dark red pillar of fire, like the scythe of death, instantly reduced dozens to ashes. Though the pale-skinned man narrowly dodged it, he witnessed the devastation of his subordinates. Immediately following, when Seeming's explosive arrows streaked across the night sky like meteors. As the arrows pierced through several bodies, the flames within them erupted, claiming another dozen lives. Faced with such carnage, the pale-skinned man gritted his teeth and roared, "You dare strike first? Afraid to make a move?" There's an old saying in Longwa, "The best defense is a good offense." Imochi sneered, instantly activating her priestly auras. Lightning, light, and fire auras burst forth simultaneously, casting a dazzling glow over the battlefield. Nyogangi immediately raised his shield, standing like an impregnable fortress in front of everyone, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. When Simming showcased her terrifying prowess as a legendary archer, firing nearly 100 arrows in a second, raining them down on the members of the Blood Soul Society. Faced with this sudden onslaught, most of the Blood Soul Society members, at best master level, were thrown into chaos. Even the few hero-level members struggled to cope. In the blink of an eye, the enemy ranks were in disarray. However, the fierce attack also gave the pale-skinned man enough time to prepare. He swung his eerie staff, and a shroud of darkness rose, enveloping the entire area and blinding everyone. He's a hidden class dark mage. Imochi's face changed as she quickly raised her staff to cast a dispel. A flash of white light briefly restored their vision, but it was soon swallowed by the rolling black fog again. "I can't break his dark shroud," Imochi said in a panic. This meant they lost the advantage of their legendary archer and now had to face assassins from the darkness. The pale-skinned man, with a sinister look, gritted his teeth and said, "Kill that necromancer, Yuzhong Tian. Avenge your Sakura Nation warriors." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 shadows dashed past him, plunging into the darkness. "That damned priest dares to look down on me." The pale-skinned man raised his staff, summoning twisted shadow creatures. "Devour that disgusting priest for me." Seeing Imochi panic, Siayu's eyes flashed as he decisively ordered, "Everyone, gather together." As the shroud rose, he released his ghostly legion to scout the surroundings. Although they were in pitch-black darkness, he sensed 3 legendary presences rushing towards them. "Follow my ghosts, don't wander off," Siayu commanded, and the ghostly legion immediately guided everyone's movements. Suddenly, Deathwing roared, "Do not harm my master." It turned sharply and swung its claw. With a loud thud, something was slammed heavily into the ground. "Kill him," Siayu ordered without hesitation. Deathwing immediately spewed a massive abyssal black flame bomb, which expanded as it flew. With a thunderous explosion, a mushroom cloud rose, dispersing the surrounding darkness. Everyone was stunned by the power of the blast. How is this possible? The pale-skinned man stared in disbelief at the rising mushroom cloud, knowing that a direct hit would mean certain death. "It's a Sakura Nation ninja." When Simming, with sharp eyes, spotted a lurking assassin and fired her bow. However, the legendary assassins were agile, flipping away and disappearing from sight. The pale-skinned man continued to cast his prized dark shroud, a skill he had spent countless points and mutations to perfect. Yet, one legendary assassin had already been killed by the strange dragon, filling him with rage. Darkness enveloped everyone once more. "Junior, what do we do?" Imochi asked worriedly. "Don't worry, just focus on your safety. Their primary target is me," Siayu said, already sensing 2 assassins approaching through the Holy Maiden's perception. "Holy Maiden, take action." With a thud, a flash of white light appeared beside Siayu. "Master, I can help too," Deathwing said excitedly. "If anyone tries to flee, stop them," Siayu instructed. The 2 Sakura Nation assassins cautiously approached Siayu. When they were within 100 meters, they exchanged a glance, ready to strike. At that moment, Siayu calmly said, "Do it." 2 holy lights suddenly burst forth in the darkness, dispelling the surrounding shroud. Enormous light swords, like divine judgment, shot towards the assassins at light speed. They couldn't even react before their consciousness plunged into eternal darkness. In the distance, the pale-skinned man looked down at the judgment sword piercing his chest, incredulous. When did this happen? Why hadn't his protective items activated? In an instant, all members of the Blood Soul Society, no matter how far they were hiding, had judgment swords in their chests. None realized when this fatal blow had struck. Siayu watched the bizarre scene, his mouth twitching slightly. The Holy Maiden's move was so outrageous that it killed all the enemies present in an instant. As the darkness dissipated, Imochi and the others looked at the fallen Blood Soul Society members, bewildered. We were blind for less than a minute, and it's already over? Let's go, Siayu said calmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Imochi, Wen Siming, and Nyogongi exchanged glances and nodded silently. They wisely refrained from asking questions, knowing that Xia Yu's strength was crucial to their success. The four quickly gathered the equipment scattered on the ground. Siayu surveyed the area, noting the legendary gear. These legendary items are quite impressive. Take what you need, he said. With that, Siayu selected a necklace and a ring. The Shadow's Blessing necklace, legendary grade, added 40 wisdom, 9,000 agility, and 4,500. Its special effect, Shadow's Touch, added an extra 30 shadow damage to all attributes of nearby allies' attacks. The Magic Breaker ring, legendary grade, added 40 agility, 9,200 wisdom, and 4,300. Its special effect, Magic Break, dealt an extra 100 damage to magical shields. Siayu decisively replaced his Frost Skull and Great Demon Fingerbone with these new items. After a brief hesitation, Imochi and the others each selected a suitable piece of legendary equipment and handed the rest to Siayu. Are we good? Siayu asked, taking the substantial haul of equipment, a collection from 4 legendary figures and over 100 master-level heroes. We're good, Imochi replied with a smile. Getting a legendary item before even entering the memory battlefield is a huge win. Although opposing the Blood Soul Society was dangerous, obtaining a level 40 legendary item was worth celebrating. When Siming and Nyogongi nodded enthusiastically. As newly promoted legendary professionals, they hadn't yet completed a full set of level 40 legendary gear. The prospect of adding another piece was thrilling. All right then, let's enter the memory battlefield, Siayu said, seeing that no one else had any demands. He stored all the equipment, mentally calculating their significant value. The 4 of them traversed the ruined city, encountering no more Blood Soul Society members, who had apparently been completely wiped out. Soon, they reached the entrance to the deity's memory battlefield, marked by a floating, prism-shaped crystal emitting a faint rainbow glow. Imochi handed Siayu a translucent bone, explaining, "This is the ticket to enter the memory battlefield. Only those holding it can be transported inside." Siayu took the bone, noticing its similarity to his deity's crystal skull. Sensing his curiosity, Imochi added, "It's a deity's bone, but not an equipment piece." Siayu nodded, not pressing further. "Let's begin," Imochi said, touching the prism crystal. With her action, everyone felt a lightness beneath their feet and were instantly transported to a solemn city. They found themselves surrounded by squads of soldiers in light armor, wielding long spears, standing on a massive magic array. As soon as they appeared, a man dressed as a mage hurried over and respectfully said, "Halves greets the legendary masters. Thank you for coming to aid Elray City. Naali has been awaiting your arrival. Please follow me." Only then did they realize they had been assigned to the defending side historically, the side that had lost. Siayu frowned slightly, calculating his options. The system's voice rang out. "Please make your choice. 1. Help Naali successfully defend Elray City and kill all fallen deities. Reward, 30 completion of the Undying Domain. Effect. In this domain, your undead will revive 10 seconds after death, and your main body becomes invisible and intangible. 2. Kill Naali and all fallen deities. Reward, 30 completion of the Unseen Domain. Effect. In this domain, enemies will find it extremely difficult to perceive their own status and will be unable to detect your location and status." Siayu was shocked. The Divine Choice system was offering a 30 domain insight, and 50 was enough to advance to Mythic level. He quickly weighed the pros and cons. The second choice would sacrifice the dungeon reward, conflicting with his goals. The third option, killing both sides' deities, was too risky. Choice. Kill all fallen deities, Siayu decided. The Undying Domain's effect was too tempting within it. All undead were immortal, and he would be invisible. As long as his mental energy could sustain the domain, he would be nearly invincible. "What now?" Imochi asked, her face pale, looking at Siayu. After making his choice, Siayu regained his composure and said calmly, "Since we're here, let's make the best of it. Follow me." He led the way, following Halves, with Imochi and the others close behind. The streets were desolate, patrolled only by soldiers. Numerous civilians hid in their homes, peeking out with pale, fearful faces, their eyes filled with a faint glimmer of hope but mostly despair. Everyone knew that the fallen army, led by the fallen deity Mortal, was approaching. Mortal alone was beyond Nayali's capability, not to mention the city had less than 10,000 troops. Defending the city this time was a near-suicidal mission. You are the only team that has come to my aid. Thank you. Nayali, the city lord, stood in the grand hall of the city lord's mansion, her expression cold and stern. Her long, light blue hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her eyes, as deep as the ocean, scanned the newly arrived group of four, led by Siayu. A fleeting, almost imperceptible, strange look passed through her gaze. These four exuded an aura that seemed completely out of place in this era, more so than even the reclusive noble families. In the game's history, Nayali had never received any support and her city was eventually overrun. Despite her numerous pleas for help from the Empire, it was already too late. The Empire could neither send troops nor even offer a response. Thus, the arrival of Siayu's team stirred a faint warmth in Nayali's heart. Nayali City Lord, Emochi stepped forward respectfully. Now is not the time for pleasantries. We have some crucial information to share with you. Nayali nodded slightly. Please, go ahead. Emochi's gaze swept over the 5 legendary generals standing beside Nayali before saying, we need to speak with the city lord in private. A burly middle-aged man immediately frowned and barked. What do you mean? How can we trust you to meet with the city lord alone? What if you have ill intentions? Emochi remained composed. This matter is of utmost importance and can only be discussed with the city lord. With that, she stepped back to join her companions. Although the opposing party was comprised of legendary NPCs, they were on the same level as Siayu's team, so there was no need to show excessive deference. Besides, their team included 4 legends and the formidable Siayu. After a moment of contemplation, Nayali ordered, you all, leave us. Despite their reluctance, especially the robed mage who seemed ready to argue, the 5 generals eventually exited the room under Nayali's insistence. Once the legendary NPCs were out of earshot, Nayali nodded at Siayu's group, signaling them to proceed. You may speak now. Emochi got straight to the point. There are 2 traitors among your generals. Nayali's eyes widened slightly, and she took a deep breath before asking, is that so? Do you know who they are? And why should I believe you? These generals have been with me for at least 10 years, while we have only just met. Emochi explained, we won't apprehend the traitors now because we know you wouldn't trust us so easily. We merely wish to warn you to stay vigilant. Emochi knew that according to the game's storyline, Nayali would be ambushed by her 2 generals during a pivotal battle against the fallen demigod, leading to severe injuries and her eventual death in a subsequent fight. Although the battle wouldn't happen in the next couple of days, Emochi felt it was crucial to be prepared. Not only had they joined the defenders, but 2 teams from the Blood Soul faction had also joined the fallen side. They too would leverage their knowledge of the demigod memory battlefield to propose superior strategies to the fallen demigod, aiming for ultimate victory. This was the essence of the strategic contest in the demigod memory battlefield. Nayali nodded and sighed inwardly before asking, do you have any other suggestions? Emochi replied, we believe the fallen will likely attack the weakest point, the East Gate, tonight. Therefore, we plan to defend the East Gate. She elaborated, first, the East Gate is considered the hardest to assault because it's flanked by mountains, making it difficult for large armies to maneuver through the narrow pass. The fallen army currently amassed at the West Gate would have to circle the entire city to reach the East Gate, making it easy to detect. Hence, the defense there is the weakest. More importantly, the commander of the East Gate is one of the traitors. This often leads to the East Gate being the first to fall in the demigod memory battlefield, causing chaos throughout the city and shifting the battle in favor of the attackers. Emochi added, please do not reveal our plans. By tomorrow, you will be able to judge whether to trust us. Nayali suddenly stood up, her face turning pale. Attack the East Gate? Impossible. They can't bypass us without being detected, unless the fallen have a space gate? You even know this? Emochi nodded in confirmation. Nayali sat back down, her voice heavy. I believe you this time and will keep your secret. I will arrange for you to rest, and you may act on your own tonight. As the 4 were about to leave, Nayali called out, Siayu, please stay. Siayu raised an eyebrow, puzzled, but reassured the concerned Emochi before letting the others leave. He sensed no malice from Nayali. Back in the hall, Nayali gestured for Siayu to sit and softly asked, I sense a power in you that rivals my own. Is it your familiar? Or a summon? Siayu was startled. This was the first time anyone had detected the hidden Saintess spirit. Seeing his silence, Nayali chuckled and explained, sorry, I shouldn't pry into such matters. But the situation is dire. If we had a demigod-level ally, perhaps we could defend this city. I don't want to see it fall, which is why I was so forward. Siayu didn't directly address the Saintess spirit, simply saying, This time, El City will not fall. This response seemed to ease Naali slightly. She now believed the Empire had not only sent a legendary team but had hidden a terrifying trump card within them. Naali stood, gracefully offering a noble salute. Thank you, Siayu. Siayu replied. It's our duty, City Lord Naali. As night fell, Siayu's team gathered in a small building within the City Lord's mansion. Siayu spoke softly. They've arrived. Earlier in the day, he had dispatched the Ghost Legion to the East Gate, where 10,000 fallen troops were now assembled. Let's go. The four moved swiftly, ready for the impending battle. The four arrived at the eastern city, where the city walls had been appropriated by the army, surrounded by makeshift barricades. The gate guards immediately grew wary upon seeing them, but quickly recognized them as the legendary figures who had visited earlier that morning, and their tension eased. Legends, what brings you here at this late hour? One of the guards asked respectfully, bowing. Emochi replied coldly, the fallen army is attacking the eastern city tonight. We are here to assist. Their forces are already at the gates. There's no need for secrecy. The guard was taken aback. What? This is the eastern city. But realizing that the legends had no reason to deceive him, he said, I'll inform the general immediately. Please, come inside. One guard rushed towards the luxurious mansion, while another led the four into the city. Siayu said calmly, just take us to the city wall. The guard, slightly nervous, replied, Legends, there's no need to worry. Even if the fallen army has circled to the eastern city, they likely don't have many troops here. Once the general arrives, he will surely defeat them. Nyogangi grabbed the guard forcefully, his voice like thunder. Take us there now. The guard, terrified, immediately complied. At the city wall, a black-robed mage arrived fashionably late, none other than General Harry, the defender of the eastern city. He smiled and said, I've heard that a fallen army is approaching, but judging by the calm, it seems unlikely. Are you perhaps spreading false alarms? His tone became increasingly cold. Emochi, furious, retorted, General Harry, I heard you recalled all your scouts from the vicinity a few days ago. How could you possibly know about the fallen army 10 kilometers away? She despised traitors and couldn't tolerate being accused of spreading false alarms. Harry replied indifferently, our troops are always on standby. Even though our scouts only patrol a few miles around, they can respond immediately to any threat. Perhaps you should leave. I'll report this false alarm to the city lord tomorrow. Harry's eyes flashed with a peculiar light, suddenly eager to dismiss Siayu and the others. When Simming sneered, in a hurry, are we? Siayu insisted on informing them that the fallen army was approaching the eastern city and would begin their assault in less than 10 minutes. Emochi said firmly, General Harry, we plan to stay on the city wall tonight and help you defend. This made Harry grit his teeth in frustration but left him no choice. Facing a legendary team, even though he was the city's defender, he was the only legend among his ranks and couldn't assert himself. With your help, I might actually get some sleep tonight, Harry said as he waved and walked away, his expression turning sinister as soon as he turned his back. He plotted silently. Once 6 legendary figures attack the city, I'll ambush them from behind. There's no way these 4 legends can hold out. Once the city falls, I'll join the fallen. I intended to stay hidden a bit longer, but no matter. Defeating these 4 legends will be a significant accomplishment. As Siayu climbed the city wall, he noticed the soldiers were all exhausted. This was the result of Harry keeping them on constant alert, leaving them with very little rest. They would be lucky to perform at 30% of their capacity in battle. This was part of the Fallen's insidious plan. As for the scouts outside the city, their positions had likely been betrayed by an insider, and they were probably all dead. With the city's defense led by an enemy mole, the eastern city was on the brink of collapse. Emochi looked worriedly at the soldiers' heavy bags under their eyes and their lethargic demeanor. Can these soldiers hold back an army of 100,000? Siayu replied, we can't rely on them. I'll handle the fallen army myself. Clearly, expecting these worn-out soldiers to fight effectively was unrealistic. In the distance, pairs of crimson lights appeared, and writhing shadows surged towards the city wall. The fallen army had arrived. Alarm bells rang out as masses of weary soldiers rushed to the wall, preparing to defend under their captain's orders. They're really attacking the eastern city first. Legends, what should we do? Where is the general? An official asked anxiously. Siayu responded calmly, just follow standard defensive procedures. We'll handle the rest. He then summoned his undead lords, Buck, Su, the Golden Undead, Duke, and the Golden Earth Dragon King. Release your subordinate undead to hold off the fallen army. 6,000 undead minions were summoned, including heavily armored undead berserkers, dragonborn undead warriors, undead soldiers, undead mages, kobold undead, windwing bird undead, and black bear undead, creating an awe-inspiring sight. Sacred Maiden, use your inspiring presence to empower all subordinate undead. An almost imperceptible light enveloped the undead minions, enhancing their attributes to legendary levels. The overwhelming aura caused the fallen army to halt abruptly, their faces showing panic. The fallen legends were stunned. Undead? How is there such a powerful undead army? They were incredulous. Tens of thousands of legends? There aren't that many legends on the entire continent. Within the city, Naali stood up, seemingly seeing through everything to the battlefield. Is this the power of that thing on the Necromancer? Attack! Siayu commanded, and the undead army surged forward like a pale wave, crashing into the fallen army. Second sister, what do we do? A legend from the Blood Soul Society, looking at the oncoming undead army, felt his legs go weak. This isn't how it's supposed to go. The alluring second sister's face turned pale. Could it be that necromancer? They knew that Nayali's side had no necromancers, the only one was their enemy, Xiayu from Qinlong Academy. Is that necromancer really this powerful? The scene before them left no room for doubt. Attack! Second sister shouted fiercely. This is just an illusion. Sound the war drums. They're just ordinary undead, easy to kill for any adult. War drums thundered in the fallen ranks, and all the fallen soldiers' eyes turned even redder as they roared and charged at the undead army. Xiayu sneered at the notion. Illusions? These degenerates not only rob soldiers of their sanity, but also deceive them with these ridiculous lies. The black and red undead army clashed fiercely with the pale army of degenerates, as if a hot knife slicing through butter. The undead soldiers, nearly legendary in their combat prowess, easily overwhelmed the degenerate forces composed of trainees and even civilians. A fierce gust of wind sent hundreds of degenerate soldiers flying, and each strike claimed the lives of dozens of enemies. The battle quickly turned one-sided. The eyes of the legendary degenerate turned blood-red as he roared, "You, hold off these undead." He turned to the supporting legendary squad, who took a step back, and immediately drew his weapon to threaten them. Retreating on the battlefield? I have the right to execute you. Behind the Blood Soul squad, a silent legendary degenerate also drew his weapon. Though there were only two of them, they faced the four legendary members of the Blood Soul squad without fear. The second-in-command of the Blood Soul squad bit her lip in thought. If we don't engage the degenerates, we might be killed on the spot. If we flee, the boss will execute us. The boss has staked everything on this mission and will likely go mad if we fail. General, the second-in-command suggested. We need you to distract them while we sneak onto the city walls to assassinate that undead mage. Once he's dead, the undead army will naturally disperse. The legendary degenerate nodded in agreement. No problem. I'll create a distraction right now. You need to act quickly. Yes, General. The second-in-command led her squad, disappearing into the night as they rushed towards Siayu. The legendary degenerate coldly ordered, Gale, clear out these damned undead. Yes. Gale responded mechanically, charging towards the undead army like a cannonball. Flame slash. 100-meter-long fiery blade swept across, instantly reducing a large number of subordinate undead to ashes. The legendary degenerate observed, it seems there's a magical aura enhancing the undead soldiers' abilities, but their defense hasn't improved correspondingly. Truly a terrifying power. Let darkness consume everything. The legendary degenerate's short sword was enveloped in dark energy, and thousands of dark energy short swords materialized out of thin air. Go. The swords rained down on the subordinate undead, causing massive casualties once again. Gale also rampaged through the undead army, slaying thousands. But to the 60,000 subordinate undead, this loss was negligible. In contrast, the degenerate's 100,000-strong army had already suffered heavy losses within minutes of contact, with only 20 to 30,000 soldiers remaining, who were now retreating in a panic. Siayu watched coldly as the two legendary warriors slaughtered his subordinate undead. These undead were expendable and could be fully restored within hours after the battle. He sneered, "Go ahead and kill. Let's see if you can be buried under a mountain of undead." The legendary warriors who had charged into the undead army were starting to show wounds. Although the subordinate undead were fragile, their combat strength was near legendary, and their concentrated attacks could still harm the legendary warriors. Siayu estimated that sacrificing 20,000 subordinate undead would be enough to take down one legendary warrior. Undead lords, kill the enemy legends, Siayu commanded. Yes, master. The undead lords leaped forward, charging towards the legendary degenerates. The legendary warriors, sensing danger, tried to retreat but were blocked by the fearless subordinate undead. The legendary degenerate at the rear anxiously watched the undead mage on the city wall, shouting in his mind, "Hurry up and kill that undead mage." He sent out all the undead lords. He only has 3 legendary warriors left. Should we make our move? A ninja-clad person from Fusong asked the alluring woman. Move! The alluring woman ordered decisively. Now is the best time. Without the protection of the undead lords, he only has 3 legendary warriors. The Yunya squad's combat strength is average. You hold them off while I deal with that damned undead mage. Yes, second sister. Two shadows leaped into the air, easily clearing the tens of meters high city wall. A ninja and an armored man charged towards Imochi and her companions. At the same time, the sky turned crimson as massive fireballs descended the legendary mage skill meteor shower. Watch out, Junior. They're here to kill you, Imochi shouted, trying to cast a protective shield on Siayu, but was intercepted by the ninja. Not so fast. The ninja slashed down, forcing Imochi to use the protective magic on herself. When Seeming's arrows pierced through the ninja, but it was merely a misty afterimage. Nyogongi, go protect the junior, she shouted urgently. The barrage of meteors turned the soldiers on the city wall into minced meat, and they struggled to get close to Siayu. Die, undead mage. A fierce shout echoed in Siayu's ears. The female assassin lunged at Siayu like a green lightning bolt, her dagger emitting an eerie green glow aimed directly at his face. Just as she thought she had him, Siayu's figure vanished, reappearing several meters away. Her pupils contracted in shock. This necromancer had mastered spatial blinking, an almost invincible survival skill. Before she could react, a gust of wind surged toward her. A ghostly guardian, clad in full armor, swung a massive, sinister greatsword at her. She barely dodged, but the city wall behind her cracked like a spiderweb from the impact. She was horrified. This ghostly guardian's strength was comparable to a peak legendary warrior. The ghostly guardian didn't pause, charging at her again. The female assassin frantically searched for Siayu, catching a glimpse of him over 200 meters away. She dared not pursue, knowing it was impossible to face a legendary necromancer with spatial blinking hidden. Surveying the battlefield, Siayu softly commanded, "Come forth, my undead." Instantly, hundreds of undead soldiers, archers, and mages emerged from the necromancer's realm. Simultaneously, dozens of undead assassins infiltrated the enemy ranks, targeting the mage who had cast the meteor spell. Sensing the shift in battle, all the assassins turned to flee. However, empowered by the ghostly saint, the undead soldiers' speed and strength surpassed the assassins. In the blink of an eye, 3 assassins were surrounded with no escape. Desperately, the female assassin shouted toward the mountains, "Kios, use your magic to get us out of here." But only silence answered her. Siayu coldly declared, "No point in shouting. He's already dead. My undead assassins took care of that mage. They never expected me to deploy assassins amidst such an intense frontal battle." The female assassin saw the notification of Kios's death in her team information and muttered in disbelief, "Impossible." Quickly adjusting her strategy, she raised her hands and proposed to Siayu, "Necromancer, don't kill us. We can help you persuade our boss. You know, even myths can't hold our boss. You might not be afraid, but what about your family and friends?" She flashed a cunning smile. "If you can't deal with us, you and your loved ones will live in darkness. Many powerful legendary teams have chosen to reconcile with us. This can be our Blood Soul Guild's way of showing weakness. If we make peace, we can pretend none of this happened." Siayu responded expressionlessly, "I'd rather eliminate you here than trust you. Kill them all." As the undead army surged again, the female assassin finally panicked. She screamed, "You'll regret this." Siayu retorted mercilessly, "The one regretting now is you." Before she could react, the undead army crushed them into dust. Siayu casually tossed the blood-stained gear into his bag, not even bothering to look at it. These items were useless to him. Imochi and the others had wisely stepped aside when Siayu summoned the true god-level undead. They felt the overwhelming power emanating from these undead, and knew they would only get in the way if they tried to help. Instead, they turned to aid the soldiers injured by the meteor spell. Meanwhile, the fallen army below the city was completely annihilated by Siayu's undead legion. The legendary fallen warrior either perished or fled. A system notification sounded. Defeated fallen warrior Lakakmo, level 45, legendary boss. Experience 1,527,500. Your level has increased to 41. Choose your upgrade reward, Ghost Legion skill level 3 or Hero level Poison Mist skill level 1. Please make your selection. Siayu chose the Ghost Legion without hesitation. New skills were unnecessary for him at this point. With the fallen army's retreat, Siayu and his 3 companions descended the city wall. The garrison commander, Harry, had arrived below the wall, his face dark with anger. Imochi couldn't resist a sarcastic remark, "Commander, we clearly won. So why the long face?" The 4 exchanged a cold glance, knowing this man was a traitor and needed to be dealt with to stabilize the city. At that moment, Naali descended from the sky. If Siayu and his team hadn't held the wall, she would have intervened. Of course, her intervention would have drawn the enemy's mythic warriors, leading to the wall's inevitable fall. Naali smiled at Siayu, "Well done, Necromancer." This victory was almost entirely due to Siayu. with his teammates barely lifting a finger. Siayu got straight to the point. So, shall we deal with the traitors in the city now? Naali sighed and nodded. As a mythic warrior, she had sensed some anomalies earlier. Normally, she wouldn't care. But after hearing the group's conversation this morning, she had focused some of her attention on the garrison commanders. One had exposed himself during the battle due to impatience. Naali looked at Harry with disappointment. Harry, I trusted you. Lord, I don't understand what you're saying. Harry took a step back uneasily, glancing nervously at Naali. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. Ignoring Harry's confusion, Naali pressed on. You were once a fugitive, hunted by your family. I took you in and gave you the chance to become a legend. Why have you betrayed me now, Harry? Her voice was cold and sharp, each word piercing Harry's heart like a dagger. Harry's mouth twitched as he realized that Naali had confirmed his betrayal and had solid evidence. Knowing Naali's character, she wouldn't be so forceful without absolute certainty. Naali, Harry's voice trembled, just like when I first joined you. I turned to the fallen to survive. I've only been a legend for a decade. I have centuries ahead of me. I don't want to die, even if it means destroying the city we built together. Naali's tone was filled with disappointment and anger. Shut up, Naali. Harry suddenly shouted. This isn't our city. It's a city you built for Ellie. Naali was about to retort, but Harry cut her off. You should know, with Ellie, there is. Naali, you don't need to say more. Harry's figure began to be swallowed by the darkness, clearly a teleportation method of the fallen. Next time we meet, we'll be enemies. Goodbye. As Harry was about to disappear, a holy sword faster than light pierced through the darkness like a meteor. Thud. With a dull sound, Harry's head rolled to the ground, and his body vanished. A system notification sounded. You have slain Harry Poussin, level 43 legendary boss. Experience 479,500. Your party has obtained the legendary longsword of the fallen. Naali stared blankly at the head on the ground, then turned to look at Siayu, her eyes filled with shock. The attack just now was not only on par with her, a mythical powerhouse, but also so swift that even she couldn't react in time. Almost let him get away, Siayu said with a relaxed smile. Naali's voice echoed in the ears of all the commanders in the East City. Harry Poussin has been executed for treason. Meanwhile, in the camp of the fallen army, an elderly man in a black robe, gaunt and skeletal, frowned at Harry's headless corpse. Harry, I didn't expect you to be the first to use the teleportation scroll, huh? A man covered in sinister dark runes questioned angrily. Our surprise attack on the East City failed. Not one of our 10,000 troops escaped. Didn't you say this plan was foolproof? His gaze swept over the four powerful legends below, eyes blazing with fury. The leader of the Blood Soul Society said viciously, this failure was due to the unexpected reinforcement on the other side. That necromancer was too strong, handling 6 legendary assassins at once. Plus, our insider was discovered early, exposing the army before breaching the city. To win now, we cannot fight scattered. That necromancer must be taken down in one strike, or he'll wear down any number of troops. He continued, I didn't expect the Yun Cliff squad to enter the demigod's memory battlefield. The third brother is likely doomed. With the second brother's death yesterday, all of them have fallen to this unknown legendary squad. Moreover, the other side was randomly assigned to the losing side. As long as we coordinate with the fallen army to breach LA City, we can then hunt down and kill the Yun Cliff squad. 1,000,000 troops against 100,000. The advantage is ours. The high-ranking man nodded. I agree. Tomorrow morning, we will launch a full-scale siege. Kill that foolish woman, and LA City will fall naturally. He then looked at the four. You four will be the vanguard. Any objections? None, General. The four responded in unison. Good. The man nodded in satisfaction. Elsewhere, Nyogongi looked at Siayu with shock and admiration. In one battle, we killed 6 legends. Well, you killed them all, actually. He thought. Past national champions were nowhere near as impressive as Siayu. The usually aloof when simming looked at Siayu differently. This man was not only handsome but also incredibly powerful, making other men feel inadequate. Emochi gazed at Siayu with starry eyes and enthusiastically invited, Junior, why don't you join our squad? You can be our captain from now on. No, I refuse, Siayu declined without hesitation. He had joined the squad this time just to get a ticket, and he once again realized the drawbacks of being in a team. Normally, killing 2 bosses would level him up significantly, but now, even after killing 2 legendary bosses, he only leveled up once and was still short of the next level. Too much experience was shared. Though disappointed, the others weren't surprised by Siayu's refusal. They thought, if they were as strong as him, they probably wouldn't choose to team up either. By the way, the equipment that was dropped, Emochi handed the gear Harry had dropped to Siayu. Siayu glanced at it and shook his head. Forget it. My backpack is almost full. You guys keep it. It was just a legendary weapon. and the 3 assassins and 1 mage had already given him plenty of gear, so he didn't need this one. Thanks, Junior. We've got a strong ally now. Emochi smiled happily and put away the longsword. Although none of them could use it, an injured teammate could. Before they could rest, a city guard rushed over, informing the 4, the fallen army is mobilizing. They are likely planning a full-scale attack in the morning. The Lord wants to discuss this with you. They're launching a full-scale attack already? The 4 exchanged surprised glances. According to the strategy, the enemy usually tested the waters for a few days before a full assault. This time, they were going all in on the second day. Emochi looked at Siayu and analyzed. I think it's all because of Junior, the necromancer. Your strength makes traditional military tactics meaningless. They can only deal with a necromancer in one decisive blow. I think it's great. Siayu smiled calmly. It saves us more time. He thought, if they want to push in one wave, he'll take them down in one wave. Junior, you're awesome. The group praised sincerely. Soon after, they arrived at the discussion hall. All the city's commanders were already gathered, including Naali. She looked around and got straight to the point. What are your thoughts? Siayu raised an eyebrow and said bluntly, the army of the fallen is at our doorstep. What is there to discuss? Unless we're talking about surrender, the only option is to fight. As for defending the city, these seasoned soldiers know better than we do. Naali understood Siayu's point and immediately ordered, you and Xiao Yalan, Gamyuk, come with me to the west gate. The rest of you, guard the east, south, and north gates. The fallen may send small squads to harass us, but they won't commit their main force. Hold your ground and don't pursue them. Yes, City Lord. The city defense generals responded in unison. Xia Yu and the others followed Naali to the west gate. In the distance, a dark cloud slowly drifted towards Ale City, emanating an ominous aura. Xia Yu's eyes narrowed as he sensed a presence more powerful than mythical forces. Divine power. Xia Yu realized. These fallen are moving with their deity's blessing. While the god cannot manifest in this world, it can empower its followers. He suddenly thought of the exchange students. Their additional strength is quite similar to the deity's blessing on its followers. This requires further investigation later, but now is not the time for such thoughts. The massive army of the fallen inched closer. From the city walls, the vanguard was already visible. Soldiers wielding wooden shields and long spears advanced fearlessly, their momentum unstoppable. Kill, 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 for the god. The thunderous shouts echoed like a storm, shaking the morale of the defending soldiers on the walls. Seeing this, Naali drew her wavy-bladed sword and raised it high, emitting a roar like the ocean, drowning out the enemy's chants. Warriors, behind us are our families, loved ones, and friends. We have no retreat. We must expel these demon-possessed fiends. We fight for the future, for the light. A mysterious force enveloped the entire army, igniting courage within their hearts. This was Nayali's life domain, understood from the ocean, which could warm and empower all life. The defenders' spirits soared as they raised their weapons and shouted in unison, for the future, for the light. No one trembled or hesitated. History and the future converged at this moment. In the enemy ranks, a tattooed man remarked, Naali is indeed an excellent demigod. It's a pity she's so decayed. If she joined us as a saint, she could serve the god directly. Beside him, an old man with a cane murmured, the god desires her body. Be cautious during the battle. Understood. I will fulfill the god's will. The tattooed man replied respectfully. The old man ordered, it's time to begin. I will sound the horn of blood. Several strong men brought forth a massive blood-red horn, placing it slowly before the old man. War was imminent. Seeing the enemy approaching within kilometers of the city walls, Siayu immediately summoned the undead lords, ordering them to gather their undead subordinates and prepare for battle. This time, even the forbidden spellcaster Edward was summoned. Siayu instructed, if a mythical-level enemy appears, you will strike, coordinating with the Saintess and my soul burn to heavily wound, or even kill the mythical enemy. Yes, master. Edward replied excitedly, addicted to the thrill of slaying mythical beings. Siayu turned to the Saintess. You can split your form as well. The Saintess flickered with a gentle light, indicating her understanding. Facing the vast army, numerous legendary warriors, and a few demigods blessed by their deity, Siayu had to be cautious. While he had the ability to kill mythical beings, the situation became uncertain against demigods with divine blessings. In the enemy ranks, the tattooed man frowned. So this is the undead army of that necromancer? It's unbelievably strong. How did he do it? These undead are incredibly powerful and agile, but their inherent qualities are poor. Boom. Hundreds of black lightning bolts flashed within the dark cloud. The tattooed man realized, I see. It's some kind of aura-based spell effect. But maintaining so many summoned undead requires immense power. Even with the answer, he was left with more questions. At this moment, The dark cloud ceased its movement. It had just probed but was blocked by an inexplicable force. The tattooed man sighed. 1,000,000 troops. Yet they might not break through these tens of thousands of undead. Suddenly, he sensed a surge of death energy converging towards LA City. What is that necromancer up to now? Necromancer, Gate of Size. A massive gate, carved with the agonized faces of various races, appeared before LA City's gates. Standing 100 meters tall and wide, it creaked open, releasing a dense aura of death that could kill ordinary warriors upon contact. Following this, legions of undead poured out. Undead Knight Legions, Undead Soldier Legions, Undead Mage Legions, 13 legions in total, along with their subordinate undead, forming an army of over 200,000 undead soldiers arrayed before LA City, stunning everyone present. This was the power of the Necromancer. The silent ranks of over 200,000 soldiers sent waves of shock through everyone's hearts. Undead Summoning. My true god-level undead, come forth. Siayu cast once more, summoning 3,500 true god-level undead. Though few in number, each could easily kill a legendary warrior. Siayu roared internally, Sanctus, Motivators, Victory Rules, Judgment Aura, Solar Aura, Sanctity Aura. Activate them all. It was his first time releasing all his undead, his excitement palpable. Powerful auras emanated from each undead, and the same words surfaced in everyone's mind. An invincible army. Bring it on. Siayu silently taunted the tattooed man in the army, a smirk playing on his lips. Although the tattooed man couldn't hear him, he could read the provocation from Siayu's lips. A mere legend dares to challenge a myth? This kid has a death wish. The tattooed man gritted his teeth, but didn't dare to act rashly. The power of this necromancer was terrifying, with an army of thousands of undead as strong as legends, enough to put even mythical warriors in peril. The once imposing army of the fallen surged towards LA City. However, the appearance of the undead army halted them in their tracks, and not even the blood-red horn could drive the soldiers forward. Fear spread through the ranks like a tidal wave. Most of the fallen's army were ordinary people, and even with the blood-red horn's enhancement, they were only at the level of low-ranked apprentices. How could they not be terrified when faced with an army of 200,000 undead, nearly as powerful as legends? No matter how the Elder blew the blood-red horn, the fallen's army couldn't move an inch. The Elder glared at Siayu, gritting his teeth. Damn Necromancer. If we don't take him out, our army won't advance another step. The tattooed man spoke in a low voice. Let's all go in. Get every legend to join us. No one had anticipated that this necromancer would be so difficult to handle. They regretted not killing him last night, but now it was too late for regrets. All right, the Elder responded. Meanwhile, the soldiers of LA City cheered as they saw the fallen's army halting. Look, the fallen's army doesn't dare to advance. Lord Siayu's undead army has stopped them in their tracks. Lord Siayu. Lord Siayu. Their morale soared instantly. Naali, too, was shocked. You can summon so many powerful undead by yourself? Even the mythical necromancers I've seen couldn't do that. Emochi and the others exchanged astonished looks, thinking to themselves, is this his true strength? He probably didn't even show 1% of his power during the freshman competition. Seeing that the enemy had stopped advancing, Siayu's face turned slightly pale, and he sighed. They're not coming after all? The spell Gate of Size consumed an enormous amount of mental energy. After finally summoning 200,000 undead, he had been looking forward to an epic battle, only to be disappointed by the enemy's hesitation. If you won't come forward, then I will. All undead, charge forward. Siayu ordered coldly. In an instant, dust rose beneath the city walls as 200,000 undead launched their assault on the fallen's army. The undead army moved with precision, each unit playing its role. Undead soldiers and berserkers at the front, knights on the flanks, archers and mages in the rear, assassins lurking in the shadows, and wind-winged bird undead in the sky. The Elder and the tattooed man had grim expressions. They were assembling the legends in their army for a decapitation strike, but the sudden attack from the undead disrupted their plans. Without the support of legendary and mythical warriors, their army of the fallen could be annihilated, a loss they couldn't afford. The Elder said darkly, Torag, take those outsiders and kill that necromancer. The rest of the legends will hold off the undead army. They had no choice but to take a risky move, sending a mythical warrior and 4 powerful legends to assassinate Siayu. Torag nodded in agreement, then turned to the 4 members of the Blood Soul Society. You 4 will come with me to assassinate the necromancer. If we succeed, you can have whatever you want. The leader of the Blood Soul Society demanded in a low voice, mythical enlightenment. Torag hesitated briefly but then nodded. The leader of the Blood Soul Society showed a cruel smile. No problem. As long as he's not a myth, we can kill him. He turned to the other 3 members. Brothers, this mission is crucial. No holding back. I swear, once I become a myth, I will do everything in my power to help you become myths too. The other members voiced their support and trust. The 5 figures then vanished into the ranks of the Fallen's army. By this time, the undead army was less than a few hundred meters away from the Fallen's front lines. The soldiers at the front were frantically pushing back, their morale shattered. Seeing this, the elder's eyes flashed with madness. He turned to the priest beside him. Is it ready? After receiving a positive reply, he entered a massive tent. Inside the tent was a blood pool, 100 meters wide, flanked by piles of corpses. Blood-red tendrils rose from the pool, with the blood-red horn floating above, now appearing as if made of blood-red crystal, exuding boundless malice. The elder approached the blood pool, taking out an ornate dagger to cut his wrist, letting his mythical blood drip into the pool. He whispered, "All for the sake of the god." With a thunderous roar, the blood pool boiled, and the blood was absorbed into the horn. The elder shouted, "Necromancer, face the wrath of the god." Siayu looked up, sensing an ominous and malevolent aura rising from the Fallen's army. And this eerie feeling was directed straight at him. Above the battlefield, an old man reappeared, holding a blood-red horn. As the sound of the horn echoed, a rain of blood fell from the dark clouds, drenching the army of the Fallen. The soldiers drenched in the blood rain swelled rapidly, becoming grotesquely engorged, like small giants. "It hurts. It hurts. But it feels so good." The soldiers roared wildly. "Power is surging within me. Kill. My blood is boiling, and only war can cool it down. Kill." The army of the Fallen launched a frenzied charge at the undead. Xia Yu watched coldly, thinking to himself, "Interesting. This is truly a world without any regard for human rights. These enhanced soldiers will be either dead or crippled afterward, treated as disposable." Sacrificing an army of millions like this shows that the enemy no longer cares about casualties, only achieving their goal. A cold smirk appeared on Siayu's lips. But so what if they're enhanced? Do they think a single enhancement can elevate them to legendary status? Impossible. If the god had such power, they would have already swept across the world, and everyone would be bowing to their divine might. Yet, here they are, struggling to overthrow a decaying empire. With a thunderous clash, the two armies collided. The madness of the Fallen was useless against the emotionless undead. The small giants were knocked down by the undead's immense strength, then pierced by swords or torn apart by claws. The undead archers and mages rained attacks down, turning countless Fallen into pools of corrupted blood or exploding them with arrows. The vaunted strength of the Fallen was futile against the undead. Their weapons couldn't even pierce the undead's bones. In contrast, the undead's attacks carried lightning and fire, each kill igniting a golden flame that consumed everything around it. Occasionally, devastating bolts of lightning would strike from the sky, obliterating the Fallen. The undead army advanced with astonishing speed, leaving only the ashes of the Fallen in their wake. This army seemed like a divine force sent to judge the world, unstoppable. This scene took everyone by surprise. Even Siayu, seeing the undead in full force, couldn't help but marvel. The Saintess's aura is incredibly powerful in this scenario. If these were ordinary soldiers, their morale would have collapsed long ago. Only these crazed individuals could be slaughtered by the undead. Naali watched in awe, a hint of apprehension in her eyes as she looked at Siayu. For a mythical-level warrior to fear a legendary one was absurd. The other legends, including the 3 members of the Yunya squad, were chilled to see tens of thousands of humans die at the hands of Siayu's undead army. Siayu even smiled and sighed, showing no remorse for his actions. Even though they had killed during their rise to legend, the scale of this massacre was unsettling. Meanwhile, the old man leading the Fallen watched his army being slaughtered. His face twisted with anger as he thought, "Kill, kill, but you'll regret it later." The Fallen's lines kept retreating, but the small giants continued to charge fearlessly. The undead, knowing no mercy, slaughtered any enemy in sight. The battlefield was littered with the remains of tens of thousands of fallen soldiers, blood flowing everywhere. A massive death energy gathered on the battlefield. The blood rain from the dark clouds became even more sinister, affecting the undead under Siayu's control. Siayu's eyes narrowed. Is this part of their plan? Trying to turn my undead against me? It's a clever strategy, something I didn't anticipate, but what does it matter? Siayu thought coldly. The undead are strong now because of the Saintess's aura. If they turn into enemy units, they won't benefit from this boost and will become ordinary, even weaker. My subordinate undead are only of regular rank. Siayu noticed that the undead generals summoned by the Gate of Sighs were unaffected by the blood rain, indicating it only affected ordinary undead. Naali urgently said, "Mage Siayu, pull your undead back. That blood rain is dangerous." Emochi agreed. "I think that blood rain is very suspicious. It's like they're sending soldiers for you to kill, definitely a plot." Siayu glanced at them and said calmly, Of course it's a plot. I've already sensed it. My ordinary undead are falling into chaos, and soon I won't be able to control them. Nyo Gongi shouted. Then cancel the summoning. If those terrifying undead turn against us, we can't defend AI Lay City. Siayu replied coolly. Pay attention. Ordinary undead. They're just fodder. Even if they go chaotic, they're not a threat. Besides, not all of them are affected, only some. The old man leading the fallen gritted his teeth, thinking furiously, why are these undead so resilient? Even the god's blood rain can't control them, and it's hard to push them into chaos. Who is this necromancer? He had hoped to control the powerful undead army with the blood of his soldiers, but found it nearly impossible to induce chaos in them. At this rate, he'd watch helplessly as the undead slaughtered his million-strong army. Suddenly, the old man shuddered, shouting in disbelief. What? Let those beings descend? He then looked up at the supreme being above the dark clouds and nodded heavily. For you, I will fight. Let those greedy subspace demons descend and battle the undead. At that moment, thousands of Xia Yu's undead did fall into chaos, attacking other undead but were quickly killed. Xia Yu thought coldly, undead are just tools. If they break, then they are to be destroyed. It appears that the battle on the front lines has concluded. Nia Li, the city's general, looked in disbelief at the undead army that had crushed the legions of the fallen. A battle that should have seen 100,000 soldiers defending against a million-strong army was completely overturned by a single necromancer. The 200,000 undead effortlessly overwhelmed the mutated fallen, leaving the soldiers on the walls with their mouths agape. Master Siayu single-handedly defeated the million-strong fallen army. No, this wasn't just a defeat, it was a complete annihilation. An excited soldier shouted. Even with the help of their dark god, the fallen are no match for Master Siayu. The soldiers cast admiring and almost fanatical glances at Siayu. In their eyes, his status had already surpassed that of Nia Li. They had been prepared for certain death, but one man had saved the entire city. Such a hero naturally earned their utmost reverence and admiration. Nia Li softly said, Thank you, Master Siayu. After this war, I can let you choose from my treasure hoard, grant you the Hero's Medal of Alay City, and petition the Empire to bestow upon you the title of Count. She looked at Siayu with confusion, wondering why such a powerful individual and his 3 legendary companions did not hold noble titles. Typically, legendary warriors were at least viscounts, and those with notable achievements could even be granted lands and the title of count. Not to mention a necromancer who could single-handedly crush a million-strong army. Any ruler, no matter how corrupt, would elevate him to count, if not prince or duke. Siayu replied calmly, I only need victory in this war. This is just a challenge space. None of the items here can be taken out. Victory is all I truly need. Nia Li's tone was resolute. We've already won half the battle. Without their million-strong army, the enemy cannot take Alay City. As a mythical warrior, she was confident in dealing with the enemy's mythical beings. The key now was to protect Siayu, allowing him to continue decimating the remaining enemy forces. However, Siayu's gaze suddenly shifted to the battlefield, where the space began to twist eerily. Many undead and fallen soldiers were killed instantly by the warped space. Suddenly, a massive demonic arm covered in dark red scales emerged, grabbing a dozen fallen soldiers. Next, a truck-sized demonic head with irregular horns and a mouth full of sharp teeth appeared, swallowing the soldiers whole. Flesh and dark power. Delicious. The interdimensional demon roared. How much death energy has gathered here? How many have died? As it appeared, hundreds of interdimensional demons poured out from the twisted space. These interdimensional demons were legendary bosses, part of the Godspawn race. They thrived on chaos and violence, often appearing in such environments. Depending on the scenario, they could receive up to a 50 boost to all attributes, and they were now at their maximum power. These terrifying demons not only attacked the undead, but targeted the fallen soldiers as their primary prey. Compared to the skeletal undead, the fallen soldiers were more to their taste. Despite the undead army's agility and strength, they were at a disadvantage against the demons. The interdimensional demons' agile and unpredictable movements, powerful spatial abilities, and numerous skills made it difficult for the undead, which had only a few basic skills, to cope. Even with the Inspirer boosting their strength and agility, the undead's durability remained low, and they shattered upon contact with the higher attribute demons. Ha ha ha, these undead are strangely so weak yet so destructive, a demon cackled, looking at the arrows piercing its body before charging at the undead archers, initiating a massacre. Blood rain fell on the interdimensional demons, but they seemed unaffected. Strangely, they suddenly abandoned the fallen soldiers and turned their fury towards Siayu's undead, driven by an inexplicable rage. It seems their god has intervened again. Siayu remained calm, while those around him were far less composed. Nia Li roared in anger. Damn the fallen. They brought interdimensional demons into this world. Do they not understand how terrifying these demons are? How many realms have been destroyed by their invasions? Gods don't care. They only want victory, Emochi said darkly, looking at the black clouds. As a system priestess without faith, she could sense the gods' indifference more keenly. In the eyes of the gods, everyone's value was less than Sia's undead. Nyogongi swallowed hard and asked, Junior, should we help you deal with the interdimensional demons? Though each demon was a legendary boss and handling even one was challenging, let alone hundreds, their junior remained calm, his expression unchanging. No need. The interdimensional demons are not my match. Siayu shook his head. Our guests have arrived. To Siayu, the demons were merely a source of experience. His subordinates and the undead army summoned by the Gate of Sighs had been fighting so far, with the strongest being the undead generals. The true main force, the undead lords, had yet to enter the fray. Siayu said softly, Lords, it's time to act. As his words fell, the battlefield shifted once more, heralding an even fiercer battle to come. With a thunderous roar, a dragon's cry pierced the sky, followed closely by a pale phantom. The Frostbone dragon, in a flash, seized a subspace demon, its sharp claws emanating a bone-chilling cold. Before the demon could react, the dragon exhaled a freezing breath, instantly encasing it in ice. With a powerful grip, the dragon's claws shattered the demon into pieces with a resounding crack. A system notification popped up. Legendary subspace demon boss killed. Level 49 experience 1,277,500. Your level has increased to 42. Your team has acquired heroic subspace boots. Choose your level up reward. 1. Undead Lord skill level 3. 2. Heroic Soul Rend level 1. Launch a soul blade to attack an enemy, dealing 300 of your intelligence as soul damage. 3. Heroic Poison Mist level 1 inch. Siayu made his choice almost instantly, selecting the Undead Lord. The system then rewarded him. His undead minions were upgraded to the excellent tier. Meanwhile, Siayu's undead army surged toward the subspace demons like a tidal wave. Empowered by the Saintess's blessing, the undead lords showcased overwhelming dominance, effortlessly crushing the demons. This massacre seemed like a release of their long-pent-up frustration. System notifications kept rolling in. Legendary subspace demon boss killed. Level 49 experience 1,277,500. Legendary subspace demon boss killed. Level 49 experience 1,277,500. Legendary subspace demon boss killed. Level 49 experience 1,277,500. Your level has increased to 43. Siayu once again selected the Gate of Sighs, receiving a skill level increase of 3 and a cooldown reduction of 10 days as rewards. The levels of the 3 members of the Yunya squad were also rising rapidly, their eyes gleaming with excitement. The experience from hundreds of subspace demons was enough to elevate them several levels, possibly even reaching the legendary level 50. Siayu was extremely satisfied. He had initially thought it would be difficult to gain enough experience points, but the army of the Fallen had unexpectedly summoned so many subspace demons, providing an unexpected windfall. In the Fallen army, only a dozen or so had reached legendary status, along with 1 or 2 mythic-level powerhouses, which wouldn't have been enough for Siayu to reach level 50. But with these subspace demons, level 50 was now within reach. An old man watched in disbelief, mumbling to himself, how is this possible? His eyes trembled violently as he saw Siayu's undead army effortlessly slaughtering the near-mythic subspace demons. These demons, with their subspace traversal abilities, were considered pinnacle powerhouses among legends, yet now they were being butchered like lambs. Even the black clouds in the sky seemed less menacing. Meanwhile, Tattooed Man Tuagu led the Blood Soul Society's leaders stealthily to the base of the city wall. A shroud of black mist enveloped them, rendering them completely invisible. The Blood Soul leader sneered, my mutated skill, Shadow Mist, is undetectable even by mythic powerhouses. As long as we get close to that necromancer, Mr. Tuagu, you should be able to deliver a fatal strike, right? Tuagu, amazed by the mysterious Shadow Mist, nodded, rest assured, a legendary necromancer is no match for me. He will die with one strike. The 5 of them climbed the city wall silently, undetected even by soldiers just a step away. They were now less than 200 meters from Siayu. For legendary and mythic powerhouses, this distance could be covered in an instant. However, to be cautious, Tuagi's group continued to cautiously approach Siayu. Besides the 3 members of Yunya squad, Siayu was accompanied by Nia Li and her 2 city guard generals. Suddenly, a gloomy voice reached the ears of General Jolin. Jolin, prepare to attack the necromancer and draw Nia Li's attention. Jolin shuddered, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes, but he quickly steeled himself and lowered his head in silence. Emochi, watching the undead army crush the fallen army, couldn't help but marvel. Such a powerful undead army, all summoned by one person. We've underestimated the necromancer profession. She recalled that in the real world, necromancers were considered a relatively weak hidden class, sometimes even inferior to the initial 4 classes. But now, the perception of the Unya squad members toward necromancers had been completely overturned. How could this be weak? What profession could be stronger than this? Nayali also remarked, necromancers, a few hundred years ago, were hunted down by everyone. Now, they have become our saviors. In this world, a few hundred years ago, necromancers were considered a dark and evil profession. But now, they are our saviors, while those with divine powers are the ones slaughtering lives. She turned to Siayu, respectfully asking, Master Siayu, is there anything we can do to assist you next? Siayu smiled at them and said casually, no need to do anything. Just watch as I crush these fallen and subspace demons. At that moment, Jolin suddenly drew the battle axe from his back and swung it at Siayu without hesitation. However, a long sword intercepted his attack. Nayali glared at Jolin and demanded, why? Meanwhile, a cold gleam shot towards Siayu from behind. It was a long sword exuding a sinister aura, covered in black runes, clearly of exceptional quality. The wielder was none other than the mythic powerhouse, Tuagu. Die! Tuagu growled, his sword piercing through Siayu's body. The explosive force sent even the legendary members of Unya squad flying. Tuagu pulled back his sword and leaped into the air, looking down at the smoke-covered city wall. Several cracks had appeared on the wall, caused by the force of his attack. But he knew he hadn't harmed the necromancer, only sensing a spatial fluctuation. Just as he was about to pursue, Nayali blocked his path, shouting, Tuagu, repent for your sins. The domain of life spread out from Nayali in an instant, forming an invisible barrier that enveloped everyone within several kilometers. Friendly soldiers felt their wounds heal faster, and their strength and agility surged. Enemies, on the other hand, suffered additional damage, and their wounds healed slowly. Most importantly, Nayali herself experienced a significant boost in power within this domain, far beyond her normal state. Not to be outdone, Toreg shook his entire body, and a dark domain unfurled. The two forces clashed in the space, neither able to suppress the other. Siayu felt his body grow heavy as the dark power continuously eroded his being. Fortunately, the holy aura easily neutralized the ongoing damage. He turned to look at the Unya squad, seeing them struggle within the dark domain, with Imochi's healing proving insufficient. Saintis, cast holy aura on them, Siayu ordered decisively. In an instant, a radiant light enveloped the Unya squad, dispelling the negative effects of the dark domain while restoring their vitality. Imochi was stunned by the surging life force within but couldn't identify the source of this miraculous aura. Siayu didn't pause, continuing to direct, cast judgment aura, solar aura, and holy aura on Nayali. Then, apply all the buffs from the Inspirer and the Law of Victory to her. As a competent support, he instructed the Saintis spirit to stack various beneficial effects on Nayali. Nayali felt waves of strange power flowing into her. Holy flames and judgmental lightning danced on her sword, adding extra elemental damage. The powerful life force washed over her entire body, dispelling the curses of the dark domain. She felt a massive increase in strength and agility, and she could even sense that victory was leaning in her favor. Meanwhile, the Death Star flickered above Torig's head. Nayali suddenly realized why Siayu's undead were so powerful. If a mythical being like her could receive such a strong boost, the undead would be even more formidable. What was initially a slim chance of capturing the fallen myth Torig now transformed into near-certain victory. Torig sensed something was amiss. Nayali's strength far exceeded his expectations. This power clearly came from a hidden, powerful entity nearby. A mythical priest? Impossible. How could there be a mythical priest in this city? Torig's eyes widened with intense fear as he frantically pondered who could be granting Nayali such a powerful boost. Was it those supporters? Or that enigmatic necromancer? Despite his disbelief, Torig's suspicions pointed towards the incredible necromancer. I'll hold off Nayali, you all kill that necromancer. Torig gritted his teeth and roared to the Blood Soul members. His shout inadvertently exposed the existence of the Blood Soul group, making them look grim. Unbeknownst to them, they had long been exposed, which was why Siayu could easily evade Torig's attacks. The Blood Soul leader decisively ordered, attack. He led the charge towards Siayu. At this moment, their only hope of winning this quasi-divine battlefield was to eliminate Siayu. As long as Siayu lived, there was a chance to turn the tide and secure Nayali's victory. Protect our junior. Faced with the sudden assault from the Blood Soul, the three members of the Unya squad quickly adjusted their formation to shield Siayu. Arctic Storm. A Blood Soul mage raised his hand, releasing a powerful spell. A frigid storm mixed with sharp ice blades roared forth. Ordinary soldiers along the path instantly turned into ice sculptures, which were then shattered by the ice blades. Shield wall. Nyogongi raised his large shield, and with the activation of his skill, a pale golden barrier appeared in front of everyone, blocking the Arctic Storm's attack. At that moment, an assassin suddenly appeared at Nyogongi's side, driving a dagger viciously into his waist. Kidney strike. The unexpected ambush caused Nyogongi to stagger, and the shield wall collapsed. The assassin moved to slit Nyogongi's throat, but a few sharp arrows forced him to dodge. "You're not getting away." Nyogongi gritted his teeth against the pain and swung his shield at the assassin, cutting off his escape route. Unable to evade, an arrow pierced through the assassin's forearm, exploding it into a mist of blood. The assassin let out a pained cry but swiftly slipped into the shadows, vanishing without a trace. At the same moment, the leader of the Blood Soul Society, dark warrior of a hidden profession, rushed towards Siayu like a shadow of death. Everyone's efforts to distract were aimed at getting him close to Siayu, and the plan was finally in motion. The leader's long sword suddenly transformed into a sinister black light, slashing down fiercely at Siayu. "Soul Devourer," he growled, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust. In the nick of time, with a thunderous crash, a fully armored figure stepped in front of Siayu, taking the deadly blow hidden. It was the Phantom Guard. He had equipped himself with gear looted from the Blood Soul Society members, significantly boosting his combat power. With the added blessing of the Holy Maiden Phantom, he managed to fight the Blood Soul Society leader to a standstill. This scene was hard for the leader to accept. As someone who prided himself on being the best beneath the realm of legends, being forced into a draw by a legendary undead was infuriating. Yet, faced with the Phantom Guard's precise and steady attacks, he found himself unable to break through the defense. Siayu wasn't idle either. Though he didn't bring in new forces to deal with the leader, he quickly cast two powerful curses: Curse of Agony, Curse of Weakness. In an instant, the leader felt a wave of weakness wash over him, and his combat power plummeted. The previously evenly matched battle tipped in favor of the Phantom Guard. Each hit landed by the Phantom Guard inflicted unbearable pain on the leader, whose face turned a ghastly shade of blue, sweat dripping from his forehead. Meanwhile, Siayu focused all his attention on the quasi-god of the fallen. To lift the seal of the death anthem, he had to personally kill this quasi-god, which was why he didn't continue attacking the Blood Soul Society leader. Seeing the leader at a disadvantage, Tog's eyes turned red with rage. "Damn it, Joel, what are you waiting for? Join me and kill that damned woman." An elder, who had always been a significant presence in the fallen's ranks, slowly emerged and stood beside Tog. He gazed at the scene before him and said in a deep voice, "Naali, kneel before our god and lead the people of Le City into our god's embrace." Joel, a deity among the fallen ones and a formidable mythic warrior, appeared, causing the sky to be instantly covered by thick, dark clouds. Naali felt her life force being significantly weakened, but with the blessing of the Saintess, she continued to suppress Tug. Naali longed to eliminate Tug first, and then face Joel unknown. However, Tug, even while taking her attacks hidden, would never give her a chance for a fatal strike. He spat out a mouthful of blood and quickly retreated to Joel's side, his eyes burning with fury. "Just attack already. Do you think you can persuade this madwoman? She almost killed me." Tug's words made Joel frown slightly. "Your divine power is a gift from the gods, and you can't even defeat a mere demigod? Why don't you try it yourself?" Tug replied coldly. Naali took a deep breath, standing fearlessly before the two demigods, protecting Siayu. She knew that her current strength was thanks to an unknown blessing from Siayu. Without it, she would surely be defeated. "Be careful, don't let these two demigods notice you," Naali whispered to Siayu. Siayu carefully observed the two fallen demigods. Tug, a mythic boss, belonged to the human race, level 60, with strength at 610,300, agility at 635,373, and wisdom at 601,500. His talent, Korn's divine power, granted him 50 extra chaos damage and a 50 chance to cause confusion with his attacks. His skills included Dark Domain, Soul Devour, Double Strike, Leap Attack, and Death Assault. Joel, also a mythic boss, belonged to the demon race, level 60, with strength at 530,407, agility at 585,323, and wisdom at 711,608. His talent, Korn's divinity, allowed him to transform into a Korn demon, boosting all attributes by 20 and dealing 100 extra chaos damage. His skills included Korn Domain, Fearful Howl, Bloodthirsty Rage, Soul Slice, and Pain Curse. These two mythic warriors' attributes and skills made Siayu feel unprecedented danger, especially Joel's transformation ability, which was particularly daunting. No wonder the other fallen demigod obeyed him. Under the blessing of Victory Rule and Inspirer, Naali's attributes were around 800,000. Though not as high as Joel's 710,000, with the added effects of the Solar Halo, Judgment, and Holy Halo. She still had a chance in an unknown fight, provided Joel didn't activate his corn transformation. Siayu quickly calculated the combat strength of both sides, while checking the attributes of the Saintess Ghost. As a growing main deity level undead, the 43-level Saintess Ghost had base attributes of 363,000 strength and agility, and 459,000 wisdom. With a 60 self-attribute boost and Xia Yu's 50 soul burn enhancement, her strength and agility would reach 760,000, and her wisdom would soar to 960,000. Coupled with the 15 Saintess Ghosts on the field and their formidable skill sets, Xia Yu was confident in their victory. He awaited the right moment to let the Saintess Ghosts make a sudden, lethal strike. Joel, let's attack together. Tug's eyes flared as he charged at Naali, his dark sword transforming into countless black lights, blotting out the sky. Not to be outdone, Joel's staff emitted a sharp sound, sending several soul blades straight at Naali's vital points. Naali knew she couldn't take the soul attacks heeded. The Holy Halo couldn't heal soul damage. She decisively dodged, preferring to endure Tug's sword strikes rather than face Joel's soul attacks. Swish. Multiple sword wounds appeared on Naali's arm instantly, with dark energy attempting to invade her body, only to be instantly dissolved by a surge of holy power that also healed her wounds. What? Tug was shocked. The dark energy in his attacks, meant to reduce healing, was instantly dispelled. Wrath of life. Naali gave Tug no respite, her life force surging out to form green light blades aiming to end him in one strike. Weakness curse, pain curse. Two red lights suddenly appeared on Tug, slowing his movements and making it difficult for him to evade Naali's wrath of life. Save me, Lord Joel. Tug cried out in panic. Joel's body twisted abruptly, a crimson tentacle sprouting from his chest to shield Tug. With a squelch, blood sprayed everywhere. Joel's face turned deathly pale, his lower body transforming into grotesque, blood-red tentacles, leaving only his upper body in human form. Thank you, Lord Joel. Tug quickly flew to Joel's side. Kill them all. Joel's harsh, grating voice commanded as hundreds of tentacles surged toward Naali like mythic warriors. Naali continually dodged in midair, occasionally countering with her sword. However, the tentacles regrew at a visible rate after being cut. She knew a single mistake could lead to her demise. Tug glared at Siayu. Pathetic and cursed necromancer. You dared to curse me earlier. So what? Come and kill me. Siayu responded fearlessly. You dare court death? Roared Tuaogu, his entire being emanating a dense aura of death as he lunged at Siayu like an incarnation of the Grim Reaper. His figure transformed into a streak of white lightning, launching a ferocious death strike. However, just as Tuaogu was about to succeed, a warhammer engraved with sacred patterns materialized in front of him. It descended with the force of divine retribution, producing a thunderous boom as lightning and flames scattered. The deathly aura around Tuaogu dissipated instantly, and he was hurled back hundreds of meters by the immense impact. Tuaogu warily eyed the newly appeared white figure, an existence that left everyone present in utter disbelief. A holy spirit. She had a translucent body, surrounded by a faint aura of the undead, yet possessed wings that were purer than the sun. This ghostly maiden seemed to wield power that transcended the boundaries of life and death. The Holy Spirit's pale golden eyes fixed on Tuaogu. With a wave of her small hand, hundreds of light swords appeared out of thin air, shooting towards Tuaogu like a torrential rain. Each sword was incredibly sharp, seemingly capable of slicing through any defense. Tuaogu dared not be careless, dodging the seemingly endless assault in a desperate struggle. What kind of monster is this? Tuaogu roared internally as he evaded. The power of these light swords was enough to threaten his mythic-level life, yet the Holy Spirit unleashed them effortlessly. Suddenly, a light sword pierced through Tuaogu's body from an unexpected angle. Blood spurted from the wound and dripped from his mouth. Clutching his chest in disbelief, he couldn't comprehend how such a blind spot had appeared. Siayu, however, understood well that this was the victory principle at work. As the battle dragged on, Tuaogu's chances of winning would only diminish. Meanwhile, Joel was chasing Naali, who was increasingly adept at evading his attacks. Strikes that should have hit were inexplicably dodged, fueling Joel's frustration. The other members of the Blood Soul Society were also struggling. The ghostly guardians' attacks targeted their weakest points with uncanny precision, leaving only the leader of the Blood Soul Society barely holding on. Joel was baffled. How could two mythic-level experts be suppressed by a single mythic and a legendary necromancer? It made no sense. He began calling for divine guidance, but received no response. Distracted, Joel was caught off guard as Naali seized the moment, delivering a fierce wrath of life that severed many of Joel's tentacles. She pressed her advantage, aiming to decapitate Joel. Joel barely regained his composure, lashing out with his remaining tentacles to force Naali back. His counterattack, however, was futile, as Naali severed even more of his tentacles. By now, Tua Ogu was covered in wounds. He wanted to kill the necromancer directly, but found himself unable to breach the Holy Spirit's barrier of light swords. He could only continue to dodge, yet still got hit by swords from bizarre angles. Fleeing wasn't an option either, as it would cause his divine power to explode within him, ensuring his death. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Joel, hurry up and deal with Naali. I can't hold on much longer. Tua Ogu roared. Joel was equally desperate. You can't even handle a legendary necromancer? Kill him quickly and come help me with Naali. Siayu sneered. Why blame each other? Why not die together? This remark utterly infuriated the two, their eyes blazing with anger, nearly driven mad by the necromancer. I'll kill you. Die, they both shouted in unison. Siayu regained his composure and ordered the Holy Spirit. Enough playing around. No need to hold back. Finish them. Yes, master. Suddenly, a dozen holy white figures appeared in the sky, responding in unison. This scene stunned everyone present, including Naali. Earlier, a single Holy Spirit had been enough to suppress Tua Ogu, a fallen mythic. Now, there were over a dozen identical beings, an unimaginable sight. Is this real? Nyo Gangi gaped at the ghostly saints. When Si-Ming shivered. Is this the trump card of our junior? It's terrifying. Emochi pinched herself hard, the sharp pain proving it wasn't an illusion, yet she still found it hard to believe what she was seeing. No, this must be a joke. It has to be an illusion. Tua Ogu screamed desperately, but he could sense the identical powerful aura from each white figure, forcing him to accept the reality. The leader of the Blood Soul Society was dumbfounded. Is this something we can afford to provoke? His words were cut short as a ghostly guardian decapitated him due to his distraction. Joel seemed to enter a state of madness. A god has descended. My god, the world is now ready for your arrival. Your followers await you. His tentacles flailed wildly. Siayu activated his talent, Soul Burn, boosting all his ghostly saints' attributes by 50, allowing them to utterly dominate the mythic opponents. In the name of death, judgment befalls all. The ghostly maiden's clear voices echoed. Holy light enveloped the sky, and warhammers symbolizing divine retribution descended upon the two fallen myths. Boom! A blinding white light illuminated the sky, forcing everyone to close their eyes. Even the dark clouds were dispelled by the light. Simultaneously, everyone felt a jolt in their hearts. They all sensed Itone of the mythic-level beings had fallen. No, it can't be. I'm a legend. Tuaji exclaimed in horror as he watched his body begin to dissipate. He reached out to grab Joel beside him, only to find that his companion was also struggling to hold on. The immense power of the divine judgment they had just encountered contained unparalleled godly force, and even beings of their mythic stature couldn't fully withstand it. Tuaji realized that he could no longer escape his fate of death, and he cried out in despair. I refuse to accept this. With a deafening roar, Tuaji's body disintegrated into countless stars, vanishing completely from this world. The system notification immediately followed. Killed mythic boss Tuaji, gained 33.3 million experience. Your level has increased to 4448. Your party has acquired the mythic weapon Black Death Sword. Siayu felt a surge throughout his entire body, his attributes significantly boosted. At the same time, a series of upgrade rewards and divine choices appeared before him. He quickly made his selections. 1. Undead Summoning Skill Level 3. Each level increases summon limit by 30. 2. Undead Lord Skill Level 3. The Undead Lord will come with a hero level Undead General equal to its level. 3. Pain Curse upgraded to heroic level. Enemies will suffer 20 times more pain. 4. Cygate upgraded to mythic level. Summons a legion of Frost Wraith Dragons, led by a mythic Frost Ancient Dragon. 5. Corpse Explosion Skill Level 3. Increases coverage area by 100. The 3 members of the Cloudcliff team also experienced significant level ups, with some even reaching level 50, much to their excitement. The gains from this challenge space far exceeded their expectations, as no one had ever slain a mythic boss in the Quasigod's memory battlefield before. Suddenly, a thunderous dragon roar echoed through the sky. A colossal beast, over a kilometer long and covered in ice scales, emerged from the Cygadia mythic Frost Ancient Dragon. Behind it was a vast legion of legendary Frost Wraith Dragons, their overwhelming presence making even deities retreat in fear. Everyone was stunned by the sight of this Frost Wraith Dragon legion. While necromancers could typically summon Frost Wraith Dragons, the sheer scale of this army, led by a mythic Frost Ancient Dragon, was beyond anyone's imagination. Even Naali felt her breath catch, doubting whether this necromancer was merely the Empire's reinforcement. Such a terrifying legendary necromancer was unprecedented in world history. Joel shook his head with a bitter smile. Was it necessary? No wonder the Millennial Empire has such terrifying cards up its sleeve and sent them to guard this city. Siayu waved his hand, and the Frost Wraith Dragon Legion charged at the Fallen Legion. Faced with such a formidable enemy, the Fallen Legion's morale crumbled, and they fled in panic, their divine power unable to dispel their overwhelming fear. The Frost Ancient Dragon's icy blue soul fire gazed at the twisted form of Joel, curiously observing the ghostly saint, an ally despite her odd existence. Joel suddenly looked up, his eyes glowing blood-red, fearlessly staring at Siayu. Do you think you've won? The god has answered me, and will personally bring divine retribution upon you. His voice was ethereal yet sinister, echoing in everyone's ears. A blood-red light enveloped Joel, his body undergoing violent mutations, exuding a terrifying aura. The Frost Ancient Dragon immediately recognized the phenomenon. Summoner. He's undergoing godfall. Once complete, we'll be facing a pseudo-god. The system prompt appeared. Please make a choice. 1. Interrupt and kill Joel before the godfall completes. Reward, Domain Comprehension 20. 2. After the opponent's godfall, execute deicide. Reward, Domain Mutation. Siayu quickly asked, is there a way to interrupt his godfall? The Frost Ancient Dragon replied, it's difficult. The current environment highly favors the true god's domain, giving his godfall tremendous defense. Breaking through it will be challenging. Do you have confidence in facing a pseudo-god? Siayu continued. The Frost Ancient Dragon, excited, responded, yes, with this young lady's help, we can take down a pseudo-god. Siayu looked at the ghostly saint, who softly replied, no problem. Then prepare for deicide. Siayu's eyes sharpened as he commanded all the undead to prepare for the divine battle, summoning the forbidden spellcaster Edward. Edward's attributes immediately displayed. Race, undead. Level, 48. Strength, 32659, 2 potential, 6804. Agility, 32659, 2 potential, 6804. Wisdom, 3499, 20 potential, 7290. Talent, Madwell Edward can only use forbidden spells, reducing their cost by 50, but each use consumes 30 of Edward's life force. Skills. 1. Deathfinger Forbidden Spell. Shoots a beam containing the law of death at the enemy, dealing 99/99 wisdom death damage with a 50 chance to instantly kill the enemy. Each level difference reduces the chance by 2. 2. Plague Apocalypse Forbidden Spell. Releases a plague containing the law of death, dealing 500 wisdom death damage per second and spreading among enemy units. Duration. Infinite. Siayu said to Edward, this time, we'll be facing a god, albeit a pseudo-god. Edward's soul fire burned more fiercely, responding excitedly, thank you, master. I will present the pseudo-god's head to you. As a necromancer who delved into forbidden knowledge, pulling gods from their thrones was his grandest dream, and now the opportunity was at hand. Siayu couldn't help but feel excited. Then prepare yourself, my mage. As Joel's transformation neared completion, an oppressive divine aura began to spread. Siayu and his team stood ready, preparing for the monumental battle ahead. O gods, descend upon us. What is that? Imochi and the others looked uneasy as they stared at the eerie red light. Though they didn't know its true nature, they instinctively felt it was something malevolent. Suddenly, a deep voice called out, divine descent. Nayali's pupils contracted, and her long sword slashed towards the red light like lightning as she shouted, roar of life. The green sword light collided with the red light, causing a deafening boom, but only made the red light tremble slightly. Master Siayu, act now. Nayali urged urgently while attacking fiercely. We must not let that deity descend into this world. Siayu frowned. From the Frost Ancient Dragon, he had learned that the red light was formed by the deity's essence and the blood and flesh of a million soldiers, making it more formidable than the false god about to arrive. They couldn't break it. The Frost Ancient Dragon also spoke, woman, don't waste your effort. We can't break through this red light. Save your strength for the false god. Nayali found it hard to believe. The descent of a deity usually brought endless destruction, but now these necromancers were eagerly anticipating it, which made no sense. At this moment, Joel let out a maniacal laugh. Ha ha, a god descending into my body. What an honor. His body began to twist and grow larger, turning into a blood-red giant without skin, made up of countless blood-red tendrils, resembling exposed muscles. The overwhelming aura made everyone gasp for breath, and the faces of the Yun Cliff team turned crimson. Imochi realized they were no match for this battle, and would only be a burden if they stayed. Junior, we should retreat, Imochi shouted to Siayu. Though it felt awkward, he knew their presence would only cause more trouble since Siayu's strength far surpassed theirs. Siayu's gaze remained fixed on the red light, and he nodded slightly. He understood that Imochi and the others were of no use here, and should retreat to let him focus fully. Imochi and his team quickly withdrew, taking the surviving soldiers with them. The Holy Maiden stood beside Siayu, emanating light to shield him from the divine aura. Other Holy Maidens were gathering tens of thousands of judgment swords, ready to unleash them as soon as the false god appeared. Summoner, it's coming. The frost ancient dragon growled. Siayu nodded solemnly. Yes, let's begin. Suddenly, a sound like shattering glass came from the red light, and cracks spread across it. A massive fist burst forth, aiming straight for the frost ancient dragon. Soul burn. 60 seconds, attack now. Siayu ordered. All the undead summons launched their attacks simultaneously. The Holy Maiden's judgment swords rained down on the false god's body, while countless blood-red arms emerged to protect it, glowing red and clashing fiercely with the swords. The booming sounds were incessant. Most of the judgment swords shattered into light particles, but many still pierced the false god's body. A thunderous roar echoed from the red light. Roar! Humans, undead, you shall die. Only then did they see the false god's true form, a giant with 8 arms and no skin, bearing a beastly, ferocious face full of sharp teeth. Just looking at it made one feel its untouchable divinity. Siayu quickly checked the false god's attributes. Corn, true god avatar, god spawn race. Level, strength, 1,374,800. Agility, 1,384,907. Intelligence, 1,315,731. Innate abilities? Skills? Unable to view its innate abilities and skills, Siayu was shocked. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. The false god's attributes, exceeding 1.3 million, made it incredibly swift and powerful. Even the Holy Maiden's ghostly avatars, enhanced by soul burn, struggled to evade its attacks, with some being smashed to pieces. However, the false god's body still bore many wounds from the judgment swords. A dozen Holy Maiden ghostly avatars simultaneously cast Angel Legion. Multi-layered holy sounds filled the sky, and angelic gates opened, releasing 6-winged archangels and numerous 2-winged angels. Though their power was suppressed, the 6-winged archangels were still quasi-mythical beings, and the angels were all legendary level. The appearance of 70,000 legends clearly pressured the false god. Angel Legion? What are you? Angels are an extinct race, the false god exclaimed. While angelic imagery was common in the multiverse, true angels had long perished with death itself. This is too strange. What are you really? And why? The false god stared at the ghostly avatars of the Holy Maidens, then turned to Siayu. Your existence is too bizarre. You shouldn't be in this universe. Fiend, face the judgment of light. The angels shouted in unison, condensing judgment spears in their hands and transforming into a golden curtain of light that surged towards the false god, seemingly unavoidable and unstoppable. Get lost, you disgusting beings, the false god roared, its 8 arms smashing forward, shattering the curtain of light but also forcing it to step back. Its 8 arms were covered in cracks, with blood oozing out. Die! The false god spat out a blood-red beam, sweeping through the angelic legion and instantly turning many legendary angels to ashes. At this moment, the frost ancient dragon's deep voice resonated. 0-degree domain. Absolute freeze. A domain instantly suppressed all others. This ancient dragon, whose age was unknown, displayed the formidable power of the dragon race, even making the false god feel the threat of death. Boom. In an instant, the false god was frozen in ice, unable to move. Even the energy beam it had spewed was frozen, as if time had stopped within it. Summoner, let that forbidden existence act, the frost ancient dragon said. Edward, Siayu immediately called out. Yes, master. Forbidden spellcaster Edward emerged from the frost ancient dragon's skull. He had been hiding under the dragon's protection, which was why the dragon chose to release the relatively low-damage absolute freeze forbidden spell. Edward's forbidden spell had far greater destructive power. God, fall under the brilliance of knowledge. Death's finger. Edward chanted loudly, his fingertip gathering destructive energy. The energy brimming with the power of death gathered at Edward's fingertips, far surpassing Xia Yu's might when he was at the hero level. As a legendary necromancer, Edward's strength had significantly increased, and his forbidden spell began to reveal its true power. No wonder even the ancient frost dragon harbored fear and respect for him. For a mortal to wield forbidden magic was extraordinary. Even among ancient dragons, not everyone could master it. Stop your blasphemy, mortal. The imprisoned false god broke free from the ice, roaring at Edward. However, Edward was already lost in madness, deaf to everything. Siayu realized that this spell consumed not just 30 of Edward's life force, but nearly drained him entirely. This greatly amplified the power of the death finger, shrouding the world in darkness. Fallen soldiers transformed into wandering spirits, and the townsfolk fainted en masse. Naali silently stepped back, expanding her life domain to fend off the encroaching death energy within the city. Watching the formidable Edward beside Siayu, she felt a growing sense of calm. A powerful undead army, a mysterious ghostly girl, a mythical ancient dragon, and this terrifying necromancer couldn't help but wonder. Could he be the god of death? Achieving even one of these feats would immortalize a legendary necromancer in history, yet he excelled in all of them. If he ascended to mythic status, he might become a taboo among the gods. The members of the Yun Cliff squad exchanged bewildered glances. Initially, they thought this was just a familiar quasi-god battlefield, but everything changed when the Blood Soul Society began causing trouble. Now, their legendary Necromancer Jr. had slain a fallen quasi-god and even confronted a true god's avatar, leaving them in awe. And now, he intended to kill a god. Emochi chuckled wryly. What kind of monster did the principal recommend to us? This junior is unbelievable. What do we do when we get out? When Simming suddenly asked. We know nothing about the challenge space. Nyogongi's eyes lit up. The three nodded in tacit agreement, deciding to keep the junior's true strength a secret. Rather than risk saying too much, they would feign ignorance. They believed such a being would eventually become renowned worldwide, and then they could boast about having been on the same team, carried by him. A story they could tell for the rest of their lives. Let us praise death, Edward roared, using his last ounce of strength to unleash the death finger. The false god tried to evade but found no escape. Death had locked onto him, piercing through no matter where he hid. Gathering a blood-red energy shield with his 8 arms, the false god snarled, "You're just a mortal, and I am a god. Block it for me." Thud. The gray-white beam instantly pierced the false god's body, and the blood shield slowly cracked open. Nearly half of his body turned gray-white, crumbling away like stone. The false god revealed a faint smile. "I won. I'm still alive." "No, you're already dead." Siayu, riding Su Fei, approached the 1,000-meter-tall giant, calmly meeting his gaze. The gray-white color quickly spread, soon enveloping the false god entirely. He reached for Siayu, but his hand turned to dust. He opened his mouth to speak, but it too disintegrated. His body collapsed with a thunderous crash, leaving only a pile of gray-white ash. "Your death brings joy to the people, so it is worthwhile." Siayu took out the Song of Death, and one of its seals broke. Song of Death main god, sealed level 50 wisdom, 194,400 agility, 194,400 strength, 145,000 strength. All skill levels 8. Soul Devour. Summon the souls of the fallen to attack the target, dealing 3,000 of your wisdom as soul damage. All damage dealt heals your health and mental energy. Killing enemies grants a portion of their wisdom potential. Cooldown, 24 hours. Death's Benediction. Units you kill will truly die, unable to be resurrected. Prison of the Dead. Unsealed. Unseal condition. Imprison the soul of a true god within the Song of Death. Death World. Unsealed. Unseal condition. Master of Death. Unsealed. Unseal condition. Description. This is the authority of death, containing the true essence of all death. As the seals are broken, it will bring true death back to the gods. Killed Korn's avatar, true god boss. Gained 33.3 million experience points. Your level has increased to 49. Your team has obtained the true god war ring. After intense battle, all your attribute potentials have increased by 100. Choose your reward. Domain mutation. Host does not possess a domain. Domain mutation opportunity saved. Select your upgrade reward. Space teleportation skill level 3. Heroic soul Rin level 1. Heroic corrosion orb level 1. Please make your selection. Choose space teleportation. Reward. After teleporting, you can choose to return within 60 minutes. Choose soul Rind. Reward. An additional soul blade is fired. Choose corrosion orb. Reward. Reduces the enemy's magic resistance by an additional 20 upon hit. Choose space teleportation. Another choice. Ghost Guard level. Ghost Guard level 3. Choose Ghost Guard. Reward. Ghost Guard can equip gear up to 10 levels higher than itself. Congratulations on completing the challenge space mission. Calculating score. Your personal score. SSS. Your personal rewards. Quasigod Crystal Sternum, Quasigod Crystal Leg Bone, Quasigod Crystal Finger Bone. Your Quasigod set upgraded to level 50 unique Quasigod set. Rule Insight Fragment 1. A complete level 50 Quasigod set? An enigmatic realization suddenly surged into Siayu's mind, embedding the domain of the undying law directly into his soul. However, in the next moment, a surge of blood-red power flooded in, causing the newly comprehended undying domain to mutate. Siayu immediately recognized this as a reward for the domain mutation, and his body began to emit an aura of death and violence, causing Niali and the members of the Yunya squad watching nearby to halt in their tracks. Emochi exclaimed in shock. He's comprehending his domain. As soon as she said it, she realized it was almost expected. Wasn't it normal for a necromancer who had slain gods to comprehend a domain? Yet, the scene still filled the present legends with envy. Most of them had only reached about 10 in their domain comprehension, and to no one's domain attributes, at least 30 comprehension was needed. Siayu had surpassed 30 in one leap, which was nothing short of astonishing. Blood Frenzy Death Realm. Siayu slowly articulated the name and function of his domain. This mutated domain not only retained the original characteristics of the Undying domain, but also added the effect of inducing a frenzy in both enemies and allies. Within the Blood Frenzy Death Realm, Siayu's summoned undead would be immortal, and his own form would be intangible and invisible. Additionally, the frenzy effect would make all units within the realm, except Siayu, become bloodthirsty and berserk, significantly boosting their combat power but turning them into mindless berserkers. This mutation caused Siayu's comprehension of the domain to soar directly to 45. He thought to himself that he was only 5 away from ascending to mythical status, but he did not plan to ascend at 50. His goal was to comprehend his domain to over 90 before ascending, as the level of domain comprehension at the time of ascension determined one's rank within the mythical hierarchy. Ascending with 50 comprehension would make one a lower myth, 60 a mid-myth, 70 a high myth, and over 80 a quasi-god, capable of igniting divine fire. Only by igniting the divine fire could one hope to condense a divine core and become a true god. As of now, there were no true gods on earth. Siayu opened his eyes and lightly landed on the city wall. With tears in her eyes, Niali approached him and sincerely said, "Thank you, Master Siayu. After countless cycles of reincarnation, I have finally achieved victory, even if it changes nothing." Before she finished speaking, her body, that of a female myth, gradually dissipated, turning into a beam of light that merged into Siayu's quasi-god set. "From now on, let me fight for you, Master Siayu." Her voice echoed in the air. The 4 of them exchanged glances and tacitly chose to exit the challenge space. When they opened their eyes again, the ruined city had vanished without a trace, leaving only the barren land to silently record what had transpired. The battlefield of quasi-god memories had disappeared. The 4 of them realized that destroying a legendary challenge space might bring considerable trouble. Emochi stepped forward, handing a large pile of equipment to Siayu, and sincerely said, "These are all the items dropped in the challenge space. We owe our success to you. Our role was merely to get the entry tickets. So, we don't need these items." Among the equipment was a true god-level item, the War Ring, several mythical items, and a significant number of legendary and heroic items, all of immense value. Siayu took out the mythical and true god items and said, "You guys pick what you need. We're all teammates and I don't need these items much. I just sell them anyway." After saying this, he focused his attention on the only true god item, the War Ring. War Ring true god level. Wisdom 60,750. Strength 30,200. Agility 29,000. War Horn. Sound the War Horn, increasing all allied units' damage by 50. Duration, 1 hour. Cooldown, 24 hours. Siayu decided to replace his Lord's Ring with the War Ring. He opened his panel and carefully reviewed his attributes and equipment. Siayu. Race, human. Class, Necromancer. Level, 501111110011. Strength, 325201. Potential, 1426. Agility, 380820. Potential, 1448. Wisdom, 546331. Potential, 2377. Skill points, 17. Domain, Blood Frenzy Death Realm 45. Talents, Necromantic Space, Necromancer Emperor, Soul Burn, Devotion, Necromantic Master, Plague Apostle. Skills, True God level Necromantic Summoning level 57, Mythical level Bone Shield level 18, Mythical level Necromantic Mastery level 18, Legendary level Spatial Blink level 15, Legendary level Spatial Teleportation level 16, True God level Necromantic Lord level 46, Legendary level Phantom Legion level 20, True God level Corpse Explosion level 38, Legendary level Phantom Guard level 24, Legendary level Escape Death level 17, Mythical level Gate of Size level 20, Heroic level Soul Fireball level 17, Master level Weakening Curse level 12, Heroic level Summon Rotting Corpse level 17, Heroic level Agony Curse level 15, Heroic level Necromantic Revival level 17, Master level Death Aura level 14, Excellent level Bone Spear level 18. Equipment, Main Hand Weapon, Death's Hymn Main God, Sealed level 50. Offhand Weapon, Quasi-God's Crystal Skull Mythical, Quasi-God's Set level 50. Helmet, Rotting Skull Heroic level 40. Armor, Quasi-God's Crystal Chestbone Mythical, Quasi-God's Set level 50. Gloves, Deep Sea Claws Legendary level 40. Boots, Quasi-Gods Crystal Legbone Mythical, Quasi-Gods Set Level 50. Necklace, Shadow's Blessing Legendary Level 40. Ring 1, Quasi-Gods Crystal Fingerbone Mythical, Quasi-Gods Set Level 50. Ring 2, War Ring True God Level 50. Imochi and the others each selected a legendary piece of equipment that suited them and handed the remaining gear back to Siayu. With a joyful expression, Imochi sincerely thanked him, saying, "Thank you, Junior. This challenge space has been incredibly rewarding. We've each obtained 2 or 3 legendary items and fragments of rule comprehension, bringing us one step closer to becoming mythical professionals. Not to mention the level and skill upgrades we've achieved." When Simming calmly reminded everyone, "We should leave here as soon as possible. If the 2 mythics from Free City realize that the quasi-mythic battlefield has disappeared, they might come after us for compensation." Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. They knew very well the high value of a legendary challenge space, and being held accountable for damages could cost them dearly. After all, they couldn't casually attack mythics within the challenge space. The 4 summoned their magical pets and decided to travel through the forest to return to Longhua. They figured that once back home, even if the mythics from Free City came looking for trouble, they could feign ignorance, and the mythics wouldn't dare act rashly. Along the way, most of the monsters didn't dare to obstruct the path of the 4 legends. Only the low-level monsters, unable to sense their powerful aura, occasionally blocked their way and were swiftly dealt with by their magical pets. Their speed was astonishing, and soon they saw the distant stone mountains. Crossing the stone mountains meant they were almost back home, and everyone felt a surge of happiness. The past few days had been exhausting both physically and mentally. They hadn't anticipated the quasi-mythic battlefield would be so thrilling and dangerous. At that moment, a mountain titan noticed Xia Yu and his team. He smiled slightly and muttered to himself, "That kid's back again? His strength has grown considerably. Interesting. Looks like he'll be coming to me soon. I can't wait to show him a glimpse of the universe's truth. This should be exciting." This time, as Siayu and his team crossed the stone mountains, they encountered no monsters, not even the rock giants. After crossing the mountains, they entered a forest that was unusually quiet and unsettling. Nyogangi frowned and dismounted his magical pet. After carefully examining the tracks on the ground, he looked up and said, "The monsters seem to be heading towards Nanjiang City. What? Could it be a monster siege?" Imochi's brows furrowed in concern, not expecting to face such a tricky situation upon their return. Siayu said coldly, "Is it that monster protection organization again? Those people have no humanity." The 4 exchanged glances. As legendary professionals of Longhua, they knew it was their duty to protect the city. They commanded their magical pets to rush towards Nanjiang City at full speed. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Nanjiang City was tense. A city defense officer reported to the city lord, "City Lord, all 4 walls are under attack by monsters. The Monster Protection Organization clearly planned this. Our teleportation arrays are disrupted, and the nearest legendary professional support won't arrive for another 3 hours." The city lord of Nanjiang City, a middle-aged man dressed in ancient scholar attire, frowned in thought before resolutely saying, "No matter what, we must hold the city until reinforcements arrive. Otherwise, millions of citizens will fall to the monsters. My squad will handle the legendary bosses. You organize all the city's professionals to assist in the defense. Remember, if the city falls, none of us will survive. Those beasts won't spare anyone." The defense officer hesitated and said, "But City Lord, there are legendary bosses at all 4 walls, and we only have 1 legendary squad. Usually, it takes an entire legendary squad to deal with 1 legendary boss. Now there are 4, and we're clearly outmatched. Damn that monster protection organization." The city lord of Nanjiang City was also in despair. How did they manage to find 4 legendary bosses? Although we're at the border, the surrounding monsters are at most level 20 or 30. There are no legendary monsters here. And now, 4 legendary bosses have appeared out of nowhere. We can't handle this. Usually, even if the Monster Protection Organization causes trouble, they only lure monsters from nearby nests, so our defenses are typically 1 tier higher than the surrounding nests. Who would have thought they could now bring in legendary bosses? Despite the dire situation, the city lord remained steadfast. "Hold the line. We have no other choice." At that moment, a smug voice echoed through the city, making Jiang Tiantian's face darken. "Jiang Tiantian, surrender Nanjiang City. If your squad withdraws from the west side, I promise not to stop you." Jiang Tiantian, enraged, leapt into the air and glared at a young man outside the city, shouting, "Even if I die, I will never abandon Nanjiang City. I will never betray humanity like you. I can't understand why someone like you would choose to be a traitor instead of a true professional." After being harshly scolded by Jiang Tianqing, the young man remained unfazed. He sneered and said, "A professional? Who told you I was a professional? I am an ordinary person blessed with divine power, no less than yours." Now, Jiang Tianqing witnessed the gift from the gods. With that, the young man shouted, "Divine creation, break the wall." Immediately, four gigantic abominations appeared on command, charging towards the city wall. Standing over 30 meters tall, they exuded a foul stench, resembling a grotesque amalgamation of flesh. Despite their twisted forms, they possessed immense strength and defenses comparable to legendary dragons. Jiang Tianqing acted swiftly. "Follow me. Stop them. Don't let them breach the wall." His three teammates quickly responded, unleashing spells, arrows, and the priest's smiting hammer upon the colossal bosses. Jiang Tianqing displayed extraordinary skill, swiftly sketching in the air with a brush. In an instant, a mighty white tiger emerged. With the final stroke, the tiger seemed to come to life, letting out a thunderous roar. It was no smaller than the abominations and pounced on one, tearing off large chunks of flesh with its powerful jaws. However, the abominations seemed impervious to pain. One swung its massive arm, landing a heavy blow on the tiger. With a resounding thud, the tiger was sent flying, its body deeply dented. Meanwhile, the other abominations continued their assault on the city wall, their relentless pounding echoing through the air. Fortunately, a defensive magic barrier protected the wall, preventing an immediate collapse. However, the barrier's light flickered, clearly struggling to withstand the repeated attacks from the legendary bosses. Soldiers and professionals on the wall fought desperately, targeting both the smaller minions and the bosses themselves. Yet, against such formidable foes, their efforts seemed futile. Realizing the dire situation, Jiang Tianqing gritted his teeth and wielded his brush once more. His teammates understood and began to gather their strength, preparing to unleash their ultimate moves. At this critical moment, the young man from the Monster Protection Organization suddenly gave a sinister smile and vanished. In the next instant, he reappeared beside Jiang Tianqing, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. Jiang Tianqing was fully focused on countering the attacks from the legendary fusion monster boss when suddenly, a figure appeared at his side. It was a young man wielding a sharp blade, who without hesitation, swung it towards Jiang Tianqing's waist. Bang! A blue shield flashed around Jiang Tianqing, triggered just in time by his defensive equipment, barely blocking the lethal strike. The young man frowned slightly, clearly not expecting Jiang Tianqing's gear to be so extraordinary. Jiang Tianqing quickly retaliated, waving his brush, and ink transformed into countless swords flying towards the young man. The latter swung his blade, barely fending off the sudden onslaught. However, this exchange left Jiang Tianqing unable to focus on the fusion monster boss, making the situation increasingly perilous. At that moment, a thunderous crash echoed from all four walls. Cracks spread like spiderwebs across the city walls, showing they were at their limit. Without Jiang Tianqing's main defense, his team members were rapidly retreating, unable to withstand the fusion monster's fierce assault. Jiang Tianqing's face darkened as he realized the young man's true intention not to kill him, but to hold him off, allowing the fusion monster to break into the city. The young man laughed triumphantly. "City Lord, I gave you a chance before, but you refused. Now, you and these millions of people will die here." He felt immense satisfaction, having brought a legendary city lord like Jiang Tianqing to his knees, a feat unimaginable for someone of his humble origins. Jiang Tianqing roared, "Before that happens, I'll kill you first." He swung his brush again, sending out more swords. Yet, the young man dodged easily, showing no intention to harm Jiang Tianqing but merely to keep him occupied. Just as the young man was reveling in his success, a deafening dragon roar echoed across the sky. Everyone turned to see a six-armed dragon, hundreds of meters long and standing over 100 meters tall, was charging towards Nanjiang City. Jiang Tianqing's pupils contracted as he sensed the dragon's power, far surpassing that of the fusion monster. He couldn't help but wonder, could the Monster Protection Organization control such a powerful dragon? The young man also looked shocked. "What is that? That's not one of the god-crafted creatures." As an insider, he knew how those powerful monsters were made, and this dragon didn't fit the description. At this moment, one of Jiang Tianqing's team members shouted, "City Lord, that's the six-armed dragon, the pet of Siayu, this year's national top scorer." A few days ago, reports from a monster nest outpost outside the city mentioned a powerful professional and their pet. Further investigation revealed it was the geniuses from Qianlong School, including this year's national top scorer Siayu. And these geniuses are all legendary professionals. Judging by their direction, they seem to be heading to Free City, but it looks like they've returned. This news gave Jiang Tianqing a glimmer of hope. With the support of the four geniuses from Qianlong School, the odds of victory increased significantly. While an average legendary team could handle only one legendary boss, the talents from Qianlong School were exceptional, especially with Siayu, this year's national top scorer. The six-armed dragon alone could take on two legendary bosses. Jiang Tianqing confirmed excitedly, "What? They're on our side." He also sensed the six-armed dragon's immense strength. With its owner's support, the situation would surely turn in their favor. By now, the six-armed dragon had already pounced on one of the fusion monsters. Its six powerful claws pinned the monster to the ground, and its massive jaws opened, unleashing a black-red dragon breath. The upper body of the fusion monster disintegrated instantly upon impact. Siayu received a system notification. Legendary fusion monster killed. Experience 0. You have earned the heroic Stitcher skin. He immediately ordered, Deathwing, clear out all the monsters. Yes, master. Deathwing roared excitedly, beginning its ruthless slaughter of the invading monster army. On the other side, Mochi and the others were also working together against another fusion monster. Their coordinated attacks and powerful skills had already left the monster on the brink of death. Siayu continued issuing commands. Su, Buck, take care of the remaining two legendary bosses and help clear out the attacking monsters. Yes, master. Frostbone Dragon and Buck immediately summoned their undead minions, joining the defense of Nanjiang City. With Xia Yu and his team's arrival, the tide of the battle turned instantly. Xia Yu's gaze fell upon the young man exuding a strange aura. He asked, City Lord Jiang, is this someone from the Monster Protection Organization? Yes, don't let him escape. Zhang Tianqing saw the young man trying to flee and released multiple skills to block his path. The young man was now panicking, his face filled with fear. He realized his strength was no match for these unexpected reinforcements, and if captured, he would surely die. Siayu immediately summoned the Wind Spirit Bird. Don't let him get away. As a flying undead lord, the Wind Spirit Bird was formidable. It charged towards the young man like a phantom, knocking him back to the ground every time he tried to escape. After several exchanges, the young man was covered in wounds. He glared at Siayu and gritted his teeth. Damn it, if it weren't for you, I would have completed my mission. National top scorer. Geniuses like you are the worst. Why do you get such talent while I have nothing? Siayu frowned, puzzled by the young man's hatred towards him. As a defender of the Dragon Kingdom, this person's intent to destroy the city and massacre its people justified his death, so why such resentment? Siayu didn't dwell on it and directly ordered, finish him, Wind Spirit Bird. The Wind Spirit Bird let out a sharp cry, flapping its wings to create a massive tornado around the young man. The tornado was filled with razor-sharp wind blades, capable of shredding anything to pieces. Just then, a voice echoed from within the tornado. My God, let the god-crafted creatures destroy this broken world. As soon as the words were spoken, a spatial rift appeared inside the tornado. The immense energy wave dispersed the Wind Spirit Bird's tornado instantly. Zhang Tianqing stared in shock at the forming monster nest and shouted to Siayu, a legendary? No, a quasi-mythical monster nest. We must destroy it immediately. However, an unexpected voice suddenly rang out, let it form. Zhang Tianqing looked at the suddenly halted Siayu in disbelief, his heart pounding with alarm. The intense energy fluctuations from the spatial rift were a clear sign that a quasi-mythical monster nest was about to form. If it fully materialized, they, as mere legends, would stand no chance before a true mythical powerhouse arrived. We must disrupt it with energy before it fully forms, downgrade it, or make it disappear. Zhang Tianqing shouted anxiously, if a quasi-mythical monster nest appears in the city, the consequences would be as catastrophic as a fusion monster breaching the walls. At this critical moment, a system prompt echoed in Siayu's mind. Please make a choice, host. 1. Directly use energy to attack the spatial rift, making the quasi-mythical monster nest disappear. Reward, Bone Spear skill upgraded to legendary level. 2. Wait for the quasi-mythical monster nest to appear and slay all the monsters inside. Reward, Blood Fury Realm Comprehension 3. 3. Protect the formation of the quasi-mythical monster nest and then leave. Reward, Charisma 10. Siayu glanced at the third option, thinking the system always liked to stir trouble. However, he chose the second option. Upgrading Bone Spear to legendary was nice, but he rarely used that skill. In comparison, a 3 increase in comprehension was a highly valuable reward. Comprehension becomes increasingly difficult to improve over time. Some legends spend their entire lives trying to increase from 50 to 60 without success. Even using rule comprehension fragments only provides up to a 2 increase, sometimes not even 1. This is why the strength gap between mythical beings is so vast. Not just quasi-mythical and demigods, but even high-level mythicals can easily crush lower-level ones. At this moment, Emochi and others, having finished securing their assigned sections of the city wall, came to support Zhang Tianqing. As they arrived, they saw Siayu allowing the quasi-mythical monster nest to form, while Zhang Tianqing wore an expression of utter incomprehension. This is a quasi-mythical monster nest. Zhang Tianqing stomped anxiously. You haven't witnessed the power of a mythical being. Even a quasi-mythical one is hard for us legends to handle. Even if we survive, what about the citizens below? Quasi-mythical? Mochi and the others exchanged smiles. They still vividly remembered Siayu defeating a false god. A mere quasi-mythical was nothing more than a paper tiger before him. They now trusted Siayu's decisions unconditionally, having witnessed his strength firsthand. Suddenly, a surge of chaotic energy gushed from the spatial rift, twisting and writhing. It's over. We can't stop the birth of the quasi-mythical boss anymore. Jiang Tiancheng's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and looked at the geniuses from Qianlong School. Since you're so confident, I'll leave the boss to you. I need to go down and evacuate the citizens. Fine, we'll help with the evacuation too, Emochi said, not intending to assist Xia Yu directly. Given Xia Yu's strength, they would only be a hindrance. Are you joking? Jiang Tiancheng's eyes widened. You're just going to let Xia Yu face the quasi-mythical boss alone? Don't worry, Lord Mayor, Niugongi sighed. Our junior can handle it on his own. Ignoring Jiang Tiancheng's protests, Emochi and the others followed him to help evacuate the citizens, just in case. Meanwhile, Siayu watched as the chaotic energy gradually took shape. The twisted black and gray energy mass eventually morphed into a knight clad in silver-white armor, adorned with holy and intricate patterns, wielding a matching sacred greatsword. The system immediately provided the boss information. Raymond Kasai, mythical boss. Race, corruptor. Level, 49. Strength, 248,915. Agility, 235,723. Wisdom, 240,087. Talent, corrupted knight. A heart once dedicated to protection, now corrupted under the black rain. Strength 20,000. Agility 20,000. Attacks inflict a poison effect. Deals 10 of all attributes as poison damage per second for 10 seconds. Stackable. Skills. Victory charge. Cross slash. Multi-hit. Pure guard. Oh, as expected of a quasi-mythical boss, reaching attributes of over 200,000. Xia Yu's eyes narrowed as he smiled. If it reached level 50 and became a true mythical boss, it wouldn't be any weaker than those quasi-mythical beings in the memory battlefield. But ultimately, it's just a legendary boss, far too weak compared to a mythical one. Siayu took a step back and summoned the wind spirit bird. As an exceptional necromancer, he preferred to let his summons handle the battle, rather than doing everything himself. With a sharp screech, the wind spirit bird charged at the knight, moving so fast that the knight boss was sent flying before it could react. The attribute gap was more than double, not to mention the Holy Maiden's ghostly boost. The disparity was so vast that the knight stood no chance against the full onslaught of the wind spirit bird, getting torn apart within a few rounds. The system prompt sounded immediately. Killed Raymond Kasai, mythical boss. Experience 0. You have obtained the mythical grade Holy Judgment necklace. Holy Judgment. Mythical level, 50. Wisdom 45,000. Strength 23,000. Judgment power. Allies around you gain judgment power. Judgment power. Attacks inflict an additional 50 of all attributes as holy damage. Not bad. Finally got an upgradable piece of equipment. Siayu glanced at the attributes of Holy Judgment. It's practically a holy high-end version of my current Shadow Blessing. He didn't hesitate to equip the new item. Alright, any more monsters? Bring it on. Siayu's optimism soared after the auspicious start, filling him with anticipation for the quasi-mythical monster nest. However, just then, the spatial rift emitted a crisp sound and vanished, taking the quasi-mythical monster nest with it. The system prompt sounded again. Choice completed. Reward. Blood Fury Realm Comprehension 3. Wait, just one boss? Siayu stared in disbelief at the disappearing spatial rift, his mouth twitching. I was expecting more bosses, but it's over already? On the ground, Jiang Tiancheng was in a state of shock. A mythical boss with attributes over 200,000 had been obliterated in a few moves by that undead bird, with no chance to fight back. Only now did he realize why those 3 Qianlong School students had such unwavering faith in the Necromancer. Is this the level of the national top scorer? Jiang Tiancheng muttered to himself, eyes filled with awe and disbelief. Shortly after, Siayu left Nanjiang City with Jiang Tiancheng gratefully seeing him off. Jiang Tiancheng promised to report Siayu and his team's assistance to the Long Nation, ensuring they would receive points as a reward. These points are considered universal currency among professionals in Long Nation and can be exchanged for access to heroic level and above challenge spaces or various equipment. With the monsters driven away, the city's teleportation array resumed operation. Mochi looked at the reactivated array and sighed. She thought to herself that the Monster Protection Organization had figured out how to disrupt the teleportation arrays. She wondered when the nation would uncover their methods and counter them. Teleportation arrays are highly prevalent in Long Nation because of the dangerous monster nests scattered outside the cities. For most professionals or ordinary people, intercity travel relies on these arrays. More importantly, national defense also depends on them to some extent. Given the numerous cities in Long Nation, not every city can be guarded by legendary or mythic level professionals. Usually, these powerful individuals provide rapid support via teleportation arrays in emergencies. If the arrays were unusable, it could potentially lead to the drastic measure of reducing the number of cities. We could wipe out the Monster Protection Organization if we had to, Siayu said suddenly, his tone filled with disdain for the organization. It's not that easy. If it were, the nation would have done it by now. They hide too well, others responded with sighs. The group then used the teleportation array to return to Qianlong School. As soon as they arrived, they were summoned to the principal's office. Principal Qing Yimo had been waiting for them. Welcome back, Qing Yimo said with a smile. Those two from Free City lodged a complaint against you. Was it your doing? No. Emochi and the others quickly shook their heads, fearing trouble if they admitted it. Xia Yu, however, nonchalantly said, after we left, the challenge space just disappeared on its own. At this, Emochi and the others looked at Xia Yu in astonishment. Xia Yu rolled his eyes at them, saying, anyway, it was just us inside. Not a single member of the Blood Soul Society came out. We can't hide it. We're already back in Long Nation. Qing Yimo shook his head with a wry smile. Aren't you worried those two mythic professionals will come after you? What's there to be afraid of? Siayu said confidently. Even mythic-level opponents might not be a match for me now. Qing Mo's mouth twitched. He thought to himself that Siayu was indeed confident. Despite being only a legendary professional, he didn't even consider mythic-level adversaries a threat. All right, Qing Yimo said, they can only complain. Just avoid going to Free City. Without the semi-god's memory battlefield, there's no reason to go there anyway. Principal, I'm planning to go to the United States. How should I get there? Siayu suddenly asked, remembering his career advancement choice to find the Death God fragment in the Plague City. Qing Mo's expression turned serious. Are you really planning to go to the Plague City in the United States? It's a place where even mythic-level professionals have fallen. Siayu nodded firmly. Yes, I must go. The Death God fragment is crucial for my career advancement. I can't afford not to go. Qing Yimo then asked Emochi and the others to leave the room. Once they were gone, he said to Siayu, Siayu, I know you're much stronger than you appear, and the nation wants to cultivate you. In 3 months, the Lizardmen from the White Elephant Nation are expected to launch a massive attack on our country. The higher-ups have agreed that if you participate in frontline combat, the nation will fully support you in becoming a mythic professional, at least a mid-level one. How about you go to the Plague City after that? 3 months? That's too long, Siayu said, his eyes narrowing. The Death God fragment won't wait. Who knows if it will be found by American professionals in 3 months? The loss would be immense. I promise I'll be back in 3 months, but I must go to the United States now. Qing Yimo sighed. He thought Siayu's growth time was too short. Any other legendary professional would wait 3 years for such an opportunity, let alone 3 months. But Siayu was different. It hadn't even been 6 months since his career advancement to legendary. Actually, you're currently the strongest necromancer in our nation, Qing Yimo said gravely. The nation hopes you can help fend off the Lizardmen army. If you're not here, we'll need a large number of professionals to fill the gap. So, you must return in 3 months. Qing Yimo knew the immense value of a powerful necromancer in warfare. A necromancer of Siayu's caliber could be as effective as an army of 100,000 ordinary professionals, a chilling statistic. This was why the nation was willing to invest such high resources to elevate a legendary professional to mid-level mythic status. The resources required were priceless and incredibly rare. I promise, Siayu said with a heavy nod, his eyes gleaming with determination. As soon as Principal Qing Yimo finished speaking, a determined look flashed in Siayu's eyes. Since he was resolved to go to America, he first needed to reach Longwa's highest city. There, an intercontinental teleportation array could directly send him to Pulley City in America. From Pulley City to the Plague capital, the distance was several thousand kilometers. Given the scarcity of teleportation arrays within America, Siayu would likely have to traverse this distance on foot. Qing Yimo retrieved a yellowed map from a drawer and spread it out on the table. His finger traced the route on the map, pointing out various dangers along the way, monster nests, treacherous terrains, and more. Siayu listened intently, recording these crucial details on his phone. This map would be his lifeline in a foreign land. Thank you, Principal, Siayu said sincerely, his gratitude evident. With this detailed guidance, he could avoid many dangers and find the quickest route to the Plague capital. Qing Yimo smiled and waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, just helping each other out. Oh, he pulled a card from his pocket. This is the permit for using the intercontinental teleportation array. Take it. After bidding farewell to the principal, Siayu returned to his dormitory, only to find that Bai Xiao was not there. After some inquiries, he learned that she and her classmates had gone out for training a few days ago. Siayu hastily left a hastily written note and headed straight for the teleportation center. Siayu, are you ready? Stand firm, the young lady at the teleportation center said with a smile. As a well-known figure at Qianlong School, Siayu often received enthusiastic greetings while walking around the campus. After a bout of dizziness, Siayu opened his eyes to the salty sea breeze hitting his face. Looking around, he noticed that the teleportation center was not only filled with people from Longwa, but also many foreigners with colorful hair. However, none seemed particularly interested in his arrival. Siayu approached the reception desk and asked, "I need to use the intercontinental teleportation array. How do I get there?" The receptionist was visibly surprised. "The intercontinental teleportation array? It's been ages since anyone used that," she explained. "To use it, you need to go to the teleportation center outside the city, and you can't be teleported directly there. You'll have to walk." Siayu nodded in gratitude, turned away from the city center, and headed straight out of town. He sighed inwardly about the need for a dedicated teleportation hub for intercontinental travel, but didn't dwell on it. Along the way, he curiously observed the unique scenery of the Hague. People of various nationalities crowded the streets, far more than in any other city he had visited. Could it be because of the intercontinental teleportation array? Siayu pondered. But isn't special permission required to use it? He recalled that his ability to use the teleportation array was due to the principal's special authorization. Otherwise, he would have had to spend a substantial amount of points to purchase access. Even for a typical hero-level professional, it would take several months of guarding an outpost to save up enough wages. With these thoughts, Siayu arrived at the city gate. It was a wide-open space where many people were forming teams. Just outside the Hague's gates were numerous monster nests, with creatures around level 10, making the city itself a forward base for these nests. The open space was deliberately left for professionals to make preparations. "Hey there, are you a mage? Want to join our team? We're short of one." A young man suddenly approached Siayu with a smile. "No, I'm not here to level up," Siayu politely declined. He could tell that the young man was at most level 20, and teaming up wouldn't benefit either of them. The young man left tactfully, but his teammate grumbled. "Judging by his looks, he's probably just finished his job transfer, maybe not even level 10 yet. He's likely just here to sightsee. Outside are all level 10 plus monsters. He can't level up here." Siayu heard this and shook his head, lamenting how people often judge by appearances. He walked straight out of the city gates and summoned Deathwing. Roar! A dragon's roar stunned everyone present. A massive, terrifying six-armed demon dragon appeared out of thin air, casting a shadow over the young man's team. "Master, please climb on," Deathwing said respectfully, lowering its body. Siayu effortlessly leaped onto the dragon's back. "Let's go, we're in a hurry." "Yes, master." Deathwing spread its gigantic wings and instantly vanished from the spot. The professionals in the open space finally snapped out of their daze, exclaiming and discussing in astonishment. Someone recognized Siayu, causing a stir. The person who had spoken disrespectfully earlier was drenched in cold sweat, full of regret. A few minutes later, Siayu arrived at the Intercontinental Teleportation Center outside the city. It was a cave surrounded by various magical arrays, free from monster nests, and patrolled by a dedicated team to keep the area clear. The patrol captain stepped forward and explained, "The Intercontinental Teleportation Array conducts a group teleportation at the beginning of each month, and you need to book your spot for the next month in advance." Siayu frowned slightly. Next month? He was a bit puzzled, as the principal hadn't mentioned this detail. "Of course, if you have a special teleportation permit, you don't need to wait," the patrol captain added, his tone tinged with a hint of concern. "A special teleportation permit? Is this it?" Siayu took out the permit given by the principal. The patrol captain sighed in relief. "Yes, that's it. Please follow me." Upon entering the cave, Siayu understood why the teleportation center was built outside the city. The entire mountain had been hollowed out, filled with densely packed spatial arrays. He felt a bit guilty, thinking it extravagant to use such a massive teleportation setup just for himself. Nevertheless, the staff methodically activated this giant magical array. Standing alone in the center, Siayu silently thought, "America, here I come." The sudden activation of the teleportation array alarmed everyone at the teleportation center outside of Prel City in Emeria. The magic circle glowed with immense light, signaling the arrival of an important figure with special teleportation privileges. The staff held their breath in anticipation. They were all elites from Longwa and knew that anyone granted this honor must be a significant figure back home. As the light faded, a tall figure appeared at the center of the magic circle. To everyone's astonishment, it was only one person. Using an intercontinental teleportation array alone, even with special privileges, was extremely rare. Someone recognized the newcomer's face and exclaimed, "He's Siayu, the national champion of Longwa. But didn't he just awaken a few months ago? Why is he here in Emeria?" The crowd buzzed with speculation, wondering if he was an exchange student or sent to address the recent setbacks faced by Longwa's exchange students. A staff member stepped forward to greet him. "Siayu, what brings you here?" Siayu calmly replied, "I'm planning to go to the Plague City." This statement was like a bombshell, leaving everyone in shock. Even mythical-level warriors could fall in that monster-infested place. The staff member, incredulous, asked, "Are you sure you want to go there?" Siayu simply responded, "Don't worry, I can handle it." With that, he prepared to leave the teleportation center. One concerned staff member caught up to him and started explaining the situation in Emiria. "Siayu, this is your first time here, right? There are a few things you need to be aware of." He explained with a wry smile that ever since the game descended, Emiria had become more chaotic. Though technically a nation, each city operated independently under the tenuous control of a powerful professional. He specifically warned Siayu to be cautious of addicts and robbers, and to avoid taking risks when encountering powerful professionals. After listening, Siayu smiled and said, "I see, that's good to know." This response left the staff even more puzzled. After leaving the teleportation center, Siayu considered summoning his dragon to fly, but decided to keep a low profile in a foreign country. He started running at an extraordinary speed and soon reached Prel City. Upon entering the city, Siayu noticed that the architectural style was similar to Longhua, but the pedestrians were of various ethnicities. Apart from a few Asian girls giving him curious glances, he didn't attract much attention. As night fell, Siayu decided to find a place to rest and set out for the Plague City the next day. He opened his navigation device to search for the best inn in the city. However, as he ventured deeper, the buildings became more dilapidated and the streets more deserted. Siayu realized he might have wandered into an unsafe area. As he pondered his next move, a group of burly men surrounded him. The leader sneered, "Hey Longhua kid, hand over your money and gear." Siayu frowned, noticing the lecherous glances from one of the men. He calmly asked, "I've heard that Emiria doesn't really care about incidents in unstable areas, is that true?" The leader, smugly, replied, "Whatever happens here, no one will care. Behave, and you might live to see tomorrow." Siayu softly said, "That's good to know." The next morning, in the unstable area of Prel City, several unapproachable piles of flesh appeared on the streets. The rest after exercising is truly comfortable. Siayu lay on the bed, contentedly feeling his body relax while absorbing the fragments of law comprehension. As a warm current surged through his body, he felt his control over the blood-dead realm increase by 3, reaching 51. "Looks like my talent isn't too bad," he mused. Last night, Siayu had already used the fragments of law comprehension given by the Quasigod's memory battlefield. Now, with the sky just beginning to lighten, he got up and prepared to set off for the Plague City. The journey was over 3,200 kilometers, passing through numerous nests of unknown monsters. Unlike in the Dragon Nation, there were no outposts here for teleportation. For safety reasons, Siayu decided not to use the attention-grabbing Frostbone Dragon or Deathwing for flight, estimating it would take a whole day to reach his destination. After a quick tidy-up, Siayu went downstairs. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a figure hurriedly leaving, thinking to himself, "A spy? Is it from the American government? Or those thugs from last night?" But he didn't care, and walked straight towards the city's other gate. The early morning streets were sparsely populated, but Siayu keenly sensed numerous presences gathering behind him, following his steps. Turning around, he saw at least dozens of people following him aggressively, making no effort to conceal their presence. Ordinary people and professionals on the road quickly avoided them, clearly recognizing these people had some power. "Oh, a gang is looking for trouble." Siayu shook his head and continued walking towards the city gate. This action further enraged the thugs behind him. "Does this Dragon Nation guy think nothing of us?" Someone whispered angrily. "He noticed us but pretended not to see. Doesn't he know he killed our Black Lion gang members last night? We must teach him a lesson, or everyone in Plague City will think we're pushovers." All eyes focused on a one-eyed man. This man had 2 pistols hanging at his waist, and was dressed in traditional American cowboy attire. Seeing Siayu ignore them, a vicious gleam flashed in his remaining eye. "Follow him out of the city," the one-eyed man ordered. "After all, we have to give the city lord some face." "Yes, boss," everyone responded in unison, closely following Siayu. This scene piqued the curiosity of many passersby, and some professionals also followed. Whispers spread through the crowd. "Is the Black Lion gang going to take action against that guy up front?" "Definitely, otherwise why would so many people follow him? Are they playing tag? Oh my, he's so handsome, yet he's in for such a fate. God bless this poor child." The one-eyed man raised his head high, feeling triumphant. This time, he would once again show the people of Plague City that the Black Lion gang was not to be trifled with. He, Chao Te, a level 28 hidden class master gunslinger, was a tyrant of the city. The Black Lion gang members, seeing their boss so confident, also puffed out their chests, proud to be part of such a powerful gang. Even though some were ordinary people, they had their own specialties. Siayu glanced back at the formation behind him, inwardly laughing. These people, they look like roosters in a fight, or rather, castrated ones. When they reached the city gate, the crowd watching had grown to over 1,000. Everyone speculated about Siayu's grim fate, sighing for him. Another hero opposing the evil Black Lion gang is about to fall. When will the dark clouds over Plague City disperse? Someone in the crowd murmured. Chaote sneered at Siayu. Dragon Nation kid. The moment you step out of Plague City, it's your death sentence. Now, crawl through my legs and maybe, if I'm in a good mood, I'll let you live. Of course, he had already decided in his mind to shoot Siayu in the head as he crawled through, showcasing his cruelty to the entire city. Siayu turned around, made an internationally recognized gesture, and then walked straight out of the city gate. This silent provocation completely enraged Chaote. Kill him! Chaote roared, leading the charge towards Siayu. Siayu turned back, looking at them with a gaze that screamed idiocy. These American gangs are truly rude and brainless. Bang bang bang. A barrage of gunfire erupted, bullets infused with flames shooting towards Siayu. Gunslinger skill. Explosive bullets. Chaote shouted. Bone shield. Siayu muttered, and terrifying white bone shields instantly appeared around him. Thud thud thud. The bullets struck the bone shields, but failed to leave even a crack. Undead soldiers, kill them all. Hello everyone. Today we're diving into part 2. In an instant, first, hundreds of undead soldiers what happened in the previous episode. A high school senior named Siayu stumbled upon a divine selection system during his awakening ceremony. Except for Chaote, kickstarting his journey of defying odds and achieving legendary status. Their blood staining the ground outside the city gate, a glaring red. Displayed extraordinary courage and wisdom at crucial moments, his body transforming from a regular student into a hidden class necromancer. Those undead soldiers during the awakening ceremony on the sports field, even his vice president, #1 high school, a level 21 warrior, shocked everyone. Couldn't withstand not only did he successfully awaken as a hidden class said indifferently, but with the help of the divine selection system, join a gang and stand up for others. A main god-level pet and powerful skills. In your next life, this marked the beginning of his rise to power. No one choice he made amplified his strength. A simple battle he fought elevated 200,000 strength as Siayu grew. He not only stood out in his school, but also became a formidable necromancer Black Lion Gang's where games blended utterly disdainful. His power attracted the attention of major factions. He didn't want to run to Plague City on to recruit him, so he chose to sit behind the undead chose to walk alone horse, aiming to become the strongest necromancer. Or other undead lords in numerous battles, Siayu proved the undead knight was more shining brightly in challenge spaces. It was common for necromancers without magical pets boss or rideable undead lords earning rich undead knights as mounts. His name became legendary. Siyu's figure gradually became a small fear in the distance. Opponents. The onlookers of his battles was a visual spectacle, and the Black victory showcased his growing power. However, undead Siyu's journey was not without undead god. He faced various challenges and crises, our American pride, including conflicts. How could he be such a skinny dragon and confrontations with mythic level powerhouses? But he never backed down. Were so always responding to challenges with even greater strength. Black Lion Siyu's path to greatness was filled with passion, a legendary, or every choice he made kept everyone on the edge of easily achieve this. And every Dragon Nation guy is just hiding his strength. At the pivotal moment as the crowd buzzed with discussion, this shocking news demonstrated his exceptional abilities. He not only handled the exam challenges with ease, but also achieved perfect scores in all 3 subjects. He killed dozens of national top scorer and thinks he can just leave? That's the recap of this disrespectful Dragon Nation guy. Your likes and comments are my biggest motivation. And if you're interested in this story vanishing from first time in an instant, you can check out the comment section or the playlist to start from a creature known for its incredible speed. Let's dive into part 2. Though lacking in combat prowess, its speed far surpassed other creatures of the same level. Someone in the crowd remarked enviously, "There's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom. In all martial arts, speed is invincible. Speed is power." It was this mechanical pet that enabled Tanaxiu to firmly hold his position as the city lord. Meanwhile, Siayu was speeding down an abandoned highway in America. The road was littered with various monsters, most of which were only around level 10 or even lower. These low-level creatures stood no chance against his undead knight, getting crushed if they dared to block the path. Siayu knew the real danger lay ahead, where confirmed master-level monsters, and possibly even hero-level or unknown monster nests, awaited. Siayu checked his phone. Even though there was no network connection, the map function still worked. He carefully reviewed and memorized the route, deciding not to stop in the 2 cities along the way to save time. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above, "Such incredible speed. This is beyond what a hero-level necromancer should possess." Tanaxiu, hovering in the air, frowned as he watched the speeding undead knight below, thinking to himself, "A legendary necromancer? If I confront him recklessly, I might end up dead." Weighing the pros and cons, Tanaxiu decided to lower himself and make a friendly approach to this potential legendary necromancer. He descended slowly on his mechanical pet, and Siayu noticed the peculiar creature. "Lord Tanaxiu of Pulley City, may I ask if our friend from the Dragon Kingdom is in some kind of hurry?" Tanaxiu introduced himself politely. Siayu, though courteous, remained wary. "Siayu from the Dragon Kingdom. Yes, I have urgent matters, but I can't disclose them." He wondered if Tanaxiu was here because of the Black Lion Gang incident. Tanaxiu quickly explained, "Today, a friend helped me eliminate the Black Lion Gang. I came specifically to express my gratitude. There are matters in the city that I can't directly interfere with. He showed a hint of embarrassment, implying there were special reasons for the gang's existence. Siayu was surprised but still eager to move on. It was nothing. I have urgent business and must be on my way. Xiu, sensing his urgency, asked, "Are you planning to head to the Plague City?" Seeing Siayu's guarded expression, Xiu continued, "Rumors have been circulating this past week about valuable finds in the Plague City. Many have already gone to seek them out, including 2 Mythic level members from the Divine Revelation Guild, one of whom is the Mythic Necromancer, Eric Burt." Siayu was shocked, realizing the urgency of his mission. If someone else obtained the Death God Shard before him, he would not only lose the chance to upgrade his class but also miss out on a piece of the shard meant for him. Determined, he resolved to quicken his pace. "My friend, if you truly intend to head to the Plague City, I strongly advise against it," Turner warned gravely. "The Revelation Guild is extremely domineering. Once they step in, other adventurers won't even get a piece of the pie. You might even risk your life." He deliberately used a Chinese idiom, trying to build rapport with Siayu. Siayu frowned slightly, a determined glint in his eyes. "Thank you for the warning, but I must go." Before Turner could say another word, Siayu had already leapt onto his undead knight, ignoring Turner's pleas and ordering a full-speed advance. At that moment, a translucent spirit maiden appeared out of thin air, her hand lightly touching the undead knight, infusing it with a mysterious energy. In the blink of an eye, Siayu's figure had vanished over the distant horizon. Turner's pupils contracted sharply, filled with shock. His speed increased again, and by 1 or 2 times. Was that not his limit earlier? He silently thanked his luck for being on good terms with Siayu, avoiding his wrath. Yet, he also sighed at Siayu's determination to head to the Plague City. As a Dragonborn, he might not know how ruthless the Revelation Guild is. I hope he doesn't cross them or else. As Siayu sped along, he noticed more and more adventurers returning from the direction of the Plague City. Slowing down, he gathered unsettling news from them. The Revelation Guild had blocked all routes, preventing anyone from entering the city. Using their own strength and that of several subordinate guilds, they had managed to seal off multiple access points to the Plague City. This Revelation Guild is way too domineering. Siayu thought to himself. I wonder what they discovered inside that prompted such a drastic reaction. It must be something of mythic significance. Otherwise, they wouldn't deploy 2 mythic-level leaders, including Lord Elicbert. If they obtain any more treasures, the Revelation Guild might even surpass the Sanctuary Guild to become the top guild in America. Deep in thought, Siayu arrived at a crossroads. The sight before him made him frown slightly. Hundreds of adventurers dressed in white with gold trim stood guard, confronting numerous smaller adventurer teams. The air was thick with tension, ready to explode at any moment. A member of the Revelation Guild announced loudly, "The Revelation Guild has temporarily sealed off the Plague City. No one is allowed to enter." Why should the Revelation Guild have the exclusive right to Plague City? Angry adventurers surrounded the Revelation Guild members, glaring at them. One shouted loudly, "The Constitution doesn't give anyone the right to monopolize Plague City. Unless you're willing to guard that place and stop those damned rats from coming out every year. Are you trying to go against all the adventurers?" Voices of dissent rose one after another, but the Revelation Guild members stood firm. A burly man stepped forward, his piercing blue eyes scanning the crowd as he roared, "Today, our Revelation Guild is sealing off Plague City. The higher-ups have decreed that no one can enter. If anyone causes trouble, they will be killed." As soon as the word kill was uttered, the adventurers fell silent. Some showed fear and turned to leave, but others gritted their teeth, unwilling to go. These were the adventurers who had long failed to break through to the hero level, eager to find treasures in Plague City to exchange for legendary Ascension Orbs or even the mythical Divine Essence. Obtaining Divine Essence meant they could ascend without the need for Ascension Orbs, greatly enhancing their power and easily breaking through to the mythic level, becoming demigods. For those chasing power, the temptation was immense. One adventurer gritted his teeth and said, "If your Revelation Guild acts like this, the adventurers you block today will collectively report you. I'd like to see if your Revelation Guild can afford the consequences." Although this sounded unrealistic, it was indeed legal. However, the world had changed. The burly man suddenly sneered, his eyes filled with anger. A violent aura erupted from within him. Was a berserker, a hidden profession that made his temper extremely volatile, and he was already fed up with these ignorant adventurers. Moreover, the orders from above were clear. If anyone refused to leave, they could be killed without consequence. Boom! The burly man shot out like a cannonball, landing directly on the person who had spoken. With a sickening splat, the person was instantly crushed into a bloody pulp, spraying blood and flesh around. The burly man, eyes red with rage, sneered, "Leave or die." More people screamed and fled, but the burly man noticed a young man walking straight towards him. Courting death, He snarled, charging again, ready to repeat his actions. However, the young man coldly said, Deathwing, kill him. A massive mutated dragon appeared instantly, its enormous wings blocking out the sky, and its ferocious head snapped down. With a crunch, the burly man was dead. The young man, Siayu, looked at the remaining Revelation Guild members and coldly repeated, leave or die. Behind him, Deathwing stared at them with dark golden eyes, causing everyone to involuntarily step back. One member stammered. The higher-ups ordered the road to be sealed. If you go in, you'll anger them. I advise you to leave. Siayu's eyes narrowed. Won't let me in? Instantly, all the Revelation Guild members stepped aside silently, leaving only the one who had spoken. He looked at his companions, then at Siayu and his terrifying mutated dragon, and forced a smile. Please, go ahead. Siayu retracted Deathwing, mounted his skeletal steed, and continued forward. He sighed inwardly, Revelation Guild. With two mythic beings? Let's hope they don't cause trouble. But he also reminded himself that if they made the first move, he wouldn't hold back. As he passed through the blockade, a nauseating stench hit him. Siayu felt his life force draining, the air filled with visible black mist. He recognized this as the sign of nearing Plague City, the signature black death fog. Ordinary adventurers would suffer continuous poison damage upon entering, and without timely recovery or poison shielding, they could easily die. However, for Siayu, this damage was less than what the Holy Maiden's purifying aura could heal, so he paid it no mind. The immediate task was to find the death essence. Where could it be? Siayu sighed, knowing he had no clues and would have to take it step by step. As night fell, dilapidated buildings loomed like monsters in the darkness. On the streets, swarms of large black rats roamed like tides. Although these rats were only level 17 and quite weak, their numbers were staggering. Even a mythic being could be overwhelmed if they didn't escape in time. Each winter, these rats would pour out of Plague City, leaving devastation in their wake for miles. In America, they were called the Black Scourge and were unstoppable. As a result, no cities existed within a 1,000-mile radius. Those that once did had become ghost towns. Siayu put away his skeletal steed and cautiously moved between the buildings, trying to avoid the rat swarms. If discovered, he immediately had the Holy Maiden eliminate them to prevent them from summoning more. He knew that if he faced an attack like the Black Scourge, finding the death essence would be out of the question. Escaping would be fortunate. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed in the darkness. Someone dared to kill our Revelation Guild members and enter Plague City. And he's also a necromancer like me? Interesting. But I will show you why I, Eric Burt, am called the god of the undead. Siayu cautiously navigated through the skyscrapers, using his spatial blink ability to weave through the concrete jungle. His mission was to find the fragment of death's divinity, but in this plague-ridden city, danger lurked at every corner, and each step was fraught with unknown risks. Suddenly, he halted at a staircase, his gaze fixed on a group of gigantic rats not far away. These rats were astonishingly large, as big as adults, and one among them stood out. It was nearly twice the size of the others, with black fur barely concealing its hard, scaly armor. Siayu quickly analyzed the attributes of this special rat. Armored Rat Lord Boss. Species, Mutated Black Rat. Level, 37. Strength, 21,978. Agility, 22,977. Intelligence, 16,983. Talent, Mutated Armor. A black rat that has undergone mutation. Its hard scales can withstand significant damage. Skills, Rat Poison, Pounce and Bite, Toxic Claw Strike, Scream. Facing such a formidable opponent, Siayu dared not act rashly. He knew that if this armored rat lord screamed, it would alert millions of rats in the city. In a place teeming with unknown mutated creatures, caution was always the best policy. After careful consideration, Siayu decided to deploy his ace card, the Undead Assassins blessed by the Saintess. He quickly summoned twice as many assassins as there were rats. Each ordinary rat would be handled by 2 assassins, while the armored rat lord would be surrounded by 5. At Siayu's command, the undead assassins emerged from the shadows like phantoms. They moved swiftly, striking before the rats could react. Sharp daggers sliced through the air, severing the heads of each rat with precision. The armored rat lord was dismembered into a dozen pieces almost instantly, without any chance to struggle. Once the area was cleared, Siayu cautiously approached the window. His spatial blink ability was now at level 15, allowing him to teleport up to 240 meters. To ensure safety, he first sent out the Saintess's avatar to scout the next destination. Only after confirming that it was threat-free did he blink over. With a soft sound, Siayu landed steadily on the 37th floor of the next skyscraper. He immediately dispatched his ghostly legion to search the entire building for any clues. However, after several minutes, they found nothing. Siayu sighed, realizing that the scale of the plague city was far beyond his imagination, and such a search would take a long time. Just as he was about to move on to the next building, the ghostly legion reported a sighting of other professionals. Xia Yu's spirits lifted, suspecting they might be members of the Divine Revelation Guild. He quickly headed in the direction indicated by the legion, pleased at this unexpected discovery. However, midway, the situation changed abruptly. The ghostly legion had been detected, and some of the ghosts were even being destroyed. Xia Yu's brow furrowed, realizing that the opponents were not to be underestimated. Further reconnaissance confirmed the enemy lineup: 2 legendary professionals and 2 hero-grade professionals. At that moment, an angry voice rang out. It was a white mage with deep-set eyes and a high-nosed bridge, shouting furiously, "Damn it! Why do these ghosts keep coming to die? Is that Necromancer trying to provoke our Divine Revelation Guild?" "Be careful, Necromancer," one member of the Divine Revelation Guild whispered, his eyes warily scanning their surroundings. "It could be that Necromancer from the Dragon Kingdom who killed our outer members." His companion, voice filled with anger, chimed in, "Lord Illichbert is furious about this. We must capture that Necromancer and broadcast his execution live in both America and the Dragon Kingdom." Another member sneered, "Humph, a legendary Necromancer daring to provoke our Divine Revelation Guild. Must be trying to get famous by challenging Lord Illichbert. He doesn't realize," a fourth member added darkly, "he's already on Lord Illichbert's kill list." The group of professionals exchanged cold laughs, their eyes gleaming with menace. One of them arrogantly declared, "The reputation of our Divine Revelation Guild, Lord Illichbert's reputation, is not something any random nobody can exploit for fame. And the fact that he's from the Dragon Kingdom," another added, "only infuriates Lord Illichbert more. He won't let him off." At that moment, a calm voice spoke from behind them. "Your Divine Revelation Guild is truly domineering, blocking off monster nests and attacking first. When someone fights back, you call it provocation. How laughable." The 4 members spun around, their eyes wide with shock as they watched a young man descend the stairs slowly. The young man continued, his tone mocking, "Your Lord Illichbert sounds quite petty. The so-called god of necromancy, huh? So it is you, the Dragon Kingdom Necromancer who challenged our Divine Revelation Guild." The legendary warrior in the team glared coldly, quickly signaling his 3 teammates. "And you dare show up in front of us, courting death?" All 4 simultaneously drew their weapons, pointing them at the young man. The legendary warrior smiled cruelly, "We'll present your head to Lord Illichbert. He'll be pleased. Maybe he'll even reward us with a fragment of law comprehension." At this, another legendary mage in the team showed a glimmer of greed in his eyes. For legendary professionals, fragments of law comprehension were the most precious treasures. "Attack!" With a command, the 4 launched a fierce assault on the young man. Siayu raised an eyebrow and sneered, "The Shinshi Guild is decisive, going straight for my head without a second thought. Good education, ruthless methods. Unfortunately, the gap in strength can't be bridged by decisiveness alone." With a wave of his hand, a hidden undead assassin emerged from the shadows. A series of muffled thuds followed, and 4 members of the Shinshi Guild collapsed to the ground, their limbs broken. They groaned in pain but still glared at Siayu with hatred. A legendary warrior gritted his teeth and shouted, "Coward! Dare to face me, Hedon?" Siayu scoffed, "4 against 1, and you call me a coward? Double standards much?" He raised his hand slightly and whispered, "Curse of agony." In an instant, the warrior's screams echoed all around. The pain from his broken bones, which was already unbearable, was magnified 21 times, making even this hero-level fighter unable to endure it. The other 3 shivered at the sight. Siayu coldly scanned them. "If you don't want to experience the same, answer my questions honestly." He signaled the undead assassin to lock each of the 4 in separate rooms. 10 minutes later, Siayu walked slowly into the room where the female priest was held. "Miss Priest," he said with a polite smile, "I hope you'll answer truthfully. If your words don't match your companions, I'm afraid I'll have to be impolite." The priest's eyes flickered with fear, but she still glared defiantly at Siayu. "What is your purpose in coming to the Plague City?" Siayu asked softly. "To kill the mythic boss, the Plague Apostle," the priest answered through gritted teeth. Siayu narrowed his eyes. "Just for a boss, you need such a large operation? Isn't America supposed to support this? After all, no one has dared to tackle the Black Scourge for a long time." He continued, "Where is the main force of the Shinshi Guild now?" "South District, near the Central District. Only the elite of the guild are there," the priest answered quickly, watching Siayu nervously. Siayu smiled and turned to leave, but he was deep in thought. He questioned the others one by one, and except for the warrior who cursed incessantly, their answers were surprisingly consistent. "Saintus, what do you think?" Siayu muttered with a frown. "Should I trust them? Should I check the South and Central Districts?" The Saintess's voice echoed in his mind, "Master, trust your instincts." Siayu sighed in exasperation. "This is too bizarre." "Fine. Let's check the south and central districts first." He quickly teleported to the top of a nearby building, where countless rats swarmed the area he had just left. Confirming his direction, he decided to head for the central district first. Along the way, Siayu relied mainly on spatial blinking to move forward, careful not to overuse his mental energy to maintain peak combat readiness. As dawn broke, a loud noise came from a distance. Siayu looked down at the street and saw a dense swarm of rats flowing through the city like a river. "So disciplined?" Siayu muttered sarcastically, taking a brief rest before continuing his journey. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Ericbert was overlooking the busy mages. "Is the magic array to fend off the rat tide ready?" he asked in a deep voice. This mysterious array, acquired from ancient ruins, was not particularly powerful but extremely effective against low-level monsters. It was this that gave them the confidence to venture into the Plague City. "Lord Ericbert, the magic array is ready and can be activated at any time," a legendary mage reported respectfully. A gleam of fanaticism flashed in Ericbert's eyes. "Then let's begin. Once we obtain that item, even the demigods of the Dragon Kingdom will be no match for us." Siayu's eyes narrowed slightly as he noticed that the black river below was flowing in the same direction as him. He immediately grew alert, pondering what might be happening ahead. Ignoring the risk of being discovered, Siayu decisively ordered, "Deathwing, shrink your form and take me over there." Responding to his command, Deathwing transformed into the size of a small car, carrying Siayu swiftly towards the city center. Along the way, Siayu was startled to see countless rats ignoring him and surging in the same direction. A thought flashed through his mind. Could someone have triggered a rat swarm? He quickly linked this to the possibility of an operation by the Shinshi Guild, likely aiming to lead all the rats of the Plague City to the center. Siayu furrowed his brows, contemplating the guild's intentions. They clearly had a purpose, and their actions were likely aimed at acquiring a treasure within the Plague City, possibly even a fragment of the Death God's divinity. Suddenly, a low roar interrupted Siayu's thoughts. Corpse explosion. Instantly, a skeletal dragon disintegrated in an explosion, and the shockwave swept across a kilometer radius, reducing countless rats to ashes. Siayu realized that a mythic-level battle had begun. In the distance, three figures floated in midair. On the human side was the necromancer Ericbert, the god of undeath from America, clad in a dazzling robe and wielding a bone staff, alongside a three-meter-tall giant warrior resembling Black Rock. Opposing them was a rat-headed, human-bodied creature, exuding a malevolent aura, the Plague Apostle. Siayu quickly analyzed the Plague Apostle's attributes. Plague Apostle Mythic Boss, Divine Spawn. Level: Strength, 415,530. Agility, 692,550. Wisdom, 803,358. Talent, Plague Domain. Skills, Plague Spread, Decay, Fierce Strike, Plague Breath. The Plague Apostle's talent shocked Siayu. It not only continuously weakened the enemy's life force, but also deducted 10 of their health with each attack. Coupled with its 800,000 wisdom attribute and the seemingly endless rat army in the city, it was no wonder that no one had ever successfully defeated this boss. Just as Siayu wondered why the Shinshi Guild had only dispatched 2 mythic professionals, he looked down and noticed that the rat swarm was rushing into a massive magic circle in the city center. The circle emitted beams of light, each effortlessly killing a rat of level 10 or higher. This magic circle had been jointly set up by dozens of legendary mages and over 1,000 hero mages. Surrounding it, legendary hero archers were sniping the more powerful rat bosses. Siayu suddenly understood that this magic circle was the Shinshi Guild's confidence in defeating the Plague Apostle. It not only prevented the rats from interfering with the mythic warriors above, but also allowed them to focus entirely on the Plague Apostle. A smirk formed on Siayu's lips as he thought this was the perfect opportunity to sneak into the city center and search for treasures. However, just as he was about to put away Deathwing suddenly warned, "Master, something is flying towards us." The Saintess also timely reminded, "It's the Plague Apostle." Siayu then noticed another rat-headed Plague Apostle flying towards them, leaving him no time to dodge. He quickly summoned the Wind Spirit Bird and Elemental Archmage Duke to face the threat. The Plague Apostle attacked without hesitation. Fierce Strike. A massive claw of dark gray energy swung down towards Siayu. Siayu retracted Deathwing and used Spatial Blink to evade. Although the Plague Apostle could detect spatial fluctuations, just as it was about to pursue, Elemental Archmage Duke's Thunderfire Bomb hurtled towards it. With a thunderous explosion, lightning and flames erupted on the Plague Apostle, rivaling the earlier corpse explosion in power. This scene also caught the attention of the mythic warriors on the other side. Eric Burt recognized Siayu and was secretly pleased that the Dragon Nation's necromancer, who had once challenged him, was now helping him fend off a plague apostle. He immediately ordered Bloomer, "Go all out and kill that damned rat head. Then we'll assist our friendly necromancer from Dragon Nation." The black giant Bloomer responded, his skin turning as hard as black diamond, and launched a fierce assault on the plague apostle. Eric Burt summoned a barrage of bone spears to harass the plague apostle while directing skeletal dragons and undead lords to attack. With numerous undead minions swarming it, the plague apostle quickly found itself besieged, the situation turning increasingly unfavorable for it. Eric Burt made no effort to hide his hostility towards Siayu, the necromancer from Long Kingdom. Siayu merely smiled, thinking to himself, "Trying to set me up? Not so easy." He quickly commanded, "Undead archers, draw the plague apostle's ire," simultaneously signaling Duke, the elemental mage, and the wind beast to cease their attacks. In an instant, thousands of undead archers released a volley of arrows, raining down like a torrential waterfall. Although each arrow had only about 200,000 attributes, their sheer number overwhelmed the plague apostle. Unable to dodge, it was struck multiple times, glaring furiously at the detestable undead archers. Seeing this, the two undead lords also stopped their attacks, causing the plague apostle's hatred to completely shift to the undead archers. Enraged, it charged forward, delivering a fearsome blow that instantly shattered over a dozen undead archers who couldn't evade in time. Xia Yu's eyes gleamed as he decisively ordered, "Retreat at full speed. Head towards the magic formation." The undead archers immediately ceased their attack and surged towards the magic formation. This sight infuriated Eric Burt. "Damn it, that Long Kingdom necromancer wants to destroy the radiant magic formation," he snarled. "We can't let him succeed, or this entire operation will be ruined." He quickly ordered Bloomer, "You handle the plague apostle, I'll take care of the other one." Before Bloomer could respond, Eric Burt had already charged towards the plague apostle that Siayu diverted. He had to protect the magic formation at all costs. The mages controlling the magic formation panicked as the mythic boss, the plague apostle, charged at them. They were merely legendary and heroic mages, utterly incapable of withstanding such a formidable foe. Fear made their magical power unstable. Seeing this, Eric Burt urgently shouted, "I'll protect you. Keep channeling your magic into the radiant magic formation. Undead lords, block the plague apostle." Several undead lords rushed forward to intercept the plague apostle. However, without Bloomer's assistance and given that these undead lords were not as high quality as summoned undead, they quickly began to suffer casualties after a few rounds. This enraged Eric Burt even more. Just as he was about to glare at Siayu, he realized the necromancer had already disappeared. "That damn Long Kingdom necromancer ran away? As long as you're in America, I will hunt you down." His furious roar echoed through the plague city. Meanwhile, Siayu, who had stealthily entered the central district, smirked, thinking, "Let's see who gets who in the end." If not for his priority to find the death fragment, he was confident he could take down those two mythic professionals and the two mythic bosses. However, that might attract America's truly powerful mythic beings, as a nation's mythic figures were not limited to guilds. Upon reaching the central district, Siayu immediately sensed a powerful aura of death. "The death fragment is here," he thought joyfully, relieved to have beaten the Divine Revelation Guild to it. The usually silent saintess suddenly spoke, "Master, this way. The death energy is stronger." Following her direction, Siayu quickly advanced, the death energy growing thicker, indicating he was getting closer to his target. However, Siayu soon noticed the rat swarm in this area was unusually quiet. Unlike other districts where rats swarmed the battlefield, these rats patrolled the streets in an orderly manner, as if guarding something. A nearby mall caught Siayu's attention. The death energy was strongest there, and it was surrounded by layers of rats. The nearby buildings were filled with rats, leaving no place to stand. Mutant rats with deformed wings flew through the sky, creating a nauseating scene. Worse yet, Siayu sensed a familiar power in another plague apostle, even stronger than the two outside. Siayu suddenly understood. No wonder Eric Burt didn't attack here directly. There are 3 mythic bosses in Plague City. 2 can move freely, but this one guards this place. Killing the 2 outside and clearing the rat swarms in other districts before attacking here is indeed the safest strategy. Facing millions of rats, Siayu smiled slightly. What might be a problem for others wasn't for him. True God-level corpse explosion, level 38. Detonate a corpse or your summoned undead, dealing 3360 of your intelligence as fire damage, plus an additional 200 of the detonated unit strength as fire damage. Additional effect. Units killed by corpse explosion will also explode. Corpse explosion deals an additional 100 of the detonated unit strength as fire damage, with a 100 increase in area of effect. Previously, he was worried about exposing his actions, but now that he was close to the death fragment, he could deal with other mythic professionals later. If necessary, he could always use spatial teleportation. Saintis, start creating duplicates. Ghost Guardians, Buck, Sue, get ready. Siayu swiftly summoned a series of undead lords, followed by a large number of undead soldiers. With everything in place, Siayu's expression turned serious as he commanded, "Undead lords, once I use corpse explosion, summon your subordinate undead immediately. Then, prevent anything from approaching here at all costs." "Yes, master." The undead responded in unison. "All right then, let's begin." Corpse explosion. Boom. A stealthy undead assassin within the rat swarm was detonated by Siayu. The fiery explosion covering nearly a kilometer, engulfing all the rats and triggering a chain reaction of explosions. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the sky over Plague City, usually shrouded in dark clouds, turned a fiery red, the deafening explosions continuous. All creatures instinctively tried to avoid the consuming flames, but the fire had already enveloped the entire central district, even spreading to surrounding areas. What is this? Eric Burt was stunned as he watched the flames engulfing the central district. He couldn't believe it was the same skill he possessed, corpse explosion, but he quickly realized a terrifying truth. His treasure was in danger. Eliminating the common black rat, level 19. Defeating the mutant flying rat elite, level 23. Vanquishing the armored rat boss, level 31. Defeating the plague apostle mythic boss, level 59, with no experience gained. The system notification rang in Xia Yu's ears, accompanied by the acquisition of 2 valuable items, the mythic plague staff and a fragment of law. Immediately after, another system alert sounded. Defeated the rat queen mythic boss, level 59, with no experience gained. You have obtained 2 fragments of law. Charge! Siayu shouted, mounting Deathwing and heading straight for the bombing zone. The explosions sent dirt raining down, leaving a deep crater on the ground. Despite this, the aura of death lingered. Siayu felt a mysterious pull, and the death hymn in his hand began to tremble, seemingly connected to this force. Following the death hymn's guidance, Siayu plunged into the crater without hesitation. At that moment, a figure burst through the dust, and followed closely behind it was the god of the undead, Elikbert. Their eyes met, and a fierce glint appeared in Elikbert's gaze. "Get lost if you don't want to die, necromancer of Dragon Country. This is not something you can touch." Elikbert only wanted to grab the treasure first, and deal with Siayu later. However, Siayu reacted faster. "Saintis, hold him off. Soul burn." As he spoke, thousands of judgment swords shot through the air, aiming straight for Elikbert. Though Elikbert narrowly dodged the first wave of attacks, the skeletal dragon beneath him was pierced. He looked at the ghostly girl beside Siayu with suspicion and fear. A true god-level undead summon? A lord or something else? The Saintis's power far exceeded his expectations, making him hesitant to act recklessly. Siayu had no interest in explaining. He drove Deathwing further down. Although Elikbert summoned more skeletal dragons, they couldn't break through the Saintis's sword net. After another round of attacks, Elikbert was wounded in multiple places, his face contorted with pain and rage. Meanwhile, Siayu had reached the bottom of the crater. A diamond-shaped crystal emitting a dark glow floated before him, its contained energy both terrifying and alluring. Without hesitation, Siayu grasped it. A system prompt immediately sounded. Death Divinity, main god level, fragment 14? Contains the rules of death. Death is the origin of all. With a slight effort, the sharp fragment pierced Siayu's hand. Blood enveloped the divinity fragment, and a surge of death energy began transforming Siayu's body and soul, even touching the ineffable primal heart. This sensation was more profound than a job change, akin to a transcendence of life. Selection complete. Reward issued. Reward, profession elevated to Death Dominator, Master of Undead. In an instant, the sky changed color, and the aura of death spread. In the Plague City, rats trembled, professionals felt a looming threat, and even mythic beings were uneasy. Elikbert instantly realized what had happened. Divinity, death divinity. His face twisted, and he roared like a beast. "No, no, no, that's my divinity." Bloomer arrived upon hearing the commotion and inquired about the situation. Elikbert gritted his teeth. "Follow me down. We must seize the death divinity." However, their efforts were in vain. The Saintis's sword net was impenetrable, and after several rounds of attacks, Bloomer was covered in wounds. "Lord Elikbert, what are these ghostly girls? We can't break through." Bloomer was baffled. "Lord Elikbert, let's retreat." Just then, Siayu's voice echoed from below. "Since you're here, don't think about leaving." The moment Siayu integrated the shards of the death deity, an unprecedented surge of power flooded his body. His overall potential attributes skyrocketed by 2,000 points, and his domain, Frenzied Blood Death Realm, evolved into the Void Realm. This new domain covered 70 of the divine territory, the origin and end of all things. Within the Void Realm, Xia Yu's summoned undead gained the trait of immortality, while his own form became intangible and invisible. An indescribable will enveloped everyone within the domain, except Siayu himself. Astonishingly, any entity that perished within this divine realm would retain its full strength and become a memoryless undead, eternally bound to Siayu's command. Simultaneously, Siayu's class ascended from Necromancer to Death Dominator. This transformation not only granted a 500-point increase in overall potential attributes, but also awarded him an additional skill point per level, even retroactively applying to previous levels. The maximum number of his summoned undead doubled, reaching a staggering 11,400. What excited Siayu the most was acquiring the true Undead Scourge talent. This enhanced talent allowed every life he killed to transform into a permanent undead soldier of the same tier as his summoned undead, all under his command. Siayu's eyes trembled violently as he incredulously calculated his skyrocketing power. The 2,000-point potential boost from the deity shard integration, the 500-point boost from class ascension, and the additional skill points per level meant his growth would far surpass his peers. His domain jumped from 51 to 70, propelling him into the ranks of high-level mythic beings. What he once dismissed as a worthless talent, the Undead Scourge, had now become his most formidable asset. From summoning excellent tier undead for just 1 hour, he could now permanently summon soldiers of the same tier as his summoning skillsa qualitative leap. Siayu realized that as long as he desired, his undead army could grow endlessly, enough to sweep across the entire world. The summoning limit for the Undead Lord also saw a significant increase, from 1 every 5 levels to 1 every 3 levels. The number of troops from the Gate of Size surged from 20 to 40. Other summoning skills received similar enhancements. Siayu couldn't help but marvel at the power of the advanced Necromancer class, the Death Dominator. This venture to the Plague City of the United States was indeed worthwhile. However, when he thought of the imminent confrontation with the god of undead, Yilikbert, his eyes darkened slightly. For some reason, the title God of Undead filled him with a sense of displeasure. He felt that this title rightfully belonged to him. Lord Yilikbert, let's go. Since you're here, you won't be leaving. Siayu coldly eyed the two figures before him, calculating in his mind. This relentless adversary, Yilikbert, would find it hard to escape today. Yilikbert growled, Necromancer from the Dragon Kingdom. Hand over the deity shard, and I will spare your life. Siayu did not respond but directly unfolded the Void Realm. A domain that only mythic-level beings could usually manifest was now being wielded by this legendary necromancer. Instantly, everyone was pulled into a gray, desolate world, and Siayu's figure vanished. Yilikbert and his companion were shocked, realizing that this necromancer from the Dragon Kingdom had ascended to a mythic existence. They immediately unfolded their own domains, only to find that what usually covered several kilometers was now compressed to just a meter or two. Such powerful suppression was something even a high-level mythic being with 70 divine territory could hardly achieve. Could this necromancer from the Dragon Kingdom be a quasi-deity? A sense of unease rose in Yilikbert's heart. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He couldn't accept that a younger necromancer was more powerful than him, threatening his status as the god of undead. Siayu's voice echoed in the Void Realm. Attack. The figure of the Saintess surrounded Yilikbert, relentlessly swinging her judgment sword. The prolonged battle caused the Saintess's victory law to start affecting the opponents. Yilikbert continuously summoned undead to fend off the Saintess's attacks, while Siayu also summoned his undead army to counter. Surprisingly, Siayu's undead were not only on par with Yilikbert's, but even slightly superior. Naali, I need your help. Siayu's eyes narrowed, realizing that the Saintess alone could not quickly deal with these two mythic-level beings. Maintaining the domain was also a significant mental strain for him, a legendary-level mage. Naali smiled and responded, No problem, 2 ordinary mythics are easy to handle here. She instantly appeared beside Siayu, her quasi-deity aura directly pressing down on Yilikbert. Yilikbert's eyes widened in shock. A quasi-deity? Are you? Naali? He had seen Naali in the quasi-deity's memory battlefield, and seeing her here was like seeing a ghost. She should be a monster in the quasi-deity's memory battlefield. How could she be summoned by this necromancer from the Dragon Kingdom? Naali smiled. I feel at ease here, like I'm home. Her life domain unfolded, not suppressed in the Void Realm, but even stronger. This is the origin and end of all things, Naali said, drawing her sword and launching a fierce attack on Yilikbert. Facing the combined assault of the Saintess and Naali, Yilikbert and his companion were clearly outmatched. The Black Giant made a fatal mistake and was decapitated by Naali. Realizing the battle was lost, Yilikbert glared at Siayu and roared, Don't get complacent, I'll be back, before being pierced by the Saintess's judgment sword. Siayu thought to himself, the necromancer's escape death skill indeed gave them a chance to revive. However, The effect of the death hymn was that any slain unit would truly die, never to be resurrected. Yilikbert's body slowly rose within the void realm. He failed to escape death. They put away their gear, and Siayu found something he could use. It was a pair of mythic level gloves called Dread Demon Claws, boasting impressive attributes: a 50-point intelligence bonus, a 52 100-point strength bonus, and a 17 800-point Dread Demon Claw characteristic. These gloves could summon a pair of claws with 100 of the user's strength and agility, which would also inflict hellfire damage upon hitting an enemy. Siayu recognized these as Ilikbert's gloves. He recalled the previous battle where the gloves had not shown their true potential. This made sense, considering Ilikbert, being a necromancer, had low strength and agility. Such equipment could easily crush weaker foes but would struggle against quasi-gods or saints stronger than oneself. However, the situation was entirely different for Siayu. Thanks to the massive attribute bonuses from the main god level Song of Death, Siayu's strength and agility were on par with top-tier warriors and assassins. In his hands, these gloves would undoubtedly unleash astonishing power. More importantly, their attribute bonuses far surpassed his current deep-sea pincers. Siayu's eyes gleamed as he thought about finally returning to Longhua. He was amazed at the speed of this mission, completed in just 2 or 3 days, with plenty of time before the Lizardman invasion. He mounted Deathwing and ascended slowly. Looking down at the fleeing members of the Divine Revelation Guild, Siayu did not pursue them. He thought that even if he wiped them all out, the guild would still seek revenge. It was better to let these people spread the news of today's battle, potentially deterring the guild from provoking him again. Of course, if they insisted on coming after him, they would be delivering equipment to his doorstep. Siayu patted Deathwing, signaling it to leave the Plague City. The city was now in chaos, with countless rats tearing each other apart, resembling a scene from hell. Siayu speculated that this was due to the loss of the Rat Queen's control. He recalled using Corpse Explosion to kill the Rat Queen without even seeing it. That's what you get for surrounding yourself with so many rats, Siayu thought, shaking his head. Corpse Explosion is unbeatable in such a situation. Upon reaching the edge of the Plague City, Siayu chose to have Deathwing shrink and run on the ground rather than continue flying. Meanwhile, in a Grand Western castle in Ed City, an emergency meeting was underway. A panicked man burst into the hall, reporting to President Markwell, who sat on a large stone chair clad in golden armor. President, something terrible has happened. Lord Ilikbert and Lord Bloomer are dead. Markwell stood up abruptly, his helmet emitting a bright light that blew the messenger away with a gust of wind. He roared, "Weren't Ilikbert and Bloomer supposed to be in the Plague City? I told the other myths to back off. Who broke the promise? Was it those monsters from the Protection Organization or the hypocrites from the Sanctuary?" The loss of 2 mythic warriors was a severe blow to the Divine Revelation Guild. Markwell feared this might affect the next quarter's elections and could even cost them their position as the second guild. What puzzled him more was that Ilikbert, who had a skill to escape death, also failed to survive. "President, the other members who went to the Plague City have contacted us. Should we have them report directly to you?" A subordinate asked cautiously. "Patch them through," Markwell ordered sternly. A light screen appeared before him, filled with disheveled mages. They detailed the entire process, even showing footage of the final battle. A mythic necromancer from Longhua? Markwell felt a headache coming on after hearing the report. A newly ascended mythic who could kill Ilikbert and Blomera, death god inheritor of such power, was not something the Divine Revelation Guild could afford to provoke. However, having already lost 2 generals, doing nothing would severely damage the guild's reputation in the United States. After a moment of contemplation, Markwell ordered, "Spread the video, and say that a necromancer from Longhua killed our 2 mythic warriors." "But President, this will harm our guild's reputation." A subordinate hesitated. "Do as I say," Markwell interrupted sharply. After the subordinates left, Markwell sighed deeply. It was indeed a desperate measure. Siayu rode Deathwing and returned to Pulley City that same night. However, he was stopped by the gate guards. "No Longhua people are allowed into Pulley City," one guard shouted. "What?" Siayu frowned. There was no such rule before. This was clearly discrimination, and he wondered what had happened. Another guard suddenly recognized Siayu and exclaimed, "You're the necromancer from Longhua who killed Lord Ilikbert." He glared at Siayu with hatred and even pointed his spear at him, but hesitated due to the difference in strength. Upon hearing this, the surrounding people glared at Siayu with obvious hostility, though they dared not act recklessly. Siayu's eyes darkened as he quickly understood the situation. "I see," he thought. "They can't attack me directly, so they shift the hatred to all Longhua people. While no one dares to target me, other Longhua people aren't so fortunate." This realization made Siayu furious. He looked around and said coldly, "If you have a problem, come at me. Are you Americans really so cowardly as to bully the weak?" His words ignited the anger of the Americans around him. They clenched their fists, their bodies trembling with rage. A young man roared and charged at Siayu recklessly. Knock him away. Siayu ordered Deathwing coldly. Deathwing casually swiped its claw, sending the young man, who was only around level 10, flying. He spat blood in midair and crashed to the ground, unconscious. This was Deathwing holding back its strength under Siayu's command. Siayu scanned the crowd and asked coldly, anyone else? Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. It was Turner Su Pulley, the Lord of Pulley City. His gaze, filled with complex emotions, fell upon Siayu. Unlike the angry crowd, he held no particular grudge against this practitioner from the Dragon Kingdom. In the world of practitioners, mutual hunts were commonplace. Although the video was muted, it was clear that Ericbert had struck first, and Siayu was merely defending himself. However, the incident had been sensationalized by the American media, stirring up a wave of hatred against the Dragon Kingdom. The crowd beseeched Turner Su, Lord Mayor, you must capture this Dragon Kingdom man. He not only harmed Lord Ericbert, but also injured others in your city. Yes, he should be sentenced to death. The Dragon Kingdom must pay for this. Angry voices echoed through the crowd. Turner Su sighed inwardly. These ignorant people had no idea what they were asking for. Although he was a hero-level practitioner, he was no match for Siayu, who had slain 2 mythical beings. If Siayu decided to massacre the city today, Turner Su knew he would be the first to fall. This realization made him despise the foolish crowd even more, as they were practically inviting their own deaths. Turner Su looked at Siayu with concern, only to find him smiling back. That smile sent a chill down his spine. Suppressing his fear, he first ordered the others back into the city, then sighed and said to Siayu, you know why I have to do this. Please use the intercontinental teleportation array to return to the Dragon Kingdom. What if I insist on entering the city? Siayu replied calmly. Turner Su's body trembled. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly stepped aside. He wasn't willing to risk his life for the schemes of the Divine Revelation Guild, even if it meant losing his position as the city lord. Seeing this, Siayu chuckled and patted the Deathwing beside him. Let's go home. With a low roar, Deathwing spread its wings and flew towards the Intercontinental Teleportation Center. Since they were already near the city, there was no point in being discreet anymore. They might as well fly in openly. As Siayu's figure receded, Turner Su felt his back drenched in cold sweat. He silently prayed that Siayu would never return. Meanwhile, outside the Intercontinental Teleportation Center, thousands of American practitioners had surrounded the area. They shouted, a life for a life. Hand over that necromancer from the Dragon Kingdom. Give us the criminal who killed Lord Ericbert. Let us Americans deal with him. This teleportation array brought that necromancer here to slaughter our mythical beings. Destroy it. However, these enraged practitioners were kept at bay by a magical barrier. The Dragon Kingdom staff inside looked at the furious Americans with a smile. One staff member stepped forward and shouted, this is the Intercontinental Teleportation Center, considered Dragon Kingdom territory. Without a teleportation permit, you cannot approach. Any attempt will be considered an invasion, and you will bear the consequences. The Dragon Kingdom staff found the incited American practitioners amusing. In the wild, practitioners were not bound by any laws. Life and death were left to fate. Even acts of revenge were often downplayed or ignored. Suddenly, a few loud voices rang out from the crowd, reaching the ears of all the practitioners present. This is our American territory, which you forcibly took from our weak government under the pretense of building a teleportation array. American warriors, today we take back our land. Take it back. The crowd erupted in unison. This is American land, not Dragon Kingdoms. As soon as the words were spoken, several large fireballs were hurled at the magical barrier. The barrier instantly activated its defense mechanism, releasing a paralyzing electric net that enveloped a dozen people, producing a sizzling sound. This scene seemed to ignite the fury of the American practitioners even more. They drew their weapons, preparing to attack the barrier. At this critical moment, a thunderous boom echoed through the air. The temperature around the thousands of American practitioners plummeted to an unknown sub-zero level, making even practitioners shiver uncontrollably. Blood flow slowed, and movements nearly ceased. At the same time, 4 individuals emerged from the Intercontinental Teleportation Array, 2 men and 2 women, all dressed in traditional Dragon Kingdom attire. The men looked like scholarly gentlemen with swords hanging at their waists, while the women resembled celestial beings with flowing gowns. The freezing domain that enveloped the American practitioners was released by a middle-aged man with snow-white hair and a face as cold as winter. However, the next moment, a scorching domain countered the Dragon Kingdom practitioners' domain. A red-haired American mythical practitioner stepped forward, smiling at the 4. I didn't expect the Deluo Jinxian team to personally escort that necromancer. You Americans are quick too, sending your golden apple team here so fast, Dong Lin retorted coldly. But without a teleportation array, you must have been nearby. He couldn't resist mocking the Americans for their lack of teleportation arrays, causing the present Americans to feel a pang of frustration. Who wouldn't envy the Dragon Kingdom's nationwide teleportation network? It allowed their practitioners to teleport directly to the most suitable monster nests, accelerating their early-stage development multiple times faster than the Americans. You've seen the situation, the red-haired man said coldly. Today, no matter what, you cannot take that necromancer back to the Dragon Kingdom. We're taking him back today, said Liang Lan, a female mythical practitioner, stepping forward. Let's see if your Golden Apple team can stop our Deluo Jinxian. This statement made Nuo Jiduan frown. Was the Dragon Kingdom really intent on protecting that necromancer at all costs? At this moment, the remaining 3 members of the Golden Apple team also appeared, confronting the 4 from Deluo Jinxian. However, it was clear that the Golden Apple team was at a disadvantage, with only 1 mid-level mythical practitioner and 3 lower-level ones, compared to Deluo Jinxian's 4 mid-level mythical practitioners. Of course, if a fight broke out, other mythical teams in the American territory would come to their aid, potentially leading to a full-blown conflict between the two nations, something neither side wanted. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, a deafening dragon roar echoed from the sky. Everyone was shrouded in a massive shadow. The Golden Apple team members looked up, their faces lighting up with joy. Lord Kokiri, an American high-level mythical practitioner, had arrived. A kilometer-long red dragon gazed down at the earth, with a figure seated atop its head. Beside this figure lay a massive dragon lance, over 10 meters long, gleaming coldly. This person was none other than the globally renowned human warrior, Koklai, a dragon knight, an advanced mythical profession. He and his red dragon had gained fame for slaying the mythical boss, the island whale, at sea, earning the title of demigod. Koklai's sudden appearance cast a shadow over the faces of the present Deluo Jinxian-level mythical professionals. Donglin stepped forward, staring directly at Koklai and asked, Koklai, are you going to interfere in this matter too? You should understand the situation. Koklai slowly opened his eyes, his voice calm but unmistakably authoritative. You should leave. I will ensure the necromancer does not die. Donglin's eyes were sharp and unyielding. But if he is crippled, how is that different from being dead? We both know what America intends. Koklai responded indifferently, his tone filled with unwavering confidence. Even if you disagree, you cannot change anything. Forcing it will only get you hurt. Dragon Nation is about to face an invasion from the Lizardmen. Preserving your strength and returning would be wise. He added, the intercontinental teleportation array can't be activated in a short time, and Dragon Nation's advanced mythics can't support America in time. As for the quasigod or the demigod, they can't leave Dragon Nation either. Unwilling to back down, Donglin brought up Dragon Nation's demigod, Zhou Qinghuai. We must take Siayu back. Koklai, Mr. Zhou will remember this favor. These words caused a slight frown on Koklai's face, looking somewhat displeased. Owing a favor to the strongest human was no trivial matter. Refusing would be difficult. At that moment, someone below shouted loudly, Lord Koklai, even if Zhou Qinghuai is the strongest human, he can't leave Dragon Nation. Why should we fear him? More voices followed. Exactly, Lord Koklai. If we let that necromancer escape, both America and your reputation will be tarnished. These voices made Koklai's eyes firm. He said in a deep voice, Deluo Jinxian, leave. This necromancer is mine. The 4 Deluo Jinxian professionals looked grim, stepping out of the magic circle simultaneously. For mythic professionals, the magic circle was practically useless. Koklai coldly warned, including my red dragon, we have 6 mythic professionals here, and I am present. You stand no chance. Although he decided not to give face to Zhou Qinghuai, he still didn't want a direct conflict with the mythic professionals sent by Dragon Nation, as it could severely damage the relations between the two countries. At this critical moment, a loud shout pierced the sky, Dragon Nation, plus me. A mutated 6-armed dragon, though only a few hundred meters long, but no less imposing than the kilometer-long red dragon, sped towards them. Siayu leaped off its back, landing steadily beside the Deluo Jinxian professionals. He had witnessed the whole process from a distance, feeling deeply moved. He didn't expect his country to send 4 mid-level mythic professionals to rescue him, and still planned to forcefully save him in a disadvantageous situation. Siayu couldn't stand by and let them get hurt for his sake. If there was a fight, he would join. Siayu, you're back? The 4 Deluo Jinxian professionals immediately recognized the young necromancer, having memorized his photo long ago. The unique 6-armed dragon was unmistakable. Suddenly, a female voice echoed in Siayu's mind. Enter the intercontinental teleportation array now. It can still send 1 legendary back. Siayu immediately realized it was the fairy-like mythic professional beside him. They planned to let him escape first, and once he left, Koklai would have no reason to act, naturally resolving the crisis. However, Siayu understood the risk. If America became enraged, even if he escaped, they might take harsh actions against the Dragon Nation professionals present. He wasn't willing to take that gamble. If he lost, it would be a lifelong regret. Siayu stood tall and declared loudly, "Seniors, I will stay and fight alongside you. Rest assured, I will not be a burden." These words were not only for the Deluo Jinxian professionals, but also to show his stance to all the Americans present. Koklai, hearing this, showed a hint of admiration in his eyes, quite bold. "Although I don't know how you killed Rickbert, you stand no chance against me." He stood up, lifted the intimidating dragon lance, and his aura surged. The red dragon beneath him let out an earth-shattering roar, spreading its wings and soaring into the sky. The 4 mythic professionals from Golden Apple also moved, targeting the Deluo Jinxian professionals. At this critical moment, Siayu commanded, "Neali." Before the words even faded, Neali appeared beside Siayu. Even if some of the mythic professionals present hadn't personally experienced the Quasigod's memory battlefield, they had definitely seen Neali's battle videos. At this moment, everyone's pupils constricted simultaneously. "Neali?" Koklai muttered in disbelief. "A Quasigod Neali? How is this possible?" He abruptly pulled the red dragon to a stop. Quasigod, even Koklai, who prided himself as a demigod, knew the vast difference between himself and a true Quasigod. And this young legendary necromancer could directly summon a Quasigod-level Neali. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Koklai stared at Neali, hoping to discern if she was just an illusion. However, the more he observed, the clearer the enormous gap between him and Neali became. "Stand down," Koklai suddenly ordered the 4 from Golden Apple. The 4 were puzzled. "Lord Koklai, why?" Koklai sighed and explained, "Today, we can't hold him. At this moment, I only wish to exchange a few blows with a true Quasigod." With a Quasigod present, letting the 4 from Golden Apple fight would only mean unnecessary losses for America. The 4 Deluo Jinxian professionals were also shocked by Xia Yu's summoning of Neali. Donglin, as a senior from Qianlong Academy, couldn't help but ask, "Junior, is this really the Quasigod Neali?" Siayu smiled and nodded, a simple gesture that sent a shiver through the 4 Deluo Jinxian professionals. They exchanged glances, realizing their mission might have been unnecessary. Koklai respectfully addressed Neali. "Miss Neali, I hope to learn from you the path of a Quasigod." Neali looked at Siayu, who hesitated briefly before nodding. "Come, Dragon Knight," Neali said calmly, ready to accept the challenge. The battle between the Quasigods and the high-tier mythical beings erupted in the sky, painting it with a surreal blend of red and green. Within mere minutes, a deafening dragon roar echoed through the heavens, followed by a rain of dragon blood. The 1,000-meter-long dragon retreated, flying off into the distance. The height-tier mythical dragon knight, Koklai, was defeated. Neali returned, offering Siayu a smile before disappearing without a trace. When Siayu and the 4 Deluo Golden Immortals tried to locate the 4 Golden Apple myths, they found they had already left quietly. As for the remaining professionals from the United States, their clamor was ignored. They understood that mythical beings wouldn't lower themselves to deal with them, but their shouting only added to the awkwardness. The staff led Siayu and the 4 others to the Intercontinental Teleportation Center, arranging for them to sit in the hall. "Mr. Siayu, esteemed Deluo Golden Immortals, please step into the magic circle. Let those small fry continue their noise. They can't stir up any real trouble," the staff member explained. "We are working at full capacity to repair the teleportation array, which will take about 6 hours to complete." The 5 of them sat down, and Dong Lin, with a complex expression, gave a wry smile to Siayu. "If I had known you could summon Miss Neali, we wouldn't have needed to come all this way." Siayu stood up and sincerely thanked the 4 Deluo Golden Immortals. "Thank you, senior brothers and elders, for coming from afar to help me." Regardless of whether he truly needed help, he felt indebted for their effort. Dong Lin gestured for Siayu to sit down. No need to be so formal. If Principal Qing Mo wasn't tied up, he might have come himself. He now regarded Siayu as an equal and even believed that Siayu would surpass them in the future. Principal tied up? He always seems quite free to me. Siayu frowned in confusion. The principal's position seemed to involve little more than presiding over school events. Dong Lin's expression turned serious. "The Lizardmen are making moves. Aren't they supposed to wait for 2 more months? I've only been out for a few days." Siayu's pupils contracted. The Lizardmen's actions this year were clearly unusual. "We don't know the exact reason, but we can confirm that the Lizardman army is already approaching our borders. According to predictions, they will invade within a week," Dong Lin explained. Siayu breathed a slight sigh of relief. 1 week? Which meant he could make it to the front lines and undergo pre-war training. Taoist Changyun suddenly displayed a mischievous smile, uncharacteristic of a mythical professional. "The Lizardmen surely didn't expect you to be able to summon a Quasigod. You'll be our trump card, catching them off guard." "Exactly." Dong Lin and the others became excited. "Junior, this time we must deal a severe blow to the Lizardmen. Maybe even wipe them out." The mythical beings couldn't hide their excitement. They had experienced over a dozen Lizardman invasions, each causing incalculable damage to Long Country and even leading to the fall of mythical beings. However, the Lizardmen's rapid reproduction and systematic replenishment meant they quickly made up for any losses. Eradicating the Lizardmen was the wish of everyone in Long Country, and Siayu was no exception. Despite being a transmigrant, he had lived in Long Country for 18 years and felt a strong sense of belonging. Every year, through various channels, he learned about countless promising professionals and ordinary soldiers sacrificing their lives to fend off the Lizardman army. Even mythical beings leading troops to protect migrating civilians had fallen under the Lizardman onslaught. Siayu nodded heavily. Rest assured. This time I will ensure the Lizardmen are utterly defeated. He thought to himself that with the true undead scourge, war was the best opportunity to enhance his strength. Once he had tens of thousands, or even millions, of true god-level undead soldiers, sweeping through White Elephant Country and annihilating the Lizardmen would be within reach. Not to mention, he had the Saintess, Quasigod Naali, forbidden spellcaster Edward, and two mythical beings from the Void Realm as his trump cards. Dong Lin reminded, "It's all on you now. Rest well. Once we return to Long Country, we'll head straight to the front lines to await orders. You won't have much time to rest then." The four walked to the side, whispering among themselves. Siayu wasn't concerned with their private conversation and instead took out the law fragments to comprehend them. This scene drew envious glances from Dong Lin and the others. Law fragments were also scarce resources for them. Don't think only legends needed law fragments. Mythical beings needed them to enhance their strength as well. As waves of comprehension surged through him, Xia Yu's Void Realm understanding slowly increased. However, the three law fragments were quickly exhausted, raising his Void Realm comprehension from 70 to 71. Xia Yu was startled. Previously, one fragment could increase it by 3, but now 3 fragments only raised it by 1, showing a sudden spike in difficulty. Siayu sighed helplessly and remarked, "As my comprehension increases, the enhancement provided by law fragments diminishes. I'll have to accumulate them slowly." However, when he saw the skill points, a smile immediately spread across his face. A total of 67 skill points. This included the 50 points directly obtained from his class ascension. Siayu's eyes gleamed with excitement as he carefully considered how to allocate these precious points. Corpse Explosion will definitely be invaluable in warfare. Let's raise it to level 50, Siayu muttered to himself, promptly investing 12 skill points into it. The true god-level Corpse Explosion instantly soared to level 50, with effects that were astounding. It could detonate a corpse or undead summon, dealing 4,200 of his intelligence as fire damage, plus an additional 200 of the detonated unit strength as fire damage. Even more thrilling, units killed by Corpse Explosion would also explode, dealing an additional 100 of the detonated unit strength as fire damage, with the explosion radius doubled. True god-level skills really are impressive. Siayu nodded in satisfaction. This multiplier is no less potent than the Saintess's Divine Punishment and Judgment Sword. Next, Siayu turned his attention to the Gate of Sighs. Despite its long cooldown, this skill could be incredibly pivotal in crucial battles. He unhesitatingly invested 20 points, raising it to level 40. The mythical Gate of Sighs effect was immediately apparent. It summoned a gate to the realm of death, from which an endless army of the dead poured forth. Up to 80 legions could exist simultaneously, each consisting of 10,000 ordinary undead, 1,000 elite undead, and 10 undead generals. More astonishingly, it would consistently summon a legion of Frost Dracolics led by a mythical Frost Ancient Dragon. Of course, such a powerful summon came at a cost. 3,000 souls, lasting for 24 hours, with a cooldown of 20 days. With 35 skill points remaining, Siayu decided to allocate 20 points to Undead Overlord. He reasoned that with the Undead Scourge talent, the level of undead summons was less critical. Instead, enhancing the Undead Overlord would bring more variety and top-tier combat power. The true god-level Undead Overlord, now at level 66, had even more astonishing effects. It could summon an Undead Overlord at the same level as Siayu, with a summoning cap of 22. Each Undead Overlord would come with elite undead minions, equal to their level times 201 hero-level Undead General. With the final 15 points, Siayu decided to invest in Spatial Blink. Raising the legendary Spatial Blink to level 30 allowed him to teleport up to 400 meters. Even better, after blinking, a spatial anchor point would be left at his original location, allowing him to blink back within 5 seconds. Having allocated all his skill points, Siayu exhaled contentedly. His power had significantly increased, preparing him well for the upcoming challenges. Next, it's time to go home, Siayu whispered, his eyes sparkling with anticipation as he readied himself for new adventures. As the glow of the intercontinental teleportation array faded, Siayu and the 4 Deluo Golden Immortals opened their eyes to find themselves back in the city of Haya within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. The familiar sights brought smiles to their faces, the joy of returning home evident on everyone's face. Donglin turned to Siayu and said cheerfully, "Now that we're back, let's head straight to Pioneer Town. The principal and General Lei Hua have already gathered there with other mythic professionals to resist the Lizardmen." Siayu nodded in agreement, as that was indeed the purpose of their journey. The group quickly left the Intercontinental Teleportation Center and made their way to the Teleportation Center within Haya City. Siayu briefly addressed the staff. "Please teleport us to Pioneer Town." The staff member, clearly flustered by the sudden appearance of such prominent figures, hastily began the procedures. With a slight sense of weightlessness, they were instantly transported to Pioneer Town. However, the scene before them was vastly different from Xia's initial visit. The bustling streets, once filled with professionals selling gear and forming teams, were now patrolled by soldiers in uniform, ready for battle. Although most of these soldiers were ordinary people, their high-tech gear made them capable of handling monsters below level 10, and even more formidable threats. Looking up, Siayu noticed rocket launcher-like weapons mounted on the city walls known as second-tier fire dragon cannons. These weapons packed a significant punch against master-level monsters, though they were fixed in place. Dong Lin led the group to a military camp in a corner of Pioneer Town. With their identification, they passed the guards' check smoothly. Inside the camp, soldiers were busy with pre-battle preparations, and Qing Mo was delivering a briefing. Upon seeing Siayu and his group, Qing Mo smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Dong Lin whispered to Siayu, "The principal wants us to wait in his office." The five of them proceeded to Qing Mo's office, which was neat and orderly, with a large map in the center covered in chess-like markers. Siayu noticed numerous lizard-shaped pieces near the Dragon Kingdom's border. Qing Mo entered the room, beaming. "It's great to see you all back safely. The trip to America didn't give you too much trouble, did it?" Dong Lin rolled his eyes slightly, his tone tinged with disdain. "If it weren't for our junior here, we might not have made it back." Both Corclay and the Golden Apple Squad were present. A gleam flashed in Qing Mo's eyes. "Corclay showed up? It seems even Corclay doesn't give that guy any face." Dong Lin sighed. "The whole world knows Mr. Zhou can hardly leave the Dragon Kingdom. Without that thing, Mr. Zhou could move freely, and organizations like the Monster Protection Organization wouldn't stand a chance." Qing Mo sighed as well. "That's unavoidable." He then shifted his tone, speaking coldly. "In that case, America won't get a spot in the Star Realm next time." Dong Lin immediately perked up. "Does that mean we can have 8 more entries?" Qing Mo confirmed with a nod. "If the Americans aren't coming, the remaining spots are ours. Your Deluo Golden Immortal team is only slightly weaker than Tianhe, so those spots should be yours." The 4 Deluo Golden Immortals exchanged glances and cheered in unison. Siayu, however, looked puzzled. "What is the Star Realm? I haven't read about it online or in books." Qing Mo chuckled. "You've gained quite a bit from your trip to America. If you reach the Mythic level, you'll definitely get a spot in the Star Realm." Dong Lin explained to Siayu, "Junior, the Star Realm is a special challenge instance that only Mythic-level professionals can enter. Inside, you'll face incredibly powerful god avatars and gain insights from fighting them. While there are no experience points, your score is based on the gods you defeat. The higher the score, the better the rewards. If you reach an A grade or higher, there are even rumors of receiving god fragments." For once, excitement showed on Dong Lin's face. The qualification to enter the Star Realm is extremely rare, only once a year with 20 spots. Typically, the Dragon Kingdom gets 8, America gets 8, and the remaining 4 are contested by other countries. This year, with America out, the Dragon Kingdom gets 16 spots, like striking it rich overnight. Qing Mo turned to the 4 Deluo Golden Immortals. "Now that you're back, head to Chuan City. The Lizardmen will attack in 7 days, so prepare early." "Yes, General." The 4 responded in unison before turning to leave. Qing Mo then looked at Siayu, his tone filled with admiration. "Siayu, your strength far exceeds our expectations. You not only faced 2 mythic-level experts simultaneously and killed them, but you also summoned the demigod Naali. Such strength puts you in the top 5 nationally." Siayu modestly replied, "I was lucky. Summoning Naali was pure luck, and the demigod set directly upgraded to a level 50 mythic set, which no one expected." Qing Mo continued, "You know our mythic-level experts usually go to the border to stop the Lizardmen from entering our country." Siayu nodded, ready to ask which area he'd be responsible for, but Qing Mo interrupted, "No, we don't plan to send you to the border. Instead, we want you to stay within the country." Seeing Siayu about to speak, Qing Mo gestured for him to listen. "Hear me out. With your strength, the border would be no problem, but it doesn't allow for surprises. Each year, the Lizardmen send elite troops and even mythic-level experts to infiltrate our country, so we need a more elite force and a mythic squad to counter these invaders." Qing Mo smiled slightly, "But this year, we've decided to have you handle both roles. With your strength to kill myths and as a necromancer, even the Lizardmen's elite troops can't be your match, right?" Siayu confidently replied, of course. The Lizardmen's elite troops can't break through my undead army. Yu nodded in satisfaction. Do you have the confidence? Yes. Siayu answered firmly. Good, then it's settled. Yu pointed to a route on the map where a large force of Lizardmen would likely pass, with a Dragon Kingdom city in the rear. While your main task is to fend off infiltrating Lizardmen elite troops and mythic experts, you'll also be responsible for a front line. Normally, you'll be stationed there. This is line 236, the defense line you need to guard. Don't let the Lizardmen break through. As soon as Mo finished speaking, Siayu was sent out of the office. Although he was puzzled about having to go home to rest before the battle, he accepted Mo's kind gesture. After all, the continuous high-intensity fights and confrontations since returning from America had indeed left him mentally exhausted. Siayu returned to Lingnan City via the teleportation center. The city was as peaceful as ever, but he was frequently recognized along the way. Look, honey, it's brother Siayu, the national champion of our Lingnan City. A mother pointed out to her child. It's Siayu the Great, another voice exclaimed. Did you see that viral video from America? Siayu the Great defeated 2 American legends as a legendary necromancer, one of whom was even called the god of the undead. The chatter around him grew louder, so Siayu quickened his pace. Suddenly, a young man mustered the courage to run up to him. Siayu the Great, can I get your autograph? Siayu glanced at the growing crowd, smiled, and shook his head before continuing towards home. When he arrived home, the butler was busy in the garden. Seeing Siayu, the old man gave a benevolent smile. Young master, you're back? Have you eaten? Not yet, just grab me something simple, Siayu replied. The butler followed Siayu into the house and suddenly said, Young master, the master has been home these past few days and will be back soon. Uncle Bai is home? Siayu was a bit surprised. I thought he was busy recently. Didn't the main family assign him business in several nearby cities? The butler looked gratified. That's all because of you, young master. Your prowess has influenced the family's decisions and even affected the global corporation's attitude towards the Bai family. Siayu shook his head. No way. It's because of Uncle Bai's strong capabilities. It has nothing to do with me. Just then, Bai Binbin and Aunt Tang walked in from outside. I can now oversee a dozen cities in Longhua, all thanks to you, Siayu, Bai Binbin said with a smile. Aunt Tang stepped forward and carefully looked at Siayu. Siayu, don't underestimate yourself. Our achievements are largely because of you. Her voice choked slightly. You've grown up. Our little Siayu is now a pillar of strength. Bai Binbin enthusiastically recounted how he had suppressed other families using Siayu's reputation, but Siayu politely declined Uncle Bai's proposal for a celebratory banquet, explaining that he would soon return to the front line. Upon hearing that Siayu would face the Lizardman army alone, Uncle Bai and Aunt Tang became anxious. Siayu had to explain in detail the advantages of being a necromancer, which somewhat reassured the elders. 2 days passed quickly. With Uncle Bai and Aunt Tang seeing him off, Siayu returned to Pioneer Town through the teleportation array and headed straight for the military camp. Mo and Lei Hua were already waiting for him. So, you are Siayu. Indeed, you stand out. Lei Hua extended his hand with a smile. You're far more exceptional than us oldtimers. The younger generation is truly formidable. Siayu shook hands with the stern-looking mage and said politely, General Lei, I've heard a lot about you. All right, both of you come in. Mo interrupted. The Lizardmen have advanced significantly. We need to make haste. In the following days, Siayu, under the personal guidance of the principal, delved into the special mobile phone developed by Yuan Long. This device could make calls even in areas without signal, but its materials were extremely rare, and it was restricted to major leaders responsible for a specific line. Besides this, Siayu also received some military training. However, since he didn't have direct command over soldiers, much of the management content was unnecessary for him. The reconnaissance team had its own commander and only needed to report information to Siayu. This explained why Mo allowed Siayu to rest early. There wasn't much he needed to learn. Remember everything? Mo asked. No problem. Siayu confidently nodded. As a legendary professional, speed reading and a photographic memory were basic skills for him. Learning was a breeze. Good, Mo said, satisfied. Now report to line 236. Remember, you must not let the Lizardman army break through the defense line. Yes, Siayu responded, then teleported directly to the nearest city, to line 236 Dongshan City. Dongshan City was already in wartime mode. The city walls were lined with professional soldiers, and the citizens on the streets remained relatively calm. After all, the Lizardmen attacked every year, and they were used to such scenes. On the roadside, a little girl innocently asked her mother, Mom, the Lizardmen won't come to our house this time, right? Of course not, the mother reassured. Just like every year, the professional brothers and sisters will drive them back before they get here. Great, the girl exclaimed excitedly. When I grow up, I want to be a professional too. and kill all those lizardmen who bully us. Hearing this conversation, Siayu couldn't help but smile wryly. He quickened his pace and headed out of the city. There was no outpost on line 236, so Siayu had to fly there himself. However, when he reached the city gate, he was stopped by the guards. "Travel is restricted now. Please go back," one guard said routinely. "I'm Siayu, here to support line 236, Siayu explained, showing his phone as identification. "This is my ID." The guard was taken aback, recognizing the name. He quickly verified Siayu's identity using his device. Seeing the information, his heart raced. The national champion, guardian of line 236, special operative. These titles were impressive. The guard recalled the recent news. Siayu, the national champion of Longwa, had killed 2 American myths in the United States, including the so-called god of the undead, Eric Burt. Online, some even dubbed Siayu the new god of the undead, a title widely recognized. "Thank you for your support, Guardian." The guard saluted Siayu, filled with gratitude. The rear of line 236 was their hometown, Dongshan City, and Siayu was here to protect them. Due to a heavy loss from a Lizardman elite force attack last year, Dongshan City had no legion to support the Guardian, leaving him to fight alone. Fortunately, Siayu, as a necromancer, filled this gap perfectly. "All right, I'll head out now," Siayu nodded. "You all be careful. I have a feeling the Lizardmen will be unusually crazy this year." He recalled the recent ambush by a Lizardman myth, something unprecedented in previous years. "We will stay vigilant," the guards responded firmly. Siayu summoned the Deathwing. "Let's go." "Yes, master." With a thunderous roar, Deathwing soared into the sky, quickly disappearing from sight. As Siayu left, the soldiers excitedly discussed. "No wonder he's called the god of the undead. That pet is so majestic, a mutated dragon. The only one in the world." The undead summons of the god of the undead are also incredibly powerful. They swept through America. With Siayu supporting us this time, we only need to guard Dongshan City. Of course, he's the god of the undead. In war, he's invincible, commanding an army that never tires, never fears death, and is extremely powerful. Exactly. The sides of line 236 were steep mountains, filled with various monster nests, unsuitable for marching. But the middle had a wide road, perfect for an army, leading straight to Dongshan City. If Dongshan City fell, the Lizardmen would have a strategic base within Longwa, hence their annual attempts to breach it, but they had never succeeded. "It won't fall under my watch." Xiayu's eyes were resolute. During his rest, he had researched a lot about this route, understanding the great sacrifices Longwa made to protect Dongshan City. Entrusting line 236 to him showed their immense trust. Suddenly, a choice appeared before Siayu. 1. Defeat the Lizardman army on line 236, preventing them from reaching Dongshan City. Reward, Void Realm Comprehension 5. 2. Retreat to Dongshan City and defeat the Lizardman army there. Reward, Sigh of the Gate cooldown reduced to 15 days. 3. Abandon Dongshan City. Reward, Charm 50. Siayu thought, "Charm? With this face, I'm at least 999, I don't need more." As for retreating to Dongshan City, I just made a bold statement. Running back now would be embarrassing. So, I choose to defeat the Lizardman army on line 236. According to the map, Siayu had reached the gap between 2 mountains, where the reconnaissance team was stationed. "Deathwing, land," Siayu commanded. "Yes, master." Deathwing swiftly descended into the valley. Meanwhile, the 56-member reconnaissance team saw the terrifying dragon descending, their eyes widening in fear. "Captain, have we been spotted by a dragon?" someone asked in panic. "Keep quiet," the captain ordered in a low voice. "Hide your presence and positions as I taught you. If discovered, scatter and run. At least one must return to report." Just then, Xiayu's voice rang out, "Come out. I'm Xiayu, the guardian of line 236, not an enemy." He also showed his guardian credentials. The scouts stared intently at the figure leaping off the dragon's back, momentarily frozen in place. This young man had such a powerful dragon as his companion. With the imminent invasion of the Lizardmen, the scouts hadn't returned to the city in nearly 2 months and could only gather bits of information from supply runners. They were completely unaware of Xiayu's recent astonishing achievements. Among the 236 scout unit, a middle-aged man stepped forward first and saluted Siayu. His eyes were filled with doubt. The young man before him seemed to have just awakened his profession this year. Despite being the master of a mutated dragon, he didn't appear to be from a noble family. As the middle-aged man emerged, other professionals of varying ages began to step out from different parts of the forest, showcasing their impressive stealth abilities. "Greetings, Guardian," they said in unison, their eyes brimming with confusion. Why would the higher-up send someone so young to guard the 236th line? An elderly man stepped forward, his gaze fixed on Siayu. "Guardian, I have something to say, though I'm not sure if I should." "Go ahead," Siayu replied calmly. How many troops do you command? Do your soldiers obey you? The elder asked bluntly, worried that such a young guardian might not effectively command the troops, and fearing he might be an inexperienced figurehead, which could lead to disaster. Siayu frowned and thought for a moment before answering. How many troops? Around 200,000, give or take. He briefly explained the composition of his undead army. As for whether they obey me, if I tell them to go west, they won't go east. If I order them to die, they won't hesitate. Everyone was stunned. Could this young man be a renowned general they were unaware of? Seeing their reactions, Xiaoyu waved his hand and smiled. All right, enough joking. I'm a death dominator, a necromancer. I'm here alone. At his words, the middle-aged man erupted in anger. Alone? You're here to guard the 236th line by yourself? What are the higher-ups thinking? Do they want to abandon Dongshan City? Others echoed his sentiments, arguing that even a necromancer couldn't fend off an army of 200,000 lizardmen alone. They implored Siayu to request reinforcements, as their investigations indicated that this year's lizardman attack force numbered at least 250,000. Siayu frowned and asked, Hold on, have you guys not watched the news lately? The middle-aged man, still fuming, replied, We've been out here for nearly 2 months. In these desolate lands, we can't even watch short videos, let alone the news. Siayu suddenly understood. Oh, that makes sense. You don't know about my achievements, so it's normal not to believe me. What achievements? The group looked at Siayu with curiosity. Siayu smiled slightly and began to recount his recent astonishing feats, including his triumph over 2 mythical-level warriors in America, his formidable undead army, and the awe-inspiring scenes from the recent grand tournament where he appeared like a god of the undead. The scouts watched videos of Siayu's battles in America, witnessing his godlike presence among the undead. Their expressions turned to disbelief. They finally understood why only he was Santha was the necromancer god of Longwa, a being more precious and powerful than 1,000,000 troops. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, Siayu, isn't he this year's national champion in Longwa? How did he go from that to slaying mythical beings in just a few months? Everyone stared at Siayu as if he were a monster. The elderly man, filled with remorse, quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Guardian. It was my fault earlier. If you want, you can slap me. The middle-aged man also bowed his head in apology. I'm sorry. No worries, we'll work together from now on. Holding the 236th line is the best apology you can offer, Siayu said, his voice steady and powerful. His piercing gaze swept over everyone present. After a brief pause, his tone turned icy. Of course, if I find anyone not cooperating or if any other issues arise, I will handle it according to military regulations. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Everyone instinctively straightened their backs. The authority in Siayu's words was unmistakable, and each person clearly understood that this new commander was not joking. We will complete the mission, Commander. They responded in unison, their voices loud and tinged with a mix of tension and respect. Siayu nodded slightly. All right, now report the intelligence you have. His gaze swept over the group and finally rested on a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man understood and stepped forward, bowing respectfully to Siayu. I am Zhongjiang Wo, the head of the reconnaissance team. I'll report to you, Commander. Go ahead. Siayu gestured for him to continue. Clearing his throat, Zhongjiang Wo began his detailed report. Siayu listened intently, extracting 3 main points from the complex information. Firstly, this year's Lizardman army is unprecedented in size, numbering at least 250,000. Among them are suspected to be 8 legendary-level lizard generals around level 45, and 1 mythical-level boss, the Dragonblood Lizard Priest, at level 49. Secondly, the Lizardman army is moving with extraordinary speed, likely arriving at the 236th line sooner than expected. This means they need to accelerate their preparations and make every second count. Lastly, it appears the Lizardmen have acquired some sort of secret weapon. The 8 lizard generals and the Dragonblood Lizard Priest were seen carefully escorting a tall object covered in golden cloth. This is unprecedented in decades of reconnaissance and warrants high alert. In addition to these points, Zhongjiang Wo also reported on the distribution of Lizardman troops and their level compositions. Siayu took note of these details but didn't dwell on them too much. After all, the Lizardmen's levels generally range from the teens to the 20s, far inferior to their undead army. As for the troop distribution, it seemed insignificant when facing undead forces that were dozens of levels higher. Good, continue your reconnaissance, Siayu ordered succinctly, then added, I'll go recruit some soldiers. Siayu explained the real meaning behind his term raising soldiers, using the true undead scourge to amass undead troops. This terrifying ability allows him to trigger the true undead scourge by killing low-level monsters, gaining a true god-level undead soldier with each kill. Siayu briefly outlined the locations he planned to visit, instructing his team to find him there if they had any news. He then deployed a legion of ghosts to patrol Route 236, covering an area of several kilometers to monitor for any disturbances. Afterward, Xiayu rode Deathwing to a level 14 monster nest. Since the nearby outposts had already been evacuated, he directly entered the small forest. The area was inhabited by a group of large, gray-white roosters known for their stone-throwing attacks and formidable close combat skills. However, faced with Xia Yu's overwhelmingly powerful undead soldiers, these roosters could only cluck in panic before being swiftly cut down. With each rooster's death, an undead soldier would crawl out from its corpse, still dripping with blood and entrails, and immediately attack the remaining roosters. The gruesome scene made Siayu marvel at the true style of an orthodox necromancer, far more imposing than the undead he had previously summoned, reminiscent of a boss in a dark fantasy game. Siayu continued clearing out one monster nest after another. Due to the level disparity, he didn't receive any equipment drops or experience points, but his undead army grew by thousands. Nonetheless, Siayu felt the pace was too slow and sighed, thinking how advantageous it would have been to possess this ability when facing the million-strong Fallen Legion. After several hours, Siayu had eradicated all the nearby monster nests. He decided to stop and wait for the arrival of the Lizardman army, which would allow him to amass undead soldiers more quickly. Just as he was about to have Deathwing return to their hiding place, the Ghost Legion reported the presence of over 100 stealthy Lizardmen entering Route 236. Realizing these were Lizardman scouts and that the main army was likely not far behind, Siayu immediately summoned over 100 undead assassins, ordering them to coordinate with the Ghost Legion to eliminate all the Lizardman scouts. The undead assassins swiftly melted into the shadows to join the Ghost Legion. On his way back, Xiayu encountered some scouts reporting in. They had just discovered the Lizardman scouts' incursion and were surprised to find Xiayu had already taken action. They speculated that the Ghost Legion's presence must have alerted him, praising the commander's prowess. They also brought new intelligence. The statues guarded by Lizardman priests could grant Lizardman soldiers nearly limitless stamina, as well as enhanced strength and agility. This explained the Lizardmen's rapid march. Siayu recognized the power of this army-wide buff, comparing it to the inspiring talent of the Holy Maiden. Meanwhile, the Lizardman scouts ventured deeper into the forest, using bird calls to communicate. Soon, they noticed something was wrong. Your responses came back. The mixed-blood Lizardman leader, possessing a trace of dragon lineage and higher intelligence than ordinary Lizardmen, grew uneasy. As it pondered the potential actions of the humans, several dark figures suddenly appeared beside it. The mixed-blood Lizardman lost consciousness before it could react. An undead soldier rose from its corpse, joining over 100 others already wandering the area, their bodies adorned with blood and entrails. This scene foreshadowed a night of nightmares for many. Siayu continued his search for the monster's lair, replenishing his undead soldiers. Meanwhile, on the Lizardman army's side, the disappearance of the scout team prompted a gold-scaled Lizardman general to complain coldly, "What a bunch of idiots. They can't even handle reconnaissance." Another general shrugged indifferently, "It doesn't matter if they're dead. With the support of the gods, those two-legged monkeys can't stop us." 6 Lizardman generals carrying a divine statue exchanged knowing glances. If they captured the city, they would have the chance to receive the gods' blessing, becoming purer dragonblood warriors, and perhaps even attaining mythical status. The dragonblood Lizardman priest leading the way suddenly lifted his head, his gaze locking onto a human scout several kilometers away. "Decay," he whispered. The scout was about to turn and flee but was struck by intense pain. His skin began to peel off, his muscles rapidly rotted, and he dissolved into a pool of blood. The priest ordered, "Send out scout teams to capture any human scouts in the vicinity. Speed up. The power granted by the gods is far from exhausted." The 6 generals immediately mobilized, dispatching elite scouts to search the area. Fortunately, other human scouts discovered their comrades' fate in time and swiftly retreated, avoiding capture. The Lizardman army quickened its march toward Route 236. Upon learning this, Xiayu's eyes narrowed. He realized the Dragonblood Lizardman priest was not to be underestimated, especially with that eerie skill. He instructed his scouts, "Reduce the exploration range. No need for close reconnaissance. My ghost army can monitor the Lizardman army's distance." Siayu inspected the undead soldiers in his necromantic space, which had now reached 10,000. With the aid of the Holy Maiden's ghost, he felt confident in facing the 250,000 strong Lizardman army. He even looked forward to seeing if their morale would crumble. Zhong Jiangwo asked with concern, "Commander, we're facing 250,000 troops tomorrow. Do you need to rest?" Siayu shook his head, "No need. Every second is precious now. I'm going out to deploy the undead army. Be careful." With that, he mounted Death's Wing and flew to the highest peak on Route 236. Upon landing, Siayu took a deep breath and prepared to summon the undead lords. Despite his high mental strength, the increasing level of the undead lords demanded more of his spiritual energy. "Summon, undead lord," Siayu shouted. An ethereal archer appeared in the magic circle, identifying itself as Ketterdalen. With powerful attributes and special skills, it greatly satisfied Siayu. Siayu continued summoning, bringing forth one undead lord after another. Some were ordinary golden undead, like golden warriors, golden archers, and golden knights. Though strong, they were not particularly exceptional. Just as Siayu was about to continue summoning, a powerful blood-red aura enveloped him. It felt as if he had been drawn into a battlefield of flesh and blood. I've summoned something extraordinary, Siayu thought to himself. A voice echoed in his ear. My lord, will you betray me? Race, undead. Level, 50. Strength, 486,000. Potential, 9,720. Agility, 486,000. Potential, 9,720. Wisdom, 486,000. Potential, 9,720. Talent, Wuanjuan. Can raise soldiers, always victorious in battle, and bring peace to the people, thus named Wuanjuan. All attributes of commanded soldiers 10. Morale 100. Skills. 1. Divine Marching Technique. Increases the movement speed of Bai Chi's army by 100. Lasts for 24 hours. 2. Breaking Army Formation. Bai Chi's army can form a breaking army formation. Allies within the formation gain the power of the breaking army, adding an extra 30 of all attributes as malevolent energy damage to all attacks. 3. Reaper's Scythe. The Reaper's Scythe wielded by Bai Chi deals an additional 200 of all attributes as malevolent energy damage to enemies and instills fear in nearby weak-willed enemy units. When Bai Chi kills an enemy, the malevolent energy erupts, potentially frightening weak-willed enemy units to death. 4. God of Slaughter. Each time Bai Chi kills, all attributes increase by 1, up to a maximum of 30. Once the maximum is reached, Bai Chi enters the God of Slaughter state, unleashing a Blood Sea domain. In this domain, those killed by Bai Chi transform into blood demons that fight alongside him. Siayu stared in shock at the undead figure before him, composed of eerie blood-red crystal bones. It held a black reaper's scythe that glowed with a bloody light. Just standing there, it exuded a sense of menace that even made the surrounding undead lords feel threatened. The murderous aura sent a chill down Siayu's spine. Bai Chi, Siayu exclaimed. This was none other than Bai Chi, known in his previous life as the Butcher and God of Slaughter. His skills truly lived up to these titles, boasting several army-level abilities. As a military strategist and renowned general, his prowess in leading troops far surpassed Siayu's own. Master, will you betray me? Bai Chi asked again. Siayu looked at the monstrous undead and replied, You are already among the dead. I am giving you another chance to live and to shine. How could I betray you? Bai Chi was originally a great general of the Qin state, executed unjustly by King Zhaoxiang of Qin in a fit of anger. A remarkable figure had thus fallen. Now, Siayu had given him another life, another chance to prove his greatness. After a moment of silence, Bai Chi knelt on one knee and said, Master, give me your orders. An army of 250,000 lizardmen is attacking our human territory. How can we annihilate them with our forces? Siayu began discussing with Bai Chi how to eliminate the 250,000 lizardmen without letting a single one escape. Bai Chi calmly analyzed, to annihilate the 250,000 lizardmen, we must cut off their retreat and lure them into a valley between two mountains. Our archers will ambush them from the mountains, killing the lizardmen. Then, with your power, the dead lizardmen will become undead soldiers, causing chaos in their ranks. At that point, our undead lord soldiers will face them heathen. Our forces are far superior to the lizardmen and fear no death. I will lead the troops to block their retreat. Victory is assured. In Bai Chi's view, the disparity in strength between the two armies, combined with the fearlessness of the undead, meant that a simple strategy of overwhelming force would suffice. Good. I'll leave them all to you. Don't disappoint me. Siayu entrusted all the newly summoned undead lords to Bai Chi, allowing them to benefit from Bai Chi's multiple army-level skills and talents. Understood. Bai Chi received his orders and immediately led the undead lords to the mountains he had chosen for the ambush. Siayu rode his Deathwing, observing from above as Bai Chi methodically assigned the undead lords to their positions, explained the timing of the next day's attack, and even arranged for subordinate undead to prevent lizardmen spies from gathering intelligence. These were tasks that Siayu would have had to handle, but with Bai Chi, he felt relieved. All he needed to do the next day was to focus on the enemy's statue. The scouts discovered their presence, but fortunately, Siayu had previously informed Bai Chi about the scouts. Even so, the scouts were driven away by the undead lords as soon as they approached. I see a lot of undead. Are all of these summoned by the warden? Did you see those golden undead? They are all undead lords. There are so many of them. Did the warden invest all his skill points in summoning undead lords? And those weaker undead? I think they are the subordinates of the undead lords. The warden's undead lords must have some evolution skills, but why won't the warden let us in? Forget it. The warden has his own plans. We shouldn't interfere. True. Returning to his hiding place, Siayu was approached by Zhong Jiangwo, who inquired about Bai Chi's situation. Siayu explained, "You don't need to worry about that. My undead lords are preparing for tomorrow's battle. There are so many undead that I fear friendly fire. Tell the team to stay away." Understood. I'll make sure to inform them. Zhong Jiangwo nodded. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "Warden, do you have confidence for tomorrow, facing 250,000 lizardmen and 6 or 7 legendary lizardmen? Just watch. Tomorrow, not a single lizardman will escape." Siayu replied with a confident smile. Hearing Siayu's confident response, and seeing the overwhelming number of powerful undead, Zhong Jiangwo also smiled. Tomorrow, we'll witness the warden's divine might. Not divine might, but a catastrophe. Siayu corrected. The next morning, before dawn, the green-scaled lizardman army entered Route 236. Among them were lizard knights riding giant lizards, lizard archers, and many lizard soldiers in wooden armor wielding crude weapons. At the rear of the formation, 6 lizard generals carried a towering statue over 10 meters high. "Priest, we have entered Route 236. The scouts ahead still haven't found any trace of enemy soldiers," a lizard general reported to the blood dragon lizard priest. "Keep scouting. The humans won't give up Route 236 so easily. They must be planning something." The blood dragon lizard priest felt a growing sense of unease, as if shrouded in a murderous aura. The lizard army slowly advanced along the wide road, halfway through Route 236 without encountering any enemies. This made the lizards lower their guard, speculating whether humans had fled in fear of the gods. The surrounding forest grew denser, with tall trees almost blocking out all sunlight, allowing only sporadic beams to penetrate the canopy. In the shadows, an inconspicuous black figure flickered by, and the lizard who saw it dismissed it as a trick of the eye. Unbeknownst to them, the lizard men had entered an ambush. The Ghost Legion quickly relayed the information to Siayu, who then passed it on to Bai Chi. Bai Chi conveyed the orders to all the undead soldiers and their leaders. Between the two mountains, the corpses of lizard scouts lay with gaping holes in their chests, from which undead soldiers emerged. At the foot of the mountain, 2 lizard generals, looking worried, reported to the Dragonblood lizard priest, "Priest, 2 of our scouting teams have gone missing in these mountains. They might have encountered the enemy." The priest's eyes bulged in anger as he snapped, "Didn't I order you to push the scouts further out? Why report only now when they're so close?" Before he could finish, the sound of dense bowstrings snapping echoed from the mountain. The lizards looked up to see a rain of arrows pouring down like a torrential storm. The Dragonblood lizard priest shouted, "Lizard wizards, cast the magic shield quickly." The wizards hurriedly raised their staffs and chanted, but it was too late. The first wave of arrows had already struck the lizard ranks, causing massive casualties. Some lizards were split in half, others had large holes in their chests, and severed limbs littered the ground. The priest quickly cast a magic shield to protect the idol, neglecting even his own guards. The lizard generals abandoned the idol and used their abilities to deflect the arrows, trying to minimize the losses. The second wave of arrows followed swiftly. Although the lizard wizards managed to block most of them, some still pierced through the gaps, continuing to take lives. Furious, the Dragonblood lizard priest screeched, "Organize the archers and retaliate immediately." However, a more terrifying event unfolded. The corpses of the slain lizards began to writhe, with crimson skeletal hands breaking through their bodies. Undead soldiers wielding swords and shields rose from the corpses. These newly emerged undead soldiers immediately began slaughtering the surrounding lizards, and the fallen lizards transformed into more undead soldiers, perpetuating the cycle. Recognizing the necromancer's magic, a lizard general charged at 2 undead soldiers, confident he could easily defeat them. To his shock, one undead soldier effortlessly blocked his attack without even flinching. Enraged, the lizard general struck again, only to have his arm severed by the undead soldier. Other lizard generals faced similar fates, unable to overcome these seemingly ordinary undead soldiers. Seeing this, the Dragonblood lizard priest called upon the gods for power to combat the formidable undead soldiers. The scout teams in the distance, witnessing the scene, were stunned and finally realized the terrifying power of the necromancer. Zhong Jiangwo, although pleased with the battle's progress, was still worried that the lizards might escape. Siayu confidently reassured him, "Just watch. I've prepared to annihilate 250,000 lizards." Zhong Jiangwo was struck by these words, silently admiring the governor's foresight and strength. Standing atop a tall tree, Bai Chi, exuding a sinister blood-red aura, watched the retreating lizard army with mild disappointment. "Their numbers are impressive, but it's unfortunate they met us. The disparity in strength is too great, and they are losing so miserably." Gripping his scythe of death, he excitedly declared, Now it's my turn. Soldiers, follow me to conquer the world. The rear of the Lizardmen army suddenly surged with tens of thousands of troops, shrouded in a blood-red mist, resembling malevolent demons from the underworld. Simultaneously, a massive force of hundreds of thousands of undead appeared at the front, advancing menacingly towards the Lizardmen. This sudden pincer attack caused the Lizardmen to pale, even under the blessings of their gods. Some of them began to panic. Bai Qi was the first to charge into the Lizardmen ranks, his death scythe reaping lives like a farmer harvesting wheat. Even the lizard generals could barely withstand 2 moves before being decapitated. The undead soldiers rampaged through the Lizardmen army, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake. The Lizardmen army found themselves in a desperate situation. Besieged on both sides, their strength paled in comparison to the undead. Worse still, the undead ranks continued to swell. Each fallen Lizardman meant another addition to the undead army. This sight filled the hearts of the Lizardmen with despair, even causing their priests to tremble and cling tightly to their idols. Siayu sensed the rapid increase in his undead soldiers. 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. Each new undead soldier signified a fallen Lizardman warrior. The terrifying scene made the observing reconnaissance team members shudder. Despite having witnessed it countless times, the sight of undead soldiers bursting from Lizardmen bodies still made their blood run cold, fearing a skeletal hand might suddenly pierce through their own chests. At this moment, everyone felt a mix of reverence and fear towards Siayu. This young man commanded the slaughter of hundreds of thousands of beings without flinching, even smiling. To him, the hellish battlefield seemed like a beautiful landscape. The Lizardmen's plight stirred a brief sense of pity in the reconnaissance team members who had always hated them, but more so, a sense of satisfaction at their demise. Noticing the reconnaissance team staring at him, Siayu turned and said with a smile, "Why are you all looking at me? I'm not interested in men." Hearing this, they quickly turned away. On the battlefield, the ordinary Lizardmen had been slaughtered, and the undead soldiers were converging on the center. There, the last Lizardman squad remained. 4 lizard generals and a dragonblood lizard priest. Terrified, they watched the encircling undead army. Bai Qi, his bones stained red with blood, resembled a god of death. Holding his death scythe, he gazed coldly at the last 5 Lizardmen and said, "The Lord has decreed, no survivors. Just the way I like it. Kill." As the last Lizardman fell, a series of kill notifications flashed in Siayu's system. Legendary boss Lizard General killed, level 47 experience 0. You have obtained the legendary weapon Dragon Fong Greatsword. Legendary boss Lizard General killed, level 46 experience 0. You have obtained the legendary Ascension Orb. Mythic boss Dragonblood Lizard Priest killed, level 49 experience 0. You have obtained the legendary Staff Divine Sacrifice Staff. System notification. Selection complete. Rewards granted. Reward: Void Realm Insight 5. Siayu excitedly glanced at his attribute panel. Void Realm 76, only 24 more to reach an unprecedented 100. He sighed softly, but this last 24 is extremely difficult to achieve. If only there were more defense missions like this, each giving 5. He then thought, after this Lizardman invasion, the Dragon Nation will likely reward many fragments of law comprehension, which might boost my progress significantly. The reconnaissance team was still in disbelief over their victory. It's over? Just like that? We prepared for months, and in less than 2 hours, the entire Lizardmen army of 200,000 was annihilated. We won. We really won. Siayu smiled faintly and reminded them, "Don't let your guard down. The Lizardmen might retaliate for the loss of their 200,000 troops. Continue your reconnaissance missions as usual, but for today, take a break." "Thank you, Lord Protector," they chorused in gratitude. Meanwhile, Qingmo and his mythic squad were battling 5 mythic dragonblood lizards. On the borders of the Dragon Nation, meteors rained down on a mythic dragonblood lizard. Qingmo was locked in combat with a golden lizard, 70 of its bloodline already transformed into dragon blood. This was no longer just a lizard, but an almost fully transformed golden dragon. Qingmo's greatsword slashed through the air, filling the sky with sword light as he attacked the golden dragon. At that moment, he couldn't help but miss Siayu's buffs, which were even stronger than those from his current mythic healer. Sigh. Qingmo sighed softly, then refocused on the battle. The golden dragon addressed Qingmo in dragon language, urging him to surrender. "Human, become a servant of our dragon race. We will grant you the bloodline of the divine dragon, extending your lifespan and enhancing your strength." As it spoke, the golden dragon nimbly dodged Qingmo's attacks. Upon hearing this, Qingmo was instantly enraged. Without hesitation, he cursed, "Lizard, what nonsense are you spewing? You're just a half-breed, a mud in our terms. I wouldn't even want you as a pet." His tone was filled with contempt, starkly different from his usual elegant demeanor at school. The golden dragon, infuriated by these words, roared, "You dare insult the dragon bloodline? Today, you will fall." With that, it opened its massive jaws, unleashing a blinding beam of light towards Qing Yimo. Sensing the danger, Qing Yimo quickly deployed his domain for defense. With a resounding boom, cracks appeared on the surface of his domain, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Damn, dealing with these bloodline-enhanced monsters is a real pain. Qing Yimo cursed inwardly, urgently shouting, "Are you ready yet? I'm going to die if you don't hurry." At that moment, an elderly voice slowly echoed, "It's ready, it's ready." As the words fell, the sky suddenly turned crimson, as if set ablaze. A vast domain unfolded, enveloping all the lizardmen within. In that instant, all the lizardmen seemed to see a colossal sun hurtling towards them. "Forbidden spell, sun annihilation," the elderly voice intoned once more. This scene made the golden dragon's expression turn exceedingly grim. It gritted its teeth, and its body suddenly swelled, unfurling a pair of dragon wings. The golden dragon transformed into a small, misshapen western dragon, its appearance grotesque but its aura immensely powerful. "Dragon magic, golden world," the golden dragon shouted, and a golden light screen enveloped all the lizardmen as the enormous sun slowly descended. Boom, boom, boom. The sun continuously struck the golden light screen. Although it didn't shatter immediately, cracks appeared on the surface. However, these cracks were quickly mended. The two sides were locked in a stalemate. Finally, with a thunderous boom, a cataclysmic explosion sent everyone flying. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed a battalion of 1,000 lizardmen quietly infiltrating the Dragon Kingdom's borders. The battle ended effortlessly. Even the scouts celebrating seemed rather indifferent. The victory felt too easy, almost unreal. When the news reached the Lord of Dongshan City, he was incredulous. "Really? 250,000 lizardmen, and not one escaped?" he asked repeatedly. "Is Siayu really that powerful?" The messenger could only nod continuously. Yes, they were all killed. Despite the victory, the war was far from over. The celebrations were brief, and everyone quickly returned to their posts. Siayu walked alone to the bloody battlefield, step by step approaching the statue at the center. He had expected the statue to exhibit immense power, but it seemed to have no effect other than providing some attributes to the lizardmen and their generals. Even when the dragonblood lizard priest prayed to it, there was no response. The cloth covering the statue, once pure white, was now stained crimson with blood. Drip, drip. Even after a day, blood continued to fall from the cloth. Siayu stood silently before the statue for a long time. The wind howled around him. In the distance, Zhong Jiangwo looked at Siayu with concern. He knew that such statues required special handling. If destroyed after the battle, they could provoke divine retribution. He feared Siayu might act impulsively, and if a genius from the Dragon Kingdom were targeted by a deity, it would be a significant problem even for those who wished to protect him. At that moment, a deep voice whispered in Siayu's ear, "Inheritor of death, even though you have repelled these reptiles, darker things await you. I will watch from the cosmos as you crumble." Siayu was unfazed by the threat and calmly replied, "Then I'll see for myself what this darkness you speak of is. My life's journey is to pursue the unknown. In the cosmos, countless sages have gone mad pursuing the unknown. You will be the next," the voice continued. Siayu scoffed, "I sense some frustration from you. Could it be because I wiped out your 250,000 followers? Are your followers scarce?" Silence ensued for a long time, and then the statue beneath the white cloth suddenly collapsed with a roar. "Running away when you can't win an argument, some god you are," Siayu muttered, turning to shout at Zhong Jiangwo. "Tell those guys they don't need to come. The god ran off on its own." "What? The god ran off?" Zhong Jiangwo asked in shock. "Lord Guardian, what did you do?" Siayu nonchalantly replied, "We just had a friendly chat, and it suddenly ran off. Who knows what it was up to? But it was a god," Zhong Jiangwo stammered, unsure how to respond to this ever unpredictable guardian. "Just do as I said," Siayu added, "and if they insist on coming, let them." "Yes, Lord Guardian," Zhong Jiangwo replied. Meanwhile, in Colony City, an intense battle was unfolding. As a crucial city bordering the White Elephant Nation, Colony had become a prime target for the Lizardmen. On the first day alone, it faced a fierce attack from nearly 500,000 Lizardmen. On the city walls, two elite legendary squads, the Green Sword and the Bull Warriors, watched the surging Lizardmen army with furrowed brows. "Deputy Commander, get my Dragonfire cannon up here. These damned Lizardmen are charging," one general shouted. "Archers, mages, concentrate your fire on the Lizardmen's protrusion. Don't let them reach the walls," another commander ordered. "Fire the cannons, blow these damned Lizardmen to pieces," a burly man said in a deep voice amidst the booming cannon fire. This year, the Lizardmen even brought their statues to the front lines. They're determined to take the city in front of their god. This will be a fierce battle. Watch out for the lizard generals, 8 of them, and 2 dragonblood lizard priests. They won't be easy to deal with. Has the support we requested arrived? Not yet, another person replied. All fronts are stretched thin. It seems the Lizardmen have mobilized their entire race to the front lines. Every front is facing 1 or 2 times more troops than in previous years. Lines that could previously provide support are now overrun with Lizardmen. The lizard generals are moving. Don't let them reach the walls. Charge. 4 legends from the Bull Warriors squad flew over the walls, attacking the lizard generals. Powerful magic and sharp sword energy filled half the sky. In the Lizardmen army, a few seemingly ordinary Lizardmen whispered to each other, for legendary bipeds. Stas, Omar, you go. Make sure to leave none alive. Remember our plan. Yes, Lord Nellet. 2 Lizardmen responded and leaped into action. As the legendary humans and lizard generals clashed, a black shroud suddenly enveloped the battlefield, obscuring the view from outside. The green sword squad on the walls sensed something amiss and immediately cast spells to disperse the darkness. Dispel magic. Greater dispel. 2 legendary spellcasters used dispelling magic, and within seconds, most of the black fog was cleared. 2 bloodied figures, faces filled with fear, were rushing back to the walls. The green sword squad quickly recognized them as warriors and archers from the Bull Warriors squad. They were gravely injured, with the warriors' arms appearing as if something had bitten them off. Activate the core city magic array. Hua Su and He Chu have been killed. It's the Lizardmen's elite unit. The Bull Warriors warrior shouted hoarsely. The green sword squad members turned pale. They knew Hua Su and He Chu were as strong as they were. For them to be killed in seconds meant the enemy was far more formidable than expected. Activate the core city magic array. The Colony City Lord in the green sword squad immediately used his authority to activate the magic array. We're safe for now, but we'll have to wait for reinforcements, the Lord said, his expression grave. Colony City is facing elite Lizardmen units. Requesting support over. Far away on another battlefield, Siayu received the message. He stood up and looked into the distance, a gleam in his eye. More undead soldiers incoming. Siayu was preparing to set out. He summoned Bai Qi and entrusted the loyal undead general with the duty of guarding Route 236. Bai Qi responded firmly, "My lord, if the enemy wants to pass, they'll have to walk over my dead body." Siayu nodded and then summoned 10 undead lords to assist Bai Qi. He detailed the mission and instructed the scout team to fully cooperate. Siayu had great confidence in Bai Qi's abilities. This undead general was not only smarter than other undead, but also had a unique talent for military strategy. Moreover, the Lizardmen had just lost 250,000 troops here, making it difficult for them to mount another large-scale attack in the short term. Once everything was arranged, Siayu called forth Deathwingy's personal mount. He leaped onto the mighty flying beast and summoned a Saintess to cast enhancement spells on Deathwing, boosting its speed. Time was of the essence for this urgent mission. Meanwhile, tension gripped Colony City. Qing Ji, the captain of the Blue Sword Squad and the city lord, paced anxiously. In just one day, the city had lost 2 top-tier legends, causing widespread panic among the populace. The core magic array in the city had been activated, rendering all teleportation arrays unusable and trapping everyone inside. A subordinate reported, "Captain, all the fire dragon cannons have been positioned on the city walls, and the energy crystals are ready." Qingji responded in a grave tone, "Tell the soldiers to be prepared. The magic array will hold for another 5 hours. We must defend Colony. If we fail, millions of citizens will be slaughtered by the Lizardmen, and we will be the shame of the Dragon Kingdom." He paused and then asked, "How are Kongguan and Fanxia doing?" "They've mostly recovered, although they seem mentally exhausted. I've sent Xishui back to let them rest. We'll wake them when the battle starts." Qingji breathed a slight sigh of relief, but quickly fell into deep thought. The sudden appearance of elite Lizardmen troops at Colony City was alarming. Even more troubling was their ignorance of the enemy's full strength. To kill 2 legends instantly, could there be a mythical-level entity among them? As Qingji was lost in thought, he suddenly turned his gaze toward the core of the magic array inside the city lord's mansion. 2 figures were tampering with the defensive magic array around the core. Kongguan and Fanxia? No, you're Lizardmen in disguise. Qingji instantly realized the terrifying truth. The 2 legends twisted and transformed, revealing green tails and grotesque lizard heads, their bodies swelling in size. The Lizardmen had killed the entire Bowman squad and then infiltrated the city disguised as survivors, aiming to destroy Colony's magic array core. "Lizardmen, get out!" Qingji roared in fury, his weapon shooting out like a falling star aimed at the 2 Lizardmen. One of them quickly turned, claws raised, conjuring 2 massive flaming claws to counter. "Windbreaker slash!" Qingji shouted, sending 2 sword beams slashing toward the flaming claws. A thunderous explosion followed, shrouding the area in smoke. Qingji had to stop, alarmed. This lizardman's power exceeds mine. Despite this, Qingji charged into the smoke without hesitation to protect the magic array core. As soon as he entered, two fiery claws came slashing at him with ferocity. Clang! Slash! Qing barely managed to block one sharp claw, but another tore through his chest armor. The searing claw marks left deep wounds on his chest, instantly cauterizing them so no blood flowed. If he hadn't stepped back in time, half his body would have been charred by the intense heat. Captain! A shout broke the battle's tense silence. Arrows whistled through the air, cutting through the smoke and heading straight for the Lizardman. Qing teammates had finally arrived to assist him. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. Clang, clang, clanked arrows were deflected one after another, none hitting their target. The archers exchanged shocked glances. This Lizardman was not only incredibly agile, but also had an unbelievable defense. Tornado blade, the mage shouted. A massive tornado engulfed the Lizardman, but the wind blades clashed against its tough scales, producing metallic clangs without causing any harm. Qing team felt a chill if even the mage's most powerful spell couldn't hurt it. What hope did they have? At that moment, a deafening boom came from ahead. The protective magic barrier of Caroline City collapsed, scattering like stardust. The city's residents stood in stunned silence, and even Qing team was momentarily frozen. With the barrier's core destroyed, Caroline City was now isolated, and even the teleportation array had lost its function. Mission accomplished, retreat. The Lizardman who destroyed the barrier's core whispered to its companion. I think we can kill these two-legged monkeys, another Lizardman said, clearly unsatisfied. Go ahead and try. But once the divine blessing fades, the first Lizardman hummed meaningfully. Fine, we'll wait. The two Lizardmen sped out of the city with astonishing speed, too fast for Qing team to intercept. With an army of 50,000 Lizardmen and their elite units, Caroline City was powerless to resist. Shishue, you three are in charge of organizing the evacuation, Qing quickly commanded. Captain, what about you? Shishue asked, her voice filled with concern. Qing turned to look at the soldiers on the city wall, his gaze firm and heavy. He shook his head, his voice low and resolute. I can't leave. Someone has to stay behind to hold off the lizard army. I've been here for years, and my presence helps maintain the soldiers' morale. If I leave, their morale will crumble. He turned to his companions. You go organize the evacuation of the civilians. An archer from the Qingjian squad suddenly spoke up, his tone determined. Captain, I'll stay. This is my hometown. With the enemy at our gates, I can't leave. Kakaluo was about to speak when Qing gave him a deep look and then nodded. All right? Qing interrupted Shishue, who was about to say something, and said sternly, you two, stop arguing. The evacuation route will pass through countless monster nests, and millions of civilians will need your protection. Your task is no less challenging than ours. Go. Shishue was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. She and another teammate left to organize the civilian evacuation, a daunting task in itself. Qing and Kakaluo quickly headed towards the city wall. As soon as they arrived, a general hurriedly reported, Lord Mayor, the lizard army is advancing slowly. It looks like they plan to attack even during the night. Qing's voice echoed across the city wall. Prepare the soldiers for battle. We have no retreat. We must defend the wall to the death. Even if we fall, we must take a piece of the enemy with us. His words transformed the soldiers' expressions from shock to determination. Yes. The unified response reverberated through the night sky over the city. Outside, the massive lizard army was slowly approaching. Suddenly, two figures appeared in midair. One of the lizardmen spoke in a sharp voice. Qing, if you surrender, I guarantee you won't die. You can even join our cult. Qing responded without hesitation. Get lost. Join you? I'd rather die than become a slave to your kind. I'm not like those twisted freaks from the White Elephant Kingdom who would happily join you and become your dogs. His words were strong and resolute, igniting hope in the hearts of the soldiers on the wall. Seeing their attempt to persuade him fail, the lizard man angrily said, when the city falls, it will be your end. Qing, to use your Dragon Kingdom's words, you don't know what's good for you. With that, they swiftly flew away. Qing sighed and asked, couldn't the fire dragon cannons target them? Kakaluo replied helplessly, they retreated too quickly. The fire dragon cannons are still somewhat ineffective against legendary level enemies. Forget it. Qing ordered, aim all fire dragon cannons at the lizard army below. Kakaluo, later we'll need to fend off their legendary fighters. Give it your all, don't worry about covering me. Hurt one if you can, kill one if you can. Killing two is not a loss, killing three, and we've made a profit. His tone was filled with a sense of finality. Got it. Kakaluo nodded heavily. They both knew their mission was to buy time. Qing inquired, can the mages repair the magical barrier on the city wall? A messenger replied, "They can only partially repair it, and it will last at most 2 hours. As expected from university students, their efficiency is impressive." Qing Zhiyong laughed. 2 hours should be enough to allow the civilians to evacuate. Time ticked by, and the lizard army was now less than 10 kilometers from the city wall. Qing Zhiyong directed the fire dragon cannons to adjust their aim, waiting for the lizardmen to get closer. Fire! With the keen eyesight of a legendary warrior, Qing Zhiyong gave the order. Hundreds of fire dragon cannons roared simultaneously, sending countless flaming projectiles hurtling towards the lizard army. Amidst the deafening explosions, flames soared into the sky, but when the dust settled, a massive gray magical shield had risen in front of the lizardmen, blocking all the fire dragon cannons' attacks. A flicker of shock passed through Qing Zhiyong's eyes, but he quickly made a decision. Raise the cannons and fire at the rear of the lizard army. Kakaluo was puzzled. "Captain, this will weaken the fire dragon cannon's power." "Trust me," Qing Zhiyong said firmly. The second volley of cannon fire arced over the gray shield, landing directly in the rear of the lizard army. Amidst the thunderous explosions, dust flew, and countless lizardmen were blown apart, their screams echoing in the chaos. "Excellent!" Qing Zhiyong clenched his fist in excitement. He explained, "Such a large shield must be a combined effort of multiple mages and can't be easily repositioned. The lizardmen have some brains, but not much." A sudden roar came from within the lizardmen ranks, and the magical shield disappeared. Immediately, fireballs, corrosive orbs, and venomous projectiles rained down on the city wall. "Mages, activate the defensive barrier," Qing Zhiyong ordered, activating the recently repaired magical barrier. A light screen rose, blocking the lizardmen's magical attacks, but it quickly started to crack. A soldier hurriedly reported, "Lord Mayor, the barrier can't be raised again. It's malfunctioning." After all, the hastily repaired magic circle couldn't possibly be as stable as before. Qing Zhiyong sighed, a flash of determination in his eyes. "Shut down the magic circle. Fire dragon cannons, shoot." His command echoed like thunder. In an instant, the city walls were ablaze with fire. The fire dragon cannons spewed scorching flames, their roar deafening. Simultaneously, the mages cast various spells, colorful magical lights intertwining in the air. However, without the protection of the magic circle, the walls stood exposed like a naked giant, vulnerable to enemy attacks. Report: 3 fire dragon cannons on the west wall have been destroyed. Over 20 soldiers have fallen on the south side. Urgent reports came one after another. The lizard army surged like a tide, their numerical advantage now unmistakable. Blessed by the true god, they were even more frenzied, eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Fire! Kakaluo's roar pierced the sky. Under his command, countless arrows rained down like drops of water, yet they seemed like pebbles thrown into the sea, unable to halt the lizard army's advance. Suddenly, a legendary priest among the lizards began to chant softly, "Fall under the wrath of the god." As soon as the words fell, countless flowers of flame blossomed in the air, homing in on the walls like guided missiles. Each fiery bloom that touched a human soldier consumed them instantly, reducing them to ashes. "Damn it!" Qing Zhiyong roared, swinging his sword like the wind, slicing through the fire blossoms. However, the flames surged relentlessly, and screams echoed across the walls. At that moment, 2 shadows leapt onto the wall like phantoms, lunging at Qing Zhiyong and Kakaluo. "Foolish two-legged monkeys, die!" The 2 legendary lizards roared, their staffs glowing with deadly light. Qing Zhiyong was prepared. "Sky-splitting slash," he shouted, his sword energy sweeping out like a storm. Bang! 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 The sword energy couldn't fully penetrate the lizards' defenses, but it left bloody marks on their bodies. However, these wounds did nothing to slow the lizards' assault. They charged at Qing Zhiyong like crazed beasts. Clang! Bang! In a clash of metal, Qing Zhiyong barely blocked one strike, but the other lizard's staff struck his chest heavily. Pain shot through him as he felt his ribs shatter. Before he could catch his breath, the 2 lizards roared, "Die!" and launched a fatal attack. In this critical moment, Qing Zhiyong found himself at death's door, the shadow of death looming over him. "Captain!" Kakalobin was intensely focused on dealing with the dragon-blood lizard priest who was casting spells, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw Qing Zhiyong in a dire situation. 2 dragon-blood lizards had surrounded him, and the situation was critical. Kakalobin was anxious and wanted to help, but at that moment, dozens of fire sparks came rushing towards him like meteors, forcing him to dodge with all his might. Qing Zhiyong gritted his teeth, shocked that he had fallen into such a deadly trap so easily. The claws of the 2 lizardmen glinted coldly, ready to tear him to shreds at any moment. He was horrified to realize that these enemies were much stronger and more agile than ordinary legendary warriors. A sense of despair spread in his heart, not just at the prospect of imminent death, but also for the future of the Dragon Kingdom. If they couldn't handle these enemies, how could they possibly stand against a true mythical being, even one as powerful as a demigod? Just when all seemed lost, a deafening dragon roar echoed across the battlefield. A pitch-black figure shot towards the two dragonblood lizards like lightning. The massive impact sent the unprepared lizardmen flying, spewing blood in midair before crashing heavily to the ground. Saintus, kill them. A commanding voice resonated in the air. Siayu was rushing towards Colony City when he noticed from midair that a large-scale evacuation was underway. This was an extremely dangerous move, usually ordered only at the final moment. He knew that if millions of people fled in panic, it would be a miracle if even half of them reached the next city alive. Suddenly, a dazzling white light illuminated the night as if it were day. In this light, hundreds of swords of light shot out, their origin unknown, but their power immense, enough to instill fear in all who witnessed it. The lizardmen who had just been knocked into the air had barely regained their footing before they were torn to pieces by the light swords. The dragonblood lizard priest in the distance, seeing the turn of events, tried to flee but was pinned to the ground by the pursuing light swords. In an instant, the three legendary lizards attacking the city were all dead. This sudden turn of events made the commander of the lizard army narrow his eyes in disbelief as he looked towards the sky. Standing next to the lizard general was a lizardman who seemed to have partially transformed into a dragon, its body covered in sharp, red scales. It hunched over, its dragon wings slightly spread, and its golden-red vertical pupils fixed on the overwhelming white light, shrinking to pinpoints. Such strong holy power, yet it feels strange, the red dragon lizard said in a low voice. Has Dragon Kingdom's reinforcement arrived? That was fast. It realized this was bad news. They had thought their elite force could easily breach Colony City, but now the situation had completely changed. Even if the reinforcement from Dragon Kingdom wasn't a mythical being, it must possess power comparable to one. Their own force had no mythical beings, and despite their divine blessings making them stronger than ordinary legends, they still couldn't reach the level of a myth. Moreover, it was still unclear what level of myth their opponent was. Lord Red Dragon, should we continue the attack? The lizard general respectfully asked. No, retreat for now, the red dragon lizard replied solemnly. We'll resume the attack at dawn. I need to make some preparations. Yes, Lord Red Dragon. Relay the order to retreat. The lizard general immediately commanded. Siayu had intended to summon his army of tens of thousands of undead soldiers to fight the lizard army to the death, but he saw that the enemy was retreating on their own. However, he didn't pursue them recklessly, knowing that the lizardmen wouldn't easily give up on Colony City and would soon return. The urgent task was to stop the evacuation of the city's residents, as this would directly affect his next decision. A system prompt sounded in Siayu's mind. Please make a choice. 1. Ensure that over 90 of Colony City's residents survive, with the city lord also surviving, and defeat the lizard army. Reward, Void Realm Insight 5. 2. Ensure that over 3 of Colony City's residents survive and defeat the lizard army. Reward, Void Realm Insight 2. 3. Do not assist Colony City. Reward, Charisma 100. Who is the city lord? Siayu's gaze swept over the 2 remaining legends on the city wall. Since he hadn't failed his choice yet, it meant the city lord was still alive. The city lord of Colony City was always a legendary figure, so it must be one of them. I am, Qing Zhiyong said, having taken some potions to regain his strength. Standing up and addressing Siayu, thank you for saving my life. Good, quickly stop the evacuation of the residents, Siayu urged. It's too dangerous to leave the city now. He knew that if the residents risked leaving the city, facing various monster nests, their survival rate would never exceed 90. The core of the magic circle in the city of Colony has been destroyed, leaving the city in grave danger. Qing Zhiyong, with a serious expression and a wry smile, said, the enemy has someone capable of instantly killing 4 legendary warriors. There's no way we can hold Colony. If we don't evacuate the citizens, the lizardmen will surely massacre everyone once the city falls. He knew that evacuating the citizens was a risky move, but it was their only chance for survival. Just then, a confident voice interrupted his thoughts. As long as I'm here, Colony will not fall, Siayu said calmly, with a wave of his hand, summoning 250,000 high-ranking undead soldiers who appeared like a tidal wave. Qing Zhiyong stared in shock at the sea of undead soldiers below the city walls, their overwhelming presence sending chills down his spine. He couldn't help but think that if he got too close, he would be torn to pieces instantly. May I ask, who are you? Qing Zhiyong asked with an involuntary tone of respect, stunned by Siayu's display of power. Siayu, came the brief reply. Qing Zhiyong suddenly realized, Siayu? I should have known. You are the most powerful necromancer in Longhua, and you're leading this year's special support unit. He shook his head firmly and made a quick decision. I'll go inform the citizens to halt the evacuation immediately. All right, you handle that. Leave the city walls to me, Siayu said, retracting the undead soldiers. Qing Zhiyong quickly left the city walls to recall the citizens who were preparing to evacuate. Although it might cause some chaos, it was better than sending them to their deaths outside the city. Siayu pondered. Those Lizardmen just now weren't part of their elite forces. I wonder what's special about this elite unit. He dispatched a ghost legion to scout, only to find that they couldn't approach the enemy, as a mysterious force was blocking their way. Though the force wasn't strong, the ghosts, being incorporeal, couldn't break through it. Holy Maiden, did you sense anything earlier? Siayu turned to the Holy Maiden beside him, recalling her unusual reaction when she killed the dragon-blooded lizard priest. The Holy Maiden gazed at the distant lizard army, her voice somewhat ethereal. Among the lizards, there is a dragon, quite powerful, on the verge of breaking through. It might be breaking through now. Breaking through? Siayu raised an eyebrow. So, tomorrow I might be facing a mythical level opponent? A slight smile appeared on his lips. Looks like my domain is about to welcome a new member. A lizard rookie. Siayu wasn't particularly concerned when he first heard the words of the saintess. However, when she elaborated that it was an advanced myth, his brow slightly furrowed. This information heightened his vigilance. Sending such a valuable asset to infiltrate the Dragon Kingdom was undoubtedly a risky move by the Lizardmen. Can I leave this to you? Any issues? Siayu asked, looking directly at the saintess. The saintess lifted her head confidently. No issues? Siayu smiled faintly. Then we'll wait for it to deliver itself to us. He calculated in his mind that this invasion by the Lizardmen was an unexpected boon. Not only could he gain a 5 increase in comprehension, but he could also amass hundreds of thousands of undead soldiers. This was the benefit of being powerful. If he were weak, he would be at the mercy of others. Meanwhile, under Qing Zhiyong's persuasion, the city's residents abandoned their plans to flee. Faced with the unknown dangers and the pain of leaving their homes, most chose to stay. In the city defense squad, Shi Shui couldn't help but ask Captain Qing Zhiyong, Captain, is Siayu really that powerful? Can we really hold off the Lizardmen's 50,000 elite troops? Qing Zhiyong sighed and explained, Siayu has already killed 2 myth-level powerhouses in America, including a necromancer known as the God of the Undead. With his strength, unless an advanced myth or demigod appears, Colony City won't fall. Shi Shui was stunned. She hadn't known about these incredible feats before. Qing Zhiyong continued, right now, our job is to maintain order in the city and severely punish opportunists and criminals. Given the tense situation, we must strike hard to deter any troublemakers. Shi Shui nodded firmly in agreement. Having worked with Qing Zhiyong for many years, she knew that leniency was not an option in such times. As dawn broke, a black line appeared on the horizon. The Lizardmen army was advancing on Colony City again. Siayu opened his eyes, a smile playing on his lips. On the city walls, soldiers were ready, and the dragonfire cannons were primed. Commander, the dragonfire cannons are ready to fire, a soldier reported. Siayu waved his hand. Hold off for now. No need to waste them. I'll handle this Lizardmen army myself. He thought to himself that each of these 50,000 Lizardmen would become his undead soldiers, so there was no need to waste expensive ammunition. Though puzzled, the soldier followed Siayu's orders strictly. The soldiers on the walls began to look eagerly toward the ground below. The undead army that had appeared like a force from hell the previous night had left a deep impression on them, even though not everyone had witnessed it firsthand. Soldiers started whispering among themselves, discussing the previous night's spectacle. Some claimed to have seen Siayu summon tens of thousands of undead with a mere wave of his hand, and some exaggerated, saying it was millions. These rumors filled everyone with anticipation to see this legendary figure in action. The 4 members of the Qing Jian squad also arrived at the wall and saluted Siayu. Commander, despite being top-tier fighters among the legendary ranks, they couldn't help but show respect befitting a myth when facing someone who could kill myth-level beings while still in the legendary stage. Siayu asked, how's the situation in the city? Qing Zhiyong replied, it's stabilized. With you here, we've pulled back some of the soldiers maintaining order to ensure the city's security. Siayu nodded in approval. Good job. Now it's my turn. With that, he began summoning undead mages, elemental sorcerers like Duke, and other long-range undead. Soon, the city walls were filled with these powerful undead. The sudden appearance of tens of thousands of undead shocked everyone. Regular soldiers were awestruck by their sheer numbers, while Qing Zhiyong and the others felt the formidable aura emanating from these undead. They exchanged looks, eyes full of astonishment. Even though Qing Zhiyong had seen it the night before, witnessing it again still left him in awe. What surprised them even more was that among these undead were several undead lords whose presence far exceeded their own. Siayu's expression turned serious. Be extra cautious from now on. Look after the soldiers. I might not have time to keep an eye on them. Despite his immense power, he never underestimated any opponent, as one could never be sure what cards the enemy might hold. Understood, Commander. The 4 members of the Qingjian squad responded in unison. At that moment, within the Lizardmen army, a red-scaled lizard sat next to a 100-meter statue with its eyes closed. It radiated a powerful aura, even containing a hint of divinity. This drew envious glances from the surrounding Lizardmen generals and dragon-blooded lizard priests. The red dragon lizard had received the blessing of the gods and might even reach the elusive demigod level. The red dragon lizard silently vowed, "God, I will bring you victory. I swear it with my life. Attack." The red dragon lizard stood up, exuding an aura of majesty akin to the descent of a deity. All the lizard generals and dragonblood lizard priests bowed their heads in reverence. The lizard marshal respectfully responded, "Yes, divine messenger." As a red glow emanated from the statue, enveloping all the lizard soldiers, they underwent a startling transformation. Muscles bulged, bodies enlarged, eyes turned blood red, and veins protruded, making them appear ferocious and powerful. Siayu's eyes narrowed slightly. He thought to himself, "This feeling, it seems familiar. Could the god of these lizardmen and the god of the fallen be the same entity?" He recalled the familiar aura when he first encountered it. Though the form was entirely different, it wasn't surprising for a true deity. Siayu remembered a study from the Dragon Kingdom. Gods speak the language of those they encounter. They can take countless forms to gain devotion. However, Siayu assessed inwardly, "Your power here is still not enough." He decisively ordered, "Attack at will." Instantly, the undead army unleashed a barrage of arrows, corrosive orbs, and fireballs, bombarding the lizard army. Amidst the continuous explosions, gray magical shields shattered, and the remaining attacks fell directly on the lizardmen, causing heavy casualties. Worse yet, undead soldiers emerged from the bodies of the dead lizardmen, immediately attacking the living ones around them. This scene brought a mix of delight and a tinge of fear towards Xiayu and the necromancers to the soldiers on the city walls and the Qingjian squad. Seeing this, the red dragon lizard immediately ordered, "It's an undead plague. Clear out these undead soldiers." It flew up personally to attack the undead soldiers. Dragon's breath? Scorching flames erupted from its mouth, instantly reducing the undead soldiers it touched to ashes. Meanwhile, the red dragon lizard's elite squad comprising 40 to 50 legendary dragonblood lizard warriors and Mage launched an efficient clearing operation. Their strength far surpassed that of ordinary legendary professionals, and with seamless coordination, they swiftly annihilated the newly risen undead soldiers among the lizard army, preventing them from forming a significant force. Siayu focused on observing the red dragon lizard's attributes. Red dragon true god boss, divine messenger of Tsinch. Race, red dragon. Pseudo level, 60. Strength, 1,135,180. Agility, 1,091,440. Intelligence, 989,380. Talents, red dragon bloodline, 50 fire damage, 50 magical resistance, 50 physical resistance, 10 all attributes. Shadow divine power, harder to be detected by enemies. Attacks add 50 shadow damage to all attributes, reduces enemy attributes by 10 on hit, non-stackable. Skills, dragon's breath, fiery claws, rain of fire, red flame world domain. Pulls enemies into a world of red flames, inflicting 1 fire attack per second, dealing 10 intelligence as fire damage, and melting 50 of the enemy's defense shield. Qing Zhiyong exclaimed, "A true god-level boss. And mythical at that. These attributes. Could it be a demigod?" He quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought, but remained worried. "Commander, the enemy is too strong. This monster needs Mr. Zhou's support to be dealt with. I'll organize the civilians to evacuate. You should use the undead to hold off the monster and escape with the people." Xiayu's expression grew serious. The red dragon's attributes were indeed outrageous, comparable to the pseudo-gods in the demigod battlefield, even overwhelming other demigods. However, he did not lose confidence. Recalling his experience of slaying pseudo-gods in the demigod battlefield, he felt that defeating this divine messenger was not impossible. Siayu solemnly ordered, "Lord Mayor, have the soldiers leave the city walls immediately. Once the battle starts, I can't protect everyone. Also, have the civilians evacuate to the back of the city. No need to run. I can handle this divine messenger." Qing Zhiyong wanted to say more, but the red dragon was already flying towards the city walls. Siayu decisively summoned Death's Wing. "Go now, Death's Wing. Fly out and meet it." The 100 soft-meters-long Death's Wing soared into the sky, heading towards the red dragon. Man and lizard stared each other down in the air. The red dragon flapped its massive wings and haughtily said, "Legendary Necromancer, why don't you run?" Siayu responded coolly, "You? Make me run? Call that guy behind you over here, and I guarantee I'll turn and run immediately." The red dragon's voice grew louder. I actually intended to have you surrender and join us. I could make you a dragon, one of my kin, far more noble than those lizards below or those two-legged monkeys. But now, I will kill you. You've not only desecrated the gods, but you've also insulted the great me. I will extract your soul and make it wail in eternal agony within the flames. Siayu suddenly asked, do you know what will happen if you die by my hand? A flicker of doubt crossed the red dragon's eyes, followed by laughter. You think you can kill me? A mere legendary necromancer? Ignoring the red dragon's mockery, Siayu continued, your body and soul will become my eternal slaves. You will become my obedient little pet. Then, I'll enjoy playing fetch with you. He smiled at the red dragon, mimicking a throwing motion. Enraged, the red dragon roared, two-legged monkey, you're courting death. In the world of blazing flames, behold the inferno where you will spend your eternity. The roar of the red dragon echoed as a fiery realm unfolded, enveloping Siayu. In an instant, Siayu found himself in a world constructed of raging flames. Beneath his feet, volcanoes erupted with molten lava, while above, crimson clouds burned fiercely. Even the air was unbearably hot. Suddenly, a massive fireball coalesced before him and hurtled toward him with terrifying speed. Do not harm my master, Deathwing roared, flapping its wings to deflect the fireball. Though the flames were dispersed, it came at a great cost. The scales on Deathwing's wings were scorched through, exposing blackened dragon flesh. Seeing this, Siayu swiftly retracted Deathwing. He knew all too well that while Deathwing could handle ordinary legendary opponents, it was no match for a mythic adversary. The red dragon eyed Siayu greedily. Your mutated dragon talent is impressive, but too weak. Hand it over to me, and I can make it a true dragon. Siayu sneered. You want everything, don't you? Why don't you ask your god to come down and make you a deity? The red dragon was enraged. With a roar, a pair of massive claws formed from flames lunged at Siayu. However, hundreds of light swords shot out, shattering the fiery claws. At the same time, several ghostly maidens appeared beside Siayu. Without hesitation, Siayu cast Soul Burn, boosting the attributes of the ghostly maidens by 50. Each maiden, with their souls ignited, grew stronger, not only matching the red dragon but even surpassing it with their powerful skills and talents. The red dragon was stunned. As a near god on the verge of becoming a divine servant, it had believed there were no opponents left except for a few special entities. Yet now, it was being overwhelmed by these ghostly maidens, covered in wounds. If not for the strength boost from its own domain, it might have already been crushed into pulp by the maidens' heavy hammers. In the fiery realm, light swords flashed as the maidens in white robes wielded massive hammers, chasing a red-scaled lizard. This bizarre scene left all onlookers in shock. Seeing the red dragon in such a sorry state, Siayu graciously added weakening and pain curses. The red dragon felt its body slow down, unable to dodge the incoming attacks. Bang! A heavy hammer struck the red dragon, sending it flying. The excruciating pain made it let out a piercing scream. Why? I am a myth, a divine servant, a near god. What are you? The red dragon roared at the ghostly maidens. In response, hundreds of light swords whistled through the air. Siayu looked at the battered red dragon and mocked. Why don't you recover? I liked the way you looked before. Necromancer. You will die a horrible death. The red dragon, filled with rage, retorted. Siayu coldly replied. The one who will die a horrible death is you. Remember what I said earlier? Your body and soul will become my eternal slaves, and you will become my obedient little pet. Then, we can play fetch. These words echoed in the red dragon's mind, causing it to tremble. It knew that if it died at the hands of this necromancer, this terrifying prophecy could very well come true. Run. I must get away from this person. I can't die here. The red dragon hurriedly retracted its domain, only to find itself in a desolate wasteland. The air was filled with the stench of death, devoid of any life, and the ghostly maidens and the necromancer were nowhere to be seen. The red dragon realized this must be the domain of some powerful mythical being from the dragon nation. It thought it might be able to take this being hostage and escape. Just as the red dragon was plotting, Xia Yu's familiar voice rang out. What are you thinking about? So happily. Care to share? The smile on the red dragon's face froze, and it asked incredulously, Aren't you a legend? Xia Yu replied nonchalantly, Who said legends can't have domains? Now, die here. In this place, you will become my eternal slave, immortal and undying. At this moment, the term immortal and undying, usually yearned for, filled the red dragon with boundless fear. It watched in horror as two mythic undead, controlled by some unknown power, roamed the wasteland. No. The red dragon tried to unleash its domain, but found its power severely suppressed. Even its thoughts were sluggish, and skills that once came easily now required great effort to recall and cast. A dozen ghostly maidens appeared again, surrounding the red dragon. Tens of thousands of light swords pointed at the newly ascended near god. Countless light swords pierced the red dragon's body. It slowly fell, the light in its eyes fading, only to eerily rise again. Welcome to the family of the undead, Xia Yu's voice echoed as the red dragon's form vanished. All who witnessed this, both humans and lizards, were left speechless, unable to believe the astonishing scene before them. Upon slaying the true god boss, the Crimson Dragon, and the treacherous god messenger, Siayu gained no experience at level 60, but his void realm comprehension increased by 2. He also acquired a mythical Crimson Dragon skull and 2 fragments of law insight, leaving everyone present in utter shock. The lizard marshal screamed in terror. Where is Lord Crimson Dragon? Has the god's messenger truly fallen? The lizard generals roared in disbelief. The dragon-blood lizard priest knelt before the statue, praying for guidance, but the statue remained silent. Meanwhile, cheers erupted in Coroni City. The enemy's mythical powerhouse has been slain by our undead god guardian, Siayu. The news spread like wildfire through the city. The 4 members of the Azure Sword Squad stood dumbfounded, never having witnessed such an unbelievable scene in their decades-long careers. In a panic, the lizard marshal turned to the dragonblood lizard priest for help. What do we do now? The priest closed his eyes in contemplation for a moment, then gritted his teeth and commanded, retreat. If they can defeat the Crimson Dragon, our 500,000 troops are no match for him. However, before they could begin their retreat, a dark shadow streaked across the sky. Looking up, they saw a 6-armed mutated dragon carrying Siayu, circling in the air. Countless undead soldiers rained down from above, crashing into the lizard army. This unprecedented tactic left not only the Lizardmen but also the inhabitants of Coroni City in stunned silence. Next, the sky lit up with dazzling white light, as countless light swords fell like a meteor shower, engulfing the lizard army. The lizard marshal, generals, and priests desperately tried to evade and defend, but the disparity in power was too great. They were soon reduced to ashes under the barrage of light swords. System notifications rang out one after another. Killed lizard marshal mythical boss, level 57 experience 0. Obtained legendary gloves of greed. Killed lizard general legendary boss, level 53 experience 0. Killed dragonblood lizard priest mythical boss, level 56 experience 0. Obtained legendary special item dragonblood. With their leaders gone, the lizard army fell into complete disarray, encircled by the far superior undead soldiers. Screams filled the air, and blood soaked the ground outside Coroni City, making even the most battle-hardened soldiers pale. Sitting atop Deathwing, Siayu looked down on the massacre. He suddenly remembered that Deathwing needed to devour corpses to grow stronger and said, "These bodies are yours to handle. You're too weak right now." Deathwing, grateful, promised not to waste a single corpse. Siayu then summoned the Frostbone Dragon and returned to the city walls. Azure led his squad and the soldiers of Coroni City in a welcoming formation. "Welcome back, Guardian." The grand reception made even the thick-skinned Siayu feel a bit awkward, though he maintained a calm demeanor. Siayu briefly said, "The immediate crisis is over, but the lizard invasion isn't finished. Everyone, back to your duties." The soldiers dispersed with smiles, and Azure stepped forward to thank him. "If not for your timely support, Coroni City would have surely fallen." Siayu replied, "It's my duty and my commitment to the nation." Just then, a system notification sounded. Choice completed, reward granted. Void Realm Comprehension 5. Siayu was secretly pleased as Void Realm Comprehension had reached 83. Just 17 short of 100. This lizard invasion had been immensely profitable in terms of his Void Realm gains. Azure continued, "Regardless, you are a great benefactor to Coroni City. We hope you'll visit after the war." Siayu agreed and reminded, "Lord Azure, don't let the soldiers leave the city for now. My pet is dealing with the lizard corpses." Azure gladly agreed, not questioning the reason for handling the corpses. The next day, Deathwing, having devoured all the corpses, excitedly reported to Siayu, "Master, I've grown stronger." Deathwing, a quasigod with 6 arms, is a mutated dragon species covered in scales that emit an evil glow. With 49 points in strength, 50,10500 in agility, and 50,15500 in intelligence, combined with nearly 270,000 potential points, it is a formidable presence. Deathwing possesses several powerful abilities. Devouring Dragon Breath absorbs the enemy's strength. Abyssal Black Flame Bomb can annihilate everything. Dragon Domain can manipulate the surrounding environment. And the newly acquired Extinction Shadow Claw can deal 800 shadow damage across all attributes and weaken the enemy's attributes by 10. Recently, Deathwing devoured 500,000 Lizardmen, raising its level from 45 to 49 and enhancing its potential in all attributes. It excitedly rolled in the air, its dragon head, now the size of a puppy, unable to conceal its joy. Siayu patted Deathwing's head and encouraged, not bad. In the future, you'll devour even more powerful creatures. Don't let me down. Although Deathwing's attributes and abilities seemed average to Siayu, its devouring potential was not to be underestimated. It might one day rival the Holy Ghost. Deathwing responded excitedly, "Thank you, Master." At that moment, Qing Zhiyong approached and suggested, "Warden, we've prepared a simple meal. Would you like to rest for a bit?" Siayu shook his head and declined. "Once matters here are settled, I need to return to the 236th line. I won't stay long, but thank you for the kind offer. I'll head back now." Although Qing Zhiyong felt regretful, he understood the tense situation and said, "In that case, I won't keep you. I hope after the war, you can visit Colony City. The citizens and I eagerly await your arrival." Siayu bid a simple farewell. "See you next time." He then mounted the now larger Deathwing and commanded, "Let's go back." "Yes, Master." Deathwing complied, spreading its wings and swiftly disappearing from Qing Zhiyong's and the late arriving teammate's sight. One of Qing Zhiyong's teammates asked, "The warden left? Why didn't you keep him for a meal?" Qing Zhiyong explained, "I tried, but he said he needed to return to the 236th line." He then instructed, "All right, let's have a quick meal and compile the list of soldiers who sacrificed themselves in the past 2 days. We can't let their efforts go unnoticed, understood?" "Yes, sir," the teammate responded. Meanwhile, in the palace of the Lizardmen Empire, a Lizardman king adorned with golden scales and a crown sighed, "The red dragon is dead. It seems we can't enslave the humans of Dragon Country to resist those invaders." A dragon-blooded lizard, dressed like a priest and holding a staff, reported, "Your Majesty, those beings have entered our territory and are heading from the central region towards Dragon Country. We could abandon this vast land and retreat eastward, temporarily recovering while awaiting divine intervention. Those beings won't dare approach us then." The Lizardman King reluctantly agreed, "We have no other choice. Let's see how Dragon Country handles the subspace demons tearing them apart." He then ordered, "Command all soldiers to retreat, and have the divine guards return as well. Make sure the humans don't notice anything unusual." "Yes, Your Majesty." The dragon-blooded lizard obeyed and left. The Lizardmen retreated hastily from Dragon Country within half a month, allowing Dragon Country to go on the offensive and annihilate many Lizardman forces that couldn't retreat in time. The final tally showed over 30 million Lizardmen casualties within Dragon Country, 1 quasi-god fallen, 1 mythological figure slain at the border, and hundreds of Lizardman generals and dragon-blooded lizards priests dead. The losses were so severe that some predicted the Lizardmen wouldn't invade Dragon Country next year. Siayu looked at the battle report on his phone with mixed feelings. Although victory brought joy, since returning from Colony City, there had been no missions, and the 236th line saw no Lizardmen attacks, leaving him with no gains. He consoled himself, "Well, winning is good enough." Siayu prepared to leave. Unlike other armies, his forces had minimal losses, with only a few scouts sacrificed. He needed only to hand over to Dongshan City. The phone report required him to return to the frontier headquarters in Kaifeng Town for commendations. Thinking of his achievement of killing a quasi-god and the promised rewards, Siayu couldn't help but hope, maybe they'll pile it up to 100? Using a teleportation array, Siayu returned to the heavily guarded Kaifeng Town. Despite the Lizardmen's retreat, the massive army's resettlement was still underway. "Warden Siayu." The staff at the teleportation center stood up excitedly. "Siayu." Soldiers on various tasks turned to look and began whispering. "It's really Warden Siayu. He's back. He's the one who killed the quasi-god and saved millions in Colony City. My wife and daughter are in Colony City. Thanks to Warden Siayu for saving them." Suddenly, a voice interrupted their discussions. "Are you all idle? No tasks at hand?" The soldiers quickly returned to their posts, startled. Siayu looked up to see Principal Qingamo. "Principal, why did you come personally?" "I could have come on my own," Siayu said. Qingamo smiled and shook his head. "You rascal, if we didn't think it was too much, the 10-odd mythological figures in the city would have come to greet you. That would be too much." "I'm just a legend," Siayu replied modestly. "A legend? You killed a quasi-god and still call yourself a legend? Nonsense." Qingamo knew Siayu was being humble but was still slightly exasperated. He sighed inwardly, having spent decades in his profession, yet he was outdone by this young man in half a year. This kid is terrifying. Even more so than Zhou Qinghai, Qingamo thought. No wonder the higher-ups were willing to bring out that thing. "Let's go. Everyone's waiting for you," Qingamo urged. "All right." Siayu followed, realizing they weren't heading to the barracks. He asked, "Where are we going?" "Where else for a celebration banquet?" "The best restaurant in town," Qingamo replied casually. Siayu thought, these mythical professionals are indeed busy people, even keeping a celebration banquet simple. The two of them quickly arrived at the private restaurant. They went straight to the 23rd floor, where hundreds of heroes and legends had already gathered. Among them were over a dozen mythical professionals. Siayu instantly recognized the four members of the Deluo Jinxian team. Dong Lin was the first to greet them with a smile, as expected of you, killing a quasi-god with over 1,000,000 attributes. Oh, killed a quasi-god? An older mythical professional looked at Siayu in surprise. So you're Siayu? Impressive for someone so young. Everyone present looked at Siayu with awe. A quasi-god with 1,000,000 attributes was a formidable opponent, even for them. But this young man had defeated him. In the world of professionals, strength is paramount. Despite his youth, Siayu's prowess had earned everyone's respect. Siayu humbly smiled. Just lucky, I guess. Lucky? I watched the video. You didn't even get hurt, someone immediately retorted. Exactly. Now even the Americans can't say our Dragon Nation's necromancers are weak. Another person chimed in. I think the title of Death God should go to Xia Yu. Death God? That guy was killed by Xia Yu a while ago. Someone else interjected. Now Xia Yu is the true Death God. Hey, Death God. Someone shouted jokingly, but unexpectedly, everyone agreed. And so, the title of Death God, Siayu spread quickly in the world of professionals. The gathering soon turned into a lively party, with everyone sharing battlefield experiences and information about the Lizardmen. The promised rewards from the Dragon Nation would be distributed later. As night fell, many mythical, heroic, and legendary professionals began to leave. Some were garrison troops, others were city lords, all with their own duties. This gathering was solely to unite against the Lizardmen. Siayu also found an excuse to leave, but Qingmo stopped him. Don't go just yet. The reward promised to you has arrived. It's something really good. Even I was tempted to keep it. Oh, what is it? Siayu's interest was piqued. Heh, let's head back to the barracks. There's a magic array to conceal the aura, Qingmo said mysteriously. They found an excuse to leave and went straight to the barracks. In Qingmo's office, he solemnly said, Siayu, your contribution this time is enormous. Killing 80,000 lizardmen, and especially the quasi-god, has dealt a severe blow to them. The nation knows you obtained a Death God shard in America, so they decided to give you this. Qingmo took out a glowing crystal from behind him, its familiar aura making Siayu's pupils contract. A Death God shard? There's one in our nation too? Siayu exclaimed. There is, but no one can use it. Otherwise, we'd have two demigods. Qingmo smiled at Siayu. But now we do. Is this really for me? Siayu found it hard to believe. God shards were incredibly rare treasures, and he only obtained one due to the system's guidance. Now the nation was giving him one directly. Qingmo explained. Now I understand why you insisted on going to the Plague City in America. You sensed the Death God shard, didn't you? Not everyone can fuse with a God shard. Every mythical professional in our country has tried the Death God shard, but none succeeded. You can, and you've made significant contributions, so it's yours. The world believes that while God shards can elevate someone in the mythical realm, they can't turn them into true gods. They merely serve as tools to enhance one's limits. Moreover, it's just a shard. Not as precious as you might think. Thank you, and thanks to the nation. Siayu accepted the Death God shard. The system prompt appeared. Death God shard. Main God level. Shard 14? Contains the rules of death. Death is the beginning of everything. It was identical to the previous shard. Go ahead and use it. Qingmo said. I want to witness the phenomenon of fusing a God shard. This was also to confirm that Siayu could indeed use the shard. All right. Siayu nodded, applying slight pressure with his hand, causing the shard to pierce his palm. Blood dripped onto the shard, not a drop falling to the ground. Once again, a profound cleansing of his body, soul, and something indescribable began. The immense power of death enveloped the entire frontier town. Everyone shuddered involuntarily, a primal fear of death gripping their hearts. The mythical professionals in the city looked up, murmuring, it's starting. Siayu, the future demigod, might become Earth's first true god. A legend fusing a god shard. Is this Siayu's talent? Or does he have some secret? Another demigod for the Dragon Nation? The death aura emitted this time was far stronger than in Plague City, exerting such pressure that no one felt the urge to resist. Even Qingmo had to rush out of the office the moment the death aura surged. The soldiers in the barracks bled from their orifices. Fortunately, it was just an aura, and Siayu had no intention of harming anyone, so it wasn't lethal. The aura from just 2 Death God shards can break through the magic array and spread across the entire frontier town. Qingmo thought, this kid's talent and potential are terrifying. He suddenly thought of his 2 daughters. I need to have a talk with those girls. Such a good son-in-law shouldn't slip away. The death aura quickly retreated back into Siayu's body. The system prompt appeared again. Fusion with Death God shard complete. All attribute potential 3000. Your domain comprehension 10. Domain 93. Species, human. Profession, Death Dominator. Level, 501,111,011,1111. The following attributes do not include equipment. Strength, 346300 potential, 6926. Agility, 347400 potential, 6948. Wisdom, 393850 potential, 7877. My attribute potential without equipment has already reached the main god level. Xia Yu's eyes widened. If I fuse the remaining 2 shards, could the Death God shard be beyond the main god level? How is it? Qing Yamo asked eagerly. Great. Siayu replied vaguely. My domain comprehension increased by 10%, and my attribute potential improved a lot. Man, I envy those who can fuse god shards. Qing Yamo sighed. By the way, what's your domain comprehension now? 93%. What? Qing Yamo exclaimed. 50 represents a lower level myth, 60 a mid-level myth, 70 a high-level myth, and 80 is already close to a godlike existence capable of igniting divine fire. So far, only Zhou Qinghuai has reached 90, but Xia Yu casually mentioned a shocking number, 93. Qing Mo's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Xia Yu. Really? Xia Yu smiled slightly. Lying to you wouldn't benefit me. Qing Mo scrutinized Xia Yu for a few moments before nodding slowly. Despite their short time together, the young man had proven trustworthy based on the information gathered. You're not planning to reach 100 before advancing to mythic status, are you? Qing Yamo asked cautiously, finding the idea absurd. He then recounted how even Zhou Qinghuai, after reaching 90, couldn't increase by even 1 despite utilizing the nation's accumulated fragments of law comprehension. Without hesitation, Siayu replied, of course. Qing Yamo furrowed his brows and earnestly advised. Reaching 93 is already enough to place you among the world's top-tier powerhouses. Surpassing Zhou Qinghuai in the near future is expected. There's no need to chase the nearly impossible 100. However, Siayu firmly said, Principal, I've only awakened for less than a year. I believe I can give it a shot. This statement made Qing Mo's pupils contract sharply. He suddenly remembered that Siayu was a young professional who had recently awakened and had ample time to pursue his dreams. Qing Mo's gaze became resolute. Indeed, you've just awakened. You might actually reach 100. I'll request the nation to provide you with fragments of law comprehension. I believe the country will be willing to invest in a genius like you. Siayu gratefully thanked him, thinking that besides the fragments, he should also seek more opportunities to trigger choices from the divine selection system. Qing Yamo reminded him, by the way, don't go around telling people about your comprehension level. It's too terrifying. Siayu nodded in agreement. Qing Yamo added, even though you're only a legend, with your talent and strength, it'll apply for a spot for you in the star realm. It's also a great place to comprehend laws. Xiaoye's eyes lit up with excitement. The star realm? Is that possible? Qing Yamo smiled. This year the United States can't come, so we have more spots. Besides, if you can't go in, who can? Just then, the door was suddenly kicked open. Lei Hua stormed in with a sullen face. Old Qing, something terrible has happened. Qing Yamo asked in confusion. The Lizardmen have retreated. What could possibly go wrong? Lei Hua sighed, his face even grimmer. Subspace demons have appeared around the White Elephant Nation. They've already entered its territory, pushing the Lizardmen into a corner. Now, the subspace demons are heading toward our Dragon Nation. What? Qing Mo's face changed dramatically. What level are these subspace demons? Lei Hua gravely replied, the lowest are legendary bosses, mixed with mythic bosses, and millions of demon followers. They're slaughtering everything in their path, continuously summoning subspace rifts, and their numbers are growing. We even suspect there are demigod and quasi-divine level subspace demons among them. Qing Yamo immediately commanded, summon representatives from all nations. Request mythic professionals from around the world for support. Subspace demons? Xia Yu's eyes narrowed as he recalled the monsters he had encountered on the battlefield of the Quasi-God's memories. In reality, these demons were even more terrifying. They multiplied rapidly with slaughter, and even the weakest among them were comparable to hero-level bosses. What's more frightening is that if enough people die, they could even summon a true god-level demon. Siayu remembered why Zhou Qinghuai couldn't move freely was suppressing a subspace rift. That rift had once produced a demon god's arm and a large number of mythic subspace demons. If it weren't for Zhou Qinghuai's immense power, the demon god would have broken through, endangering the entire world. Now, a subspace rift had appeared outside human-controlled territories, spewing out numerous demons and invading the Lizardmen-controlled Baixiang Kingdom. The Lizardmen had a large population there, and if they were massacred, summoning a demon god again would not be impossible. This was why Qing Yamo and Lei Hua were so anxious. I've already sent for representatives from various countries. They must understand the gravity of the situation, Lei Hua said. Qing Yamo nodded. The whole world is aware of the threat posed by subspace demons. Let's hope we can get through this again. He turned to Siayu. It looks like you won't have time to rest. With Mr. Zhou unable to move freely, you're the strongest asset we have. We hope you can stay in Kaichuang Town and face the subspace demons with us. Principal, there's no need to discuss rewards, Siayu interrupted. If a demon god descends, it won't benefit me at all. My family and friends are in Longhua. Besides, even if I took them and fled, the subspace demons would eventually destroy this planet, and I wouldn't escape. I'll stay. Upon hearing this, Qing Yimo and Lei Hua's grim faces showed a hint of a smile. Lei Hua said, Kid, we're glad you have this spirit. But the country has rules, punishments for crimes, rewards for merits. We'll talk about the details later. Just let me know what you need. With that, the two immediately turned and left to contact representatives from other countries and seek assistance from other mythic professionals. These tasks were better handled by veteran mythic figures. Subspace demons, bring it on. Siayu looked up, his gaze directed towards Baixiang Kingdom. The system suddenly popped up with a selection prompt. 1. Defend Kaichuang Town and repel the subspace demons and their followers. Reward, Void Comprehension 2. 2. Defend Kaichuang Town, repel the subspace demons and their followers, and destroy the subspace rift behind Baixiang Kingdom. Reward, Void Comprehension 5. 3. Flee Longhua with your family and friends. Reward, Charisma 999. 4. Join the demon followers. Reward, become a demon god's acolyte. Siayu looked at the 4 options and shook his head. Even joining the subspace demons and becoming a demon god's acolyte is an option, huh? I wonder what that entails. He directly chose the second option. If I can defeat the subspace demons, then breaking through and destroying the subspace rift shouldn't be that difficult. He glanced at the third option with its high charisma reward of 999 inside. This system really likes the charisma attribute. Can it give me some charisma attributes that I can actually choose? It must think running away is a very charming thing. Siayu calculated to himself, if possible, I'd still choose the 5 Void Comprehension. That way, I'd only need 2 more to reach 100. The soldiers who had just returned to the city to celebrate were immediately summoned. They were about to face a subspace demon army far more dangerous than the Lizardmen. Although the demon numbers were only in the thousands, their followers numbered in the millions, all of whom were above level 20 masters, far stronger than the Lizardmen. Even more terrifying, the weakest subspace demons were hero level, with most being legendary bosses, and dozens of them were mythic level, outnumbering the entire Longhua. A regular low-level mythic couldn't even match a mythic-level subspace demon. Siayu saw the teleportation array light up continuously as hero level, legendary level, and even mythic-level professionals who had just left or arrived from other places teleported in. Their faces were unusually serious and grim. What exactly happened in Baixiang Kingdom to bring so many high-level subspace demons? Could it be that a demon god has descended? Probably not. If a demon god had descended, Mr. Zhou would be the first to know. He's still holding off the demon god's arm. True. I just hope this demon catastrophe won't be as bad as the last one. The high-level professionals discussed, their atmosphere filled with unease. Suddenly, Qing Yimo descended from the sky, his face so dark it seemed like it could drip water. He said to the professionals in the teleportation array, mythic-level professionals, come to the Lord's mansion for a meeting. Then he specifically turned to Siayu. Siayu, you come too? All right, Siayu replied. All the mythic professionals saw Qing Mo's grim expression, and their unease grew. However, when they looked at Siayu, they seemed to relax a bit. The god of undead. I've heard so much about you. With the god of undead here, at least we don't have to worry too much about the millions of demon followers. Indeed, I finally get to witness the undead army of the god of undead with my own eyes. Many mythic professionals greeted Siayu warmly. As a powerful necromancer, they knew his value on the battlefield, not to mention his record of killing millions of quasi-god attributes. As a member of Longhua's professionals, I will naturally give my all, Siayu responded. Let's go. Let's not keep Principal Qing waiting. The group headed to the Lord's mansion together. Upon arriving at the Lord's mansion, Siayu saw Qing Yimo and Lei Hua, whose faces were even grimmer than before. Those damn Americans, they refused to help. Lei Hua roared in anger. Don't they understand that when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold? If we're gone, it'll be their turn next. Qing Yimo explained. After we endured the Lizardmen invasion for over half a month, it seems the Americans implemented a policy where the entire nation must worship a god named God, and that God personally decreed that they should not support us. As Qing Yimo spoke, his expression became unusually complex. He recalled a conversation with the American representative back at school. Could it be that their mysterious boost comes from this god? A nationwide belief in a god? Divine decrees? The power of the gods is so immense that it could compel the United States to mandate a nationwide belief in God? This question sparked a commotion in the meeting room. Some were puzzled, others cursed in anger, but Qing Yimo raised his hand, signaling everyone to calm down. His expression was serious and his voice steady. Now we need to discuss how to deal with the impending subspace demons. Qing Mo scanned the room, ensuring everyone was paying attention before continuing. According to Mr. Guanding, the myth concealer, we are facing 78 myth-level subspace demons, 1,572 legendary-level subspace demons, and countless heroic-level subspace demons. He paused. In the White Elephant Kingdom, 2 myth-level subspace rifts and 12 legendary-level subspace rifts have already appeared. Luckily, no demigod or quasigod-level rifts have shown up yet, but we must act quickly. This news hit every mythic professional in the room like a sledgehammer. 78 myth-level subspace demons. The number far exceeded their expectations. In comparison, the over 1,000 legendary-level subspace demons seemed less terrifying. A professional raised a hand to ask, how many myth-level professionals can other countries send to support us? Qing Mo closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Only 3. He explained that smaller countries struggle to cultivate powerful professionals, and the United States, which is on par with our power, is... His voice trailed off, unfinished. The atmosphere in the meeting room instantly grew heavy. Qing Mo continued to assign tasks. We will adopt a 2-person team strategy, with each team responsible for holding off 1 myth-level subspace demon. Mr. Yang, Siayu, Lei Hua, and I will form the support squad. Siayu, are you okay with this? All eyes turned to Siayu. This legendary necromancer had once slain several myth-level powerhouses and even a quasigod. Although it seemed incredible to assign such a heavy responsibility to a legendary professional, Siayu's strength had been thoroughly proven. Siayu hesitated briefly and then nodded in agreement. No problem. He thought to himself that this was also a good opportunity to enhance his own abilities. At that moment, a magnetic voice sounded in Siayu's ear. Kid, you're something else. Siayu turned to see an ordinary-looking, scruffy middle-aged man dressed in sportswear, with a cute girl keychain hanging from one corner of his outfit. Despite his unremarkable appearance, Siayu immediately recognized him. Hello, Mr. Yang. Yang Tianhe seemed surprised. Oh, didn't expect you'd recognize me in this getup. You must have been a top student in school, right? Just average, nationwide first, Siayu replied calmly. Yang Tianhe was taken aback and scrutinized Siayu closely. Wait, nationwide first? So, it's you, Siayu, the unprecedented national top scorer. The surrounding mythic professionals, upon hearing this exchange, all saluted Yang Tianhe. He waved his hand dismissively. All right, although I'm here, don't be too nervous. If anyone has good suggestions, speak up. Even I am not fully confident this time. Whoever comes up with a good plan, I'll personally reward them with a piece of myth-level equipment. This statement immediately piqued everyone's interest. Even Qing Mo and Lei Hua's eyes lit up. The group fell into deep thought, trying to devise feasible strategies. Suddenly, Siayu spoke up. I have an idea. Once again, all eyes focused on him, and even Yang Tianhe showed a look of interest. Oh? Kid, let's hear it. Currently, subspace demons and their followers are wreaking havoc in the White Elephant Kingdom. Siayu turned to Qing Mo, his eyes questioning. Qing Mo nodded slightly, his expression serious. According to our intel, once they enter the Dragon Kingdom, the number of demons is expected to increase by a quarter, possibly even a third. Siayu continued, there might even be quasigod-level subspace demons, right? Qing Mo sighed and nodded silently. Siayu scanned the room, his voice resolute. I believe we can't give the subspace demons more time. We should depart immediately and enter the White Elephant Kingdom to eliminate them. This way, we can catch them off guard, as they are currently scattered, searching for living beings to open more subspace rifts. His words caused varied expressions among those present. Even Yang Tianhe frowned. Someone voiced their concern, but our army isn't fully assembled yet. If we enter the White Elephant Kingdom now, we risk exhausting our energy and mental strength against the demon followers, making it even more dangerous. Siayu smiled slightly and explained, yes, normally we would wait for the army to gather. Especially after the recent Lizardmen invasion, the army needs time to recuperate. This process could take a while, possibly leaving us to defend the city against the demons. However, he paused, a confident gleam in his eye. With me here, I can handle those millions of demon followers. My support missions will continue as well. We don't need to wait for the main force. We can set out immediately with just the Mythic class professionals. Xia Yu's words struck like a thunderclap, jolting everyone. Indeed, with the god of the undead on their side, someone capable of taking on millions single-handedly, they had no reason to fear the demon followers. Moreover, thanks to the undead scourge talent, those millions of demon followers could even become an asset. Yang Tianhe smiled appreciatively. We've been thinking too rigidly, assuming we need the main army to deal with the demon followers. Your suggestion is excellent. He looked around. Does anyone have a better idea? Speak up, as this concerns not only the big picture, but also everyone's safety. Several Mythic class professionals shared their views. After no new opinions were raised, Yang Tianhe asked again, Anyone else? No objections? Seeing everyone shake their heads, he continued. I think Xia Yu's suggestion is the most suitable. Any objections? The Mythic class professionals hesitated briefly before one by one agreeing with Xia Yu's proposal. Yang Tian's voice turned serious and determined. In that case, the reward goes to Xia Yu. Qing Imo, Lei Hua, start organizing immediately. We depart tonight. Yes, Mr. Yang. Qing Imo and Lei Hua quickly began organizing the Mythic class professionals, dividing them into teams and distributing resources. The strategy remained as previously discussed. 2 Mythic class professionals per team to hold off 1 Mythic class subspace demon, with particularly strong individuals acting alone. At that moment, a blonde, blue-eyed man strode in. Count me in. Siayu looked closely and recognized an old acquaintance Rorkley, a high-ranking Mythic class Dragon Knight from the United States. As a renowned world-class expert, all the Mythic class professionals present knew him. Qing Imo frowned and asked, Corkley, why are you here? Didn't the United States say they wouldn't send support? Corkley glanced at Xia Yu and Yang Tianhe before replying, I couldn't continue to believe in God, and I was disgusted by the United States' refusal to resist the subspace demons, so I left to support you. His words surprised the Dragon Kingdom's Mythic class professionals. Corkley continued, you might not know, but the United States has gone mad. I believe that God is problematic. Even quasi-god Abaddon seems to have been bewitched by God. Everyone has become a fanatic, and anyone who doesn't believe in God is labeled a heretic and burned alive. Hearing this, everyone's expressions turned grave. Yang Tianhe pressed, even Abaddon has become a fanatic? What kind of power is this? Corkley shook his head. I don't know. If I hadn't fled quickly, I wouldn't have escaped either. I flew across the ocean to get here. Qing Imo looked at Corkley warily. But I just interacted with US representatives, and they seemed normal, not as crazy as you describe. Corkley, agitated, said, what you saw was just a facade. If you could enter a US city now, you'd see everyone has gone mad. His voice was filled with pain and confusion. In the past half-month, everything has changed. Family, friends, teachers, everyone is different. Since that decree demanding every city build a church for God, those who enter the church come out seemingly normal but are actually insane. They force non-believers into the church, and any heretics or those unwilling to enter are burned alive. City lords and guards turn a blind eye, allowing it to happen. Everyone watched Corkley's emotional outburst, realizing it couldn't be an act. Even Yang Tianhe nodded slightly, believing his words. Qing Imo tried to calm him. Take it easy. We welcome your support. After this is over, we'll help investigate what's happening in the United States. As a near quasi-god, Corkley quickly regained his composure. Apologetically, he said, sorry, I lost my composure. The past half-month has been incomprehensible. Fellow Mythic class professionals familiar with Corkley comforted him, helping him calm down. The team allocation continued, with Corkley assigned to act alone due to his strength. With his red dragon, he could handle typical Mythic class subspace demons. At that moment, Yang Tianhe turned to Siayu, handing him an item. Here, kid. I don't have much gear suitable for an undead mage, but this should fit you. Treasure map of Mythic level, 60 effect. Upon use, it transports you to a treasure space where ancient relics are hidden. Siayu took the level 60 Mythic treasure map, his eyes trembling slightly. He recalled that he had only entered a level 20 ordinary treasure map before and had already acquired 2 great skills, Space Blink and Space Teleportation. Facing this Mythic treasure map, Siayu couldn't help but imagine the astonishing treasures it might contain. Yang Tianhe, observing Siayu's surprised expression, let out a relaxed smile. Pretty good stuff, huh? I've been reluctant to use it because my luck has never been great. But you're different. I believe you're a real lucky charm. He thought to himself, there's no way he could have grown this much in such a short time without some extraordinary luck. Although Yang Tianhe valued hard work, he also understood the undeniable role luck plays in success. Siayu thanked him sincerely. Thank you, Mr. Yang. He accepted the treasure map without hesitation, knowing that since Yang Tianhe was willing to give it, there was no need to be overly modest. Yang Tianhe nodded with satisfaction, not just because Siayu had made good suggestions, but also as an investment in Siayu's future. Soon after, everyone gathered to discuss their next plan of action in detail while waiting for nightfall. Despite the presence of powerful figures like Siayu and Yang Tianhe, the tension was palpable as they prepared to face a superior number of Mythic-level subspace demons. At this moment, the promised foreign Mythic professionals had also arrived. With fewer than 100 Mythic professionals in the world, most of them knew each other. After brief greetings, they joined the discussion. When they learned of the plan to attack the subspace demons in the White Elephant Country, they were shocked. Upon understanding the details, they looked at Siayu in astonishment, realizing that this young legendary necromancer was the core of the operation. Suddenly, Yang Tianhe stood up alertly, followed by several other high-level mythics who exchanged glances. Yang Tianhe spoke gravely. Something's coming. Mythic-level subspace demons, not many. They're actually breaking formation to attack us? A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Let's take them down to lighten our load for this mission. Before he finished speaking, Yang Tianhe had already vanished from the hall. Corkly, Qing Yimo, Lei Hua, and other high-level mythics quickly followed him out of the Lord's mansion, with other mythic professionals trailing behind. Siayu, unwilling to lag, immediately summoned Deathwing. A sharp cry pierced the night sky. Submit to destruction. Kill, kill. Everyone looked up to see 4 demons hovering in midair, their massive bat wings flapping slightly. 2 of the demons were each conjuring a dark energy sphere, about 10 meters in diameter. Boom, boom. The 2 dark energy spheres were launched toward the teleportation center and the military camp, clearly targeting the frontier town. Yang Tianhe spoke calmly. Magic reflect. Magic shield. As soon as he spoke, a magic shield blocked the energy sphere aimed at the military camp, while a reflective shield bounced the other sphere back toward the teleportation center. The 4 subspace demons' expressions shifted as they quickly scattered to avoid their own dark energy spheres. Yang Tianhe acted again. Flame Serpent. With his words, a creature resembling the 9-headed serpent of myth appeared above the frontier town, its body and heads composed entirely of roaring flames. Boom, boom, boom. The 9-headed flame serpent opened its mouth simultaneously, spewing massive fireballs at the subspace demons. The fireballs moved swiftly, forcing the demons to use their best skill. Subspace Travers Alto barely dodged them. By this time, the other high-level mythics had reached the battlefield. As a mage, Lei Hua was the first to launch an attack. Call lightning. Hundreds of lightning bolts, like dragons, descended from the sky, striking the demons just as they emerged from the subspace. Bang, bang, bang. Thunder roared, and the subspace demons howled in agony, unable to evade. Qing Yimo and Corkly each launched fierce attacks on a subspace demon. Whirlwind slash. Dragon thrust. Their powerful assaults left the demons severely wounded, their bodies mangled, and their breath weak. Meanwhile, the other 2 subspace demons were swallowed whole by Yang Tian's flame serpent, turning to ashes instantly. Seeing their comrades killed, the remaining 2 heavily injured demons tried to flee, but the high-level mythics quickly finished them off. The scene filled everyone with excitement. The 4 mythic-level subspace demons had been utterly outmatched by their 4 high-level mythic opponents, boosting confidence for the upcoming mission. However, Qing Yimo and Lei Hua knew that their easy victory was mainly due to the immense pressure Yang Tianhe exerted on the demons, preventing them from effectively counterattacking. Additionally, these mythic-level subspace demons were relatively weak. Facing them alone would have taken much longer to win. Nonetheless, to maintain morale, they kept these thoughts to themselves. Siayu closely observed the entire battle. He noticed Yang Tianhe's consistently calm expression, indicating that this was just a fraction of his power. As expected of someone who had lived for hundreds of years, his strength was on a different level compared to newly ascended quasi-gods. Siayu even wondered if Yang Tianhe was already advancing to a higher realm. He realized that this seemingly quirky middle-aged man had hidden depths. Having such a strong ally was undoubtedly a good thing. After the battle, Yang Tianhe flew over to Siayu and sat down on Deathwing's back, smiling. How was that? Pretty cool. Huh? This dragon is nice. I once wanted to tame a magic dragon as a pet, but it refused. Its head is still hanging in my house, though. His words made Deathwing shudder, knowing the terrifying power of the person on its back and realizing he wasn't joking. Siayu was amazed by the precision of Yang Tianhe's magic. To cast a magic shield accurately over dozens of kilometers without wasting a bit of mental energy, Mr. Yang truly deserves the title of magic god. Yang Tianhe shook his head, jumped off Deathwing, and said earnestly, study more, watch more, and practice more, and you can do it too. Well, you're a necromancer, so summoning is enough. Time ticked by, and as night finally fell, the mission officially began. In the dead of night, 32 figures appeared silently outside the wilderness town. These mythical professionals used their extraordinary abilities to leave the town without a trace, acting cautiously to avoid any potential anti-human enemies lurking within. According to intelligence from Guanding and several mythical assassins, their target was to directly enter the Kanda region of the White Elephant Kingdom. This area not only served as a gateway to the kingdom but also housed millions of demon followers, and over a dozen mythical subspace demons, clearly marking it as the first wave of the demon army invading Huaxia. The group decided to seize this opportunity to eliminate the enemy forces en route. Qing Yimo unfolded the map and pointed out the directions to the group. With just a glance, the mythical professionals memorized the information on the map. Got it, they responded in unison. Lei Hua turned to Siayu and asked with concern, Siayu, are you okay? As an undead mage who wasn't adept at stealth or high-speed movement, and only at the legendary level, keeping up with the mythical professionals was indeed challenging. Summoning the Deathwing to lead the way was also not suitable since they needed to move covertly. Xiayu nodded slightly. No problem. His agility now reached 741,000, no less than that of an average mythical professional. This was thanks to the substantial attribute potential brought by 2 fragments of divine essence and the high bonus from his main god-level staff. Yang Tianhe, slightly surprised, remarked, I noticed this guy's speed earlier. Generally, even mythical warriors can't match him. You're not using any equipment skills, right? Siayu shook his head in denial. This brought a hint of surprise to Lei Hua's eyes. Undead mages typically lacked auxiliary movement skills, so it was clear that Xiayu's attributes were indeed extraordinary. Then let's move out. The group quickly set off towards the Kanda region of the White Elephant Kingdom. With their incredible speed, they soon reached the border. Standing atop a mountain, they gazed at the Kanda region, which appeared lifeless and desolate, as if all living beings had been slaughtered. This was the terrifying aspect of subspace demons. Wherever they went, nothing survived, and everything was destroyed. They harnessed the power of death to summon more subspace demons or demon followers, turning the world to ashes before moving on. Qingmo spoke gravely. This mission concerns not just our country, not just humanity, but our very survival. It's a pity some nations haven't realized this yet. Everyone knew which country he was referring to. At that moment, a shadow flicker at it was the mythical assassin they had sent out earlier for reconnaissance. He hurriedly reported, Mr. Yang, General Qing, General Lei, the demon army is just ahead, advancing rapidly. We'll encounter them soon. After speaking, his gaze fell on Siayu. Clearly, this mission centered around the legendary level undead mage. The others also turned to look at Siayu. Without a word, Siayu summoned 700,000 undead soldiers from the necromantic space. In an instant, the entire mountaintop was occupied by a vast undead army. Then, he summoned the undead Lord Bai Qi. Boom! As Bai Qi's crimson, eerie skeleton emerged, a dense aura of killing intent enveloped all the mythical professionals like a domain. What a strong killing aura. This undead lord is extraordinary. God, if he's only at the legendary level and has such a domain-like killing aura, when he reaches the mythical level, he won't be an undead lord but a true god of death. Even the mythical professionals couldn't help but exclaim in awe at Bai Qi. Lei Hua, a seasoned general, immediately recognized the similarity in Bai Qi's demeanor to his own. This undead must have been an extraordinary general in his lifetime. Qingmo nodded in agreement. I'd love to discuss military tactics with him. Bai Qi turned to them. After the battle, you can come to see my master. I'd be happy to chat with you. Clearly, Lei Hua and Qingmo had earned Bai Qi's respect. Xiayu said to Bai Qi, there are millions of demon followers. Can you lead the undead soldiers and your undead lords to hold them off? Qingmo stepped forward and detailed the demon army's strength and characteristics to Bai Qi. After a brief discussion, Bai Qi replied to Xiayu, no problem, my lord. It's a small matter. With the assurance from this godlike undead, the other mythical professionals felt relieved. Somehow, they trusted this stern and serious undead. Yang Tianhe had been silent, thoughtfully observing Bai Qi and occasionally nodding. Qingmo turned to the others and instructed, Mr. Yang, we'll launch a surprise attack on the mythical subspace demons, trying to contain them so Xiayu's undead can fully focus on the demon followers. We'll also follow the plan. He addressed the other mythical professionals. Pair up to contain the subspace demons, but be careful not to get hurt. General Lei, Mr. Yang, Siayu, and Corkley will focus on killing them. Understood. The mythical professionals knew that in battle, following orders was crucial, and showing off would only endanger themselves and their comrades. Bai Qi took command of the undead army, quickly using their low presence to hide them as if they had never appeared. The mythical professionals also concealed themselves, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps echoed from the distance. Siayu peeked out and saw a black line on the horizon. The demon army. Black-skinned goblins, green-skinned orcs, even tentacle monsters, and imps, various demon followers, all with blood-red eyes and exuding a bloody aura, looked crazed. In the center of the demon army, he saw beasts with hard scales, towering ogre minotaurs, and even seductive dark elves and succubi. In the sky, hundreds of subspace demons hovered, the weakest being legendary bosses, among them 15 mythical bosses, an overwhelmingly powerful force. So these are the demon followers, such a mixed bunch, Siayu observed. The mix made them hard to counter specifically, but he noted that their levels were generally not high. Corrupted Goblin Elite, level 22. Corrupted Orc Elite, level 28. Imp Elite, level 29. Dark Elf Boss, level 30. The demon army drew closer. Lei Hua's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Attack! Whirlwind Slash. Apocalypse Meteor. Blade of Space. Summon Rock Troll. With earth-shattering cries, the mythic warriors, long poised for battle, shot towards the mythic and legendary subspace demons from all directions like arrows unleashed from a bow. Their targets were clear, completely ignoring the restless demon followers below. Amid the thunderous explosions, the subspace demons found it difficult to react swiftly to the sudden and fierce assault. Hundreds of legendary subspace demons were obliterated in the blink of an eye by various powerful skills. The mythic subspace demons, though injured in the first wave of attacks, managed to narrowly escape fatal blows by shifting through subspace. Attack! Qing Imo roared, and the mythic warriors surged towards the subspace demons like a tidal wave, giving them no chance to breathe. Meanwhile, the demon followers at the foot of the mountain, undeterred by facing mythic-level opponents, raised their weapons, preparing to counterattack. However, before they could launch their assault, countless undead soldiers suddenly emerged from various parts of the mountain. These undead, with their formidable attributes, quickly suppressed the demon followers. Even more astonishing, under Siaye's true, undead scourge talent, the number of undead soldiers rapidly swelled at a visible rate. Saintis, activate all auras and talents, target all allies. Siayu commanded, no longer concealing the Saintis' aura. As the aura expanded, all mythic warriors felt a warm current surge through their bodies. The effects of the subspace demon curses dissipated instantly, and their stamina and wounds began to recover rapidly. Their weapons became enveloped in flames and lightning imbued with destructive and holy power, each strike forcing the mythic subspace demons into a retreat. The scene left everyone in awe. Yang Tianhe looked at Siayu in astonishment, wondering how the aura could be so powerful. Even though Qing Imo had experienced it before, he couldn't help but speculate whether the Saintis' aura would grow stronger as Siayu's power increased. On the battlefield, the situation changed rapidly. Below, Bai Qi led the undead army, cutting through the demon forces like a hot knife through butter. Above, the initially underestimated two-person mythic team managed to independently kill some mythic subspace demons, and the rest of the battle seemed unusually easy. After Yang Tianhe's fire serpents devoured a few mythic subspace demons, no subspace demons were left in the sky. All 15 mythic subspace demons were annihilated, and Siayu hadn't even joined the fight yet. On the ground, the millions of demon followers were powerless against the ever-growing undead army. Under the supervision of the mythic warriors, they were transformed by Siayu into over 5 million undead soldiers, much to Siayu's delight. These subspace demons are too weak. I haven't even warmed up yet, a mythic warrior who had just slain a mythic subspace demon said with a broad smile, even managing to loot a great piece of equipment, making him overjoyed. Yeah, right? Without Siayu's aura, could you have killed a mythic subspace demon? Uffed, his teammate retorted, though secretly envious, knowing the rewards for killing subspace demons were incredibly rich. This made everyone's gaze naturally shift to Siayu. I almost forgot about your powerful aura, Qing Imo said excitedly. With this, our decision to act now might be spot on. We should suppress these subspace demons before they can summon stronger bosses. Lei Hua flew over as well. Kid, if we complete this mission, it'll apply to have you join us, he thought, knowing that Siayu's strength could rival an entire army. Let's discuss that later, Siayu replied, shaking his head. He still wanted to continue his global adventure to search for the remaining fragments of the death godhood. Deep down, Siayu felt he had to find the last 2 fragments. Enough talk, let's keep moving, Qing Imo interjected, noticing Siayu didn't want to delve into the matter further. All right, rest for half an hour, then we'll await the scout team's report and continue forward, Qing Imo ordered. By the way, if you don't need these corpses, is it okay if my demon dragon devours them? Siayu asked, looking at the scattered bodies. No problem. Despite the smooth battle, facing 15 mythic-level subspace demon bosses had been somewhat exhausting, so a short rest was welcome. As time ticked by, a mythic assassin from the scout team rushed back, his face pale with fear. Seeing the mutated demon dragon devouring corpses, he shuddered, thinking, we won already? No wonder with Mr. Yang, General Qing, and General Lei here. What's the situation? Qing Imo asked the returning assassin. General Qing, we have a problem. 3 demon armies are heading our way, including over 50 mythic-level subspace demons and more than 30 million demon followers, the assassin reported urgently. Based on our investigation, subspace demons have slaughtered at least 1 billion souls in the White Elephant Nation, significantly boosting their power. Upon hearing this shocking news, Qing Mo's eyes widened in disbelief. The presence of over 50 mythic-level subspace demons made his heart race. It was hard to believe that just 3 demon armies could possess such immense strength. Images of the White Elephant Nation's devastation flashed through Qing Mo's mind. Billions of souls massacred, with most survivors likely enslaved by the Lizardmen. He couldn't help but sigh. What a tragedy. Facing such a dire situation, Qing Imo immediately gathered everyone to discuss countermeasures. Although they had the capability to evade the demon army, doing so would leave their nation defenseless. There were no mythic-level warriors left in the Dragon Nation capable of resisting such powerful foes. Lei Hua spoke in a grave tone. We can't avoid them. Behind us is our homeland. If we evade them, our efforts here will be meaningless. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yang Tianhe smiled and suggested, let's face them, Hedon. He turned to Siayu and asked, are you okay with the same strategy as before? Siayu, brimming with confidence, responded, the more of them that come, the better. Why would there be any problem? Millions of undead soldier stats, an overwhelming force that might even crush a true god. Xiayu's confidence brought a sense of security and stability to the mythic-level warriors present. Yang Tianhe continued to gather opinions. Corkley wasted no time in expressing his stance. I support staying. The recent battle has already pushed me forward. I believe fighting is the only way to become stronger. Others quickly voiced their agreement. I agree too. With Xiayu's aura, why should we fear the subspace demons? Stay. Behind us is my homeland. I also agree to stay and fight. If they want a battle, we'll fight to the end, until victory. Hearing everyone's responses, Qing Yimo firmly declared, fight. The demon army had yet to arrive, and everyone seized the moment to recover their strength and mental energy. On the battlefield, the recently defeated mythical subspace demon had dropped equipment that became a hot commodity for trades. Each person strove to adjust themselves to their optimal condition. Siayu instructed the Saint Phantom to activate her aura and talents, allowing everyone to familiarize themselves with their current physical state and abilities, preparing thoroughly for the imminent battle. 6 mythical assassins returned, with one particularly noteworthy individual among them. Guanding, tall and lean, dressed in black, had an astonishingly low presence. If not for Xiayu's extraordinary mental strength, he would have been nearly impossible to detect. This hidden profession practitioner, though not the most powerful in combat, had been promoted to intermediate mythical status under official training. His stealth abilities were so strong that even quasi-gods found it hard to track him. He was the main force of this reconnaissance mission. Mr. Yang, General Lei, General Qing, and Guanding saluted the three. When Guanding faced Xiayu, he hesitated slightly before extending his hand. Junior. Xiayu grasped his hand. Senior. Both were graduates of Qianlong School. Guanding sternly reminded Junior, you are the core of this operation. Facing an army of 30 million demons with varied abilities, you must be extremely cautious. Siayu nodded in understanding. Although his undead army had just easily defeated a demon army, Bai Chi's report indicated that some monsters possessed extremely dangerous abilities, including skills that could potentially kill instantly, like Edward's Deathfinger. Although these monsters were lower level and the trigger probability was minimal, bad luck could mean even a mythical professional might fall to a level 20 elite monster. Moreover, Siayu himself was only level 50, still some distance from reaching mythical status. Qingamo shook his head and smiled. Don't worry, you're junior. He didn't finish his sentence because Xiayu's strength was simply too astonishing. Lei Hua patted Guanding's shoulder. You'll see soon enough. It's even more incredible than we anticipated. Guanding looked at the two generals speaking in riddles, puzzled. However, when Siayu summoned an army of millions of undead soldiers, Guanding instantly understood the general's hints. This undead army was different from an ordinary necromancer's undead plague. Each soldier exuded an aura of mythical or even true god level. Guanding looked at Siayu in shock, taking a deep breath, marveling at this overwhelming undead force. Time passed, and the silhouette of the demon army gradually appeared in everyone's sight. This time, they chose to confront the enemy Hedon, as the enemy had already discovered their location and sent scouts multiple times, making hiding impossible. The main reason was that Xiayu's undead army could not evade a carpet search. Qingamo whispered to Xiayu, we'll go first, and your undead army will follow. Lei Hua added, once we've engaged the mythical subspace demons, you can unleash the undead army, minimizing their losses. As generals, even when facing the undead, they were unwilling to use the lives of undead soldiers to deplete the mythical subspace demon's mental energy, as it would be negligible. Siayu agreed to the strategy and turned to the blood-red skeleton beside him. Bai Chi nodded slightly. My lord, I understand. He looked at Qingamo and Lei Hua. I look forward to discussing battle formations with you. The two generals expressed their anticipation and immediately gave the order to attack. The mythical professionals took to the sky, charging towards the mythical and legendary subspace demons. Siayu leaped onto Death's Wing, his mount, which had devoured many mythical subspace demon corpses, and reached the legendary peak, on the brink of breaking through to mythical status. Siayu felt a surge of excitement. If it could devour these 50-odd mythical demons, it might ascend to mythical status. Death's Wing roared, following the mythical professionals into the sky. Bai Chi watched the mythical professionals turn into distant specks, raised his hand and commanded, soldiers, charge. Instantly, a tide of undead soldiers surged towards the demon army like a white wave. On the battlefield, Yang Tianhe summoned a kilometer-long flaming nine-headed dragon, resembling a small sun. Its fireballs forced a dozen mythical subspace demons to retreat. Other mythical professionals, according to the plan, either paired up or fought solo, each restraining a mythical subspace demon. Qing Yimo and Lei Hua, one warrior and one mage, swiftly killed a mythical subspace demon through their seamless cooperation. Koklai summoned his red dragon partner, whose strength was comparable to Qing Yimo and Lei Hua combined, dealing with two mythical subspace demons simultaneously. However, among the 50 mythical subspace demons, even with Yang Tianhe restraining a dozen and others completing their tasks, nearly 10 remained unrestrained. These demons roared, "Humans, die!" Their claws ignited with dark flames, shooting towards the battling mythical professionals. The mythical professionals had to dodge, with some getting directly hit, their bodies turning to black charcoal instantly. Luckily, the holy aura and their powerful mythical vitality barely kept them alive. The battlefield plunged into chaos. Yang Tianhe's face changed slightly at the sight. There are too many. Xia Yu made a quick decision, summoning the remaining undead lords. Su, Duke, Buck, Wind Serpent, Golden Earth Dragon King. Though these undead lords had attributes of only 4 or 500,000, they were more than sufficient to temporarily restrain mythical subspace demons with 600,000 attributes. With their addition, the battlefield began to stabilize. Yang Tianhe and other high-level mythical professionals started showcasing their true strength, quickly killing mythical demons and tipping the scales in favor of humanity. Just as the mythical professionals thought the situation was under control, a massive subspace rift suddenly appeared in the sky, and two figures emitting powerful auras flew out. Everyone stared in shock at the scene. Two Quasigode-level subspace demons? The mythic subspace demon boss descended onto the battlefield, and its terrifying aura immediately weighed down on everyone. This chaotic divine spawn subspace demon boasted astounding attributes: 60 strength, 1,018,540 agility, 1,098,233 intelligence, and 1,001,281 talent. As a member of the chaotic divine spawn subspace demon clan, it revered chaos and violence, and now, in this war-torn land, it had gained a 50 boost to all its attributes. The demon unleashed a chaotic spatial domain, distorting the spatial order around it. Up, down, left, and right lost their meaning in an instant, and ordinary mythic warriors felt their bodies grow heavy and their speed drastically reduced. At this moment, Yang Tianhe charged toward two Quasigod subspace demons without hesitation, simultaneously releasing his Doom Meteor. However, the two demons almost simultaneously used their racial skill, subspace teleport, vanishing from their original positions and causing Yang Tianhe's attack to miss. Undeterred, Yang Tianhe immediately cast Magic World, and a massive elemental force gathered around him, forming a domain that pulled the recently reappeared demons into it. Everyone present was stunned by the sight. Was Yang Tianhe really going to take on two demons by himself? Qing Yimo and Lei Hua were about to step forward to assist, but a figure flashed past them like lightning. It was Siayu. He shouted, "I'll support Mr. Yang. You handle the front lines." Before his words had fully faded, Siayu had already entered Yang Tianhe's domain. The battle instantly intensified. Yang Tianhe appeared clumsy within the demon's chaotic domain, sometimes even stumbling into the enemy's attacks. Seeing this, Siayu unhesitatingly deployed his own domain Void Realm. The aura of descent, madness, and death enveloped the entire scene, suppressing the effects of the demon's domain. Yang Tianhe looked around in shock. This desolate world filled him with dread. As the red dragon, Eric Bert, appeared, he frantically searched for Siayu, only to find that Siayu had already vanished. "Siayu, you brat? Is this your domain?" Yang Tianhe exclaimed. Xiayu's voice echoed through the Void Realm. "Nia Li." In response to his call, the Quasigod Nia Li appeared, and the battle quickly turned into a 3-on-2. Under the suppression of Xiayu's domain, the Quasigod subspace demons were at a disadvantage. "Mr. Yang, act quickly. Kill them within my domain," Siayu urged, both because maintaining the domain was highly taxing, and because he hoped to turn the demons into his own power by killing them within the Void Realm. Yang Tianhe decisively attacked, releasing the fusion skill Hellstorm. A massive fire tornado swept through, with each wind blade carrying the powerful hellfire, engulfing the Quasigod subspace demons. The demons roared in fury, their immense dark energy dispersing the fire tornado. However, they were met with Nia Li's Rage of Life, a 100-meter-long sword that cleaved off a significant portion of one demon's body. The red dragon crashed into the other demon like a blazing truck, simultaneously breathing out searing dragon fire. The demon twisted and deformed under the impact, its flesh sizzling in the dragon's breath. Seizing the opportunity, Siayu cast Curse of Agony and Curse of Weakness, further debilitating the demons. Eric Bert commanded his skeletal dragon army to charge, unleashing corpse explosions, spirit fireballs, and other disruptive skills. Under Xia Yu's curses, even the demons were in unbearable pain. Seeing this, Yang Tianhe showed no mercy, unleashing a barrage of spells that left the demons no room to retaliate. Suddenly, one of the demons found an opening and used Soul Drain on Ericbert. Yang Tianhe's face darkened as he tried to cast Magic Reflection, but the demon's subspace teleport preempted him. Damn it! Yang Tianhe cursed under his breath. Mr. Yang, don't worry about my undead. Focus on killing these subspace demons quickly, Siayu reminded him. In his void realm, the undead were eternal. Yang Tianhe quickly regained his composure and focused on the demons severely injured by Li and the Red Dragon. Have your forces force out its subspace teleport, he told Siayu. Siayu immediately commanded Li and the Red Dragon to use Rage of Life and Dragon's Breath simultaneously, compelling the demon to use subspace teleport. At that moment, Yang Tianhe seized the opportunity and cast the forbidden spell, Elemental Chaos. The moment the subspace demon appeared, red, white, and blue elements intertwined, triggering a cataclysmic explosion. Amidst the deafening roar, the chaotic elements generated an immense gravitational pull, akin to a miniature black hole, dragging everything toward the center. The newly emerged subspace demon was immediately ensnared by this powerful force, losing its ability to traverse through dimensions and becoming trapped by the elemental maelstrom. Its body was relentlessly bombarded by elemental explosions, while the immense gravity forcefully tore apart its flesh, organs, and even bones. Roar! The subspace demon let out a piercing howl, pleading for help from its companions. Another demon, ignoring its own injuries, charged towards its trapped comrade. However, just as it was about to reach it, a group of skeletal dragons appeared, encircling it. Ericbert! Yang Tianhe shouted in shock. I thought he was dead. The skeletal dragons unleashed powerful dragon breath, halting the demon's advance. Meanwhile, the subspace demon caught in the elemental chaos could no longer resist the immense pull and explosions, and its body was torn to shreds. To everyone's astonishment, the scattered remains began to coalesce, and the subspace demon resurrected, its power undiminished. Yang Tianhe's pupils dilated in disbelief as he asked, Is this your domain ability? Yes, Siayu replied softly. Now that you've seen it, there's no point in hiding it. That's terrifying, Yang Tianhe sighed. The tide of battle quickly turned as another near-deity subspace demon joined Siayu's side. Simultaneously, the last near-deity subspace demon was stabbed through the heart by its own companion, slowly collapsing. A system notification sounded. Subspace demon mythic boss, Shunya, level 60, slain. Experience 0. You have obtained 2 law comprehension fragments. As another near-deity subspace demon rose in the ruins, the thrilling battle finally came to an end. Siayu retracted his domain, while Yang Tianhe, observing him standing motionless, teased, Kid, your domain has quite the necromancer vibe. Just lucky, Siayu responded calmly. With their return, the battlefield outside lost any suspense. The frenzied subspace demons fell one after another under the attacks of the mythic warriors, and the lower-tier demon followers were powerless against the ever-growing undead soldiers. The battlefield was filled with the stench of blood and decay, with millions of corpses staining the vast plains red. The oppressive atmosphere caused unease among the ordinary mythic warriors. Even more horrifying was the undead army, composed of skeletal remains stained with blood and monster entrails, scouring the battlefield for demons feigning death. On the other side, a massive 6-armed dragon greedily devoured the corpses scattered across the battlefield. With each body consumed, it expelled a burst of malevolent energy. Overseeing this scene with an expressionless face, Siayu even allowed a slight smile to form at the corner of his mouth. 30 million undead soldiers war truly is profitable, Siayu thought with delight, as the number of undead he could summon continued to multiply. Even Yang Tianhe, seeing the millions of undead soldiers, felt his fighting spirit wane. He pondered, this kid's undead plague in his domain. He couldn't help but gasp, already envisioning Siayu becoming the center of attention worldwide after the war. A necromancer capable of summoning millions of true god-level undead soldiers if he ascended to mythic status. Yang Tianhe glanced thoughtfully at Siayu. From the domain displayed earlier, Siayu's law domain was undoubtedly advanced, surpassing high-level mythic and possibly reaching near-deity level. Yet, he still hadn't chosen to ascend. Was he aiming for 100 perfection? That seemed nearly impossible. Yang Tianhe was deeply shaken. Among the near-deities, it was discussed that reaching near-deity level at the legendary stage meant having at least upper-level divine potential upon ascension. A 60 lower-level mythic was unlikely to become a true god, a mid-level mythic had the potential to become a lower-level true god, and a high-level mythic had potential for mid-level true god. Achieving 100 meant potential for a chief deity rarity in the entire universe. Yang Tianhe decided to keep this secret for now. If the world knew Earth had such a promising talent, it would bring disaster to him, Earth, and humanity. Rest for now. Qing Yimo turned to the Mythic assassin squad nearby. Guanding, are you guys okay? Can you take on another mission? The assassin's injuries were not severe, as the warriors bore the brunt of the damage. Thanks to the healing aura, most wounds were healed, with only a few severed limbs needing the priest's assistance for regeneration. No problem. We'll head out immediately. Guanding responded decisively, and his team members nodded in agreement. The Mythic assassin squad vanished silently from sight once again. Mr. Yang, Siayu, are you two alright? Lei Hua asked with concern. Yang Tianhe waved his hand dismissively. Do we look like we're hurt? Though they faced two near-deity subspace demons, Xia Yu's undead within the Void Realm took most of the damage, leaving Yang Tianhe virtually unscathed. As for Siayu, he was completely unharmed, with the near-deity subspace demons unable to even touch him. This statement left the other mythic warriors in awe. Defeating two near-deity subspace demons without a scratch was truly terrifying. I'm fine too, Siayu replied with a smile when Lei Hua looked his way. Phew, that's good. Lei Hua exhaled in relief. When you rushed in earlier, honestly, our hearts almost stopped. The brief rest period quickly passed. Even though the assassin squad hadn't returned, the group decided to press deeper into the White Elephant Nation. Up ahead, we might face more than just subspace demons. The group continued their rapid advance into the territory of the White Elephant Kingdom. A city emerged on the horizon. Unlike the towering walls and magical defenses of the Dragon Kingdom, this city resembled a typical pre-apocalyptic urban center. However, it was shrouded in darkness and eerily silent. As a mythical professional, even the legendary necromancer Siayu possessed an extraordinary physique, allowing him to see through the darkness and make out the countless corpses strewn about. Human, lizardmen, even small dogs, cats, and birds lay dead, emitting a nauseating stench. The entire city was devoid of any signs of life. The subspace demons have completely wiped this place out, Qing Yimo sighed. Despite having just witnessed Xia Yu's undead soldiers massacre millions of demon followers, the sight of an entire city's innocent lives snuffed out made him uneasy. Yang Tianhe looked up, staring at the dim sky. There were no signs of subspace rifts, which puzzled Lei Hua. Typically, slaughtering millions of lives would open at least one mythical level subspace rift, but there's nothing here. Is it because there's no life left to sustain it? Yang Tianhe shot him a disdainful glance. As a border general, you don't know that once a subspace rift opens, either leads to total destruction or remains permanently? This left Lei Hua embarrassed, and Siayu remained silent, as he was also unaware of this information. So, what's going on? Lei Hua asked, despite his embarrassment. Yang Tianhe explained, it's simple. The death energy of this city was taken away by the subspace demons. They're using it elsewhere, and when they do that, it usually means they're planning something big. His eyes narrowed as he looked into the distance, his unease growing. They're not opening a mythical level subspace rift. Are they aiming for a quasi-divine level rift? Qing Yimo asked, frowning. Yang Tianhe sighed deeply. I hope that's the case. Pick up the pace this way. He led the charge towards the center of the White Elephant Kingdom. The group exchanged glances and immediately followed. As they traversed the White Elephant Kingdom, passing through city after city, they found each one desolate and devoid of life. Not even a rat left behind. This was why subspace demons were considered the harbingers of destruction. They annihilated everything except their own kind. Seeing these desolate cities only strengthened Xia Yu's resolve to eliminate the subspace demons. Every mythical professional present felt the same way. They even began to feel that their own lives were no longer important. If the subspace demons were allowed to run rampant, dying early might be a relief compared to watching their weaker kin, family, and friends perish before meeting the same fate themselves. Everyone silently clenched their fists. Koklai was especially grateful for choosing to support the Dragon Kingdom rather than letting the subspace demons run amok, as the entire world would face destruction otherwise. Suddenly, a massive city appeared before them. Despite being several hundred kilometers away, the enormous subspace rift spanning the city shocked everyone. Mythical-level subspace rifts were typically only a few dozen kilometers wide, but this one was at least 700 to 800 kilometers across. The overwhelming demonic aura pressed down on them, making it hard to breathe. Subspace demons converged from all directions, pouring the death energy they had gathered into the rift, causing it to expand continuously. What level of subspace rift is this? Someone gulped and asked. Yang Tianhe's eyes were fixed on the rift, mythical level, capable of summoning quasi-divine and demigod-level subspace rifts, and it's nearing the point where it can summon a demon god. A demon god? Everyone's pupils contracted. Even Siayu looked at Yang Tianhe in shock. A true god-level demon? Qing Yimo whispered, barely daring to utter the words true god level, as they might soon face an unimaginable terror. Yang Tianhe turned to the group. his gaze finally landing on Siayu. Are you afraid? Siayu rolled his eyes. Aren't you? Yes, I am. Which is why we absolutely cannot let them summon a demon god. We must destroy this subspace rift immediately. Yang Tian's voice was resolute. Are you afraid? Yes. They answered in unison, but none of them stepped back. They pressed on, and the remaining distance of several hundred kilometers was quickly reduced to mere dozens. The subspace rift loomed above them. From their vantage point in the mountains, they saw a dense horde of demon followers in the city, along with tens of thousands of legendary subspace demons, thousands of mythical-level subspace demons, and dozens of quasi-divine and demigod-level demons. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine, and this wasn't even the full strength of the subspace demons, as many were still out collecting death energy. How many demon followers are there? Lei Hua asked, his voice trembling. No idea, probably over 1 billion. Qing Imo replied offhandedly. Everyone shuddered, including Yang Tianhe, as the number was terrifyingly high. Then, all eyes turned to Siayu. Could he still create a miracle? Siayu scanned his surroundings, feeling the intense focus of everyone's gaze on him. His lips twitched slightly. He wasn't used to being trusted so completely by so many people. He glanced down at his skill bar and noticed that his mythical skill, Gate of Size, had finished cooling down. This level 40 skill could summon a gateway to death, unleashing an unending army of the dead to fight for him. Up to 80 legions could exist simultaneously, each consisting of 10,000 common undead, 1,000 elite undead, and 10 undead generals. Most impressively, it would always summon a legion of frost dracolics led by a mythical frost dragon. The skill required 3,000 souls to activate, lasted for 24 hours, and had a cooldown period of 20 days. Though the number of undead summoned by the Gate of Size seemed limited, it could continuously replenish itself. Even if the enemy had billions of demon followers, as long as the gate remained intact, the undead army would keep coming. More importantly, the number of undead soldiers would increase as they killed more demon followers. The legion led by the Frost Dragon was especially formidable. Although labeled as a mythical Frost Dragon, its actual strength was at least demigod or quasigod level. This meant that even outside his own domain, Xia Yu's side had 3 quasigod level beings, Yang Tianhe, the Frost Dragon, and Neali. With the blessing of the Saintess Aura, Qing Imo, Lei Hua, and Corkley's power was comparable to quasigod level subspace demons. Each Saintess Ghost could hold off a quasigod level subspace demon, but Siayu decided to keep them hidden, using their auras to assist others as a precaution. Taking a deep breath, Siayu said, all right, they'll handle the demon followers. However, I need some time to summon the Gate of Size. It won't take long. Yang Tianhe nodded. Understood. Well, hold off the subspace demons. With Xia Yu's assurance, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Yet they were also awestruck by his confidence. After all, they were facing a true demonic Calamish, at least billions of demon followers, hundreds of thousands of legendary subspace demons, and thousands of mythical subspace demons. In the past, they would have retreated to Longhua, abandoning surrounding cities and gathering all the world's warriors in the imperial capital, relying on the strongest magic formations and the guardian, Mr. Zhou, to resist. Now, they were relying on a legendary necromancer, making them wonder if they were taking a step backward. Let's begin, Siayu said. The group quietly made their way to a high mountain outside the city. From there, they had a panoramic view of most of the city. More importantly, it was farthest from the powerful subspace demons, giving them more preparation time. They might even be able to eliminate the demons here before the subspace demons arrived, reducing the enemy's numbers before the battle. Apart from Qingimo and Lei Hua, who stayed by Siayu's side, the other mythical warriors used Guanding's concealment abilities to infiltrate the city, slowly approaching the mythical subspace demons for an all-out surprise attack. The signal for their assault would be the summoning of the Gate of Size by Siayu. With a command from Siayu, all the undead lords and millions of undead soldiers were summoned. He ordered by Qi, lead the charge. Don't let me down. Before he finished speaking, the appearance of millions of undead soldiers had already alerted the subspace demons and demon followers, who surged towards them. Wielding the Scythe of Death, Bai Qi stood at the forefront of the undead, shouting, "Rest assured, my lord, the enemy will not take a step closer to you. Warriors, charge with me." He then led the undead army in an assault, the white plague colliding heat with the demonic calamity. Next, Siayu summoned the Gate of Size. This time, it wasn't just 100 meters tall, but a colossal gate 1,000 meters high, engraved with the agonized faces of countless dying races. The deathly aura emanating from it was so intense that even mythical beings found it hard to bear. The first to emerge from the gate was the legion of frost dracolics led by the Frost Dragon. As the kilometer-long dragon appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted by dozens of degrees. The Frost Dragon was evidently more powerful than before. Summoner, facing gods again. You truly are a born godslayer. The Frost Dragon roared, excitement evident in its voice. It immediately recognized that the massive subspace rift was about to summon a true demon god, not a false one. It also noticed that the summoner's power had significantly increased, possessing half a death god's essence, making the undead he summoned far stronger than mere numbers could convey. Siayu replied, "Ancient dragon, am counting on you again." For some reason, Siayu felt a deep respect for this dragon, perhaps influenced by Longwo's tradition of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. "No trouble at all. I love this kind of action." The frost dragon laughed, leading the Frost Dracolic Legion against the subspace demons. It disdained fighting demon followers, its dragon pride driving it to challenge stronger opponents, like a true battle maniac. As the Frost Dragon charged, legions of undead poured out from the Gate of Sighs, quickly joining the battle under Bai Chi's command, holding the demon followers at bay on the plains outside the city. Attack! Seeing the Frost Dragon scatter the mythical subspace demons, Yang Tianhe and the other mythical warriors realized it was the perfect time to strike. Dozens of mythical warriors launched simultaneous attacks on different mythical subspace demons. Siayu immediately ordered, Saintesses, Inspirers, Victory Rule, Judgment Aura, Solar Aura, Holy Aura. Activate them all, covering all our allies. The Saintesses quickly bestowed powerful auras on all the mythical warriors and undead armies, significantly boosting their strength. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed through the air and across the ground. Demon followers were slaughtered by the undead soldiers, while mythical and legendary subspace demons were caught off guard by the mythical warriors' ambush, suffering heavy casualties. Yang Tianhe watched the distant horizon warily, noticing countless small black dots rapidly approaching. Their reinforcements are coming fast. We must quickly eliminate the enemies here. They needed to wipe out the present mythical subspace demons before enemy reinforcements arrived. The principal and General Lei Hua stood before the Gate of Sighs. Siayu turned to them and said, "You two go ahead. I've already summoned the Gate of Sighs. There's no need for me to stay here. With the blessing of the Saintess, your strength rivals that of demigods. You're powerful assets that shouldn't be wasted standing around." Understood. Qingmo and Lei Hua responded in unison. They were well aware that the necromancer before them far surpassed their own power. Initially, they had stayed to protect the summoning process. Now that it was complete, they knew it was time to support the front lines. The two of them turned into beams of light and charged forward, directly engaging the mythic subspace demons in battle. Siayu leapt onto Deathwing and commanded, "Deathwing, take off." The dragon spread its wings and soared into the sky, carrying its master. On the ground, the white mass of the undead army clashed fiercely with the variously shaped demon followers. Despite their enhanced attributes, the undead soldiers still suffered casualties against the diverse skills of the demons. Since the undead plague only resurrected melee troops, Siayu had few ranged units. The demon followers, however, included numerous ranged attackers, constantly depleting the numbers of the undead soldiers. Under Bai Chi's command, undead archer and mage battalions, along with the subordinates of the ranged undead lords, began to suppress the enemy's ranged units. The undead knights on the flanks pierced into the enemy's rear like sharp blades, showing no fear of death. As more undead soldiers rose behind enemy lines, the demon followers' formation fell into chaos, even with commanders present. More importantly, the attributes of the undead soldiers completely overwhelmed those of the demon followers. As time passed, the scales of victory tipped increasingly in favor of the undead plague. Siayu coldly watched the battlefield from above, witnessing the fall of millions upon millions of souls. The undead soldiers swung their swords, beheading, slicing, and stabbing, all in the name of death and slaughter. Looking up, the sky was filled with flames, frost, wind blades, sword energy, and flashes of light. The subspace demons flitted about to evade attacks, but were clearly at a disadvantage against the mythic class warriors who successfully suppressed them. The mythic class warriors unleashed their strongest skills with enthusiasm, determined to annihilate the subspace demons before enemy reinforcements arrived. Amid the advantages of surprise attacks, suppression, the Saintess's aura, and timely healing from multiple mythic priests, even injured mythic class warriors could recover quickly. So far, none had fallen. Siayu noticed a group of dark figures rapidly approaching their position. He immediately summoned Nayali, ordering, "Go support them." "Yes, master." Nayali responded and flew out. Siayu patted his mount and said, "Deathwing, head in that direction at your fastest speed." In the direction he pointed, about 100 mythic subspace demons and 3 demigod subspace demons were encircling. Siayu intended to intercept them and bolster the population of the Void Realm. Deathwing let out a low growl and sped toward the specified direction. Even facing such a formidable enemy force, the mutated dragon had unwavering confidence in Siayu. At that moment, the mythic class warriors had just finished off the previous wave of mythic subspace demons and were about to catch their breath. only to see a new wave of enemies approaching from all directions. What shocked them even more was Xia Yu's intention to face the massive enemy force alone, causing their expressions to change dramatically. Qing Yamo anxiously said, "Mr. Yang, we need to support Xia Yu immediately. It's too dangerous for him to face so many subspace demons alone." Yang Tianhe, eyes fixed on Xia Yu flying toward the subspace demons, calmly replied, "Let him go. We need to hold our position here and ensure he's not attacked from behind." "But Xia Yu is just a legendary necromancer," Qing Yamo insisted, still worried. Yang Tianhe sternly said, "Don't underestimate him. His strength surpasses ours. He's not reckless. He's smart. If he's going alone, he must have a plan. We shouldn't interfere. Besides, do you think we have the strength to support him right now?" With that, Yang Tianhe glanced around. The battle between the undead plague and the demon plague was still fiercely contested on the ground, and other subspace demons were closing in. They couldn't afford to leave their positions. Lei Hua also reassured, "Relax, old Qing. Trust the kid. He'll pull off a miracle for us." Reluctantly, Qing Yamo took one last look at Xia Yu's departing figure, then turned to prepare for the next battle. "Human, you seek death." A demigod subspace demon growled at Xia Yu, who was charging alone. Another demigod subspace demon sneered, "A legendary necromancer daring to challenge us? He's asking to die." At this, all the subspace demons erupted in shrill laughter. The last demigod subspace demon said coldly, "Enough wasting time. Kill him. We need to offer these accursed mythic humans to our god, so it can descend upon this world and bring about a new beginning." Before the words had fully left its mouth, a mythic subspace demon suddenly appeared in front of Xia Yu, its claws aimed right at his vital points. If struck, Xia Yu's body would be pierced through. In the next instant, however, Xia Yu vanished. The mythic subspace demon missed its mark and looked around in confusion, unable to understand why its senses had failed. Swish! A white light sliced down from above, and the mythic subspace demon was cleaved in half. A system notification sounded. "Subspace demon mythic boss defeated. Godspawn, level 54. Experience 0. You have obtained Law Insight Fragment 1. Xia Yu's voice echoed through the Void Realm. "Welcome to the Void Realm, the origin of all things, and their final destination." In an instant, the Red Dragon, Illichbert, the undead of the demigod subspace demons, and a dozen Saint Spectres surrounded the enemy. Xia Yu finally declared, "Welcome once again to this family. Attack." Divine Judgment. Suddenly, countless radiant swords blossomed in the sky, forming a magnificent curtain of light, as if the brilliance of deities had descended upon the world. This awe-inspiring spectacle instantly captivated the attention of all living beings. At the same time, the Red Dragon opened its massive jaws and unleashed hellish flames directly at the subspace demons. The Quasagode-level subspace demon controlled by Xia Yu was not to be outdone, releasing the most powerful magical attack against its former kin. On the battlefield, mythic undead like Ericbert showcased their unique skills. Ghostly fireballs danced in the air, and whirlwind slashes whistled through, creating a scene of chaos and intensity. Faced with attacks from all directions, especially the overwhelming light swords, the subspace demons quickly employed their signature move subspace teleportation to evade the deadly strikes. However, with just a light wave of her hand, the Saintess caused the light swords to turn sharply in midair like guided missiles, precisely targeting the demons as they emerged from subspace. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, numerous mythic and legendary subspace demons were pierced by the light swords, their bodies corroded by the luminous power, turning into pus. Yet, within Xia Yu's void realm, even those reduced to pus would be resurrected by the void's power, continuing to fight for him. A quick-witted Quasagode-level subspace demon chose to teleport directly beside the Red Dragon, channeling dark energy into its chest. The Red Dragon, however, responded with a sinister grin, biting off half the demon's head. Despite this, the Red Dragon itself was also torn apart by the invading dark energy, exploding into fragments. Although the Quasagode-level subspace demon's head was injured, it began to heal at a visible rate. But it had no time to rest, as the dead Red Dragon reappeared behind it, once again spewing hellish flames. Roar! The demon howled in agony. Seizing the moment, Xia Yu quickly cast a curse of pain and a curse of weakness on the heavily injured Quasagode-level demon. The demon's screams grew even more harrowing, sending chills down the spines of the other subspace demons. However, the pain was fleeting. A subspace demon suddenly appeared behind its wounded comrade, plunging its claws into its body. With a boom, the Quasagode-level demon exploded like the Red Dragon before it, only to be resurrected once more. The battle was an endless cycle. The subspace demons killed their enemies, only to find them resurrected and continuing the fight. Their own fallen comrades were revived, but as foes. This endless loop struck fear even into these destruction-loving demons. The subspace demons attempted to deploy their domains, only to find them suppressed as if they were in a true god's realm. In contrast, their opponents' domains seemed enhanced, crushing them effortlessly. As the battle raged on, the strength of Siayu's forces grew, while the number of subspace demons dwindled. This was the terrifying aspect of Xiayu, the necromancer who had now become the death dominator. Some subspace demons tried to locate Xiayu, but they couldn't pinpoint his position. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Killed subspace demon mythic boss, Shunya, level 54. Experience 0. You have obtained Law Insight Fragment 3, Mythic Demon Head, Mythic Demon Head, Mythic level, 50. Intelligence 50,001. Strength 25,888. Subspace teleportation. Allows you to teleport all allied units within a designated range. Maximum range, 1 kilometer. Maximum distance, 10 kilometers. Cooldown, 24 hours. Siayu was delighted to discover this was a valuable helmet. It had been a long time since he had found equipment suitable for himself, given that his Quasi-God set was irreplaceable, and the rest were level 50 mythic items, except for his helmet. Now, he could finally upgrade it. He quickly assessed the value of the equipment. This subspace teleportation skill is perfect for ambushes. I can suddenly teleport millions of undead soldiers from 10 kilometers away. Who could react in time? Excellent, excellent. Siayu nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the unexpected gain from this battle. The battle within the Void Realm had finally concluded, and Siayu's gains were nothing short of astonishing. 3 quasi-divine beings, over 100 mythic level, and thousands of legendary level subspace demons, all formidable as an invincible army, had fallen under his command. The power of the Void Realm surged dramatically, boasting an impressive 6 quasi-divine combatants, 5 subspace demons, and a red dragon, not to mention the undying and immortal necromancer quasi-gods. Gazing at this fearsome lineup, Xiayu couldn't help but marvel. This Void Realm is ridiculously powerful. A bold thought flashed through his mind: what if he faced a few true gods within the Void Realm? But he quickly dismissed this dangerous notion. As he retracted the Void Realm, a sudden dizziness hit him. His body trembled violently in midair, plummeting towards the ground like a kite with a broken string. Damn, he cursed under his breath. I've exhausted too much mental energy. This time I kept the Void Realm open for too long. In that critical moment, Deathwing appeared just in time, catching the falling Siayu securely. Master, are you all right? Deathwing asked anxiously. Siayu struggled to stand and shook his head. I'm fine, just overexerted my mental energy. He glanced around. The fierce battle on the front lines continued unabated. The sight of mythic and quasi-divine subspace demons flying everywhere was terrifying. But at that moment, Siayu could only watch helplessly, drained of strength. He quickly pulled out a mental potion and began gulping it down. Meanwhile, the mythic warriors Qingimo, Lei Hua, Yang Tian, and others caught sight of Siayu reappearing safely. Despite his pale complexion, they all breathed a collective sigh of relief. Even more astonishing was the fact that no subspace demons were around him. If not for the ongoing battle, they would have rushed over to ask how Siayu had managed it. With the support of Naali, the Frost Ancient Dragon, the Frostbone Dragon Legion, and numerous undead lords, along with the Holy Maiden's aura, the mythic warriors were entrenched in a bitter fight, yet had suffered no casualties. Even those seriously wounded were promptly healed by the priests on the scene. Xiayu's reappearance served as a morale booster, significantly uplifting the mythic warriors. Their strength surged as they fought valiantly, managing to suppress the numerically superior mythic-level subspace demons. At that moment, a glimmer of hope appeared on everyone's faces, as if they could see the dawn of victory slowly rising. Charge! The battle cry echoed through the heavens as the mythic warriors, eyes gleaming with fervor, surged toward the subspace demon army. This was not only a mission to defend their homeland, but also a prime opportunity to enhance their powers and acquire valuable equipment. Long-treasured artifacts were unleashed, exploding among the demon ranks and causing massive casualties. Simultaneously, Bai Qi commanded his undead army to slice through the enemy formations, personally leading elite troops to devour isolated demon followers, steadily advancing toward the city. Above the battlefield, Yang Tianhe summoned a 3-headed flaming hydra, each head possessing near-divine power, engaging multiple formidable opponents. Qing Imo, Lei Hua, and Koklai, under the influence of powerful auras, fought on par with the near-divine demons, while other mythic warriors began to approach the threshold of near-divine power, tilting the battle in humanity's favor. As legendary and mythic demons fell one after another, cheers erupted across the battlefield. Some leveled up twice, others acquired rare equipment, and a few even obtained fragments of law comprehension, their excitement palpable. Seeing the tide turn against them, the remaining near-divine demons let out desperate roars. Suddenly, All mythic demons simultaneously used subspace teleportation, vanishing from the battlefield in an instant. They're trying to escape. Chase them. Don't let them get away. The mythic warriors shouted excitedly, eyes fixed on the potential experience points and loot. Siayu patted his deathwing, ready to pursue. However, Yang Tianhe quickly stopped them. Wait. Qingemo, Lei Hua, call them back. Something's not right with these demons. Everyone looked at Yang Tianhe in confusion, only to see the subspace demons flying toward a subspace rift. What are they planning? Siayu asked, frowning. Sacrifice. Yang Tianhe said gravely, they intend to sacrifice themselves to the subspace rift to fully summon the demon god. His words struck like a bolt from the blue, causing everyone's faces to change. Yang Tianhe explained that, given the current situation, the demon god couldn't fully descend but could extend an arm, much like the rift guarded by Zhou Qinghuai. The group breathed a slight sigh of relief, but immediately tensed up again. Yang Tianhe quickly formulated a plan. I'll stay here to guard the subspace rift. You take care of the remaining demon followers in the city. Siayu looked at the middle-aged man he had just met, feeling a mixture of emotions. Yang Tianhe smiled and said, grow strong. Maybe you'll find a third way. As for staying behind, don't even think about it. You still have much room to grow. Siayu nodded in agreement and turned to join the battle. Meanwhile, the subspace rift in the sky continued to expand. Suddenly, a deafening explosion resounded through the heavens and earth. The sky was torn apart as a gigantic arm, covered in menacing black scales, emerged and slammed heavily onto the ground. The earth trembled violently, and surrounding buildings and mountains crumbled. The ground fractured with countless fissures, and a massive handprint, several kilometers wide, plunged deep into the earth, showcasing the terrifying power of the black-scaled arm. The demon god had ultimately descended. Is this really the power of a true god? Deathwing flipped several times in midair before stabilizing itself. Siayu looked up, his gaze landing on the arm that loomed like a mountain. Dastalu True God Boss. Race, Subspace Demon. Level, 70. Strength, 70. Agility? Intelligence? Talent? Skills? Apart from the level and name, all other attributes were question marks. None of the mythic professionals present could discern Dastalu's true attributes. Only Yang Tian and I narrowed their eyes, thinking, is it really the same demon god? Boom. The mountain-like arm swept across the surroundings, instantly crushing countless undead soldiers into flying fragments of bone and flesh. A mythic professional who couldn't evade in time was hit directly, their body exploding into a bloody mist that splattered for kilometers. The first mythic professional had fallen in battle. Retreat. Fall back. Qingemo, Lei Hua, and Yang Tian shouted, commanding everyone to retreat immediately. Only Yang Tian wielded his staff, summoning several fiery hydras to launch a frenzied attack on the demon god's arm. This successfully diverted the demon god's attention, giving the other mythic professionals precious time to escape. Siayu also began to retreat immediately, but just as he moved, countless blood-red eyes emerged from the subspace rift, locking onto him. Oh, a bearer of the death divinity. I didn't expect to encounter one. Hand it over. A voice filled with evil and greed echoed from the subspace rift. Simultaneously, the demon god's arm ignored the fiery hydras and reached for Siayu with a fierce grab. Damn it! Soul burn! Siayu turned to the forbidden spellcaster, Edward, behind him. Finger of death. Fortunately, Siayu had kept the forbidden spellcaster close and ready. Boom. Intense death energy condensed into a ray that shot straight at the demon god's arm. This forced the arm to halt abruptly, trying to evade the death ray. But with only one arm exposed and the other side being restrained, evasion failed. Thud. The finger of death's beam pierced through the demon god's arm, eliciting a howl of pain. Damn undead creature. You truly deserve to die. Curse of Agony. Siayu loved using Curse of Agony when his enemies were in pain. A red light fell on the demon god, and although it took effect, Siayu noticed it was weakened by at least 80, resulting in only 4 times the pain. Holy Maiden, Divine Judgment, Volley Fire. Siayu no longer hid the presence of the Holy Maiden. With his command, ghostly girls with white wings, resembling angels, appeared around him. The sky was enveloped in white light, which, upon closer inspection, were countless holy swords imbued with the power of light and judgment. Soul burn. Shoot him. Judgment. An ethereal voice echoed, and countless holy swords launched simultaneously. Clang, clang, clang. But the power disparity was too great. The holy swords could only leave tiny white marks on the demon god's arm, like acupuncture. Roar. The sheer number of holy swords hitting the demon god's arm, combined with the power of light and judgment and the amplified pain from the Curse of Agony, made the demon god howl in agony once more. Die. The demon god's arm, ignoring everything, reached directly for Siayu, as if to crush him on the spot. Should he use spatial teleportation? The speed of the demon god's arm was astonishing, making escape via Deathwing unrealistic. Spatial blink, with its few hundred meters range, would be like diving into the demon god's grasp. To escape, only spatial teleportation back to Longwa would suffice. Just as Siayu prepared to use spatial teleportation, a bolt of purple lightning, like a heavenly tribulation, struck from the subspace rift, hitting the demon god's arm hard. Boom! The power of the purple lightning was immense, creating a deep crater in the demon god's arm, with shattered flesh and scales flying everywhere. Forbidden spell, Doomsday Meteor. On the other side, Yang Tian, taking advantage of Xia Yu's restraint on the demon god's arm, unleashed his forbidden spell. A fiery meteor, like a miniature sun, crashed onto the wound created by the purple lightning. Bang! This time, the demon god's arm was exposed down to the bone. Roar! A furious roar echoed from the subspace rift. Damn humans, you dare enter the abyss. Don't think that refining a guardian divinity makes you my equal. Humph, but it's not just me this time. A clear voice came from the subspace rift. Zhou, you finally arrived. Yang Tian laughed. Siayu was bewildered. What just happened? What was that purple lightning? Wait, purple lightning? Zhou Qinghuai. At that moment, a man in a purple robe, holding a staff that resembled lightning, flew out from the subspace rift. Old Yang, didn't expect we'd encounter the same demon god. Holy crap, it's the thunder god. Zhou Qinghuai. Siayu stared in shock at the suddenly appearing man. How did he emerge from the subspace rift? Zhou Qinghuai glanced at Siayu, smiling. Impressive, breaking my record and growing to this level in just 6 months. You're even more extraordinary than me. Alright, how do we deal with this demon god? One of us on each side. Yang Tian asked, eyeing the rapidly healing demon god's arm. Speaking of the demon god, Zhou Qinghuai's eyes flashed with determination. No, we need to deal with both sides this time. Although we can't kill him now, destroying the subspace rift is possible. Have you advanced further? Yang Tian asked, eyes wide with shock. Zhou Qinghuai nodded with a smile. True god? Siayu suddenly asked from the side. Zhou Qinghuai sighed and shook his head, just half a step away. Then he looked at Siayu. You won't advance to true god faster than me, will you? Give an old man some face. Who knows? Siayu laughed, though both were clearly joking. Kid, hit him with curses. Your curse of agony is quite effective. That guy was howling in pain. Old Yang, lower his magic resistance. He's too tough, and his curse resistance is high. If only that guy from America were here, we might actually slay a god today. Zhou Qinghuai quickly directed, ending with a sigh. Got it. No problem. Siayu and Yang Tian responded in unison. At this moment, the demon god's voice echoed, humans, today you will witness the wrath of a god. Divine domain, space solidification. The demon god's roar thundered through the air, and in an instant, Siayu and Yang Tianhe felt the space around them become thick like syrup. Their movements slowed, and their speed drastically dropped. They exchanged a wary glance, realizing that the demon god had not used such a powerful domain against them before. Just then, Zhou Qinghuai's voice came through, light and amused. Sorry, I came over here and his domain can now reach you. I'll be off. Before the sentence was finished, Zhou Qinghuai's figure transformed into a purple lightning bolt and disappeared into a subspace rift before their eyes. Damn humans, you deserve to die. The demon god's enraged roar shook the heavens. The next second, the domain that was suppressing Siayu and Yang Tianhe vanished, clearly redirected to chase after Zhou Qinghuai. Siayu couldn't help but marvel. No wonder Mr. Zhou is so feared by the demon god, even with a mythic body. His expression changed slightly as he thought to himself. This guy's a real monster, just a step away from becoming Earth's first true god. Thunder roared incessantly within the subspace rift, and the blood-red eyeballs that had been watching Siayu burst one by one, spilling godly blood onto the ground. Yang Tianhe didn't hesitate, raising his staff and shouting, Siayu, let's do it. Magic dispel. With a resounding boom, the demon god's defensive spells and curse energy were significantly weakened. Siayu followed up immediately, casting his skills, Curse of Agony, Curse of Weakness. 2 red beams struck the demon god, achieving at least 50 curse effectiveness. Humans, you have desecrated a god. The demon god roared, and blood-red eyes appeared again in the subspace rift, glaring at the two of them. The demon god's arm swung towards them with great force. Run! Yang Tianhe shouted in a low voice, using spatial blink to escape instantly. However, the spatial disturbance attracted the demon god's arm's attention. Siayu quickly patted his mount, Deathwing, and whispered, Fly. The mount immediately understood, swiftly distancing itself from the demon god's arm and Yang Tianhe. Siayu chose not to use spatial blink because the demon god's primary focus was on Zhou Qinghai within the subspace rift, and this side was only being observed by the blood-red eyes. Spatial skills create significant energy fluctuations, easily detectable, especially by a demon god of the subspace. Facing the approaching demon god's arm, Yang Tianhe's expression changed, and he quickly cast Lava Shield. A massive flame shield enveloped him. The demon god's arm struck the shield heavily, causing it to explode and push the arm back. Yang Tianhe seized the opportunity to escape the attack range. Suddenly, the demon god's entire body trembled, thunder roared within the subspace rift, and countless lightning bolts flashed out, instantly clearing all the blood-red eyes. The demon god roared, "Guardian god, you are truly damned." The extended arm retracted, clearly under immense pressure from Zhou Qinghai. Zhou Qinghai's voice came from the rift. "Close the subspace rift on your side." Xia Yu and Yang Tianhe exchanged a glance, realizing what needed to be done. Xia Yu immediately ordered, "Saintess, Archmage, everyone, attack the subspace rift with all you've got." Yang Tianhe also shouted to the distant mythic professionals, "You too, anyone with long-range attack skills, hit the subspace rift with everything." Lei Hua, Qing Yimo, and others led the mythic professionals back, unleashing their most powerful forbidden spells. The sky lit up with a myriad of colors, merging into a single point, then vanishing. The subspace rift visibly shrank rapidly. However, the demon god's arm suddenly stretched out again, forcibly holding the rift open, preventing it from closing. Everyone's faces fell, victory seemingly within reach, now slipping away. At that moment, Zhou Qinghai's voice rang out again. "Still distracted? Then leave your two hands here." No sooner had he spoken than a barrage of lightning struck the demon god's arm. "Guardian!" The demon god's howl echoed as the mountainous arm shattered, crashing heavily to the ground. Everyone gasped in shock. Zhou Qinghai's power was astounding. "Kid, take one of these arms for your dragon. It'll be good for him." Zhou Qinghai's voice came again, and then the subspace rift completely vanished. Deathwing's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Master? That guy? No, that big brother just now. Did he say I could have one of the demon god's arms?" Siayu nodded reluctantly, the roar of Deathwing still echoing in his ears. The people around him wore wry smiles, clearly not expecting Mr. Zhou to give Siayu such a grand gift at the last moment, the arm of a true godly creature. For a dragon like Deathwing, this was undoubtedly a powerful evolution elixir, capable of helping it break through its current tier and enhancing its latent potential. "Charge!" Deathwing roared, rushing straight towards the godly arm. However, at that moment, the arm trembled slightly and suddenly shot into the air, hurtling towards Siayu at an incredible speed. It moved so fast that in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. Teleport! Siayu felt a chill run down his spine, not expecting the severed arm to launch such a powerful attack. Thankfully, he reacted quickly and used his teleportation skill. Boom! The godly arm crashed heavily into the spot where Siayu had been standing, the resulting shockwave blowing the surrounding mythic warriors away. The arm then lost its remaining power and fell to the ground. "Siayu!" Qingmo's pupils contracted as he shouted anxiously. But soon, everyone breathed a sigh of relief as they sensed the spatial teleportation fluctuations. Lei Hua looked at Qingmo and chuckled. "That kid is lucky, don't worry." Qingmo gazed at the godly arm thoughtfully and said, "Record this down. In the future, when facing true god bosses, we must ensure they are truly dead before approaching." He continued, "I'll take this one since it was a gift from Mr. Zhou to Siayu. You take the other one back to Yuanlong's group. Maybe they can figure something out." Qingmo turned to the other mythic warriors and bowed solemnly. "As for the rest of you, your points and rewards will be distributed later. Thank you once again for fighting for our country." Everyone nodded in understanding. Someone said, "General Qing, there's no need for such formality. The demon calamity is too strong. We must unite. We understand the principle of mutual dependence." "Exactly. Behind us is the Dragon Nation, our homeland. Fighting for our country and our home is an honor," another person echoed. Lei Hua slowly looked into the distance, in the direction of America, with a hint of regret in his voice. "It's a pity some countries don't understand this principle." Kekeli also sighed lightly. Lei Hua turned to Kekeli and asked, "Kekeli, are you going back now?" Kekeli shook his head. "No, I plan to wander the world, seeking opportunities to break through to demigod or even true god status." He didn't dare to return to America. It was no longer the home he knew. Lei Hua invited, "Then come back with us to the Dragon Nation. We owe you our gratitude, and the rewards won't be lacking." Kekeli nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Siayu crashed onto the ground with a thud, looking up at the familiar ceiling. He thought to himself, "Looks like I successfully teleported and didn't just escape death." Due to the long teleportation distance, his other summoned creatures had been automatically sent back to the undead space. I wonder how things are going over there. Siayu quickly ran out of the villa. The butler saw him and exclaimed, "Young master, when did you return?" "I have some urgent matters to attend to," Siayu said without looking back, summoning Deathwing within the city and mounting it. "Let's go." As Deathwing flew, it whimpered, "Master, my meat." Siayu said irritably, "We'll go back and eat now." He didn't believe the godly arm could last long in this world. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Choice completed. Reward issued. Reward, Void Realm Comprehension 5. Void Realm 98. Finished. Siayu frowned. The reward from the God-ear choice system almost certainly meant the battle was over. Just then, Siayu's phone rang. It was Principal Chingimo. "Siayu, are you alright?" "I'm fine. How about you?" Siayu asked. Chingimo replied with a smile. "It's over here too. You can rest at home. I'll teleport over and bring you the godly arm." This mission has been perfectly completed. Siayu felt it was inappropriate for the principal to deliver something personally, so he said, "Should I come to you instead?" "No need. Just wait there," Chingimo said, hanging up before Siayu could respond. Siayu patted Deathwing's head. "Let's go home." "But what about my meat?" Deathwing still remembered the godly arm. "Someone will bring it to you," Siayu said, recalling Deathwing to avoid attracting attention. Back at the house, Siayu saw a tall man in elegant robes standing at the door. Upon closer look, Siayu's eyes widened. It was Zhou Qinghuai. The man who had just been fighting the godly creature was now at his doorstep, and Siayu hadn't even noticed his arrival. "Hey, I saw you rushing out just now. What's the urgency?" Zhou Qinghuai greeted with a smile. Siayu chuckled awkwardly. "I was ambushed by the godly arm and teleported back. I wanted to teleport back to help, but they said the battle was over and told me to wait at home." Zhou Qinghuai also felt a bit embarrassed. "I severed those godly arms. Sorry about that. It was my first time, and I didn't realize they had such strong vitality." "It's fine. Nobody got hurt," Siayu quickly said. "Please, come in, Mr. Zhou." They sat down inside, and the butler brought tea. When he saw Zhou Qinghuai, his eyes widened. "Zhou, Thunder God Zhou Qinghuai?" "Hello." Zhou Qinghuai smiled. The butler looked at Siayu, then at Zhou Qinghuai, swallowing heavily. "Two won't disturb you too." He then turned and left, clearly feeling out of place in their conversation. Zhou Qinghuai looked at Siayu and sighed. "I didn't expect you to have such strength after only half a year of awakening. Once you gather the Death Godhead and become a mythic, who knows what heights you'll reach." He then changed the topic. "By the way, do you know about the Abyss?" Siayu's eyes flickered with a trace of confusion. The Abyss was not unfamiliar to him. After all, he had already taken 2 related exams. However, the legends about the Abyss mostly revolved around horror and evil, and concrete knowledge was scarce. People only knew that the creatures in the Abyss treated humans like livestock, either for breeding or sacrifice. According to legend, the Abyss was home to numerous powerful demons, even demon gods, and other races equivalent to subspace demons. Zhou Qinghuai interrupted Siayu's thoughts with a smile. "Don't overthink it. Today, I'll explain the Abyss to you. This is knowledge that should only be accessible at the mythic level." Siayu immediately straightened up and listened attentively. Zhou Qinghuai began to speak. "The Abyss can actually be seen as an ancient version of Earth. Unlike our civilization that developed technology, the creatures there focus their power within themselves. Their methods of cultivation are often more sinister, requiring souls, flesh, and blood as sacrifices. In essence, they are the enemies of the universe." Siayu frowned and asked, "Enemies of the universe? Are there other life forms similar to us out there?" Zhou Qinghuai smiled and replied, "Of course, and soon, you'll get to meet them. Once you reach the mythic level, you can travel there through the Abyss portal. We have our own front lines over there. Only mythic level beings can go?" Siayu continued to ask. Zhou Qinghuai explained, "For now, yes. And besides us, no one else can come to our Earth. But as far as we know, one day, the Abyss will be able to invade every world on a large scale. There are countless races from destroyed native worlds in the Abyss. I don't think that day is far off." His tone grew heavy. "When that time comes, true gods, demon gods, and even those indescribable entities wandering the universe will descend upon this planet. That will be our real catastrophe. And those fools in America have become the traitors leading the way." Mentioning America, Zhou Qinghuai gritted his teeth, clearly frustrated that they thought they had found a powerful ally, unaware of the danger. "What do we do in the Abyss?" Siayu asked. "Grind monsters." Zhou Qinghuai replied with a smile. "Earth is special. This game system allows us to grow much faster than beings from other planets. So we go to the Abyss, where there are many high-level monsters, to grind for equipment. Of course, we also help the beings over there hold the line. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend." Siayu suddenly understood and laughed. As a Death Dominator and Necromancer, war, combat, and death were his favorites. He thought of the billions of undead soldiers in his undead space. If he released them all, it would be a spectacular sight. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The butler hurried down from upstairs to open the door and found Principal Qingma and Lei Hua visiting. They were invited in and served tea. Zhou Qinghua asked, "What brings you here?" Qingma quickly responded, "We came to deliver the demon god's arm to Siayu." Siayu thanked them, knowing this item could help his death's wing break through to the mythic level. Suddenly, Zhou Qinghua, Qingma, and Lei Hua all took out their phones and frowned. Lei Hua cursed under his breath, "Those damn Fusang people. How dare they make such outrageous demands?" Siayu was puzzled, and Zhou Qinghua explained with a cold smile, "It's been hundreds of years, and the Fusang people still covet our Dragon Nation's land. Like the Americans, they've become someone else's lapdogs, now barking at us." Qingma added, "Like America, Fusang has found a true god to serve as their national faith, and the true god has already descended. You know, much of Fusang's land has been submerged by seawater. They've been seeking to divide the territory of other countries, and naturally, our Dragon Nation's land is their top choice." Siayu frowned and felt a surge of anger. "Didn't we clearly refuse to give up any land? These Fusang people are really persistent." The three stood up, ready to leave. "The nation wants us to discuss this matter. Siayu, take a few days to rest. We'll notify you if there's any news." They handed the demon god's arm to Siayu as they left. After seeing the three off, Siayu returned home, deep in thought. Had a true god really descended? Was the catastrophe Mr. Zhou mentioned truly approaching? He resolved to strengthen himself. Seeing that his void realm was only 2 away from reaching 100, Siayu grew more anxious. To boost his power now, he could only change his equipment or acquire skill books with non-class specific abilities like Spatial Blink. Suddenly, Siayu thought of Uncle Bai. Uncle Bai had recently taken over the World Consortium's business in the Dragon Nation. With his connections, finding equipment and skill books would be much easier than going it alone. Siayu immediately called Uncle Bai and explained his needs. Uncle Bai readily agreed and soon returned with Aunt Tang. Uncle Bai cheerfully said, "Come on, honey. Let's see our family's god of the undead." Aunt Tang smiled and pulled Uncle Bai inside, saying, "All right, stop joking around. Let's go in." Uncle Bai turned to Siayu. "Siayu, just let me know if you need anything. Now that your Uncle Bai is the director of Tenglong Limited, overseeing all the World Consortium's business in the country, feel free to ask for anything." Dragon Soar Limited? Siayu frowned as he looked at Bai Binbin and Aunt Tang, feeling puzzled. He remembered that these two were previously working for the Bai family, employed by the World Financial Consortium. How did they suddenly switch to this unfamiliar company? Sensing Xia Yu's confusion, Uncle Bai explained the situation in detail. It turned out that the decision by the United States to mandate belief in God had caused a global uproar. For modern professionals, God was just a more powerful entity, and asking them to believe in such a being was utterly ridiculous. In an era where people pursued power within themselves, even the most backward countries had shed the shackles of faith. The United States' regressive move was met with scorn from professionals worldwide. Worse still, members of the World Financial Consortium from the United States tried to influence members from the Dragon Country to believe in God, an action quickly discovered by Dragon Country's authorities. The government immediately acted, banning the consortium from operating within its borders. The Bai family, the Zhou family, and other Dragon Country member families of the consortium, in collaboration with the state, took over the consortium's assets in the country, forming Dragon Soar Ltd. Thanks to his exceptional work abilities and other factors, Bai Binbin became the director and CEO of Dragon Soar Limited, responsible for the overall management of the company. After hearing the explanation, Siayu couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. "I see. The state acted swiftly. Who would have thought that such a colossal consortium could be split up so easily?" Then, turning to the matter at hand, Siayu said, "Uncle Bai, take all this equipment and handle it for me. If Xiao Xiao and other guild members need anything, they can keep it. The rest should be converted into items with potential attributes, suitable gear for my necromancer, or skill books for all professions." With that, Siayu led the two into the basement, where he removed all his equipment, filling the entire space. Bai Binbin's eyes widened in shock at the sight of tens of thousands of high-quality pieces of equipment. Siayu explained that these were spoils from the Demon Wars, including high-level demon follower contributions. Even the lesser-quality items could fetch a good price. Bai Binbin confidently assured, "No problem. With this much equipment, I can get you anything you need. Take these first, there's more," Siayu said with a mysterious smile. "What? More?" Bai Binbin and Aunt Tang exclaimed in unison. "Siayu, what exactly have you been through?" Siayu didn't reveal much, vaguely mentioning several large-scale wars, including battles against tens of millions or even billions of demon followers and numerous legendary, mythical, and quasi-divine demons from subspace. However, he didn't go into detail, as information about subspace demons remained classified worldwide. known only to mythical professionals or national leaders. Bai Binbin could only advise, stay safe. He knew that Siayu was now far beyond his own capabilities, but also understood that their familial bond transcended any obstacle. Siayu entrusted him with these invaluable pieces of equipment without hesitation. After handing over all the unused equipment to Uncle Bai Binbin patted his chest and promised, Siayu, don't worry. I'll make sure you get what you want. After dinner, Uncle Bai and Aunt Tang hurriedly left to handle the equipment, while Siayu returned to his room and took out a mythical treasure map. Mythical treasure map, level 60. Effect, use it to enter the treasure space and search for ancient treasures. Siayu was filled with anticipation. Even a regular treasure map had previously rewarded him with 2 divine skills, spatial blink and spatial teleportation. This mythical map promised even greater rewards. Enter. As Siayu used the treasure map, a black vortex engulfed him. In the blink of an eye, Siayu found himself in a scorching desert. The ground beneath him was loose sand, and a fierce wind whipped up clouds of dust. He surveyed his surroundings and saw that the map marked 4 red points, 2 more than a regular treasure map. The rules remained the same. He could only dig up 1 treasure point before being immediately teleported out. A system prompt soon followed. Please make your choice. Choose the northern treasure point to obtain the Quasimane artifact Sky City. Reward, true god level alchemy. Choose the southern treasure point to obtain the Quasimane artifact War God Sword. Reward, Quasimane artifact War God Armor. Choose the western treasure point to obtain the Quasimane artifact Life Tree. Reward, Quasimane artifact Life Bow. Choose the eastern treasure point to obtain Light God Core. Reward, Death God Core Fragment. Looking at the dazzling array of rewards, Siayu had only one thought. I want them all. Unfortunately, he could only choose one. Light God Core? Not just a fragment, but also a Death God Core fragment as a reward. Siayu stared at the eastern treasure point, astonished. This is insane. Is this a mythical treasure map? It feels like a main god-level treasure map. At that moment, Siayu summoned the Saintess. Unexpectedly, she appeared on her own and pointed decisively to the east. Master, go that way. Siayu looked at the Saintess in confusion. Is there something you want there? The God Core, the Light God Core. The Saintess replied without hesitation. You can sense it? Siayu was surprised, as he hadn't felt anything unusual. The Saintess nodded gently. Why do you want that? Siayu asked. It will greatly enhance my power. The Saintess replied in her ethereal voice. Siayu was speechless. This was the first time the Saintess had shown a desire for something, and if she could use the God Core to enhance her power, she would become even more extraordinary. More importantly, her strength would also mean his strength. This was definitely a great deal. All right, let's go. Siayu summoned the Deathwing and flew east. However, halfway there, a twisted shadow blocked their path. Siayu focused on the intruder, his expression growing serious. Though the creature's body was twisted and elongated, its wings, silver armor, and silver greatsword reminded Siayu of the angels the Saintess had once summoned. The resemblance was uncanny, sending a chill down his spine. The twisted beings are an elite race of unknown level, boasting strength of 41, agility of 498,172, intelligence of 504,263, and talent of 481,354. They are surrounded by a strange power. Non-kindred units lose 2 health per second and gain 2 every 5 seconds, up to a maximum of 20. This terrifying ability, known as Ominous Presence, is truly chilling. They wield dreadful skills like the Hammer of Blasphemy, Curse of Agony, and Will of Despair. Siayu let out a soft chuckle, and the Saintess' spirit charged forward, her radiant hammer striking the twisted being without hesitation. Rest in peace, she whispered. With a booming sound, the twisted being disintegrated into light particles. However, Siayu keenly noticed a hint of relief on its face. There's definitely a connection, he thought to himself. As Siayu continued on his journey, he encountered numerous twisted beings. But with his current strength, these level 40-something creatures posed no threat. Additionally, within the challenge space, the Saintess could attack without restraint, allowing Siayu to progress rapidly. Suddenly, a black line appeared in Siayu's field of vision. On that black line, a white dot hung like a sun. Siayu squinted, carefully observing the peculiar sight. As he drew closer, he was astonished to see a massive metal wall stretching for tens of kilometers and towering thousands of meters high. The black metallic wall resembled a sprawling black dragon, its surface jagged and uneven, as if made of discarded metal. The closer he got, the more Siayu could feel the divine energy emanating from the white sun. A hunch told him it was the light divinity. The light divinity is just hanging there? Siayu pondered, considering that he could have the Saintess fly up and retrieve it. However, for safety's sake, he decided to walk around the enormous wall and soon found the city gate. The gate was wide open, with no guards in sight, deepening Xia Yu's suspicions. Although he knew some creatures were mechanical life forms, the exaggerated wall, open gate, and the hanging light divinity all reeked of conspiracy. Siayu sighed. Since I chose the light divinity, I have to take the risk. He took one last look at the white sun and stepped into the city. Upon entering, Siayu was stunned. The streets were bustling, exuding the atmosphere of a Japanese-style street, with pink ambient lights everywhere. However, the inhabitants were heavy machinery, clanking as they moved. To his shock, these machines were not monsters and had no attribute panels. Hey there, young master, a robot hugged another, the clanging of metal deafening Siayu, shattering his preconceived notions. This city is pretty wild, he gasped. A robot red light district right at the entrance. Suddenly, a voice came from above. Kid, are you only one mechanized? Is the only part mechanized your little buddy? Siayu stepped back and looked up, seeing a three-turtle robot glaring at him, its face screen displaying the word disdain. This remark drew the attention of surrounding robots, who expressed their contempt for Siayu's nearly human body in various strange ways. Wow, I can't believe I'm seeing such a high flesh content being in this city. I want to take it home as a pet. Ha ha ha, such a creature will only die of old age, suffering in flesh, while we ascend in machinery. Poor guy, only one mechanized? I wonder why the goddess punished him like this. Listening to these bizarre comments, Siayu concluded that the city was ruled by robots who respected higher degrees of mechanization. Hey, are you ignoring me? The giant robot swung a heavy fist. Bang! Siayu effortlessly blocked it with one hand without even looking. Too weak, at most a master-level creature, he thought. The robot's expression shifted from disdain to shock. It quickly retracted its fist and stammered an apology. Sorry, I apologize for my rudeness. It tried to flee, but Siayu leapt onto its shoulder. I suggest you don't run, or I'll punch your body to pieces, Siayu coldly warned. Thud. The robot immediately stood at attention. The surrounding robots were equally shocked, watching as the small flesh being easily blocked the robot's heavy punch. Seeing this, the onlookers dispersed. The robot subdued by Siayu was considered strong among them, so there would be no more entertainment to watch. Tell me about this city, Siayu demanded coldly. The robot hesitated, surprised that someone would enter the city without knowing its situation. It began to explain. This city is called Hera City, controlled by the Cuckoo Church. They perform mechanical ascension on living beings entering the city, dividing them into high and low mechanization. Highly mechanized beings are born nobles, while those with low mechanization are discriminated against and enslaved. The church promotes reproduction, but the highly mechanized can't reproduce. So the city is filled with red light districts, and everyone is working hard to proliferate. Damn, what a perverse church. Siayu muttered in disbelief. Siayu ignored the surrounding robots and walked straight to a massive machine that looked like a giant meat grinder. This unmanned apparatus was roaring loudly, clearly the primary means by which this city produced iron coins. All one had to do was feed it energy items, and it would dispense iron coins in return. Siayu frowned slightly, thinking to himself, what a strange device. In fact, this whole city was filled with oddities, making him cautious. Although the robots he encountered along the way weren't particularly strong, the presence of the Cuckoo Church made him wary. This church, known for transforming living beings into machines, had bizarre doctrines that were highly suspicious. After a moment of thought, Siayu took out a piece of legendary equipment. Although it was incredibly valuable in the outside world, it was of little use to him. Without hesitation, he tossed it into the machine. Immediately, the machine let out a deafening roar, as if it could be heard miles away. The surrounding robots were drawn to the noise, chattering amongst themselves. What kind of energy block did that guy put in there? It made the coin dispenser roar like that. Oh my god, it must be a high-level energy block. I've lived here for hundreds of years and never heard such a sound. He looks so weak, Some robot's eyes glowed red, greedily eyeing Siayu's small frame. Hearing the discussions around him, Siayu realized that his legendary equipment still held considerable value in this city. Suddenly, a silver-glowing iron coin shot out from the machine, and Siayu grabbed it. The front of the coin bore the face of an exceptionally beautiful woman, almost like a dream lover. The back depicted a voluptuous, smooth-legged beauty, but without a face. Just one glance made Siayu feel a wave of desire. However, with his strong mental fortitude, he quickly regained clarity. Looking at the coin again, a strange expression appeared on his face. He thought to himself, no wonder these coins are called objects of desire. They indeed stir one's most primal urges. Reflecting on the woman's image he had seen, Siayu noted that she resembled Bai Xiaoxiao somewhat, though their body types were vastly different. He sighed inwardly. Xiaoxiao is already 18, and there's probably no hope for her figure. At that moment, Countless iron coins began spewing from the machine. Siayu, quick-eyed and nimble, collected them all into his bag. However, some of the robots behind him couldn't hold back any longer, charging at him with angry shouts. Fleshling, hand over the iron coins. With a casual wave, Siayu summoned several undead soldiers and instructed, don't kill them. He then paid them no further attention. The air filled with screams and the exclamations of the robots. It's necromancy. How can he still use magic? Impossible. Beings who've undergone mechanical ascension can't use magic. Has he not undergone mechanical ascension? Then how did he enter Hera City? The robots stared at Siayu in shock. More than his strength, they were astonished that he hadn't undergone mechanical ascension. By this time, Siayu had collected all the iron coins, totaling around 120,000. Given that a night in the pleasure district cost 10 coins, this was quite a sum. Siayu raised an eyebrow, surprised by his substantial haul. Among the robots, one with a human upper body and 8 mechanical crab legs for a lower body stared at Siayu with intense curiosity. After securing the coins, Siayu decided to find a place to rest and start investigating the city's oddities. Witnessing Siayu's power, the robots made way for him, a testament to the deterrent effect of strength. Though curious about Siayu, they preferred not to waste their endless lifespans courting death and instead considered heading to the pleasure district to spend a night with a compatible mechanical beauty. Just as Siayu was about to leave, a robot blocked his path. He looked curiously at this being with a human upper body and 8 mechanical crab legs. From what Siayu understood about this city, this robot was likely from the lowest rung, as it was neither powerful nor highly mechanized. What's the matter? Siayu asked. Why have you come to this city? The crab-leg robot inquired. Why should I tell you? Siayu shook his head and prepared to leave. You're here for the light god core, aren't you? The crab-leg robot suddenly said. This made Siayu stop in his tracks, curiously looking at the crab robot. Its metallic shell glinted coldly under the dim light, and its mechanical eyes stared straight at Siayu. Why? Siayu asked softly, his eyes filled with confusion. The crab robot's voice was filled with bitterness and anger. This city has nothing but desire and robots that can never satisfy their desires, except for the light divinity that imprisons everything. It pointed a mechanical claw towards the distant gleam, hatred almost seeping from its every joint. You didn't come here to escape death. You're still young, the robot continued, its voice softening slightly. Nor did you come to indulge in desires. So, you must be here for the light divinity. A sense of doubt rose in Siayu's heart. He squinted slightly. Is my purpose that obvious? No. The crab robot shook its metallic head. I'm here to help you. Our organization is here to help you obtain the light divinity. A hint of anticipation flashed in its mechanical eyes. Siayu raised an eyebrow. Your organization? This was the second organization he had encountered. The first, of course, was the Cuckoo Church. We are the half-human mechanicals, the crab robot responded proudly. Siayu suddenly understood. The half-human mechanicals, being at the bottom of the city's hierarchy and confined by the light divinity as it had mentioned, indeed had a reason to seek the light divinity's removal. With local support, his actions would undoubtedly be smoother, avoiding the aimless wandering like a headless fly. How can I trust you? Siayu's lips curled slightly, a cautious smile playing on his face. In an environment like this, trusting others indiscriminately was akin to courting death. The crab robot didn't answer, simply turned and walked towards a corner of the city. Follow me. Siayu hesitated for a moment, but decided to follow. They navigated through narrow alleys and arrived at the outskirts of the city. The pungent smell of engine oil filled the air, and rusted iron pieces and dilapidated tin houses were everywhere. More low-tech mechanical beings struggled to survive here. These half-human mechanicals were covered in scars, pain twisting their faces. Some had incomplete bodies, dragging their damaged forms across this barren land in a desperate fight for survival. Watching all this, Siayu couldn't help but feel a surge of complex emotions. Is this what you wanted to show me? Siayu's eyes flickered slightly, his voice tinged with complex emotions. He looked around, taking in the scene of desolation and decay. Half-human machines huddled in dark corners, their eyes filled with fear and despair. The city's center echoed with the noise of machines bullying these helpless beings. The sight brought back memories of his own past, the feeling of being oppressed and powerless still vivid in his mind. The crab-like cyborg clenched its teeth, its voice filled with anger and determination. I just wanted to show you our resolve to escape. This city is hell for us, a hell we can't escape from. He went on to explain that the only way to escape this hell was to seize the light god's essence suspended in the sky. However, with their current strength, it was uncertain when they could achieve this goal. This was why they sought the help of the mysterious necromancer. Siayu nodded thoughtfully. What makes you think I'll cooperate with you? Honestly, your strength is too weak. He glanced around. Most of the half-human machines were only at a mid-level master rank, and their numbers were far fewer than his undead army. Unexpectedly, the crab-like cyborg smiled slightly. As long as you have the willingness to cooperate, there's a chance. This way, please. Our organization has existed in this city for over 1,000 years. If you want to take down the light god's essence, you can't do it without our help. 1,000 years? Siayu was indeed surprised by this information. He followed the crab-like cyborg to a somewhat tidy tin shack in the city center. Two half-human machine guards stopped them, eyeing Siayu with surprise. Your level of mechanization is so low? There's no trace of mechanical parts on you at all? The other guard quickly caught on and warmly said, "Don't be afraid, friend. We don't discriminate based on the level of mechanization here. Welcome to our group." Nishing explained, "This gentleman hasn't undergone mechanization. He came directly from outside." This statement shocked the guards even more because the city was sealed by the light god's essence. Normally, one could only enter through the Cuckoo Church's teleportation array and be mechanized in the process. The guards looked at Siayu in astonishment. Though still puzzled, they respectfully greeted him. "Welcome. We've never seen a normal human here before." Suddenly, a steady middle-aged voice came from inside the shack. "What's going on?" Siayu looked up to see a middle-aged man emerge. His arms were like giant spiked warhammers, and his feet had transformed into tank-like treads. This was Aubrey. Excitedly, Nishing introduced Siayu to Aubrey, particularly mentioning his ability to summon undead within the city. Aubrey listened, a hint of surprise in his eyes, and then invited Siayu into the tin shack. Inside, the place was extremely shabby, reminiscent of a refugee camp. Siayu couldn't help but shake his head, speculating about the lifespans of these machines and raising a series of questions in his mind. Soon, Aubrey brought out a small, elderly man. The old man's upper body and head were mechanized, his head resembling a screen that immediately displayed a smiling face. "Powerful Mage, welcome and thank you for being willing to help us." Siayu was direct. "No need for thanks yet. I haven't decided to cooperate with you. Cooperation requires honesty and information. To be frank, I just arrived in this city and don't understand much, so I need a trustworthy partner. You seem to have potential since you have difficulties, and our interests don't conflict." The elder smiled wryly. "Yes, we want to escape this cursed city, and you want the light god's essence. So, ask your questions." Siayu immediately asked the most pressing question on his mind. "I've heard your organization has existed for 1,000 years. How have the more powerful machines and the mysterious Cuckoo Church allowed you to survive?" The elder slowly explained. "You might think that this city, which allows machines to indulge in endless desires, grants them long lives, and makes them feel superior, would be something the machines and the Cuckoo Church would never want to see destroyed. But many have lived here for hundreds, even thousands of years, and have grown weary of it. Yet, they are still compelled by their inner beastly desires to indulge. This city is a demonic prison that binds everyone's freedom from within, from the depths of their souls. Countless beings wish for its destruction but cannot achieve it, so they place their hopes on us, the half-human machines who are not bound by these beastly desires." Siayu nodded thoughtfully. "I see. That does make things interesting." Hearing Siayu's words, all the robots present smiled. Looking around, Siayu asked curiously, "Do you have a plan?" Just as the elder was about to respond, the doors suddenly swung open. A towering bald man with arms like steel swords and additional iron limbs protruding from his back entered. Despite his heavy modifications, his body bore them effortlessly. Siayu couldn't help but think that even Aubrey had to turn his feet into wheels to support his hammer-like arms. Yet this man seemed unburdened. Siayu's eyes narrowed as he immediately recognized the man's strength was the most powerful individual Siayu had seen in Hera City, a level 40-something legend, but nothing more. The bald man shot a sharp glance at Siayu and demanded, "Elder, are you sure his power is trustworthy, even if he is a mage?" Clearly, he did not trust Siayu. The elder scolded coldly, "Mackie, calm down. You're being rude." Hearing the elder's words, the towering man actually quieted down, but continued to stare intently at Siayu. Siayu slowly began, "Actually, I think he has a point. Since we're going to cooperate, it's only fair we get to know each other. I'll prove myself." Siayu's words made Mackie's eyes light up, and a hint of respect and trust appeared in his gaze. The elder gave Siayu a deep look and nodded, "All right." He understood that power was the key to gaining everyone's cooperation. They needed to believe this person could lead them to victory. Mackie shouted, "Kid, even if you lose, I'll still acknowledge you as one of us cyborgs." Siayu's willingness to accept the challenge had earned his respect. Siayu shook his head with a smile and beckoned him, "Lose? Bring it on." Siayu's gesture made the elder and the others frown. Mackie asked in confusion, "Aren't you going to use magic?" "I don't want to bully you," Siayu explained. "No, magic can be lethal." He decided to fight barehanded, confident that his immense intelligence could outmatch any legendary boss. Besides, with his incredible strength and agility, he had a massive advantage over any legendary warrior. Enraged, Maki charged at Siayu. As Maki's iron fist came down, Siayu didn't dodge but met it with his own punch. Bang! With a loud crash, Maki flew back like a shadow, landing heavily on the ground. Everyone's eyes widened as they saw Siayu's fist, a fraction of the size of Maki's iron one, send Maki flying several dozen meters, leaving a dent in the iron fist. Smiling, Siayu placed his hands behind his back, striking a masterful pose, though his face twitched. Despite his superior strength and defense, the hardness of Maki's iron fist exceeded his expectations. His hand throbbed with pain from the punch. Internally, Siayu resolved, next time, let the undead soldiers handle it. I'm a necromancer, a master of death. No need to fight myself. The elder addressed the other cyborgs who had gathered. Do you accept this now? Everyone nodded repeatedly, acknowledging that if Maki couldn't beat this mage, they stood no chance. Maki stood up, looking at Siayu with newfound admiration. You're incredible, Magino, big brother. How do you train your body? Can you teach me? Siayu's face darkened. I'm a mage. He explained that his strength came from good equipment and high attribute potential, unlike their mechanical enhancements. Maki grew even more excited. That's exactly why I need to learn from you. Teach me, big brother. The towering man's eagerness made Siayu take a few steps back, thinking this was practically supernatural. After a moment's thought, Siayu said, do 10,000 push-ups, 10,000 sit-ups, 10,000 squats, and run 10,000 kilometers every day. Try it for 30 years and see the results. Got it, big brother. I'll remember that. Maki eagerly jotted down Siayu's words. The elder invited Siayu into a metal hut, already filled with cyborgs, with the main seat vacant. Please have a seat. Siayu didn't hesitate and sat down. The elder began, with your help, we have the best chance of obtaining the light god's essence and escaping this demonic city. I'll explain our plan again. If you have any questions or suggestions, speak up immediately. Everyone looked at the elder in silence, waiting for him to continue. Siayu also listened intently. The elder explained, to get the light god's essence, the only way is through the passage in the Cuckoo Church. A nun in the church will help us infiltrate, but only one person can go in. That person is you, Mage. He looked at Siayu. We had planned for Maki, but his strength wasn't enough to get past the mechanical guards. But now you're here. Siayu frowned and asked, how strong are these mechanical guards? He worried that if the guards were quasi-gods or demigods, even his strength might be challenged. The elder replied, stronger than Maki, roughly quasi-mythical level. He looked at Siayu with concern. This is quasi-mythical level. Are you confident? No problem. Hearing quasi-mythical level, Siayu sighed in relief, thinking it was easy. Siayu's words made everyone gasp. Quasi-mythical beings were top tier in their original world, yet to this human, they seemed like mere roadside weeds. The elder also relaxed and continued, then it's up to you. To ensure you can infiltrate the church, we'll create a diversion to distract the church personnel so they can't close the passage to the heavens. Understood? Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Then let's get ready. The elder announced loudly. We're about to escape this demonic city. In the sewers of Hera City, filthy wastewater carrying a nauseating stench flowed slowly. Siayu followed the elder's footsteps, cautiously moving through the narrow passage. Their goal was clear. To reach the Cuckoo Church via this hidden path, seek the help of the nuns to ascend to heaven, and finally, for Siayu to obtain the divine light by himself. The elder's voice echoed in the damp air. Mr. Siayu, once you reach the Cuckoo Church, you must follow Lilith's instructions. She has been with the church for over 10 years, and is more eager to escape this demon city than anyone else. His tone was filled with concern. Only she can guide you safely through the Cuckoo Church. If we are exposed prematurely, we will all be in grave danger. The elder continued to explain the dangers of the church in detail. It is filled with deranged guard robots whose sole purpose is to prevent anyone from passing through. Only church personnel are exempt from their attacks. If they detect an intruder, they will immediately trigger an alarm, alerting all guard robots in the city. Remember, their strength should not be underestimated. Though Siayu had heard these warnings countless times, he still nodded seriously. Don't worry, I'm not one to act recklessly. Hearing this, the elder smiled with a hint of relief. That's precisely why I trust you. Unlike Mage, who often loses his mind, you are different. Siayu simply smiled lightly without saying much. Soon, they arrived at the base of a ladder leading to the surface. Siayu looked up to see a sturdy manhole cover securely sealing the exit. The elder climbed the ladder first and tapped the cover in a specific rhythm. The sound, thud, thud thud thud, echoed in the confined space, and the elder's expression instantly became tense and serious. Moments later, the same rhythm was echoed from above. The elder sighed in relief, quickly climbed down the ladder, and said to Siayu, Lilith is here. It's up to you now. Got it? Siayu replied, his eyes narrowing as he realized this was the critical moment to obtain the divine light and a crucial opportunity to acquire the third fragment of the death godhood. If he failed here, he didn't know how long it would take to gather the 4 fragments for the complete death godhood. With a heavy metallic scraping sound, the thick manhole cover slowly opened. The elder urgently urged Siayu to go up. Siayu nimbly climbed up, slipping through the opening just as it widened enough for a person. Half crouching, Siayu cautiously surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a wide and opulent corridor. The walls on either side were not adorned with typical church paintings, but were covered with protrusions resembling human veins, through which green liquid flowed, creating an eerie atmosphere. A simply but elegantly dressed woman with long silver hair that glowed faintly in the dim passage opened the manhole. Her delicate features combined the beauty of both Eastern and Western aesthetics. However, the most striking feature was her silver mechanical legs, exuding both power and grace like those of a Gundam. Lilith? Siayu asked tentatively. Lilith glanced at Siayu and nodded silently, her cold demeanor reminding him of the legendary saint. Which way? Siayu got straight to the point. Lilith stood up and walked towards one side of the passage. Her mechanical legs made a heavy thud, thud thud thud, with each step, causing Siayu to frown. He wondered if they could really stay hidden with such noise. Despite his doubts, Siayu cautiously followed Lilith. Suddenly, an elderly voice came from around the corner. Lilith? It's me, Administrator. Lilith quickly signaled Siayu to hide and calmly responded. Siayu immediately hid behind a protrusion, but the position was precarious. If the person approached, he would easily be discovered. Siayu tensed up, thinking, do I have to fight my way through? Lilith, the half-human machines have been active again recently. You're responsible for patrolling and ensuring they don't infiltrate. They are an affront to the great god. The voice grew closer. Of course, Administrator. I will not let the half-human machines desecrate the great god. Lilith replied firmly. Good. Among all the nuns, I have the highest regard for you. When I retire, this position might be yours, the administrator said with a smile. Thank you, Administrator. Your dedication to the great god is seen by all, and the great god will bestow a second blessing upon you, Lilith responded respectfully. With a hearty laugh, the footsteps gradually receded. Come out. Lilith's voice returned to its emotionless coldness. Siayu glanced at this double agent and sighed inwardly. Terrifying indeed. They continued forward, with Lilith's footsteps serving as a cover for them. Many people greeted her before even seeing her, giving Siayu ample time to hide. This raised Siayu's opinion of Lilith. She seemed to be exceptionally warm and humble to everyone in the church, earning everyone's trust. No one ever doubted her. Her social skills combined with her double agent status made Siayu wary, despite her lack of combat prowess. They arrived at an elevator-like device, and Lilith spoke. Next, we need to go directly to the 78th floor. There, we will encounter guard robots that will inspect every corner. I can't distract them, so be prepared to fight. No problem, Siayu responded without hesitation. I hope your strength is as the elder described. I don't have another chance, Lilith sighed. She knew that if this mission failed, her fate would be grim. Although the city's robots and the church tolerated the existence of half-human machines, any association with desecrating the great god would result in severe punishment. In terms of strength, there shouldn't be an issue, Siayu replied confidently. Unless someone as powerful as Zhou Qinghuai appears, or a true god descends, I am fully confident. Oh. Lilith looked at Siayu, a hint of surprise in her eyes, before nodding slightly. They boarded the crude yet mechanically styled elevator. Accompanied by a roaring sound, the elevator rapidly ascended to the higher levels. Boom. The elevator came to a sudden halt with a deafening crash, making Lilith and Siayu flinch involuntarily. The elevator doors slowly opened, revealing a vast corridor that was as wide as a 12-lane highway. The ceiling soared dozens of meters high, creating a sense of immense grandeur. As soon as they stepped out, the elevator doors closed swiftly behind them. Lilith hesitated briefly before leading Siayu forward. As they walked, she explained, from here, we can only use the stairs. There's a staircase not far ahead, guarded by about 12 security robots. No sooner had she spoken than a series of loud thuds echoed from ahead. Lilith's face changed abruptly, and she urgently said, it's the security robots. Hide quickly. Siayu quickly scanned the area and decided to hide behind some abandoned metal crates. A second later, a red beam of light swept across the surroundings, almost covering every corner. Thankfully, the crates blocked the light, keeping Siayu safe. Lilith, however, stood nervously in the beam, which gradually focused on her. Moments later, a cold, mechanical voice announced, identity confirmed. Lilith, none. The red light then vanished. Lilith sighed in relief, but quickly regained her composure and signaled to Siayu, let's go. They swiftly moved forward, passing through several security zones guarded by robots, and finally reached the staircase. Siayu looked at the seemingly endless stairs and couldn't help but wonder, how high does this go? Lilith didn't answer, instead stepping onto the stairs. Siayu followed closely. The staircase was exceptionally long, and Lilith ascended gracefully, one step at a time. Growing impatient, Siayu asked, "Are there any security robots on these stairs?" "No, there aren't," Lilith replied, puzzled by his question. "Good," Siayu said, moving forward quickly. "Forgive me." With that, he scooped Lilith into his arms. Lilith's eyes widened in shock. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed. "Speeding things up," Siayu replied with a grin, quickening his pace up the stairs. Lilith tried to break free but found she lacked the strength to match him. Resigned, she blushed and bit her lip in frustration. With Siayu's incredible strength and agility, they soon reached the top of the staircase. He set Lilith down and said, "We're here." Lilith glanced at Siayu's handsome face, silently deciding not to reprimand him for his behavior. "What? I know I look good, but now's not the time to admire my face," Siayu said smugly, touching his cheek with a smile. Lilith huffed and quickened her pace, leading the way. Siayu followed with a chuckle. This floor, like the previous ones, was patrolled by security robots. However, it was noticeably more spacious, with fewer places to hide, making each evasion increasingly perilous for Siayu. "Lilith, how far is it to the next staircase?" Siayu asked anxiously, noting the vast corridor lacked any hiding spots. "Not far, hurry," Lilith urged, quickening her steps, which unfortunately generated more noise. Suddenly, multiple footsteps of security robots echoed from all directions. "Damn, no way to hide," Siayu cursed. "Lilith, how many more floors to the top?" "Just one more. Once we get through this, we'll reach paradise." Lilith responded. "All right, let's fight our way up." Siayu decided. At their speed, they would reach the top in minutes, too quickly for the church to shut down paradise. "Summon the undead," Siayu commanded. Instantly, thousands of undead soldiers and archers materialized in the corridor, charging at the approaching security robots. "Intruders detected! Intruders detected!" The robots blared. Made of various metals, they exuded a chaotic aesthetic. Their fists pounded down on the leading undead soldiers. Bang! To their surprise, the undead soldiers easily blocked the attack. Arrows from the undead archers whizzed past, shredding the robots into pieces. As expected, the monsters in the mythical challenge space aren't too strong, Siayu muttered, slightly disappointed. Lilith watched in stunned amazement, swallowing hard. She thought, he won't mind my earlier behavior, will he? "Let's go." Siayu glanced at Lilith and picked her up again. Despite her weighing several hundred pounds, she felt as light as a feather to him. "You guide, I'll carry." "All right, this way." Lilith regained her composure and quickly pointed the direction. Siayu began to run swiftly, but he suddenly stopped, his face changing. A black, glowing metal tentacle had pierced through the steel wall opposite him, merging eerily with it. Similar tentacles emerged from all directions, aiming at Siayu. The undead also faced the same assault. These metal tentacles were extremely powerful and durable, easily dismantling the ordinary undead soldiers. Thump, thump, thump. The walls seemed to breathe, or like a giant heart beating. The entire cathedral felt like a massive living or mechanical entity. "Damn it, I knew these walls were weird." Siayu cursed furiously. "Didn't expect this to happen when detected. It never happened before." Lilith said, her voice breaking with fear. "No worries, we can break through," Siayu declared resolutely. Countless steel tentacles lunged at Siayu from all directions. He swiftly summoned the ghost of the Saintess, feeling a surge of agility and strength course through his body. Siayu moved like a shadow, weaving through the gaps between the tentacles. Sister Lilith, pale-faced despite her partially mechanical body, struggled to keep her stomach from churning due to the intense, evasive maneuvers. When dodging became impossible, Siayu decisively summoned undead soldiers to block the unavoidable tentacles, buying precious time. He followed Lilith's guidance and dashed towards the staircase. Suddenly, a dozen guard robots blocked their path. Siayu murmured, "Saintess." A sword of light, imbued with the power of destruction and judgment, slashed through the air above him, reducing the tentacles and robots to ashes. Seizing the opportunity, Siayu darted up the stairs, only to find the steel tentacles still relentlessly pursuing them. Siayu didn't dare to pause, racing upstairs without a moment's rest. Over time, he began to adapt to the rhythm of the tentacles' attacks, his movements becoming less frantic and his speed increasing. With his extraordinary agility and strength, Siayu reached the next level in just a few minutes. "Lilith, which way now?" Siayu asked, but Lilith didn't respond for a long time. Frowning, Siayu glanced at her and saw her staring around in terror. It wasn't until Siayu gently shook her that she snapped out of it, her voice trembling, This level is completely different from the last one. What? Xia Yu's pupils contracted. He knew each level was vast, and they had only made it this far thanks to Lilith's familiarity with the terrain. If they were lost, who knew how much time it would take to navigate through each level under constant threat? Suddenly, Siayu realized something. There had been no guard robots or steel tentacles attacking them for a while now. Boom, boom, boom. A series of loud noises erupted. From what appeared to be an ordinary wall, a stunningly beautiful face emerged. Though composed of sharp mechanical angles, Siayu still found it to be the most beautiful face he had ever seen. If his own charm was a 9999, this face was a 99999. As the face appeared, both Siayu and Lilith were momentarily entranced. Just when Siayu was in a daze, a chill surged through his body, snapping him back to reality. It was the fragment of the death divinity at work. Regaining his senses, Siayu warily focused on the newly appeared face. A voice, as enchanting as the most beautiful sound in the world, resonated deep within Siayu's soul. There's no need to be so on guard. I harbor no hostility towards you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be alive to see me. The voice sent a shiver down Siayu's spine. Turning his head away from the face, Siayu asked, "Who are you?" "You may call me the god of desire, the god of fertility, or the goddess of mercy. However, in the abyss, many beings prefer to call me lust, a god." Siayu realized he was in the presence of a true deity, not a demigod, not a false god, and certainly not a demon of the subspace. Could this be a being of the main god level? "Why have you summoned us here?" Siayu asked. Lust's voice once again penetrated Siayu's soul. "You seek the light divinity? Despite already possessing half of the death divinity?" "Yes, I want it," Siayu stated bluntly. Greed is one of the original sins, inherent in all beings, including gods. But human greed is insatiable, Lust mused, seemingly reminiscing. "I can let you go up, but you must agree to one condition," Lust said slowly. "Name it," Siayu replied, his guard up. "When you enter the abyss, come to see me." "That's it?" Siayu asked incredulously. "Simple, isn't it? So, do you agree?" Lust smiled sweetly at Siayu. A smile so captivating that even without looking directly at it, Siayu could feel its allure. After a moment's hesitation, Siayu nodded. The immediate priority was obtaining the light divinity and completing the death divinity. As for venturing into the abyss to meet Lust, there was no time limit, so he could choose when to go, even if it meant indefinitely postponing it. "Go on then. I hope you succeed in acquiring the light divinity. You should be able to." Lust's voice faded, and a staircase appeared ahead, glowing brilliantly. "Let's go," Siayu said, shaking Lilith awake. The two ascended the staircase. Lust watched them leave, smiling once more. This new death is much more appealing than the last one. Perhaps he'll father hundreds of children with me, provided he ever reaches me. "Paradise lies just ahead," Lilith said, stopping in her tracks. The overwhelming pressure of the divinity prevented her from moving forward. "You wait here. I'll be back soon," Siayu reassured her. Though he felt the pressure, he could withstand it. Knowing Lilith had reached her limit, he continued alone into the radiant light. Emerging from the light, Siayu found himself in a world of pure white. Not far away, the light divinity shone like the sun. But Siayu didn't rush to claim it, for beneath it sat a formidable boss. Light God. Phantom. True God boss. Race? Level. 60. Strength. 1,593,500. Agility. 1,566,400. Wisdom. 1,958,000. Talents. Authority of Light. Mastery over light, boosting healing and damage effects of light skills by 100, with instant casting and 99 cooldown reduction. Body of Light. A body forged from the strongest light. All attributes 50, life recovery speed 1000. Skills. Light God's Realm. Shattered. The once glorious realm, with millions of angels singing hymns, now lies in ruins. Judgment. The Light God uses the holy flames of light to judge heretics, dealing 1000 wisdom-based light damage per second to ignited enemies. Duration. Infinite. Sword of Dawn. A divine sword forged from the sharpest light, now a mere remnant. Ignores 90 defense, and deals an additional 1000 wisdom-based light damage on hit. End Time Bell. The Light God rings the bell signaling the end of the world, destroying everything within its sound, dealing 9,999 all attribute chaos damage. Isn't this a bit too much? Siayu gasped in shock at the sight of the God of Light's hologram. Although it didn't have many skills, each one was extraordinarily powerful. Especially that doomsday bell paired with its overwhelming attributes, Siayu felt that if it were unleashed, he might not survive. At that moment, the usually silent Saintess stepped forward. "Master, let me handle this alone." "Alone? No way." Siayu shook his head vehemently. The Saintess was his strongest trump card, with immense potential. If anything happened to her, he would be at a loss. The Saintess slowly explained. He said that if you or anyone else joins the fight, he'll use the Doomsday Bell, and we'll all perish together. But if I go alone, he won't use that move. What? He's talking to you? Siayu looked at the Saintess in shock. He hadn't heard anything. The Saintess nodded slightly. Siayu was still hesitant. The Saintess's power and agility were at 670,000, and her wisdom at 850,000, still a significant gap compared to the God of Light. But, you alone. The Saintess gazed at Siayu with her radiant, gem-like eyes. Trust me, Master. Siayu could see the determination and confidence in her eyes, but still felt uneasy. Even if he joined in, their chances of victory weren't high. But under the Saintess's unwavering gaze, he finally nodded. If you can't hold on, inform me immediately. That's an order. Siayu secretly decided that if the Saintess couldn't hold on, he would immediately choose to withdraw from the treasure hunt. Even if it meant wasting a mythical treasure map, he couldn't afford to lose the Saintess. She was more precious than fragments of the Light God's and Death God's divinity. These things could be obtained through other means, but the Saintess Siayu doubted the system would grant him another one. Besides, from her awakening until now, the Saintess had always been by his side. It was impossible not to have developed any feelings. Sensing Siayu's emotions, the Saintess's lips curled into a slight smile, as if a beautiful flower had bloomed. Thank you, Master, she said softly. With that, the Saintess transformed into a beam of light and rushed toward the God of Light, splitting into two beams midair. Swords of judgment and several halos appeared in the sky. Siayu could only watch from a distance, cheering her on. I never thought I'd be a spectator, he muttered to himself. As the Saintess launched her assault, the God of Light calmly stood up from the ground. Numerous swords of judgment rained down on him like a storm. Destruction. A low growl came from the God of Light. The broken dawn sword in his hand transformed into a massive light sword over 100 meters long. With a single swing, he painted half the sky white and shattered all the swords of judgment. Burn! Countless white flames shot towards the Saintess, so fast that she couldn't dodge in time. Dispel. With a scream, the Saintess quickly used Dispel to extinguish the flames. Meanwhile, another Saintess wielding a massive light hammer struck the God of Light. With a thunderous boom, the hammer hit its mark, sending the God of Light flying 1,000 meters away, thanks to the powerful skill damage and numerous halos and talents. Angels, come forth. The voices of the two Saintesses echoed. Accompanied by a holy hymn, the gates of paradise opened, and an army of angels poured out. Attack! With the Saintesses' command, the angels ignored that the God of Light was their former leader and charged with their light swords. The God of Light stood up, emotionless, as the angels swarmed him. Destruction! With a sweep of the dawn sword, countless angels turned into light particles, but they successfully diverted his attention. The two Saintesses spread their wings, doubling their speed, and charged at the God of Light with divine punishment hammers, accompanied by countless swords of judgment. Destruction! The God of Light seemed to only know this one move, swinging the dawn sword at the oncoming Saintess. She didn't dodge or evade. Swish! Under Siayu's shocked gaze, the Saintess was cut in half. But the Saintess behind her managed to land another heavy blow on the God of Light, sending him flying and dealing significant damage. Radiant Rebirth. Triggered by the skill, the recently deceased Saintess revived in perfect condition, much to Siayu's relief. The battle raged on. The numerous angels surrounded the God of Light, while the Saintess looked for opportunities to strike. Though the God of Light's attacks could kill many angels, the Saintess always found chances to land heavy blows after his attacks. The angels' long-range attacks, enhanced by the Saintess's talents and halos, also inflicted minor damage. Twin angels. The Saintess's form blurred, and in the next second, another Saintess clone appeared as the 6-minute cooldown ended. Now, 3 Saintesses surrounded the God of Light, and the new clone summoned another gate of paradise, replenishing the angels. Good. Siayu felt relieved seeing the Saintess manage the battle this way. The Saintess Ghost had been with him the longest and knew how to use minions to draw the boss's aggro, then land a critical hit herself. The God of Light seemed not very intelligent, likely because it was just a hologram. The real God of Light might have been dead for millennia, with his divinity serving as the sun for thousands of years or more. But Siayu couldn't help but marvel at how resilient the God of Light was. Despite the cracks appearing on his golden armor, it showed no signs of breaking. It would be a battle of attrition, but the Saintess could handle it. As time passed, the number of Saintesses increased, significantly boosting the damage dealt to the God of Light. He gradually became overwhelmed, unable to retaliate effectively. The Saintesses attacked from all directions, and even if he killed one, the Saintess Ghost would often revive without a cooldown, preventing any losses. The cracks on the golden armor grew larger, but the God of Light remained indifferent, continuing to shout destruction and killing numerous angels or a saintess with rebirth. Occasionally, he would cast judgment, but the saintesses would dispel it, preventing any repeated damage. Crack. A clear sound echoed as the god of light's golden armor began to fall apart. At that moment, all the saintesses and angels ceased their attacks. It's over. Sigh. The god of light let out a soft sigh, his body dissolving into particles of light and disappearing. Though faint, the sigh carried a hint of relief. Defeated the god of light's phantom, true god boss, level 60 experience 0. You have obtained the true god light divinity. The system notification rang in Siayu's ear. Siayu glanced at his inventory where a radiant divinity lay quietly. The system continued. Light divinity, true god level, level 70. It contains the light that illuminates all things. Selection complete. Rewards distributed. Reward. Fragment of the death divinity. Siayu raised an eyebrow as another fragment appeared in his inventory. Death divinity, main god level, fragment 14, level. It contains the rules of death, the origin of all things. Suddenly, a violent rumble came from above. Siayu looked up to see the colossal sun collapsing. With the light divinity in his inventory, he now had the ability to transport back to the real world at any time. At that moment, a deep voice echoed in Siayu's mind. Young one who possesses death, I await your arrival. Siayu recognized the voice of Sinya but didn't dwell on it because the city of Hera before him was becoming transparent, about to vanish from this world. Loud footsteps sounded from behind. Without turning, Siayu knew it was Lilith. You did it, Lilith exclaimed, staring in shock at the collapsing sun and the disappearing city. Of course I did. Goodbye. Siayu waved at her. From now on, who knew when they would meet again, if ever? Lilith looked at Siayu, hesitating. Next time we meet, can you give me an answer? Siayu raised an eyebrow, thinking, what answer? Did she ask me something? Before he could ponder further, the city of Hera, along with all the robots, cyborgs, and Lilith, vanished. Siayu was also transported out of that world. Back in the real world, Siayu shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. He summoned the Saintess and asked, can you use the light divinity? The Saintess nodded gently. Without hesitation, Siayu took the light divinity from his inventory. Here you go. After all, it was the Saintess who had earned it, and making his strongest ally even stronger was undoubtedly the best choice. As the light divinity appeared, the entire city was instantly illuminated. Since Siayu's villa was on a hillside, many people mistook it for the sudden rise of the sun. The city lord saw this and merely shook his head, thinking that kid is up to something again but couldn't be bothered to intervene. As a quasi-god level god of undeath, he had no power to interfere as long as the populace wasn't endangered. The Saintess took the light divinity, and immediately, countless rays of light surged into her body. Sacred hymns echoed, life was born in the light, and the prayers of countless followers to the god of light resonated. More importantly, the pure light power and profound light rules were making the Saintess even stronger. The process was not lengthy. With her current strength, the Saintess couldn't fully absorb the light divinity. Most of the power remained stored in her, to be gradually absorbed in the future. The system notification followed. Your pet Saintess ghost has successfully fused with the light divinity. All attributes potential 5,000. Luminous wings evolved into light armament. Light armament possesses wings capable of tearing space, the dawn sword that cleaves through darkness, and an indestructible golden armor forged from the hardest light. Movement speed 1000. Can use the skill space traverse. All attacks ignore 99 of the enemy's defense. Add an extra 1000 light damage to all attributes. Reduce received damage by 50. Can use the skill immortality. Space traverse allows for spatial travel, with a maximum distance of 10 kilometers. Immortality activates the indestructible nature of the golden armor, rendering it immune to any negative effects and reducing damage by 99.9. Lasts 10 seconds. Cooldown, 24 hours. As the light faded, the previously serene and elegant Saintess now exuded an aura of divine majesty. Her body was no longer semi-transparent. Except for her extremely fair skin, she looked like an ordinary person. Her golden eyes shone like platinum, occasionally flickering with judgmental lightning. At this moment, the Saintess wore the indestructible armor, held the dawn sword, and had 6 pairs of translucent white wings extending from her back. Each flap tore small black rifts in the space, resembling a majestic war goddess. Disperse, the Saintess whispered, and the light armament vanished, returning her to her previous form. She reported obediently to Siayu, Master. My strength has increased significantly, but the energy of the light divinity is immense. I've only absorbed a small percentage. However, I believe that with each advancement, I will be able to absorb more until I reach the true god level. Good. Siayu nodded, quite satisfied. The 5,000 increase in all attribute potential alone had significantly boosted the Saintess's power, and the abilities of the light armament were akin to powerful talents combined into one. This undoubtedly elevated the Saintess's combat strength. Moreover, with the fusion of a complete divinity, Siayu eagerly anticipated the Saintess's performance when she ascended to the mythic level. Now, it's my turn. Siayu looked at the death divinity fragment in his inventory. This was already the third piece. He skillfully took out the death divinity fragment, holding it in his hand and merging it with his blood. This time, Siayu took a deep breath, concentrating the impending burst of death energy within himself. Seeing the Saintess perfectly absorb the light divinity without wasting any energy gave Siayu some ideas. Besides, having fused with 2 fragments of the death divinity, he was confident in suppressing the new piece. The vast death energy quickly transformed everything about Siayu. Fusion of death divinity fragment complete. All attribute potential 3000. Your domain void realm comprehension 1. System, display panel. Siayu commanded. The system promptly displayed Siayu's latest attributes. Species, human. Class, death dominator. Level, 5011, 110, 00011, 110, 000. Strength, 795,488 potential, 9,926. Agility, 783,000 potential, 9,948. Intelligence, 1,106,651 potential, 10,877. Skill points, 0. Domain, Void Realm 99. Seeing his highest intelligence attribute, Siayu couldn't help but laugh. Typically, a legendary class with 20,000 attributes would be top tier, but he had surpassed 1,000,000, a first-rate level even among mythic classes. Thinking about ascending to the mythic level, Siayu looked at the 99 progress in the Void Realm and sighed. It seemed he needed to gather all the death divinity fragments to reach 100. However, he had already sensed the location of the last fragment. Turns out it's in Fusong? Siayu murmured, his eyes gleaming with anticipation and determination. After fusing the 3rd fragment of the Death God Shard, Siayu immediately sensed the location of the 4th fragment. It was in Fusong. He frowned and thought. The fragment seemed to be stationary, yet it felt like it was encased in something. Could it be inside some kind of monster? It looked like a trip to Fusong was inevitable. Siayu clearly understood that once he fused the 4th fragment, he would ascend to a demigod level. Not only that, but he would become a demigod with a divine shard, and with enough divine power, he could elevate his divine kingdom and become a true god. Just as Siayu was lost in this exciting thought, there was a light knock on the door. Xiaoyu, you're back? Aunt Tang's voice came from outside. Siayu opened the door to find Aunt Tang standing there with a broad smile. She took his hand and led him downstairs, saying, Xiaoyu, we've managed to sell some of the equipment you asked us to, but there's still quite a lot left. However, we did find a remarkable piece of equipment for you in the original World Consortium's warehouse and brought it back. In the downstairs hall, Uncle Bai was leisurely sipping tea. Seeing Siayu come down, he motioned for him to sit and handed him a transparent box. Inside the box was a peculiar book, its cover seemingly made of human skin, with a blood-red eyeball eerily swiveling in one corner, exuding an unsettling aura. Uncle Bai explained, we found this in the deepest part of the consortium's warehouse. It might be a bit dangerous, but we think you can handle it. Is that all right? Despite his words, a trace of concern flickered in Uncle Bai's eyes. He added, according to the warehouse manager, the previous owners of this special item were all drained of their flesh and blood. While it can significantly boost the user's power, it also poses a risk to the user. Intrigued, Siayu decided not to open the box in front of Uncle Bai and Aunt Tang, considering they were just ordinary people. Sensing Siayu's hesitation, Uncle Bai stood up and said, actually, Aunt Tang and I just came back for a short break. The housekeeper has been unwell and is resting at home, and Bai Xiao is still at school. The implication was that they were about to leave again. Noticing it was already dinner time, Siayu suggested, why don't we have dinner together before you go? I'm not in a rush. Although he was still preoccupied with the matter in Fusong, he knew he needed to gather more information about the situation there, especially regarding the arrival of a true god, as mentioned by Mr. Zhou, the principal, and General Lei. After a simple dinner, Uncle Bai received a call and left in a hurry. Since the establishment of Lungting Company, Uncle Bai and Aunt Tang had been swamped with work, managing all the original World Consortium's operations in Longhua. After seeing them off, Siayu returned to the hall and opened the transparent box. An evil aura instantly permeated the room, potent enough to turn an ordinary person into a bloodthirsty monster, but it had little effect on Siayu, who possessed 3 fragments of the Death God Shard. To be cautious, the Saintess stood by his side. Wrapping his hand in the power of death, Siayu prepared to suppress the aura. The blood-red eyeball quivered violently before the aura dissipated entirely. Siayu then read the book's properties. Book of Malevolence. Special item. Mythical. Incomplete. Level. 0. Evil Burst. Designate a target, causing them to deal double damage. But both you and the target lose 10 health per second. Minimum duration 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, health loss increases to 20 per second. Maximum duration 60 seconds. Cooldown. 60 minutes. Double damage? Siayu stood up abruptly, excitement surging through him. Although the side effect was losing 10 health per second for both him and the target, the Saintess's holy aura could restore 40 health every 2.5 seconds, nearly offsetting the drawback. Even after 30 seconds, when the health loss increased to 20 per second, he could maintain it for a considerable time. The potential of this equipment filled Siayu with anticipation, adding endless possibilities to his upcoming adventure. However, the effect was double damage. A flicker of excitement flashed in Siayu's eyes. He carefully pondered the potential of this special item. Whether he gave it to the Saintess or Edward, it could exponentially increase their power to a terrifying degree. Could it even pose a threat to a true god? What thrilled him even more was that the double damage effect would become increasingly horrifying as the user's strength improved. Siayu couldn't help but imagine the future. If he reached the mythical realm or even became a true god, the item's power would be unimaginable. Uncle Bai, you've really given me a great gift, Siayu murmured to himself as he carefully placed the Book of Malevolence into his backpack. He knew that as long as the item was in his backpack, he could use its abilities at any time. However, the word imperfect caught his attention. It seemed that the book had room for improvement, and its future potential was limitless. At that moment, a news bulletin on the television interrupted Siayu's thoughts. Recently, the Fusang government had failed to effectively respond to monster invasions, resulting in a significant reduction of their territory. They had repeatedly made unreasonable demands to the Long Kingdom, attempting to claim coastal cities and lands, even requesting that Long Kingdom allow Fusang citizens to migrate in while prohibiting Long Kingdom citizens from moving out. This absurd proposal had been firmly rejected by Long Kingdom, which issued a stern statement. Long Kingdom would not cede an inch of its territory. Oh, Fusang is really asking for too much, Siayu muttered, his eyes narrowing as he watched the TV screen. This wasn't the first time Fusang had made such unreasonable demands. Since the sea monsters began rampaging, many island nations had been completely submerged. Even the relatively resilient Fusang had lost over half of its territory, and the number was still rising. Siayu analyzed Fusang's motives. Why were they targeting Long Kingdom's coastal cities? Firstly, Long Kingdom's magical arrays were far stronger than those of other countries, and they hadn't lost an inch of land in 100 years, making the deep-sea bosses lose interest in the area. Secondly, Fusang's covetousness for Long Kingdom's territory had a long history. Their greedy ambitions had never waned. However, the latest demand that Long Kingdom citizens not be allowed to migrate caught Siayu's attention. He recalled the incident where the god of Amerigo demanded nationwide faith and couldn't help but wonder, could Fusang's true god have a similar requirement? This thought lingered in his mind, causing him a sense of unease. Siayu had been resting at home for a few days, but the situation in Longwo remained unstable. Monster nests suddenly appeared in multiple cities, including Lingnan City where he lived. Upon receiving the news, Siayu immediately rushed to the scene and quickly destroyed the nests with his formidable strength, preventing large-scale casualties. However, the situation in some small and medium-sized cities was more severe. One small city even encountered a hero-level monster nest, but fortunately, the teleportation array was functional, averting a disaster. Lingnan City's lord, Lu Nong, angrily said, "Do those beasts from Fusang really want to break all ties with us?" A hero-level monster nest appeared in the city just now. If it weren't for Siayu, our team would have struggled to cope, and there would have been significant civilian casualties. Siayu frowned and asked, "The Monster Protection Organization is acting so crazily. Didn't we capture quite a few of them? Haven't we gotten any useful information?" Lu Nong sighed and shook his head. "No, they all seem brainwashed. We can't extract anything from them." At that moment, the voice of Principal Qingmo suddenly rang out. Siayu looked up to see the principal walking towards them. "Siayu, I need to talk to you. Come with me," Qingmo said curtly. After bidding farewell to Lu Nong, Siayu followed Qingmo and used the teleportation array to leave Lingnan City. They teleported directly to Haya City, and Qingmo then led Siayu to the International Teleportation Center outside the city. "Principal, what is this about?" Siayu couldn't help but ask as they flew through the air. Qingmo shook his head. "I'm not sure, but Mr. Zhou and Mr. Yang, along with a mysterious figure, are waiting for you." Hearing that Zhou Qinghuai and Yang Tianhe were present made Siayu's heart skip a beat. Especially Zhou Qinghuai, whose strength could even handle demon gods. With both Mr. Yang and himself summoned, the identity of the mysterious figure was bound to be significant. Qingmo stopped outside the teleportation center's magic circle, surprising Siayu as he realized even the principal couldn't enter. Without hesitation, he flew into the magic circle. As soon as he entered, He heard Yang Tian's voice, "Kid, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you." After landing, Siayu asked, "Mr. Yang, what's going on?" Yang Tianhe smiled mysteriously. "Something big. Come on. Zhou is waiting for you." Along with a big shot. Siayu, puzzled, walked into the teleportation center. He saw Zhou Qinghuai leisurely having tea with a giant over 3 meters tall. The giant appeared to be made of piled-up stones, but Siayu couldn't discern his attributes. The giant spoke, "I didn't expect you to gather and perfectly fuse 3 fragments of the death god's essence in such a short time." Siayu immediately recognized the voice. Mountain Titan? He was astonished to realize that the being who had once told him to reach mythic status before seeking him out was actually a professional, not a monster. The Mountain Titan chuckled, "No, I'm just a forgotten existence. If you really want to know, go to the astral realm. Maybe you'll find my secrets there." Zhou Qinghuai interrupted their reminiscence, asking seriously, "All right, we're not here to chat. What do you all think about the serpent from Fusong?" Siayu looked at them in confusion. Yang Tianhe then realized Siayu was unaware of the situation and explained. Fusong had summoned a true god named Yamada no Orochi, forcibly pulled into Earth by the true god from America, known as God. Although severely weakened and injured, Yamada no Orochi still required a massive amount of faith to recover. This was why Fusong was aggressively demanding Longhua hand over coastal cities and forbid the relocation of its citizens. With the backing of 2 true gods, the mythic-level power of these 2 nations had surpassed others. Many countries that were originally neutral or leaning towards Longhua were now showing signs of aligning with the 2, leading to Longhua's isolation. Siayu was shocked to realize how dire the situation had become. Humanity had shifted from relying on their own strength to depending on true gods for power, while Longhua continued to adhere to its own path. "So, what's the plan for gathering us here today?" Siayu looked at the 3, knowing they hadn't summoned him just to explain the situation. Yang Tianhe pointed out the crux of the matter. "Xia, you're missing the point. For us, international isolation and other countries siding with the 2 are secondary. The real concern is that Yamada no Orochi is currently severely weakened and injured." Siayu immediately grasped their intention and exclaimed in shock, "Are you suggesting, no, are we planning to slay a god?" That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.